While working overtime one day, the young man suddenly found himself transported to an unfamiliar world. What happened? I was just working overtime at the game company, testing out a new Sword Emperor skill, when suddenly I landed in this godforsaken place. Standing before him was an old man with white hair and beard, possessing an otherworldly, almost immortal aura. Never mind that for now, quickly tell this old man, what divine art did you just use? As he spoke, the old man gazed at the massive demon corpse in front, split perfectly in two. Hearing this, Yi Yang demonstrated it again. Oh, you mean that? That is no divine art. A beam of light emanated from his arm, and with a gentle swing, the level 100 intermediate skill sword breaks heaven and earth from the game was activated. That single strike left an enormous scar across the planet's surface. Witnessing this terrifying sight, the old man was dumbfounded. Sure enough, the legends were true. Anyone who fell from the sky was either a god or a freak. Immediately, the old man subtly mentioned that a demon army was also causing chaos in the north, hoping to receive assistance. Yi Yang calmly replied, Shao San is already handling everything over there. The Shao San he spoke of was in fact a three-headed dragon summoned by an archmage's summoning spell, with just a single breath of dragon fire. Shao San instantly wiped out the entire demon army. Seeing this, the old man said with a trembling voice, You should use your Shao San less from now on. I have a feeling it is going to completely destroy this world's environment. In the tense atmosphere, Yi Yang suddenly shouted excitedly, I get it now. The company's test account, which had all the class skills, was completely absorbed by me during the transmigration process. Yi Yang's game company used a GM account for testing. This account possessed various classes such as cultivators, assassins, mages, archers, and sword emperors. All classes had reached the maximum level of 100 and possessed all their corresponding skills. Seeing the young man's foolish expression, the old man regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze. What's a test account? He truly is an eccentric. Despite his words, he still entrusted the entire sect to him. Never mind all that. To put it simply, if this old man had not picked you up when you were unconscious, you would have been eaten alive by those demons long ago. People should know how to be grateful, understand? But before he could finish speaking, Yi Yang gave him a punch on the head. Nonsense, that is no reason to force me to inherit this broken-down sect with only one person in it. Although the old man was displeased, he could not beat Yi Yang, so he had no choice but to propose a condition. If you do not want to be the sect master, that is fine, as long as you can make the sect the #1 in the world. And so, Yi Yang was brought to this unfamiliar world and inherited a small sect ranked beyond the top 100 in Sahai City. As for the old man who left him with this mess, he immediately ascended to immortality afterwards. To make the sect the #1, Yi Yang went to the recruitment office in Sahai City. However, due to his excessively high standards, he failed to recruit a single disciple. Facing the Wuji sect's unreasonable demands, two sisters could not help but shout, You are just a pervert who bullies women. Stop making excuses, you'll never recruit any disciples. May the Wuji sect quickly go bankrupt, scolded for no reason. Yi Yang gritted his teeth in anger. Fine, let it go bankrupt, I have had enough. I do not want to be this lousy sect master anymore. Send me back to Earth to be an overtime slave. He spoke tough, but he had no idea how to return to Earth. After sitting for half a day without recruiting a single disciple, Yi Yang prepared to head back to his sect. Just then, the murmurs of the crowd suddenly caught his attention. A group of celestial maidens just fell from the sky. They must be the fairies from the Eternal Sword Sect. Everyone from the Eternal Sword Sect possesses extraordinary talent. Ling Ruoshui is even hailed as the Maiden Sword God. I cannot believe they've come here. 3 months ago, Eternal Sword Peak was struck down by a celestial stone. The sect master has been missing ever since, forcing them to start from scratch and wander about. I heard they were looking for a sect to join, but I never expected them to come to our little town. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Yi Yang scratched his head and muttered, Eternal Sword Peak, is that the mountain shaped like a sword? Oh right, I remember now. When I first arrived in this world, I was testing skills, and an Archmage's advanced area of effect skill happened to hit that very mountain. I did not realize I overdid it. I even made their sect master go missing, and created a bunch of homeless beauties. Oh well, best to make a quick escape. Feeling guilty, Yi Yang wanted to slip away as quickly as possible, but the crowd suddenly surged forward like mad. Beautiful ladies, if you have nowhere to go, come to our sect. Our sect is the best choice. Ling Ruoshui, the representative of the Eternal Sword Sect, now drew her sword and stepped forward. Listen carefully, we choose you, not the other way around. Any interested sects, please send your representatives forward. This aggressive aura prevented the various sects from even taking half a step forward. After all, in the past, Eternal Sword Sect was not something these small sects could compare to. At this moment, Ling Ruoshui noticed Yi Yang's retreating figure. This person is not interested in us. Do we not meet his standards? Unlike these others, he is truly unique. Could he be a reclusive master? Just then, a tall burly man shouted, Nobody is allowed to choose, move, or leave. Our Blazing Sun sect has claimed these women. No one else is to touch them. All of you wise up. A sect that is already impotent is still so lecherous. After making his declaration, he waved to stop Yi Yang. Hey kid over there, I am talking to you. Get your ass back here. Suddenly called out. Yi Yang jumped, unsure what to do. Should he run? No, he could not. That old man had mentioned the sect rules. A sect master must maintain the demeanor of a master in public. After a moment's thought, Yi Yang decided to stop. coolly turning around. "What is it? Can I help you?" His cool demeanor annoyed the burly man who looked ready to fight. "Kid, who do you think you are being so cool for? The sect master of a decaying, trashy sect. I am in charge here now. What I say goes. Whether entering or leaving, you'll follow my rules. And you girls pay close attention to what true power looks like. Sect Master Yi, I'll give you a chance to hit me 3 times. As long as I move a muscle HMPH, you'll be qualified to leave, and I'll let you go." He thought he looked cool, but Yi Young pointed at his own head and said, "Hit you, hey buddy, are you out of your mind?" Hearing this, the burly man fumed with anger, his rage burning as he charged at Yi Young. "Kid, looking for death, are we? Someone actually wants to die." Yi Young sighed, casually throwing a punch. "Then I'll oblige." It looked simple, but it was actually the max-level basic fist technique, directly strike the yellow dragon. With just that one punch, the burly man was sent flying, embedding himself into the wall, shattering countless plaques along the way. Seeing the man motionless, Yi Young suddenly felt a bit scared. He is not dead, is he? The others, seeing this, trembled with fear, unable to believe what they were witnessing. How is this possible? The decaying Wuji sect, how could it have such a powerful sect master? If that punch had landed on a person, they'd probably explode. Before anyone could come looking for compensation, Yi Young quickly turned and slipped away. Before leaving, he did not forget the old man's words, putting on a master's demeanor. "Sect Master Liang, one punch was enough. Let us forget about the other 2. Bye-bye." His pose utterly captivated a young girl. So cool, truly so cool, his footwork, his proud silhouette, his sharp gaze, they've all taken deep root in my heart. Oh, this little girl is something else. She is already thinking about having kids so quickly. Meanwhile, Ling Ruoshui still had not recovered from the shock of that punch. He is too unique, completely different from the sects trying to recruit us, so unassuming yet so humble. He must be an unparalleled expert, a reclusive master. We absolutely must join this sect. After a moment's thought, she suddenly called out, chasing after Yi Young, Sect Master, please wait." Hearing the call, Yi Young slowly turned around. Hello, is there anything else?" He appeared calm, but in reality he was trying his best to act calm. The others, seeing this, said enviously, "It was just one punch. This guy probably only knows that one punch. Do not be fooled by him." But Ling Ruoshui paid them no mind, stating her desire to join the Wuji sect. "This is a bit sudden." Yi Yang awkwardly retorted, "You want to join my sect? Do you know anything about my sect?" Ling Ruoshui immediately replied, "No, but the sect master seems very reliable." "Hey, do you ladies just follow any handsome guy you see?" As an upright straight man, Yi Yang quickly interrupted her. Hold on. You find me reliable without ever having met me, young lady. You are far too reckless." Ling Ruoshui was about to say more, but Yi Yang cut her off. "You do not need to say anything else. I have already calculated it. There is no fate between us. A forced melon is not sweet. It is best we all save face and remain friends." Rejected so directly, the sisters of the Eternal Sword sect were speechless. The other sect, seeing this, turned from jealousy to anger. He rejected her. He actually rejected her. That bastard actually rejected a goddess. Ling Ruoshui is the favored daughter of this new era, whose sword skill has no rival among the younger generation. She is hailed as the most promising spirit sword successor in all the lands, and every sect wants her, yet she was rejected. Has that Wuji sect bastard gone mad? He really could not understand these people. Whether he accepted or rejected them, it was a problem. Ling Ruoshui had not given up, trying her best to persuade Yi Yang. "Sect Master, I am at Spirit Realm 9th layer, which meets your sect's requirements, and all my junior sisters are above Martial Realm 6th layer. I hope the Sect Master will reconsider." Yi Yang felt his head throb upon hearing this, and he quickly found an excuse to politely decline. Yes, all your conditions are met, but unfortunately, our sect's recruitment for this year is already full. Please come earlier next year." Unfortunately, no sooner had he finished speaking than the people around him exposed his lie. "Who are you putting on airs for? Has not this year just begun? Is not your sect only comprised of you?" Seeing the situation was bad, Yi Yang quickly turned and vanished with a flash. "No need to explain to you NPCs who will not even make it to the main story. Farewell, ladies." Ling Ruoshui urgently tried to stop him, but in a blink he was gone. Everyone who witnessed this scene was left wide-eyed and stunned. Meanwhile, Yi Yang was hiding in a nearby alley, letting out a sigh of relief. Finally got rid of them. Oh, what a hassle. But it seemed he had underestimated Ling Ruozu's persistence. Even if her junior sisters suggested finding another sect to join, she still firmly believed in the Wuji sect and its sect master. The sect master is a reclusive master. He certainly would not agree to us easily. He must be testing us, and we will definitely pass the test. After the Eternal Sword sect was destroyed, what hardship had not these sisters endured? Along the way, even when encountering countless villains, Ling Ruoshui still gripped her sword tightly, clearing everything in her path and protecting her junior sister's safety. No matter what, she would never yield. Under their senior sister's determination, the junior sisters all shouted in unison, "We'll pass the test and join the Wuji sect." Seeing that the situation was dire, Yi Yang hastily fled back to his sect. After flying for a long time, Yi Yang finally returned to the Wuji sect. "Phew, finally back. I am exhausted. What kind of sect is this, built in such a remote place?" But upon seeing the sect's dilapidated main gate, he could not help but punch it again. "Every time I return to the sect, the biggest headache is opening this door. It is so big and heavy. It is impossible to push open with normal strength. Last time I used the level 100 basic palm technique, pushing the boat along with the current, and it directly cracked the door, getting me cursed half to death by the old man. Now, returning to the sect means climbing over the wall like a thief. After climbing over the wall, a scene like that of Penglai Immortal Island suddenly appeared. He had not expected a decaying sect like Wuji sect to be so vast, yet being here alone made Yi Yang feel a bit lonely. While strolling along, he suddenly heard a commotion echoing in all directions. She is stirring up trouble again, I need to go deal with it. With that, Yi Yang walked straight towards the demon suppressing hall, watching him roughly push open the door. A demon on the periphery immediately warned its companions, "His temper is really bad today, everyone be careful, so irritable, looks like he failed to recruit any disciples again today." It seemed to have grown accustomed to Yi Yang's demeanor. He walked all the way to the deepest cell where countless talismans were plastered on the iron bars before Yi Yang spoke. "Save your strength, crying will not charm anyone, and I am the only living person here. A serious criminal, fed well and kept comfortable in jail, still trying to cause trouble." A faint voice came from the cell. "I do not want to eat, I just want to go for a walk. It is so boring being locked up here." Inside was actually a super cute little fox. Seeing the little fox cry, Yi Yang felt no sympathy whatsoever. "Boring? Then think about how many people you harmed to end up locked in here." The little fox cried and pleaded. "I have been a good girl and repented. You cannot even support yourself right now, so why not let me go?" Yi Yang refused without hesitation. "No, I promised the old man I would never let you escape. Stop constantly thinking about breaking out of jail. It is windy and rainy outside. Are not the free snacks delicious?" As he spoke, he took a bite of the food placed outside the cell. The little fox then leaned closer, continuously tempting him. "I am even tastier than snacks, you know. If you let me out, I'll marry you." Holy smokes, where are the cops? Someone's being suggestive here. But Yi Yang was an upright, straight man, so he naturally refused. "Do you take me for a fool, little fox? I am not that easy to trick." Hearing this, the little fox still did not give up. "Big dummy, I am serious. Let us elope together, we'll have lots of children. I have even thought of the eldest name, or if you let me out for 3 years I can make you a top expert." Hearing these words, Yi Yang suddenly said loudly, "Stop your tricks. You, the nine-tailed demon queen who once destroyed an entire dynasty, will not be allowed to wreak havoc on the human world again. Just stay put here for the rest of your life." After speaking, Yi Yang stood up and left with a cold gaze. It was then that the little fox revealed her true form, transforming into an enchanting woman. "Foolish human, the old man saved you once and now you'll shackle yourself for him for all eternity?" Yi Yang immediately retorted, "You are wrong. I agreed to inherit this sect not only because he saved me, but also because I respect his path. He spent his entire life vowing to revitalize this sect. What I admire is his courage and persistence." Yi Yang arrived in this world all alone, and decided to inherit the old man's legacy, allowing this sect to stand tall between heaven and earth once again. Once again her attempt at persuasion failed. The little fox reverted to her original form, huffing indignantly. "HMPH, trying to act cool with this baby again. You will not let me out, huh? If you will not, this baby can get out on her own." "You are dead meat then." Time passed, and the next morning the sun was already high in the sky before Yi Yang finally got out of bed. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he immediately rolled back into bed to continue sleeping. After all, there wasn't much to do in the entire sect anyway. Just then a voice rang out from outside the window. "How can the Wuji sect be revitalized if you act like this? I think the Wuji sect will be ruined by you sooner or later." The one speaking was a strange bird with a scarf tied around its neck. This dilapidated sect was getting stranger and stranger. Scolded, Yi Yang sat up, his face full of displeasure. "Does not sleeping in mean revitalization? And you are just a bird I picked up by the roadside of unknown origin. Mind your own business." Hearing this, the bird immediately threw a fit. "Fine, from now on I will not manage this broken sect's ledgers. You handle the ancestral teachings and sect rules yourself. Today I officially resign as the sect's housekeeper." Holy cow, he did not expect this bird to be so formidable. Yi Yang was so scared he immediately cupped his hands in apology. I was wrong. You are an invincible, all-knowing divine bird." At this, the bird reminded Yi Yang of their agreement. "It is good that you know your mistake. Remember, we have a transactional relationship. I'll help you manage things for 3 years and you help me fulfill a wish. Now get up and meet your guests." As soon as he heard there were guests, Yi Yang was startled. This sect was so deserted you could not even see a ghost, yet there were guests, the bird said before flying off. That a group of beautiful women outside the mountain were crying and clamoring to join the sect. Hearing this, Yi Yang already knew who those people were. Not wanting to cause trouble, he made an excuse to defer. "My eyelids are too heavy, I cannot hold on, I cannot meet guests." The bird saw this and asked, puzzled, "Have not you been looking for suitable disciples? Now that beauties are delivered to your doorstep you do not want them. That is very suspicious." But Yi Yang did not want to hear any more, covering his ears and lying back on the bed. As long as he ignored them they would naturally leave. Yes, that must be it, but he underestimated the sister's determination. Outside the sect, Ling Ruoshui had made up her mind that she would not leave until she met the sect master. So, from morning till night, Ling Ruoshui and her junior sisters knelt before the sect, constantly shouting, "Sect master, please come out and see us." Yi Yang sat high up, having heard them long ago, but remained unmoved. After a day, a junior sister began to persuade Ling Ruoshui, "Senior sister, we have been kneeling for a whole day, and the sect master still refuses to see us. Does he not want to take us in?" Ling Ruoshui immediately encouraged her junior sisters. "The sect master is an extraordinary master from beyond the mortal world. He will surely set up many trials for disciples. We must be firm in our resolve and never waver." Hearing this, Yi Yang was speechless. Good heavens, they weren't planning to kneel forever, were they? Never mind, back to snacks and sleep. He turned and left decisively. During the night it poured rain and the bird perched outside the window to remind Yi Yang. Though somewhat swayed, Yi Yang still stuck to his decision. They are martial artists, a little rain will not give them a cold, do not worry. He was secretly calculating how to make this group of sisters give up. After a night of wind and rain, Ling Ruoshui and her group had not moved an inch. Even though her junior sisters shivered from the cold, Ling Ruozu's gaze remained firm. She believed that as long as they persevered, the sect master would accept them as disciples. Seeing this scene, Yi Yang merely sighed and turned and walked away. Why have not they left yet? Fine, out of sight, out of mind, you can suffer slowly. Just then he suddenly sensed an overwhelming killing intent approaching. Ling Ruoshui also sensed it and said, "Such a broken sect, so many troubles, I am not joining. Junior sisters, let us go." This sudden decision surprised all the junior sisters. After all, the senior sister they knew wasn't one to give up so easily. Just then a swordsman with 2 swords on his back appeared in the distance, exuding killing intent. "I finally found you." Upon seeing this person, the junior sisters immediately cried out in fear. "He is after us. What should we do? This demon will not let us go." At this, Ling Ruoshui drew her sword and stepped forward. "What must come will come. Let me handle him." The mysterious swordsman slowly approached, revealing a sinister smile. "You wretches of the Eternal Sword Sect, so you have taken refuge with the Wuji sect. This dilapidated sect is not afraid of me wiping them out," Ling Ruoshui immediately retorted. "Wipe us out? What a boast. Also the Wuji sect has not taken us in. Nine Nether Swordlord, you massacred innocents back then, and had your left eye destroyed by my master. Now you are taking advantage of my sect's misfortune to seek revenge. I will fight you to the end. Let us find another place. Do not fight on Wuji sect territory." Nine Nether Swordlord ignored these words. "Naive, you will not go anywhere. Here, give me each of your left eyes. My blade is fast, it will not hurt too much." Seeing that a battle was unavoidable, Ling Ruoshui rushed forward without hesitation, striking first. "My master left you one right eye back then, allowing you to continue wreaking havoc. Now let me complete the remaining sword strike for my master and take that right eye of yours." Her sword strike was powerful, but unfortunately it was easily dodged by Nine Nether Swordlord, so strong. Truly worthy of being called the Maiden Sword God. But you are only in the spirit realm, while I am a soul realm expert, one level higher than you. Although she knew this, Ling Ruoshui refused to give up, continuing to swing her next sword. Who will win and who will lose is yet unknown. Nine Nether Swordlord leaped into the air to dodge, but Ling Ruoshui quickly caught up, continuously slashing. The other junior sisters could only cheer silently. They knew that with their current cultivation, rushing forward would not only be unhelpful but would also be a hindrance. At first glance, Ling Ruoshui seemed to have the upper hand, but in reality, Nine Nether Swordlord easily blocked all her attacks, even easily dodging her ultimate move. "Not bad, you are stronger than I thought. Be careful, it is my turn." No longer dodging, Nine Nether Swordlord decided to strike, and in a blink he had flashed behind Ling Ruoshui. Although Ling Ruoshui reacted, he once again flashed behind her, stabbing his sword into her shoulder. Though severely wounded, Ling Ruoshui gritted her teeth and endured, refusing to surrender and await death. Seeing this, the junior sisters rushed forward. Suddenly, Ling Ruoshui shouted, "Do not come over. What did I tell you before? When we encounter this guy, I'll go up and hold him off first. And you all flee immediately. What are you still standing here for? Get out, get out. Do not underestimate your senior sister. I have my own plan. Do not get in the way here." At this, Nine Nether Swordlord stood aside and said, "Still struggling? Your genius cultivation is too shallow. Perhaps another year would change something, but now it is impossible." Just then, the light around Ling Ruoshui suddenly gathered onto her sword. That is not necessarily true. Upon seeing this move, the junior sisters recognized that their senior sister was going all out and quickly shouted to stop her. "Is that move? Senior sister, no, you'll die." But it was too late. Ling Ruoshui put all her strength into her final strike. No heaven, no self, only sword eternal. A sword-shaped phantom suddenly appeared, rushing straight towards Nine Nether Swordlord. Wherever the sword energy passed, everything was instantly destroyed. After the light faded, Ling Ruozu's sword was shattered beyond recognition, and her body suffered a severe backlash, sustaining extremely heavy injuries. Only then did Ling Ruoshui fall back with relief. Successful. Seeing this, the junior sisters immediately rushed forward, hastily helping their senior sister up to tend to her wounds. Things weren't that simple. Nine Nether Swordlord's voice suddenly rang out. "Ha ha, I never thought, Ling Ruoshui, that you could actually use the Eternal Sword Strike, which you could not normally wield, across cultivation levels. What a pity, it is merely a facade. You pushed yourself too far." Ling Ruoshui was covered in wounds, biting her teeth in indignation. Now she was unable to move. Was she to just sit and wait for death? At this moment, Nine Nether Swordlord landed, radiating killing intent. "To eliminate future troubles, I have changed my mind. I want not only your left eyes but all of you dead. Let the game begin." Seeing that the situation was bad, Ling Ruoshui immediately pushed her junior sisters away and rushed forward alone to block the attack. But what could she do with her broken body? The junior sisters immediately drew their swords, stepping forward to protect their senior sister. As a senior sister, Ling Ruoshui could not let her junior sisters sacrifice themselves for her. She used her last bit of strength to rush forward, bravely facing the enemy. It is not your turn to protect your senior sister yet. Get out. This display, however, only made Nine Nether Sword Lord more excited. No one in this world has ever failed to take one of my sword strikes. It seems you are truly mad. I'll cut you down, person and hand together. Just as everyone thought it was the end, Ling Ruoshui was suddenly pulled backward, narrowly dodging the sword strike. The one who acted was none other than Yi Yang. Upon seeing him, the sisters cried out in unison. Sect Master, his plans thwarted. Nine Nether Sword Lord was furious. A measly Sect Master, daring to meddle. It seems you are tired of living. Yi Yang then spoke. So arrogant, I like it. However, the one who's tired of living is you. Nine Nether Sword Lord showed no fear, swinging his sword and charging forward. Is me, and you'll die with them too. You overconfident fool, daring to meddle. Disappear together. At this moment, Yi Yang did not even move, merely extending his empty hand forward. Seeing this, Nine Nether Sword Lord laughed. Ha ha ha, another fool trying to block my sword with one hand, but he was wrong. Yi Yang did not even need a whole hand. You are mistaken. To deal with you, 2 fingers are enough. With a light pinch, Nine Nether Sword Lord's sword shattered into countless fragments. Seeing this, he was not only unafraid but screamed crazily, "This is my strongest sword. All of you go to hell. What an idiot." Yi Yang extended a hand and Ling Ruozu's broken sword flew into his grasp. He merely swung it casually, activating the max-level elementary martial skill Drawing Blade to sever water. With just this one sword strike, Nine Nether Sword Lord was cut in half, his flesh scattered on the ground. Having resolved the trouble, Yi Yang gently placed Ling Ruoshui on the ground and turned and left indifferently. Although surrounded by her junior sisters, Ling Ruozu's gaze only followed this powerful man. It turned out that there really were people in this world who had perfected both fist and sword techniques. Seizing this rare opportunity, Ling Ruoshui quickly knelt with her junior sisters and pleaded, "Thank you, Sect Master, for saving our lives. Please accept us. We will dedicate ourselves to making the Wuji sect flourish again. We humbly ask the Sect Master to accept us." Yi Yang finally softened. "Since your will is so firm and you have some understanding of our sect situation, I will give you an opportunity. A 3-day trial period as disciples. If you fail the trial and cannot stay, then do not linger here." Hearing this, Ling Ruozu's eyes filled with hope. She passionately swore on behalf of her junior sisters, "Thank you, Sect Master. We will certainly do our best and definitely stay." After much hardship, they finally had a place to settle, and the junior sisters all showed expressions of immense joy at this. Yi Yang called Ling Ruoshui to his side. Ling Ruoshui, though unsure why, obediently walked over. Yi Yang then extended his hand and activated the max-level elementary wood element skill. Minor healing art. In an instant, all of Ling Ruozu's wounds healed. The other junior sisters were all dumbfounded upon seeing this. "Sect Master, what kind of technique is this? Senior sister was so severely injured and in a flash she is better. Is the Sect Master a divine physician?" One person in particular was very concerned about this, and the healed Ling Ruoshui was even more astonished. She had not expected even her old wrist injury to be cured. Even Yi Yang himself, who had used the skill, opened his eyes in surprise. Good heavens, the minor healing art is this exaggerated too, all max-level skills. They are too abnormal. Holy cow, he was speechless about this situation. After her wounds healed, Ling Ruoshui hastily knelt to thank her master. Yi Yang could not lose his composure either, quickly adopting the demeanor of a sage. Get up quickly, follow me back to the sect." Finally having a sect to rely on, the sisters all smiled happily. It had been a long time since they had been this happy. Standing before the Wuji sect's massive gate, everyone was stunned. "Wow, the gate is so big, how do we even open it?" Because there were disciples present, Yi Yang could not climb over the wall as he used to. Instead, he pushed the gate open with one hand and walked in. Upon entering, everyone was astonished by the sight before them. They had not expected such a dilapidated sect like Wuji sect to be so magnificent. Early the next morning, Yi Yang was sleeping when the little bird woke him up to climb onto the roof. "Why did you wake me up so early?" The little bird perched beside Yi Yang and said, "To let you see how diligently these girls are working. Only a heartless person would want to drive them away. Look, Ling Ruoshui has been cultivating there all night and seems to have fallen asleep now. This girl is truly a sword fanatic, just as the rumors say. But will being so obsessed with the sword make her lose interest in men?" This bird was truly meddling. Next, Yi Yang asked about the other disciples. The little bird pointed to the others and asked Yi Yang if he remembered their names. Since he did not pay much attention, Yi Yang did not remember everyone. Only a few peculiar and memorable ones. The tall one was Su Shu, specifically responsible for the heavy lifting in the team. Ouyang Lele from the Cultivation Valley, who claimed to be the only fan truly in love with Ling Ruoshui. The little chef Yan Yu, Mu Zinner with her fear of men, the tomboy Shang Shaoxi, the cosplayer Lu Qing, and that strange girl. These were the names Yi Yang remembered. After observing for a while, Yi Yang suddenly stood up. "I have decided. Time to clean house, observe them secretly, find their flaws and then drive them away." The little bird heard this and asked, puzzled, "Are you so eager to drive them away because you have done something you are ashamed of?" Yi Yang did not answer, just continued to observe, trying to find their mistakes. At this moment in the Hall of Eternal Joy, 3 sisters were sewing clothes and chatting. "Do you think this sect master is reliable? Will he be secretly watching us somewhere? Men are such unsettling creatures." Yi Yang, eavesdropping, immediately felt guilty. "This sect master is openly monitoring you, not some peeping man." Just then he suddenly noticed Su Shu chopping firewood. "This silly girl is chopping wood without using true chi. Perhaps she is the breakthrough point. Meanwhile, another group of sisters was cleaning the huge rooms in the sect. Because no one lived there, it was covered in dust, making cleaning very difficult. Zinner mumbled while wiping the floor, "I always feel this sect master is not very proper, seems unreliable." As she badmouthed him, she accidentally triggered a mechanism on the floor and fell into a bottomless pit. Hearing the scream, Yi Yang rushed over, passing through countless walls. Fortunately, he arrived in time, successfully catching Zinner and landing safely. "It is okay, do not be scared, papaya girl." Zinner was trembling all over, but her words were firm. I am not scared, and my name is not Papaya Girl, it is Zinner. Master used to say that men are evil creatures, and it is true. Sect Master, please let go of me immediately, do not take advantage of the situation. But Yi Yang had already let go. It was Zinner herself who was holding him tightly. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Yi Yang, blushing, comforted her. "Do not be scared, we are safe." After a while, Zinner finally let go. Observing their surroundings, she asked how to get out. Yi Yang replied seriously, "This place is designed to trap intruders. The array here suppresses divine sense detection and flight. Since we cannot fly, let us wait for rescue." Hearing this, Zinner immediately covered her chest and exclaimed, It is just us two, a man and a woman, waiting for rescue here. Sect Master, you are not trying to take advantage of the situation, are you?" He was truly speechless with this girl. Yi Yang had grown used to it and did not bother to explain. Just then, a mouse appeared nearby which had previously scared Zinner half to death. She clung tightly to Yi Yang. "Sect Master, how can you take advantage of the situation? I am just a disciple, not your slave. Do not be too excessive." Good heavens, he was being wrongly accused. Yi Yang talked for ages before the girl finally let go, but for some reason she then put on a wronged expression. Yi Yang could not take it anymore and told her to follow him to find an exit, but the person who had just been desperate to leave now wanted to stay put. "I do not want to wait for rescue alone with a man in the dark, it is too dangerous." Yi Yang did not bother to persuade her further and walked straight toward the passage ahead, but for some reason at the slightest rustle, Zinner once again jumped onto him. "I cannot take it anymore," Yi Yang yelled in exasperation. "Get off me, it is just the wind. What are you so scared of? You have clung to me 3 times today. Are you addicted?" This time, Zinner again looked wronged. "Anyway, I am not going with you. I am determined to wait for rescue here." She spoke tough, but after being alone for a while she was so scared that she frantically chased after Yi Yang. "Woo-woo, Sect Master, wait for me." This girl was truly a complete oddball. All the way she kept a tight grip on Yi Yang's clothes. "My master used to say that there should be an appropriate distance between men and women, to avoid unnecessary reactions." Yi Yang was so angry he could not speak. He truly did not understand what kind of master could teach such a mentally challenged disciple. After walking for a while, they came to a large room filled with stone pillars. As soon as they entered, Zinner cried out in surprise, "Wow, so many stone pillars, I would die of exhaustion just jumping across them." Yi Yang then said with a serious expression, "That is not the point. The point is, this is the empty underworld meridian array." Hearing this, Zinner asked curiously, "Is this the legendary empty underworld array with tens of thousands of pillars, the super perverted one? If you step on the wrong one, the entire array will instantly collapse?" Yi Yang was a little surprised to see that the girl had some knowledge. Zinner explained, "I like to study arrays. I have not eaten pork, but I have seen a pig run to get through here. You need to jump countless times, and each jump resets the array's core, so you have to recalculate the only safe landing spot. This array is simply impossible to pass." Before she could finish speaking, Yi Yang had already approached the pillars. Seeing this, Zinner asked curiously what he intended to do. Yi Yang said his legs were numb from standing for too long and he wanted to jump a bit. Hearing him, Zinner quickly tried to dissuade him. "Sect Master, do not be impulsive. One wrong step and you'll die. I think we should wait for senior sister and the others to rescue us." But Yi Yang paid no attention, walking straight towards the array. "Then you wait, I am going through." Just then, Zinner grabbed him tightly. "Come on, I am ready, let us start. Anyway, I am also a disciple of the Sect Master, and I swear to advance and retreat with you." Yi Yang could only sigh, "You are too timid and you are holding me too tight." With that, he decisively jumped into the air. Among the countless stone pillars, Yi Yang flew straight towards one and landed steadily. After a while, seeing that nothing had happened, Zinner asked in surprise, "How is this possible? You actually landed on the only safe spot." Of course, this was only natural. What kind of sect master would not know his own sect's traps? Yi Yang then said he wanted to speed up, which scared Zinner out of her wits. "No, do not. Each jump requires finding a new safe spot. With tens of millions of variations, you cannot rush." But her shouts had not stopped when Yi Yang had already successfully jumped over all the stone pillars and safely reached the other side. Faced with Zinner's countless questions, Yi Yang explained that he had already calculated everything. Before he jumped, he had already calculated all the tens of thousands of subsequent variations. For ordinary people, this was indeed a fantasy. But with the numerous passive skills he possessed, Yi Yang could calculate it with his eyes closed. Arriving at the next door, Yi Yang told Zinner to let go so he could move more easily. Looking at the strange door for a long time, Zinner seemed to recognize something. At this moment, Yi Yang merely spoke the name Dragon-Slaying Demon Trapping Array, and Zinner immediately explained its characteristics. An epic-level demon array. To unlock it, you need to identify and press the raised stones on the door 188,386 times. One mistake and the stone door will be permanently locked. Only 3 people in the history of arrays had successfully passed it. This time, Yi Yang was no longer surprised. He walked straight ahead, preparing to disarm the array. Mu Zinner, seeing this, quickly stopped him. Do not be impulsive, this is an epic level array. If you try randomly, once the door is locked, the entire space will be sealed and will really be done for. It seemed that after his previous display she still had not realized the sect master's true power. Yi Yang sighed indifferently, then struck a pose. Seeing this, Mu Zinner asked curiously, "Wait, have you already calculated it?" Yi Yang replied. "No, the calculation is simple, but pressing those tens of thousands of stones would be exhausting. I am not disarming this array." Hearing this, Mu Zinner looked dejected. "You cannot disarm it at all, can you? It seems only the great sages of ancient times could solve this array." Just then, Yi Yang threw a punch at the massive door. To break an array, besides using your brain, there is another method. Meanwhile, on the other side of the door, Ling Ruoshui was preparing to chisel through the mountain wall to rescue them. They were determined that even if they had to dig through the entire Wuji sect, they must save the people. Suddenly, the mountain wall shook violently, and then a large hole inexplicably appeared. Through the large hole, Yi Yang's imposing figure emerged. From behind the hazy dust behind him was a terrified Mu Zinner. To break an array in this manner, this man is simply too terrifying. Seeing the sect master appear, Ling Ruoshui and the others were too astonished to speak. The sect master's power was many times more terrifying than they had imagined. It was from this moment that Ling Ruoshui vowed to follow the sect master for the rest of her life. The next day, in the west district of Sahai City, Yi Yang carried a stack of books and muttered, "This world has no games or anime. Fortunately, there are still novels to read. The book that silly kid recommended is really good. Oh right, today is their second day of probation. After borrowing books, I have to hurry back and clean house." Just then, a group of ruffians spotted him and prepared to make a move. Yi Yang was so engrossed in the novel in his hands that he accidentally bumped into one of the ruffians. "Hey kid, where are your eyes? You do not watch where you are going and you bumped into us." Looking at the tall ruffians in front of him, Yi Yang did not pay them any mind, but to avoid trouble, he bent down to pick up his books and apologized to them. The ruffians, of course, would not let him off so easily. One of them stepped on his book and pointed at him, saying, "Kid, you injured my brother. He is very seriously hurt. An apology will not fix this." This reason was truly absurd. The guy just now was even clutching his stomach, groaning in pain. The surrounding people sighed when they saw the situation. Those 2 young men are truly pitiful. These ruffians are scamming money again. They often hang around the academy, specifically targeting scholars. Back to Yi Yang, he coldly asked the ruffians what they wanted to do. The ruffians did not know they had run into a brick wall and continued to threaten him. "So, hand over all the money on you and this matter will be settled." Yi Yang's face darkened, and he asked again, "What if I do not hand it over?" Seeing him intending to resist, the onlookers all thought he was dead. Although they wanted to help, these 4 ruffians were skilled martial realm experts, and no one here was their match. Moreover, there were no patrolling soldiers nearby, which made them even more reckless. At this point, the ruffians began to display their punching techniques, shattering wooden boards with one punch, and their punch winds could travel 10 meters, using this to threaten him. This scene scared the old man watching, making him tremble. He is truly formidable. After being threatened, Yi Yang said he could do those moves too. Upon hearing this, the ruffians immediately burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, is this kid stupid? Still talking tough?" Just then, the thug noticed his saber was missing. After looking around for a long time, he realized the saber was in Yi Yang's hand. "I wasn't lying, I really can do it too. Watch closely." With just a slight exertion of force, the sharp saber was broken into several fragments. The ruffians watched this scene, dumbfounded and speechless. Not only that, Yi Yang continued to demonstrate his punch wind. "And this I can do too, watch carefully." With just one punch, high wall was instantly shattered, scaring the ruffians senseless. The witnesses could not believe their eyes, thinking the person before them was a deity descending from heaven. After demonstrating his strength, Yi Yang in turn robbed the ruffians. "So now you all hand over everything valuable on you and this matter can be settled." The ruffians, seeing this, scattered and fled. Yi Yang, of course, would not let them off so easily. But for some reason, just as he was about to chase them, one of his shoes came untied and he almost tripped. To cover his embarrassment, Yi Yang picked up his shoe and used a unique skill he had learned from Vietnamese mothers. This seemingly harmless shoe carried an unexpectedly immense lethality. It bounced between the 4 ruffians, instantly knocking them down one by one. Especially the last one hit squarely in the mouth by the sole, sending the shoe flying back to Yi Yang's foot. "You dirtied my shoe, how are you going to compensate me?" Frightened and weak-kneed, the ruffian knelt on the ground, continuously begging for mercy. "Hero, spare my life, all our belongings are yours." But this still did not satisfy Yi Yang. "That will not do, you still have to take one of my punches." Hearing this, the ruffian was scared out of his wits and fainted on the spot. Seeing this, Yi Yang shook his head in disappointment. "Useless trash, forget it, let us see what good stuff they have on them to compensate my frightened soul." As he was busy rummaging for spoils, a little girl who was watching got too close. "I'll help the big brother pick up his books and see what kind of books he reads to have such great strength." By the time Yi Yang noticed, the little girl had already read out the names of his adult books. "Hero, do you usually read such inappropriate books?" Yi Yang was mortified. After taking back his books, he ran back to the sect without saying a word. Back in his study, Yi Yang slept from morning until evening, until the little bird called him, and he finally opened his eyes. Seeing that this guy was about to do something mischievous, the little bird asked him what he intended to do. Yi Yang then revealed a sly smile. Actually, I have already found a flaw. Now I can make them leave. He truly looked like a villain. The little bird was speechless and did not bother to persuade him further. Subsequently, the two hid behind a tree, secretly observing Su Shu, who was chopping firewood. Not seeing any problems, the little bird asked curiously, "She is very simple-minded and straightforward." Yi Yang then revealed his plan. The key is that she never uses inner chi when chopping wood. Her martial realm cultivation might not have reached the 6th layer yet. I'll take her pulse. Once it is confirmed she is deceiving this sect master, everyone will immediately leave. This cruel tone was not something a human would say. Adjusting his expression and returning to normal, Yi Yang calmly walked towards Su Shu. "Su Shu, do not be busy yet. I need to confirm something with you." Before Su Shu could react, Yi Yang took her hand, preparing to take her pulse. Su Shu, who had never held a man's hand since childhood, immediately blushed and became shy. This scene was noticed by the other sisters, who began to discuss it. Having no choice, Yi Yang had to pull Su Shu to a more secluded spot to handle business. Su Shu, experiencing this feeling for the first time, did not resist at all, her mind filled with wild thoughts. Is this like a romance novel scene? A domineering sect master taking away an enslaved girl? Oh my god, what were these girls thinking in the secluded spot? Su Shu was about to speak when Yi Yang gestured for her to be quiet. This action made her fantasize even more. Is this the rumored "do not talk, kiss me"? This is too fast. Do I want to kiss him? No, it is too fast. Su Shu was fiercely engaged in this internal struggle. Unsure what to do, meanwhile, Yi Yang was taking her pulse, trying to find her problem. It turns out her true chi simply has trouble condensing. It gathers and disperses, but her cultivation has indeed reached the 6th layer. Alas, there is no helping it. This is the only way. After clarifying the situation, Yi Yang released her hand, but Su Shu continued to fantasize. Sect Master, as one of the two parties involved, can I express some feelings? Can we start with a hug? After all, I have never had physical contact with a man before. Sect Master is too hasty. It is my good fortune that you would notice us. I know that living under someone else's roof, some sacrifices are inevitable, I understand that. But since it is my first time, please give me some time. As the weakest link in the team who eats a lot, if I could give myself to the Sect Master to secure a place for everyone, I am willing. I also have some good feelings for the sect master, but please slowly guide this innocent girl who knows nothing of the world. Upon hearing these words, Yi Yang nearly swore. I do not understand anything either. Guide what? But Su Shu continued to fantasize. Sect master, regarding serving at night, can you give me a few days to prepare? Just then, Ling Ruoshui appeared from behind Su Shu. What nonsense are you talking about? The sect master is absolutely not that kind of person. Su Shu, hearing this, innocently countered. Is not the sect master asking me to use my body to let everyone stay? Unfairly labeled a pervert, Yi Yang was a bit annoyed, but for some reason even Ling Ruoshui started having similar thoughts. Sect Master, Su Shu was ignorant and made a mistake. If you really need to switch people, I would be more suitable. What the hell is everyone lusting after Yi Yang now? To prevent the situation from escalating, he explained that he was merely confirming whether Su Shu was suitable for cultivation. Once the misunderstanding was cleared, Ling Ruoshui quickly apologized. Sect Master, you clearly understood Su Shu's true chi problem and wanted to help her. Su Shu quickly thanked the Sect Master. Su Shu innocently asked if they should continue holding hands. It seemed she had grown fond of it. Yi Yang awkwardly replied, let us not. Your problem can be addressed if you become a formal disciple. Tomorrow prepare for the sect trial. Hearing this, the sisters' spirits soared. This was their chance to join the Wuji sect, and they absolutely could not miss it. That night in the dungeon, Yi Yang waited while urging the little fox. Eat quickly, the new recruits are waiting to wash the dishes. The little fox chatted as she ate. Let me out and I'll wash the dishes myself. Speaking of which, are you really going to make them go through the entrance trial? Yi Yang replied calmly. Their cultivation meets the standard, so I can only let them participate in the trial. Whether they pass or not depends on their fortune. To Yi Yang's surprise, the little fox actually worried about him, warning, the Wuji sect's entrance trial has not been activated for almost 100 years. Its sudden activation this time could lead to big trouble. You must be careful. Hearing this, Yi Yang leaned down and said, do not try to scare me. It is just climbing a mountain. You pass by reaching the summit. It is too simple. The little fox still insisted on her theory. The Wuji sect is an ancient sect. A mountain is not necessarily just a mountain. I suspect something big is truly going to happen. But with his formidable strength, what would Yi Yang have to fear? His current concern was for the little fox to finish eating quickly so he could go back to sleep. The little fox continued to eat while thinking of ways to escape. Oh, how about you let me try the entrance trial too? I might as well become your disciple. But no matter what scheme she concocted, Yi Yang would not fall for it. Seeing the little fox would not stop talking, Yi Yang, too lazy to clean up the dishes, simply slipped away. After muttering to herself for a long time, the little fox finally realized no one was there. At this, she put on a majestic posture again. HMPH, this cell cannot hold me either. I will definitely leave this place. The next day, the Wuji sect's entrance trial began. The location was Mount Xiaoling, a smaller mountain within the Wuji Spirit Mountain Range, also known as the Wuji sect's back mountain. The one presiding over this trial was the housekeeper bird. The sect master stayed up too late last night and could not get up, so you just need to climb the mountain yourselves, as long as you rely on your own abilities. To reach the summit, you'll gain entrance qualifications. Hearing that the entrance trial was just climbing a mountain, the sisters were all a bit surprised. Climbing a mountain? That's simple. Who cannot climb a mountain? Is this all the Wuji sect is testing us on? Does the sect master, a martial artist, also stay up all night? That is so undisciplined. Just then, Yan Yu spoke up to explain, it is not like that. Last night, I coincidentally saw the sect master. Late at night, the sect master alone walked to a cliff edge with a lantern. You must know that this place is near the wild domain where demons run rampant. The sect master must have been on night watch duty, preventing them from invading the human world. Ling Ruoshui also spoke. A night watcher, a hero guarding the human world from demon invasion. The sect master truly is a reclusive master. 70% of this world is already occupied by demons. Those places called wild domains are constantly expanding. Fortunately, there are unsung heroes like the Night Watchers protecting the human world. The Wuji sect is located at the edge of the wild domain. We should have realized this long ago. After this, the sect master's image in everyone's minds rose another notch, and everyone shouted in unison, even if it costs us our lives, we will join the Wuji sect and swear to follow the sect master to the death. But only the little bird knew the truth. Last night he simply got up to pee, got lost and ended up at the edge of the cliff, even calling for my help, saying he was cold and scared, begging me to take him back. But by the time it reached Yan Yu, it had become a completely different image. Oh well, let them fantasize. Hearing someone call out, everyone stopped, turning back in confusion. Who is that? Everyone asked in surprise. Why is there another person? You are dressed so strangely. Yi Yang was draped in an oversized cloak, thinking, the little fox said this trial was too dangerous, so it is safer for me to follow secretly. Ling Ruoshui stood among the crowd and said with a suspicious tone, one should be open and upright. Take off your cloak. Hearing this, cold sweat streamed down Yi Yang's forehead and he guiltily coughed a few times. Just as he was about to be exposed, the little bird spoke. That is right, she is also a young lady favored by the sect master, but she is naturally shy and afraid of strangers, so please be understanding. Hearing this, Yi Yang's face fell and he cursed under his breath. Who the hell is a woman, you damn bird? I'll settle scores with you when we get back, someone in the crowd teased. This older sister is so shy she will not get a boyfriend, he said with a look of disdain. Who wants a boyfriend? I mean, I am still young, so I have not thought about such things yet. Yan Yu looked puzzled. I think you are quite tall. He quickly retorted. So what? My legs are long. Just then, the little bird on the branch urged, all right, let us go. Hearing the bird's urging, everyone immediately set off to climb the mountain. One person said, this mountain does not feel special, apart from being a bit tall. Ling Ruoshui stood in front. Do not take it lightly. This mountain is unusual. I'll lead the way, junior sisters. Follow behind and be careful. The others obeyed. Then they arrived at a 100-meter-high cliff, and one by one they used their internal energy to fly up the mountain. Yi Yang also feigned calmness, quickly using his internal energy to follow. The little bird flapped its wings from above, watching them and secretly delighted. These young ladies all have excellent aptitude and character. Yi Yang, you have found a treasure. Amidst the towering cliffs, Ruoshui led the way, with her junior sisters close behind in mid-flight. Yan Yu looked back and saw that Su Shu seemed to be having some trouble, so she deliberately slowed down to wait for her to catch up. Then she asked, Su Shu, is something on your mind? Yi Yang, trailing behind, looked puzzled, not knowing what they were talking about. Su Shu said sadly, I am thinking about this entrance trial, maybe I should just give up. Yan Yu dissuaded her. Do not be silly, the sect master may seem strict, but he is actually a good person. Yang thought to himself as he followed. I am not a good person at all, you naive girls, she said sadly. It is my problem. I am not suited for cultivation in the first place. Now that everyone has a place to settle, I can leave with peace of mind. Yan Yu said, the sect master will help you. She forced a smile. I am thinking maybe finding a physical labor job down the mountain to support myself would be more suitable for me. This sect is so poor and the sect master has it tough. Hearing Su Shu say this, Yi Yang was so moved he nearly cried. Finally, someone understands me. By this time, the sun had begun to rise, illuminating the entire mountain. Yi Yang, Yan Yu, and Su Shu also quickly accelerated, catching up with the main group. The three of them flew through the air together, nimbly weaving through various rock crevices. Finally, Su Shu and Yan Yu swiftly charged up a cliff, surprising Yi Yang. Then the two landed safely. Yi Yang was the last to arrive, following behind. Yi Yang slowly followed behind, and at this point everyone was stunned before a bottomless abyss. Yan Yu stepped forward. Why did you stop? This abyss should not be difficult to jump across, right? A junior sister next to her said, this abyss is very strange. As soon as you jump there is a strong wind. Only senior sister Ling can cross it. Yan Yu scratched her head, puzzled. Wind? Is not it normal for an abyss to have wind? Ruoshui stood on a high rock encouraging them. Let us try again. The junior sisters responded in unison. All right, senior sister, we will give it our all. After speaking, two more people concentrated again, and successively jumped towards the opposite bank. When they were halfway across, that strange strong wind suddenly reappeared. The two struggled to maintain balance, exerting all their strength to complete the remaining distance under everyone's gaze. But even with all their might, they could not leap to the other side of the abyss. Seeing they could not hold on, the two quickly turned back. Su Shu supported one of them. Are you okay? She said. The wind is evil, it is bone-chillingly cold, the other person exclaimed. The Wuji sect, truly an ancient sect, even its trials are this dangerous. Yi Yang stood by, puzzled and pensive. Something's not right, will something happen? Just then, Yan Yu confidently stepped forward, wanting to try it herself. Let me do it, my movement technique is pretty good. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately used her momentum to leap high into the air. Those below frantically tried to stop her. Come back quickly, do not be so impulsive. The surrounding space was enveloped in a thin mist, hazy and indistinct, with only a streak of light flashing past. Yan Yu's entire body emitted a mysterious blue light. She sometimes turned sideways, sometimes dodged, and in a blink she was almost at the finish line. Just a little more effort and she could achieve her goal. The junior sisters here praised her profusely. Junior sister Yan Yu is truly amazing, her movement technique is excellent. There is hope she'll be the second one to cross. Suddenly, gravity seemed to shift, trees began to snap, and earth and stones shattered and flew up. Yan Yu looked around in terror, a bad feeling in her heart. A strong gale swept up, carrying all the trees high into the sky. The two girls here said worriedly, "Oh no, the wind is even stronger this time." That gust of wind repelled Yan Yu, sending her falling backward. Losing her balance, she cried out, "Oh no, help!" Hearing the cries for help, everyone could not sit still and rushed over to check on the situation. Yi Yang was also panicked, his mind calculating something. Ling Ruoshui quickly used her strength to rush down, catching Yan Yu, who was free falling beneath the cliff, and then successfully landed under everyone's gaze. She sighed in relief. "It is all right now." Yan Yu trembled all over. "So cold, it is terrible," someone asked. "This abyss is too dangerous, we cannot cross it at all." "Senior sister, what should we do now?" Yan Yu comforted her. "Senior sister, you go first, do not worry about us, we'll figure something out ourselves," Ruoshui disagreed. "Shut up, stop talking nonsense, I see the wind is extremely powerful." She frowned and said, "Forget Martial Realm's 6th layer, it is hard to break through without reaching the Spirit Realm. It is impossible to suddenly raise our cultivation, the only thing I can do is cut through the strong wind." Su Shu was still hesitant. How can wine be cut? Before she finished asking, Ling Ruoshui had already unleashed her power and rushed down. In the furious storm, only Ruoshui charged forward, floating alone at the center of the whirlwind. She thought to herself, "There is an array here. If I just cut through it, I can dispel the countless strong winds and allow my junior sisters to pass safely," Yi Yang secretly praised. A genius is a genius. She immediately found the key point. Under the wind's velocity and gravity, her dark hair fluttered, and she faced the tense battle with a serious expression. The junior sisters above were all very worried about her, shouting in unison, senior sister, are you all right?" They stepped forward to check the situation below the abyss. Senior sister, please be careful." A gloomy atmosphere enveloped the entire space, and a terrifying-looking black smoke emanated from somewhere. Mu Zinner exclaimed in panic, "Oh no, this array carries extremely powerful destructive energy." The heavens and earth began to shake, and strong vibrations continuously came from beneath their feet. "What, an earthquake? Is it an earthquake?" Yi Yang was stunned. "This situation is bad, it is over. What should I do?" Before they could recover, trees uprooted by the strong wind flew up and countless earth and stones were swept along. Damn it, danger! The scene before them was incomprehensible. Why was such a strong gale blowing? What exactly was happening? The little bird spoke. "Ling Ruoshui has caused big trouble. She should have crossed on her own, but she could not leave you all behind. Forcibly attacking the ancient void array has angered the array spirit," it said urgently. "What do we do? Not only is she definitely going to die now, but the gale will soon engulf this entire area." "Run quickly," Su Shu and Yan Yu adamantly refused. "No, I am going to save senior sister. We absolutely cannot abandon her." The little bird dodged the stones. "The ancient void array can devour heaven and earth, destroying the entire space. Even if an array master were present, it would be useless. Run, do not sacrifice yourselves in vain." Just then, a bold idea suddenly popped into Yi Yang's mind. He walked to the edge of the abyss without hesitation, then pretended to lose his footing. Yi Yang waved his arms and legs wildly, continuously shouting to attract attention. "Oh no, I have lost my footing." Su Shu heard the commotion, immediately turned to check, and seeing this scene she was somewhat panicked. She rushed over quickly, trying to grab Yi Yang, her hands reaching out in vain. Su Shu reached out her hand to grab him. "Sister, quickly grab my hand." Yi Yang just hung in the air, letting himself free fall. He shouted upwards, "No, my hands, why cannot I move them? They are completely numb." On this side, Uching and another person also squinted hard to look. Behind them, dust was flying hazy and indistinct. Yi Yang plunged straight down, his body also emitting a blue light. Su Shu was too late to grab him and could only watch helplessly as he fell into the abyss. She could not help but wonder. How did she fall? Is she a fool? Why would she push forward at a time like this? Yi Yang's entire body was enveloped in blue light. No one knew his true intentions at this moment. He plunged down fearlessly, with the still tumbling strong winds beside him. Soon after, Yi Yang found the center of the array. He widened his eyes, staring intently at the target. The array core containing the strong winds was right before him, continuously swirling, showing no signs of settling. Streaks of golden light entwined Ling Ruozu's body, making her cry out in pain. Her entire body trembled from the intense agony. She was probably about to collapse. Suddenly, another flash of light appeared, and a foot kicked through the array core. Below, a pillar of light emitted dazzling golden rays, spreading outwards and forming countless tiny electrical arcs. The storm divided into three from one direction. Its power greatly increased. Yi Yang raised his hand to form a seal on his forehead, murmuring mysterious incantations. His gaze became sharp, his aura fierce, and an electric orb formed at his fingertips, spreading outwards. Yi Yang, swift as lightning, plunged directly toward the center of the array core like a fearless arrow shooting straight for its heart. Ling Ruoshui subconsciously looked up, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. Hey, what are you going to do? As soon as she spoke, an explosion suddenly roared. Dust flew, obscuring the sky, and earth and stones were shattered and swept up in vast quantities. The array core gradually subsided at this moment, and the strong winds instantly dissipated. Yi Yang lay on the ground covered in wounds with only weary gasps remaining. The ground was blasted into pieces, with fragments scattering everywhere, showing the immense destructive power. Faced with this chaotic scene, huge cracks began to appear on the surface of the massive rocks. Fragments flew outwards at an extremely high speed, clearly showing the destructive power of that earlier confrontation. Ling Ruoshui turned to look at Yi Yang, who was free-falling without any resistance. She shouted loudly. Hey sister, Ruoshui asked skeptically. Did you fall and just happen to hit the array core? Was it to save me? Yi Yang explained, covering his face with his hand. I lost my footing and fell and actually stepped on the array core. Oh my god, my face hurts so much. Ling Ruoshui used a large rock nearby to leap to Yi Yang's side. She was still puzzled. Strange, the power in your kick just now was too immense. It actually destroyed the array core. He just evaded the question, replying, maybe I'm just too heavy. Looks like I need to lose some weight. She carried Yi Yang and jumped forcefully up the stone steps one by one. You really are a bit heavy. Let us go up first. The sky had now returned to its unusual cerulean blue. Everyone above was very surprised. How did the whirlwind suddenly stop? The little bird flew up to check the situation. What? The array has been broken? Su Shu exclaimed in panic. An ancient grand array, wasn't it said that even an array master could not break it? How did it just break? Strange, this array is much more powerful than the ones in the sect. Yan Yu smiled faintly. It must be the sect master's will protecting us, allowing us to turn misfortune into blessings. To repay this kindness, I'll have to do something when we get back tonight. Ruoshui had now successfully brought Yi Yang back. Everyone cheered happily. It is senior sister, she is back, they praised incessantly. Senior sister is amazing. She not only broke the ancient void array but also saved this senior sister. Ling Ruoshui shook her head. It wasn't me. This senior sister accidentally bumped into the array core, which caused the grand array to dismantle. Hearing this, they all found it hard to believe. Could the array core really be shattered so easily? All she could say was that she did not know what had happened. After her head was bumped, it had been throbbing faintly ever since. The little bird interjected. I now announce that this senior sister has lost her trial qualification. Everyone else set off immediately. Hearing this, Yi Yang muttered angrily to himself. What is this damn bird doing? Ruoshui was unwilling to accept the little bird's decision. But this senior sister helped me, the little bird sternly declared. I am the one who sets the rules. Her trial is over. You all go your way. She turned and said, Thank you, senior sister, for saving me. If there is an opportunity, I will certainly repay you. May I ask your name? He refused. No need. We are all wanderers adrift in the world. There is no need to know each other when we meet. If fate allows, we'll meet again. If not, there is no need to ask. Muzina rested her chin in her hand, pondering, why does this tone sound increasingly familiar? They slowly turned and walked away. Senior sister, we should go. Ling Ruoshui led the group, continuing their journey. Ruoshui only softly said to Yi Yang, Take care, senior sister. The person quickly moved to the next location with their power. The little bird looked at him and said, This senior sister is quite a good actor. Yi Yang gently removed the cloak from his head. Are you saying you weren't acting? What if they found out and misunderstood me as a pervert? The little bird flapped its wings and flew away. Misunderstand what? You are already the sect master, yet you participated in their trial. You have already broken the rules, so you must accept your disqualification. Yi Yang sighed helplessly. The little fox warned me that something big was happening. That is why I came. Now that the matter is resolved, I should go too. The little bird looked back and added, Nothing would have happened initially. It was Ling Ruoshui who was too sentimental and forcibly broke the array. Being so focused on loyalty will naturally lead to disadvantages. Hearing this, he was extremely displeased. All right, that is enough, you garrulous bird. At this moment, the sky returned to its calm state and the surrounding scenery was as serene as if nothing had happened. The wind gently swept fallen leaves past the towering cliffs. The disciples complained as they walked. This mountain did not look tall, but who knew we'd be climbing it all day? The person behind Ling Ruoshui lamented. I really wonder if senior sister Ling is a mechanical puppet. She shows no signs of fatigue at all. I am exhausted, Ouyang Lele agreed. Exactly, she was leading the way the whole time. Meanwhile, Ling Ruoshui was still focused on eliminating enemies. Her sharp sword split an opponent in two, and she swung out two crossed sword energies to cut down a pouncing bird. Immediately after, Ruoshui easily severed a giant green snake. Su Shu said, puzzled, I say, is not this entrance trial a bit too easy? Yan Yu replied, What's wrong? Su Shu looked at Yan Yu. Something's not right. It has been too smooth the whole way, except for that abyss section. Everything has been within senior sister's reach. Yan Yu reminded her. Is not a smooth trial a good thing? We'll have a place to settle soon. Do not overthink it. Su Shu said wearily, According to the sect master, I am setting a flag here. Yan Yu was puzzled. What in the world is flagged? But the main point is, are you secretly associating with the sect master again? Yi Zhen teased. Something's up. Junior sister Yan Yu's sect master is about to be snatched away, Lele retorted. What do you mean junior sister Yan Yu's? The sect master belongs to everyone. Everyone has a chance, Su Shu calmly said. No secret dealings. I just ran into the sect master on the road yesterday and chatted for a bit. Yan Yu interrupted. All right, I'll believe you for now. Let us go. We're almost there. Finally, the group arrived at a dimly lit cliff where a gradually dissipating thick mist lay before them. Ruoshui stopped, raised her hand as a signal, and commanded, "Halt." Sushu also noticed something amiss. Senior sister's expression is not right. She turned back to warn those behind her. "Be careful. Senior sister has found something." Lele also gripped her sword hilt tightly and drew her sword. This wasn't like senior sister at all. At this moment the black mist grew thicker and thicker, obscuring their vision even though it was still daytime. Sushu felt puzzled by this strange sight. It is not even dark yet. Where did this mist come from? The black mist gradually dispersed, revealing a giant, indistinct figure. Finally, a skeleton soldier burst through the mist, rushing straight towards Ruoshui. Lele was startled, raising her sword to block in front of her chest, her eyes wide with vigilance. Ruoshui frowned unhappily. With just a light swing of her sword, she instantly severed the skeleton soldier. Ruoshui maintained her posture without the slightest gasp. Sushu said, "Those skeleton soldiers were just for show. They weren't particularly strong," Yijen added. Senior sister is too strong, but her expression is still terrifyingly serious. Ruoshui took a battle stance, while also warning, "All units, prepare for a tough battle." The first skeleton soldier charged out with ferocious eyes, its eyes gleaming with deadly red light. Following it, swarms of skeleton soldiers came through the mist, brandishing sharp claws. Ruozu's face darkened, and she sternly reminded everyone, "Everyone grip your swords tightly." Ruoshui and her group were completely surrounded by skeleton soldiers which appeared from all directions. One skeleton soldier roared furiously, and blue flames also appeared around it. Everyone began to fall into chaos. "They are rushing over, they are coming." Sushu raised her sword to guard above her head. She made up her mind. "I'll fight to the death," however. With just one strike, a skeleton soldier knocked the sword out of Sushu's hand. Her gaze remained fixed on that skeleton soldier. Sushu frowned, barely holding on. The skeleton soldier rushed forward, extending its sharp claws towards Sushu again. Immediately after, a swift sword light slashed across the skeleton soldier's neck. The strike was so fast that it could not react at all. The one who swung this sword was Ruoshui. She blocked in front of Sushu and coldly commanded, "Stand back." The mist gradually turned green and more shadows appeared, twisting continuously and emitting creaking sounds. Ruoshui gritted her teeth in tension. "It is not safe to stay here for long. Follow me and charge through. They are rushing over, they are coming." The little bird observed the group, sensing something amiss. "Something's wrong." A thought flashed through its mind. There cannot be this many skeleton soldiers. This is not an entrance-level trial. It is a small-scale destruction-level trial specifically designed to eliminate invaders. The little bird thought in horror. Damn it, it is all that scoundrel Yi Yang's fault for shattering the ancient grand array which triggered the invader elimination mechanism. This is going to be endless. Ruoshui and her group also shouted, "Quick, charge through now while we can." The little bird felt very guilty. "I made a big mistake. I should not have driven Yi Yang away. It is too late to go down the mountain for help now. By the time Yi Yang arrives, they'll have died several times over." "This is bad." Ruoshui took the lead. She fought the skeleton soldiers while leading those behind her to escape. "Quickly," Yijen shouted worriedly. "Senior sister." On the steep mountaintop, the skeleton soldiers had now pushed Ruoshui and her group to the edge of the cliff, leaving them nowhere to retreat. They pounced viciously, intending to wipe out Ruoshui and her group. Ruoshui was at a loss. What should we do? Those behind her also panicked. "It is a sea of skeletons." Ruoshui decided to sacrifice herself. "You all retreat to the back. I'll handle this." The remaining disciples disagreed. "Senior sister, we advance and retreat together." "Everyone, let us fight to the death." The skeleton soldiers surged towards Ruoshui and the disciples behind her. Lu Qing swung her sword, shattering a skeleton soldier's bones. Yan Yu was not to be outdone. She swiftly chopped off the head of a charging skeleton soldier. Yijen wielded her sword, easily dispatching another. However, the skeleton soldiers seemed endless, increasing in number the more they were killed. Ruoshui shouted, "None of you are allowed to die. I'll hold back this sea of skeletons. You all quickly climb down the cliff from the side and must survive." Yan Yu said worriedly, "Senior sister, I also want to stay and resist the sea of skeletons with you." Lu Jing also did not want to abandon Ruoshui. "No, if senior sister leaves, we all leave together," Zinner hastily said. "Right, if we leave together. We'll kill as many as we can." Ruoshui and her group were completely surrounded, able only to huddle together and resist. Suddenly, the jade pendant on Zinner's body emitted a light. She looked down at the pendant in surprise. It glowed and vibrated gently. Finally, it fell straight to the ground and bounced a few times. The skeleton soldiers looked at the nearby jade pendant in confusion. A surge of electricity burst forth from around the pendant, culminating in a large explosion. Seizing this opportunity, Ruoshui and her group retreated. Ruoshui vigilantly watched the spot where the explosion had just occurred. Sushu asked curiously, "What happened?" Zinner replied, "I do not know either." The smoke gradually dispersed, revealing a motionless figure. The sudden pressure caused the skeleton soldiers to freeze, not daring to make a move. The disciples also gasped in surprise. Yi Yang lay on the ground groaning. He sat up, his eyes hazy. "I was sleeping so soundly. Who brought me here?" Zinner said happily. "I remember now. Last night the sect master gave me a jade pendant, saying it was just in case. It turns out it is a teleportation tool." Yan Yu and Lu Qing stood frozen in surprise. The skeleton soldiers attacked again, 4 sharp weapons pointing simultaneously at Yi Yang. Ruoshui shouted worriedly, "Danger, sect master!" Yi Yang still wore an expression of annoyance. Slowly glanced at them, then moved with astonishing speed, not even leaving an afterimage. The skeleton soldiers were confused by the scene before their eyes. Yi Yang's figure had already vanished before their blades and spears. The skeleton soldiers tried to locate the source of Yi Yang's voice. "You undead creatures, your biggest weakness is your slow movements." Everyone present's gaze fell on Yi Yang, who was standing on a nearby rock. He smiled and said, "But I'll play with you all for a bit." The skeleton soldiers surged towards Yi Yang and his group like a tide. They fiercely pounced towards where Yi Yang was standing. Ruoshui shouted worriedly, "Oh no, Sect Master, be careful." However, Yi Yang remained calmly standing motionless. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide, and at the same time a burst of power erupted from his body. Yi Yang's power surged straight towards the group of skeleton soldiers. Before they could even sense the danger, in just an instant, the skeleton soldiers in front of Yi Yang were blasted to pieces. Ruoshui and her group looked at the surrounding scene in astonishment. Yi Yang raised his hand, and with the movement of his fingers his knuckles emitted a slight crackling sound. Following Yi Yang's movement, another group of skeleton soldiers turned to ashes. He used his power to control a spear, making it fly towards him, then gripped it tightly. Yi Yang curiously looked at the bird-headed monster rushing towards him with a sword. New species? As the bird-headed monster was about to reach Yi Yang, it opened its mouth full of sharp teeth. Yi Yang spun the spear and it instantly elongated, sweeping horizontally over the bird-headed monster's head. Yi Yang spun the spear, remaining in place while the skeleton soldiers charged again. He raised the spear to the sky and it spun rapidly. Yi Yang delivered a slash towards the skeleton soldiers. Their bodies were immediately split in two. With just one strike he obliterated a large group of skeleton soldiers. Yi Yang calmly looked ahead with a placid expression. The female disciples behind him shouted, "Oh no, senior sister, the skeleton soldiers are attacking from this side." Hearing the shouts, Yi Yang suddenly snapped to attention. He gripped the spear and electric light emanated from where he held it. Yi Yang decisively unleashed two slashes simultaneously. The two slashes became dazzlingly bright. Yi Yang extended his hand forward and the two slashes grew larger and larger, then rushed towards the group of skeleton soldiers, shaking the very ground. The skeleton soldiers stood motionless before Yi Yang's attack. Wherever Yi Yang's attack passed, not a blade of grass remained. Ruoshui and her group were astonished by the scene before their eyes. At this point, the group of skeleton soldiers surrounding the female disciples had been completely annihilated. Yan Yu's eyes widened in surprise. "With the sect master here, I fear nothing." Su Shu felt the same way. "He is too extraordinary." However, Ruozu's expression grew serious. "This is bad. The skeletons are still increasing in number. They are about to launch a full-scale attack. Everyone fully support the sect master." Large numbers of skeleton soldiers and bird-headed monsters charged forward. Yi Yang's lips curved slightly upwards and his body slowly ascended into the air as he brought his fingers together. A faint glow appeared at his fingertips. Immediately after, a strong light manifested. Yi Yang raised both hands above his head and a massive orb of light floated above him. A powerful energy emanated from the orb of light. The radiance emitted by Yi Yang's power illuminated the distant fields. A man wiping his sweat lamented, "So tired." His gaze turned toward the source of the light. "What's that? Did the sun fall down?" Only to see a dazzling orb of light like the sun in the sky. Yi Yang activated an elementary priest skill. He inclined his head towards the orb of light above him, followed by the level 100 skill, Holy Light Guidance. The holy light incinerated the skeleton soldiers, causing them to gradually dissipate. The skeleton soldiers let out shrill screams as they were burned. Subsequently, the remaining skeleton soldiers met the same fate, being reduced to ashes. The ground, which had just been teeming with skeleton soldiers, was now empty. With only thick smoke billowing, the skeleton soldiers dissipated like dust, and the light shone upon the ground. The skeleton soldiers became fewer and fewer. The scene was left with only scattered sparks, fragments falling from the sky, some bouncing off the ground before coming to a rest after a slight tremor. Ruoshui and her group were stunned by the surrounding silence. Su Shu said in disbelief, "Am I dreaming? It is already over?" The female disciples finally became boisterous again. "Did the Sea of Skeletons really exist? This mountain is bare. The sect master's light can avoid accidental injury." "So cool." Yi Yang landed on one foot. He stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing into the distance, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Ruoshui took the lead, cupping her hands and saying, "Thank you, sect master, for saving us. I suppose our trial this time was a failure?" Yi Yang spoke. "To be able to persevere to this point in the face of sudden annihilation, your will and strength are recognized by this sect. In times of crisis you swore to protect each other to the death. These are precisely the disciples I need," he said coldly. "I now declare that from today you are all members of the Wuji sect. From now on, no matter who tries to trouble you, I will protect you to the end." Ruoshui was stunned by Yi Yang's words. She hastily knelt down with the female disciples behind her. "Thank you, master." Yi Yang turned his head, smiling. "You have all done very well and worked hard. Rest for a bit, then I'll lead you off." The female disciples were highly spirited. "Yes, master." Yi Yang and the female disciples quietly gazed at the horizon. Yi Yang stood on the plateau waiting for the little bird to fly over. The little bird asked curiously, "Why did you call me here so stealthily?" He did not answer directly, but instead retorted, "Tell me, among these girls, how many do you think can become my true disciples?" The little bird scoffed. "You used to disdain them in every way, and now you are choosing true disciples?" Yi Yang explained helplessly. "It is too difficult for the sect to return to being number one in the world. If I can recruit 7 true disciples, there is hope. I just hope to get back to my comfortable and carefree life soon." The little bird contemptuously chirped. "Which day are not you just idling away? but the Wuji sect's true disciple trial is heaven-destroying level. I am afraid only Ling Ruoshui can pass it, Yi Yang replied. Even one is a good start. More importantly, someone will inherit the sect's grand endeavor, the little bird asked. How do you plan to arrange things? He thought for a moment and replied. It depends on their potential. The obedient ones will go wash clothes and cook. The strong ones can be mages, the ones with good figures can be dancers, and the sweet talkers can tell jokes to amuse me. After hearing his bad idea, the little bird kept pecking Yi Yang's head. You tyrant, they are here to cultivate, not to be your female slaves. He then proposed another idea. Serving the sect master is also a form of cultivation. You have no sense of humor. I'll train them into professional experts like magical girls, female sword immortals, and onmyoji. At this point, the little bird stopped talking and then asked in confusion, Wait, why are they kneeling? Just then, a group of disciples came forward, bowed their heads, and reported, Master, we have finally fulfilled our promise to you, leading everyone to find a place. And a good master. We no longer have to wander aimlessly and be bullied by others, Yi Yang said thoughtfully. Very good, so now you have the energy to prepare for revenge for your master. Hearing this, he was so angry he almost spat blood. Su Shu replied, Master is only missing, his life or death is unknown. Is not revenge a bit too serious? Besides, it might just be a natural disaster. Mu Zinner, standing aside, chimed in. Master always told us not to call him master, saying we would find our own master. Perhaps he already foresaw that he would be harmed by villains, Yang Lele echoed. When I find that villain, I'll beat him severely. Yi Yang stood by, listening, utterly speechless at these female disciples. Yan Yu spoke up. We finally have a place to settle, and senior sister can also sleep soundly and have good dreams. Ling Ruoshui gently stroked her head. Silly girl. The next morning in the sect, the first ray of sunlight illuminated the courtyard, and it was time for everyone to get up for class. A group of people were gathered in front of the door when someone suddenly asked, Has senior sister not arrived yet? Everyone whispered, She is never late. Yan Yu turned her head, guessing, could it be? Suddenly a figure streaked past. Ling Ruoshui thought anxiously, Oh no, I am late. It is that dream again. Run, run, do not stop and do not look back. You must run out. The young Ruoshui kept moving forward, never looking back. She painfully tried to comfort herself. It is all over. I have grown up. On the other side, Su Shu turned back in alarm. Who? Ling Ruoshui walked while panting. Sorry, I am late. Several junior sisters' voices rang out. Senior sister, a junior sister said. Fortunately, master has not arrived yet. Yan Yu approached and asked, Senior sister, did you have that dream again? Ling Ruoshui denied. And no, children should not be so nosy. Let us go in. Listening to senior sister, the group entered the classroom, looked around, and still saw no one, so they became puzzled. Strange. Why has not master arrived yet? The little bird announced loudly. You do not need to wait. The sect master has an urgent matter. Everyone was disappointed. Master stood us up on the first day. This is too reckless, the little bird conveyed. The meeting will be held another day. The sect master wants Ling Ruoshui to first write a sect development plan. Su Shu thought, this sect master has it too easy. Ling Ruoshui accepted the task, understood the first step should be to improve the sect. As for everyone's cultivation, I will make a plan. Before the little bird left, it asked again, Does anyone else have questions? Yan Yu asked shyly, I want to ask, which improper woman is the sect master on a date with? Little bird guessed, there should be women where he is going. Its answer confused Yan Yu even more. Suddenly it started to accuse, Ling Ruoshui, do you know your mistake? She was startled, not yet understanding what had happened. The little bird flew up and said, I told you not to give the sect master pocket money, but you still secretly gave him some. Men will go bad once they have money. She blushed and said helplessly, but I cannot refuse any of the sect master's requests. The scene switches to the demon-suppressing hall where clack-clack sounds continued. Bai Fei muttered to herself, by my calculations, that bastard Yi Yang went to that place again today. She vented her anger by scribbling on the wall. Leaving this stunning beauty here unaddressed and going to that vulgar place to fool around again, men are indeed all big chauvinistic pigs, she suddenly shouted. I am so bored being locked up here. Yi Yang, you bastard, come back and chat with me. In Sahai City, a beautiful and prosperous land, a verdant river traversed it, dividing it into two areas. On the right were noble castles with luxurious architecture. On the left were humble dwellings. In a tavern on the left, the slow-paced life of the working people continued with familiar hawking sounds. Welcome to Sanjiang Tavern. Waiter, more wine. A bottle cap bounced onto the table. Yi Yang leaned back in his chair, half asleep, holding a wine bottle and ordering food. Boss, 3 more skewers of chicken, 5 skewers of lamb, a grilled cuttlefish, and a grilled squid. A few servants found it strange and could not help but ask, Sect Master Yi is very boastful today, daring to order more food. Did he suddenly get rich? 2 girls behind Yi Yang were also eating and discussing him in low voices. This pauper has been poor for 3 months, not eating or drinking. Has he hooked up with some rich woman? He heard their conversation and quickly defended himself. This esteemed one has never relied on women. I am pure and untainted. The girl heard this and her face clearly showed displeasure and a bit of anger. Fine, Yi Shuilian, do not even think about borrowing a penny from us again. Yi Yang leaned back in his chair, shaking the wine bottle in his hand, and teased, Do not be serious. Friends in need should help each other. It is worth it to spend a small amount of money to maintain friendship with this strong one. Shang Shaoxi puffed out her cheeks, a look of disdain on her face. Who would be friends with a rogue like you? You are probably the weakest man in this tavern. Suddenly a voice interrupted her, defending Yi Yang. Feng Hao, I am friends with him. He is my brother. Feng Hao walked in aggressively, looking imposing, bullying my brother while I am away. You are asking for trouble, are not you? However, Yi Yang looked at the person in front of him and felt uneasy. This Chunibyo causing trouble everywhere. Now that he is here, this group of people is going to be unlucky. Just as he thought, that guy started making a ruckus in the tavern. First, Feng Hao approached Shang Shaoxi and sarcastically said, "Big sis, have you gained weight recently? Your belt is about to snap from your slender waist." She angrily punched him hard, also cursing without mercy. "Go to hell, do not think you can talk nonsense just because your dad is Sahai City's Lord Fei." Feng Hao rubbed the injury on his head, casually remarking, "Violent women are truly scary." Then he suddenly looked back and spotted an acquaintance. Zhao Shi was startled when he was seen. Feng Hao began to walk over and boast to him, "Senior brother Zhao, your cultivation has not budged for 6 years. I heard you are now called Uncle Master. If I were you, I would have given up cultivating and gone home to farm long ago." Zhao Shi felt a chill all over his mind in a muddle. Feng Hao's last sentence hit him where it hurt. Given up cultivating and gone home to farm long ago. Mentioning this, Zhao Shi was both shocked and scared. Feng Hao then turned to the woman next to him. "Auntie is still alone. Does she really want to grow old alone?" Turning around and around. He finally returned to Yi Yang's seat. Feng Hao said generously, "Brother, same old, I'll pay. Too bad that bookworm is not here today." He politely declined. "How could I? Thank you." Shang Shaoxi, angered, picked up a dining knife, turned around and saw this scene. Her hand holding the knife trembled as if she wanted to throw it, but reason held her back. "It is not fair. Why do you never bother him?" Feng Hao curled his lip and replied, "What do you know? Brother Yi and I are kindred spirits. We are both loyal fans of the alluring madam." With that, Feng Hao leaned into Yi Yang's ear and asked to prove he was telling the truth. "Gentle Xiao Yu is the best, right?" Yi Yang chuckled on the surface, but cursed inwardly. What does this brat know? Of course the sexy and hot alluring madam is the most charming. Too bad that bookworm likes the icy long-legged Ling Feng. Such bad taste. Feng Hao looked regretful. He turned to the boss in disgust. "Boss, I'll pay for my big brother's food and my own." The boss happily replied, "No problem." So Feng Hao ordered another cup of zuyaching for brother Yi. Yi Yang smiled happily. He sat next to Yi Yang and the two began to talk. Yi Yang spoke first. "You do not know how hard it is for me to lead my disciples as soon as I leave. They do not know what to do." "That is tough, brother Yi," Feng Hao consoled. But just as Yi Yang picked up his chopsticks to grab some food, the chopsticks broke. He stared blankly at the chopsticks for a few seconds, a panicked expression on his face, many unsettling thoughts intertwining, a storm raging in his heart. "Damn it, a bad omen. Did something happen to one of my disciples?" In contrast to the tavern's chaos, the sect was quiet and empty. Sunlight shone through the roof and leaves. The girls were discussing inside. Lu Qing reported, "The damage rate in the northern central area is as high as 70%. Ling Ruoshui added, "The worst is the South Hall. There is a huge deep lake there." Lu Qing continued, taking notes on paper. "Due to road damage, many places are temporarily inaccessible for inspection." Ruoshui pointed to the map and continued, "Sect renovations are very expensive. We'll take 3 steps. The first step is to repair the living area. We plan to earn money ourselves and no one is allowed to tell the sect master or master." The serious atmosphere was broken. Yan Yu suddenly ran in, shouting loudly, "Senior sister, there is news about Nangong and her 5 junior sisters." She ran out of breath, her face pale and haggard. "They are still alive." Hearing this, Ruoshui was stunned. "What?" Lu Qing eagerly pressed for more information. After Eternal Sword Peak collapsed, those 5 went missing. Yan Yu, gasping for breath and clutching her chest, reported the situation. "They are now trapped in Tianyun Ridge where demons run rampant. It is an extremely dangerous wasteland. We just received their distress signal." Yi Jian asked, "Should we ask the sect master or master to intervene?" At this, Ling Ruoshui stood up and declared loudly, "No, I'll go alone. It is too dangerous there to allow for any unnecessary sacrifices. You all wait, I will definitely bring them back." Her attitude was extremely firm. In the deep secluded forest where rocks intertwined with lush green grass and flowers, something dropped from a tree, swift as the wind. Ruoshui caught it. It was an auxiliary device to help her find people. Ling Ruoshui tried her best to comfort herself. "My junior sisters will be fine, they must be fine." She continued walking, thinking, "Junior sister Nangong, you must hold on. I know that no matter the circumstances you will protect everyone." This also reminded her of past events. Ling Ruoshui said to her former master, "But master, I do not like the new junior sister." She asked why. He replied, "We are a sword sect, focused on offense. She only wants to learn defense. What's she doing here?" She thought for a while, and finally gave a reason. "She just said master is a good person." Ling Ruoshui found it very confusing and a bit unfair. "Good person, what kind of standard is that?" She explained. "Actually, the Nangong family is one of the 4 great noble families in Ziyuan Kingdom with many options." Nangong Tong held a dog, fearfully burying her head in its soft fur, squirming. "Your father, General Nangong, sacrificed himself to defend Ziyuan Kingdom." He began to report the situation. "The children of the former Nangong family head are always bullied by their uncles and aunts. And abused," she added, feeling sympathetic for Nangong Tong's plight. "They are her only relatives. It would be one thing not to know about this, but now that we do, we absolutely cannot let the child stay in the Nangong family any longer." Her, Nangong Tong's stepmother, directly orchestrated all of this from behind the scenes, saying with a mocking smile, "Sirs, it is not that we bully her, it is that she is inherently bad, stealing things from home all day. We punish her to keep her from going astray." He angrily turned back and cursed, "Shut up, you are still slandering her, not even letting her eat a full meal. What's wrong with her stealing food from the kitchen?" She also chimed in, leaving the woman speechless. Even if she took food, it wasn't for herself, but for the disabled veteran war dogs that followed her grandmother. She herself does not eat enough, yet she still thinks of feeding those stray old dogs, and you dare to accuse her of being inherently bad. After you discovered these disabled old dogs and said it was a waste of food and wanted to kill them, she fought to protect the big dog, was severely beaten by you, and that is how this matter came to light. The woman no longer argued, biting her lip in anger, her face displeased. He squatted down and stroked Tong's head. Good child, tell me, which sect do you want to go to? The uncles and aunts here are all peerless experts. You can pick any of these sects, she hesitated, saying fearfully. I want to go to that sister's sect. Nangang Tong pointed at Ling Ruozu's former master. She was stunned. He could not help but ask curiously why. Because Big Sister is a good person, Tong explained. I saw Big Sister feeding Big Yellow, Master smiled and said. A month ago I passed by here and saw these stray veteran dogs looking pitiful, so I casually fed them something. I am not really a good person, little girl. I heard you want to become a guardian. My place is a sword sect that focuses on offense. You must consider it carefully. Tong hugged her dog tightly, tears in her eyes. Big Sister is a good person, she'll let me become a guardian. He turned to her and explained, this little girl always says that her favorite father was the guardian of this country. She cannot protect the world like her father, but she wants to become a guardian, even if she can only protect one person. He also advised, since she chose you, then take her in. I will properly arrange for the other dogs and let her bring this one with her to your eternal sword sect. I understand, she replied softly. She reached out her hand towards her, comforting. Come. Tong's cheeks flushed, looking at her. Her eyes were clear, both a little scared and a little innocent, while she smiled kindly like an immortal. On Eternal Sword Peak, Ling Ruoshui said loudly when she saw Nangang Tong, what kind of joke is this? Offense is the best defense. A guardian is meaningless. Ruoshui also said more severely, I do not like the weak. Tong listened timidly in silence, not daring to retort. The two practiced on the mountain, accompanied by Ruozu's commanding voice, defend left side. She danced her sword before everyone, her posture graceful. Nangang Tong struggled to hold up her shield to block. Ruoshui reminded, you need to anticipate my next attack direction. She softly replied, yes, on a clear day, neither sunny nor rainy. Ruoshui saw her sitting in front of a tombstone in the forest crying. Ling Ruoshui approached to ask what was wrong. Your dog died. Tong sobbed. Big Yellow, it is gone. She cried louder and louder, so wronged as if the most important friend in her life had passed away. Ruoshui squatted down, stroked Tong's head, comforting her and promising, it is okay. Now that it is gone, you can continue to protect me. Treat me as Big Yellow and just protect me. Nangang Tong said aggrievedly, Senior Sister. The autumn wind rustled and the two practiced together again. But this time it was just the two of them. Ling Ruoshui reminded, there are many wild wolves nearby. Be careful, Tong said excitedly. Senior Sister, do not worry, I'll protect you. The two gradually became kindred spirits, Ruozu's hair fluttering in the wind. The old memories ended. Back in reality, she received an ominous signal. The red dot on the tracker blared an alarm, then gradually disappeared. She began to feel anxious and scared. Oh no, the marker is about to disappear. Ling Ruoshui hastily flew away, repeatedly praying in her heart. Nangang Tong, please do not let anything happen to you. Where Nangang Tong currently was. One person panicked after they got separated. Oh no, the communication crystal is failing. The girl looked distraught. Senior Sister, they will not be able to find us. Nangang Tong comforted everyone. It is all right, Senior Sister will find us, it just might take some time. Another girl frowned. Senior Sister Meilu was captured by a monster. What should we do if we do not save her soon? She might not make it. Nangang Tong changed her mind. How about I go rescue Senior Sister Meilu? Seeing her covered in wounds, everyone tried to dissuade her. No, Junior Sister Nangang, you do not seem to have much offensive power. Nangang Tong replied, saving people does not require offensive power. I am very agile and I'll bring her back alive. With that, Nangang Tong flew off, carefully instructing before she left. Everyone stay here. If things go south, run on your own. Everyone wanted to stop her, Junior Sister, but it was too late. They were all completely helpless. One girl muttered to herself, I never expected Junior Sister Nangang, so gentle and soft, to become such an excellent disciple. Another girl agreed. Senior Sister said she mainly relies on willpower to compensate for her physical shortcomings. I hope Junior Sister Nangang can work a miracle. After all, rescuing Senior Sister Meilu from the rock giant's cave is too dangerous. Inside the stone cave, Nangang Tong safely landed on a small rock, a little breathless from exhaustion. She clumsily climbed onto a larger rock. A cold wind blew through, carrying only a few leaves so high, Nangang Tong lamented. Finally managing to climb up, she painstakingly searched, muttering, Senior Sister Meilu, where are you? Found her? She excitedly cried out, her apprehension having. Meilu was curled up in a corner beside a large pile of rocks. Feeling her trembling, Nangang Tong comforted her. Senior Sister Meilu, do not be scared. Like a gust of wind, she leaped down, descending from the highest to the lowest stone step. Soon, Nangang Tong landed on the flat ground where Meilu was. Nangang Tong breathed a sigh of relief. Heaven is helping me, the monster is not here, she asked concernedly. Senior Sister, are you all right? Meilu stammered. And Nangang Junior Sister. Nangang Tong quickly pulled her up, urging, now's our chance, let us go quickly. Unexpectedly, the ground shook violently, making it impossible for them to stand steadily. Meilu trembled even more and Nangang Tong could not hold on, causing both of them to fall aside. The rocky ground cracked, emitting a harsh crashing sound. Something no one could have predicted happened. A rocky body gradually formed from the ground. From head, body to limbs, a giant rock monster appeared. Everything became chaotic with dust flying everywhere. The rock monster stared intently at them as if to burn them alive. Damn it, why now of all times? Nangang Tong gritted her teeth. The rock monster picked up and crushed rocks, inspecting them. The two hid behind a small pile of stones. Nangang Tong held Meilu tightly, wondering what to do. We must hold our breath. Nangang Tong shivered at the thought, thinking if we are discovered we are finished. The rock monster bent down and moved aside, searching. It looked around. Nangang Tong also trembled, silently praying, "Please do not find us." Unexpectedly, before they could do anything, the monster had already found them. It smashed its fist into the ground, shattering everything into a pile of rubble. Nangang Tong, carrying Meilu on her back, quickly jumped away. The rock demon seemed to have heard the movement and immediately turned to investigate. The two girls did not hesitate, rushing quickly to the other side. The rock demon now opened its mouth, panting heavily with exhaustion. Meilu spoke, "You are foolish, sacrificing yourself to save me. We cannot defeat this rock giant." Nangang Tong was unfazed. "I still have the protective artifact my father left me." The rock giant now swung its arm, lumbering towards the two. Nangang Tong threw out a talisman, whispering, "This protective talisman has a temporary blinding effect. I hope it works." The rock demon, puzzled by the small object flying towards its eyes, suddenly saw the talisman emit a strong light which it looked directly into. The rock giant then let out a roar, covering its face and eyes, appearing to be in great pain. Nangang Tong seized this opportunity, hastily fleeing with Meilu on her back, saying it cannot see. "Run now!" Although its eyes were in severe pain, the rock demon still slammed its fists into the ground, causing several cracks to appear. Seeing the dangerous situation, Nangang Tong cried out in worry. "Oh no!" She unhesitatingly spread her arms, shielding Meilu behind her from a flying boulder. Nangang Tong let out a cry of pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Though she fell, she still managed to summon a spiritual shield. "Block with the spiritual shield, let us keep retreating." Both of them were in a sorry state, their voices trembling. The rock demon on the other side relentlessly pounded giant rocks with its fists, making rumbling sounds. Nangang Tong, clutching her shield, asked Meilu, "Are you alright?" She replied, "I am fine." The rock giant then reached out and grabbed a nearby stone archway, unhesitatingly throwing it violently towards the path ahead of the two. The stone archway came crashing down with a loud bang, raising dust. Nangang Tong carefully calculated, "As long as we rush past this distance, we can get out. Senior sister Meilu, you'll have to bear with it." With that, she shielded Meilu and ran to the other side. From the lush green branches of a tree, a figure swiftly flashed by. Ling Ruoshui was now moving at high speed. As she ran, she thought to herself, "Junior sister Nangang, you must hold on." Nangang Tong on the other side was also continuously pushing herself, thinking, "Just a little longer and we can leave." A small rock flew from a distance towards her and Meilu. The rock hit the shield, and it was evident that Nangang Tong's shield was already cracked from enduring too many attacks. She ran relentlessly, without stopping, panting heavily from exhaustion. A shout came from a distance, "Junior sister!" This startled Nangang Tong. Three people ran from the exit, asking one after another, "Junior sister, are you all right?" She shouted, "Why are you here? Did not I tell you to stay put?" A boulder twice their size was rapidly crashing down. The rock giant let out a grunt, having exerted all its strength to throw the boulder. Nangang Tong and Meilu clearly felt the approaching danger, their eyes wide. The two senior sisters inside worriedly shouted, "Junior sister, be careful." Nangang Tong unhesitatingly pushed Meilu towards them, instructing, "Take her and go, I'll block it." With that, she turned around, her eyes incredibly cold. Nangang Tong raised her shield with all her might, blocking the massive rock. The boulder had become exceptionally large, and the shield could barely withstand it. She comforted herself through tears. "Nangang Tong, do not be scared, you can definitely hold it." Yang suddenly appeared from nowhere and told her, "Step back." This startled her greatly. The silver-haired senior sister supported Meilu, shouting, "Junior sister." The boulder quickly crashed down, shattering several inches of ground. Yang gently blocked with his hand and the boulder cracked. Nangang Tong witnessed this with her own eyes, stunned. She timidly asked him, "Excuse me, who are you?" Yang glanced behind him, calmly saying, "Call me master." At this moment his hand was still on the boulder. With a boom, the boulder, several times larger than a person, shattered into countless small pieces. Nangang Tong stared in awe at the explosion before her, and her senior sisters were also surprised by the scene. The spot where they stood was now a deep crater, surrounded by flying dust and scattered rocks. Yi Yang gently said to them, "By the way, Su Shu asked me to bring you all home." The surrounding sisters looked at him blankly. "Su Shu." The sisters listened intently to Yi Yang's instructions. "You all go first, wait for me outside, I'll come find you in a bit." With that, he extended his hand to one of the girls, activating his ability, "Let me borrow your sword for a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword unsheathed itself, startling the girl as the sword spun and flew towards him. Yi Yang quickly caught the sword. "I'll return it soon." Then he swiftly left his spot. Yi Yang landed on a nearby stone pillar, expressionlessly looking at the rock monster. Yi Yang calmly uttered an "A." Hearing the sound, the rock monster immediately looked at him, roaring and exhaling a faint puff of smoke. The rock monster swiftly struck at the rocks where Yi Yang stood. He lightly left the spot, and then he stomped on the rock monster, falling freely behind it. Seeing this, the rock monster immediately turned around and swung its fist at the spot where Yi Yang had just landed. He met it with his own small fist. The two fists collided, causing the surrounding ground to crack. The ground there gradually sank. Yi Yang's hands were now emitting powerful spiritual energy. In the monster's deep eyes, a hint of nervousness flashed. A crack appeared from its fist. The entire arm of the rock monster began to shatter into small stones. It looked at its severed arm, breathing heavily in pain. Yi Yang stood on a rock behind it and said, "Rock." It clutched its lost arm, trembling continuously, letting out a ho sound. He continued, still not giving up. After hearing Yi Yang's words, it immediately turned its head, looking at him with resentful eyes. Suddenly, the rock giant head butted him. A crazy thought flashed in Yi Yang's eyes. He also used his head to block the surrounding rubble, and the rock giant's body began to shake violently. The area was now enveloped in thick dust. Nangang Tong also widened her eyes, looking in that direction in surprise. The battle is too intense. Yi Yang head-butted the rock giant's head again. Debris fell, his expression still cold and emotionless. The rock giant gradually lost its balance and began to sway. Its head quickly split into fragments of various sizes. Soon its head exploded, sending debris flying everywhere. The rock giant's body also shattered. Boulders fell, making a huge sound where Yi Yang stood, and the entire area was filled with dust. Yi Yang looked down from the stone pillar, feeling a sense of pity. This rock is too fragile. Elementary martial skill. Golden bell headbutt. It was gone with just one touch. He pondered for a while, gazing towards the light, but then Yi Yang left and returned to the group of sisters. Seeing everything quiet down, they started discussing. Battle seems to have stopped. Is that person all right? I'll go check. No, it is too dangerous. You'd only be sacrificing yourself. Just then one of them said, "Hey, look over there. He is back." Yi Yang landed lightly, reassuring them, "Do not be scared, that big rock has been cut open. None of you were hurt, right?" Nangang Tong looked at him curiously, stammering, "Ah, we are fine. You are so powerful. Are you really our master?" As soon as she finished speaking, a voice came from behind. Indeed, they turned around and were overjoyed to see who had appeared. Ling Ruoshui smiled and gently replied, "He is our master." They joyfully shouted, "Senior sister." Nangang Tong quickly rushed over and hugged her tightly. Senior sister Ruoshui stroked Nangang Tong's head, comforting her. "It is all over. You and everyone else persevered for so long. You deserve to be praised. I thought I would never see senior sister again." Yi Yang, seeing the joy of their reunion, also felt happy. "What a wonderful reunion." Thinking this, he spoke, "Let us go. I'll take you home." Ruoshui, hearing this, looked at him with an adoring gaze, deeply moved. "It is so good to have a master." The scene shifts to the Wuji Hall, where Yi Yang was sound asleep in a chair. The people below were continuously scrutinizing him. He fell asleep again during the sect meeting. They stood there, listening to Yi Yang's snores. Just then a crow suddenly flew over, kicked him on the head and shouted, "Had enough sleep? Falling asleep in seconds even while sitting here. Where were you messing around last night?" Yi Yang heard this, put his hand to his mouth and feigned a few coughs. "Excuse me, I stayed up late last night preparing for the sect's development." The bird looked at him with disdain. "Nonsense again." Yi Yang frowned unhappily. "I really was working. I spent the whole night looking at everyone's profiles to plan their cultivation." Recalling the scene from last night, he paced around the room making arrangements. Su Shu, true chi, unable to condense for long, naive personality, top-tier appetite. Yan Yu, too gentle, lacking strength. Lu Qing, too solitary, silent as if alienating everyone. Ouyang Lele, imposing but hates getting her hands dirty, and excessive physical contact worship. Ling Ruoshui neglected her cultivation. Yi Yang propped his head on his hand, leaning on the chair, evaluating everyone all night. A bunch of problematic disciples. No wonder Ling Ruoshui could not find a good sect to settle in before. Fortunately, they met me. Let us see how I'll teach them. Ending his thoughts from yesterday, he coughed a few times and continued. Since everyone is here, let us discuss the plan to revitalize our sect. It is very simple. You only need to do one thing to make our sect's ranking return to number 1 in the world. Su Shu and Nangang Tong exclaimed in surprise. Number 1 in the world? Yi Yang closed his eyes, thinking aloud. That might be a bit too rushed. Let us go with something simpler then. Within half a year, 7 of you must pass the true disciple trial. Meng Linger was a little scared. How is that possible? This sect's entrance trial is already so abnormal. The true disciple trial will probably be hellish. At this, Ling Ruoshui also spoke. The true disciple trial is extremely important to the Wuji sect. Her eyes were firm, and she explained seriously. According to the sect's historical records, when 7 disciples pass the true disciple trial, the sect master will gain a special privilege, and the sect's secret treasure will be unlocked. Only by obtaining the secret treasure can the dawn of our sect returning to number 1 in the world truly appear. The secret treasures Ruoshui just mentioned were all extremely precious. Su Shu said, full of doubt, "I bet if Master gets this secret treasure, he'll use his privilege to run away with everyone." Yi Yang heard this and began to prevaricate. "Indeed, ahem, nonsense. This esteemed one is a man of responsibility. In short, the true disciple trial is very important to the sect at this moment." Ruoshui suddenly blamed herself sadly. "I, Ling Ruoshui, though unworthy, am willing to give my all to challenge the true disciple trial." Her eyes showed confidence as she declared, "I swear to contribute my strength to the sect until death." Hearing her say this, Ouyang Lele also gritted her teeth and vowed, "Senior sister, I am willing too. If I am lucky enough to die in your arms protecting you during the true disciple trial, that would also be romantic." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone shouted, "We, the unworthy disciples, are willing to give our all to challenge the true disciple trial." Seeing everyone's determination, Yi Yang excitedly said, "Excellent. I will launch a god-tier plan to specially train you all. The all-female disciple makeover. Stay tuned." The bird next to him commented somewhat judgmentally, "I think you have not even thought about how to train them yet." He slowly walked down the platform, saying as he went, I hear there is a huge funding gap for renovating the sect. I have decided to go down the mountain to earn some money first. I cannot let you all work too hard." The bird squawked in dissatisfaction. "Do not change the subject," Sushu whispered to Lele, and Yanyu, puzzled. "Is he up to something? Although the sect renovation urgently needs starting capital, can he really earn money? Whether he can earn money or not does not matter. Master's self-reliant attitude is too charming." Yi Yang calmly walked towards everyone. "I am going to work. Wait for me to return to the mountain." "Who is the first person in the female disciples' god-tier plan?" Everyone respectfully bid him farewell. Following Yi Yang's gaze, the scene switches to the demon suppressing hall, where Ling Ruoshui places a food tray on a table in front of a cell. The person inside immediately asks, "Why are people delivering our food lately?" Yi Yang said, "Master has gone down the mountain to work." Hearing her, Bai Fei sighed. "Men say work is just an excuse. They definitely want to pick up girls. You are all too young." Ruoshui asked somewhat dejectedly. "Really?" Bai Fei continued to doodle on the wall. She seemed very concerned about Yi Yang, her secret revealed. Ruoshui stammered in reply. "As a disciple, my concern for Master is that kind of concern." Bai Fei sighed again. "I was thinking of teaching you a secret art to easily win Yi Yang's heart." She blurted out instinctively. "Really? Ah," then she quickly composed herself, gritted her teeth, and firmly declared, "I have already decided to dedicate this life to the way of the sword. Do not even think about bringing that up. Also, if you dare to use charm techniques to bewitch Master, I will never forgive you." Unbeknownst to her, Ruoshui was already holding her sword, emanating a murderous aura as a warning. Bai Fei was so scared she jumped back, retreating repeatedly. What do you want to do?" Then she burst into laughter, masking her fear. She joked, "If I had such a thing, that scoundrel Yi Yang would already be mine. How could it be your turn?" Hearing Bai Fei say this, she sheathed her sword, thinking, "That is for the best," and Ruoshui quickly departed. In her cell, Bai Fei could not help but rub her forehead, sighing tiredly. "Women, their jealousy is truly terrifying, but why do I suddenly feel more excited now that someone's competing with me for Yi Yang?" she thought, eating with a cunning smile. Yi Yang observed the map, looking for his destination, and soon arrived at the Demon Extermination Pavilion. Looking at the building before him, he murmured, "This must be the place. The tavern owner said I could earn money here by taking demon extermination quests. You can get rich here with your fists. How quaint." He quickly walked in, and there were indeed quite a few people inside. The shop was very spacious, with everyone noisily looking at the quests posted on the wall. Yi Yang looked at the long quest board and could not help but exclaim, "So many quests." At that moment, a girl sitting at a nearby table spoke up. "Hello, young man. I am Xiao Miao, the receptionist for the Demon Extermination Pavilion. Feel free to ask me any questions." As soon as she finished, he asked, "Just tell me, what's the most profitable demon extermination quest?" "Oh, are you a new cultivator visiting for the first time?" Yi Yang replied with a smile. "I guess I have been found out as a newbie." Xiao Miao gently reminded him, "I am sorry, the most profitable quests are all Earth-tier extremely difficult tasks. They are too dangerous and not open to newbies. You can only start with Void-tier quests. The bottom row has no prerequisites." At this, two people behind them began to mock him. "Oh dear, he comes in wanting to take the most profitable quests, completely overestimating himself. The most profitable quests involve great demon lords which even the strongest cultivators in Sahai City avoid. Is this kid stupid or crazy?" Yi Yang did not take it to heart, and simply told Xiao Miao, "I'll go take a look, thank you." "You are welcome." Brother Long looked at Yi Yang's retreating figure and said, "Such an eager for quick success newcomer will surely have a terrible end." Xiao Miao led him to the quest board, and seeing him hesitate for a long time, she wondered, is he worried these void-tier quests are too difficult? Do not be afraid, just take the first step with courage and you'll find that low-level monsters are not as scary as you imagine. On the quest board he was eyeing tasks like 10 pairs of fangs and 20 scales. Seeing him in a daze, she continued to encourage him. "Every newcomer grows little by little, although it is never easy at first. Just be brave. One day you too will become a powerful figure on the demon extermination rankings." After she finished speaking, Yi Yang finally said, "The reason I was dazed is that the void-tier quests pay too little. It is a pure waste of my precious time." Hearing this, Brother Long scoffed. At this moment he noticed a reward board for a level 1 quest. Yi Yang immediately asked Xiao Miao, "The reward for a level 1 quest is barely acceptable. What are the conditions to take it?" She replied, "Complete 500 void-tier quests." He showed an impatient expression and muttered to himself, "The main quests here offer no opportunities for newbies to earn money. I'll go check other places in the city." To the blacksmith's or Yi Yang quickly exited the shop, and coincidentally met an acquaintance, exclaiming in surprise, "Senior brother." Zhao Shi saw him and waved, laughing. "Sect Master Yi, what a coincidence. You have finally come to the Demon Extermination Pavilion. I have been waiting for you." Zhao Shi's joy was short-lived when Yi Yang asked him a question. "Who are you?" he cried out in alarm. "Ah, we used to drink together. You have forgotten me?" Yi Yang grinned foolishly, pointing at him. "Oh, I remember now. You are that outer sect disciple. 10,000 years, Zhao Shi, right?" Zhao Shi quickly got over his anger and replied, "You remember that quite clearly. Are you leaving?" Yi Yang showed a tired expression. "Newbies can only take void-tier quests and the rewards are too low, so I have to leave." Zhao Shi quickly put his arm around Yi Yang's neck, revealing a cunning smile. "If you are really short on money, I can take you on a level 1 demon extermination quest, but it is a bit risky." Yi Yang listened and simply said, "Oh." The two of them re-entered the demon extermination pavilion. I just do not know if your heart can handle such an exciting quest. We can form a team, share the quest and split the money, that is right. The quest to clear the Blood Kite in Willow Hill Forest is most suitable for newbies without much strength. I'll take you on this one. Not interested. I want to do this one. He pointed to the red text on the quest board. Zhao Shi's face turned ashen when he saw it, somewhat panicked. You are too reckless. You absolutely cannot take red extremely difficult quests. They are level 1 quests with the highest death rate. We cannot take it. Yi Yang looked at him in confusion. It offers 1 gold coin. The other level 1 quests pay too little. Zhao Shi looked at him in horror, but Yi Yang returned his gaze with a cunning look. But with this level of quest I am afraid I cannot guarantee your safety. Do not worry. I am very fast at running away, he sighed helplessly. Alright, remember, safety first. Quest notification. Search and clear 30 level 1 demonic creatures in Residual Bone Village. They quickly rushed outside Sahai City. As they walked and chatted, this is your first time exterminating demons, so you do not know how dangerous it is. I have an obligation to explain it clearly to you, lest you needlessly lose your life, Yi Yang replied indifferently. Oh, then I'll trouble senior brother Zhao. 70% of this world space is occupied by demons, but humanity will never sit idly by. Demon exterminators are humanity's resistance. Hearing Zhao Shi say this, he impatiently said, Oh, demons always try to turn the remaining parts of the human world into desolate lands. Humans are still striving to reclaim lost territory, so the desolate lands around human settlements are constantly being reclaimed by armies or major demon extermination forces. Sect Master Yi, our work as demon exterminators, mainly clearing out demons, is also very dangerous. They arrived at an open space with several other groups from the demon extermination pavilion. Zhao Shi continued to warn, Remember, you must stick close to me and not run around, only then can you keep your life. Yi Yang replied casually, No problem. As long as the monsters are worth money I will not run off. Zhao Shi looked at him in confusion. Sect Master Yi Yang smiled mysteriously and said, Just kidding, let us go. The two of them, along with the other groups, headed towards Residual Bone Village. The desolate village was completely empty, so quiet that even the wind could be heard. A man loudly warned, Danger zone, demon exterminators not allowed beyond this point. Everyone stood still, observing. Yi Yang and Zhao Shi vigilantly looked around. I do not know why, but I always feel this village is not quite right, do you? I heard many demon exterminators have inexplicably died in this village. This quest is simple. Just clear 30 demonic creatures and we can leave. Zhao Shi heard him and said anxiously, Sect Master Yi, do not underestimate this extremely difficult quest. If it were simple, it would not be open to so many demon exterminators at once. Zhao Shi looked at Yi Yang in confusion. Team quests are meant for everyone to help each other when powerful demonic creatures appear. Why are you carrying a shovel? I saw you all had weapons. I forgot to bring mine, so I just grabbed a shovel to make do. Zhao Shi thought with an awkward, troubled expression. I should not have brought this clueless person to this dangerous place. Yi Yang and Zhao Shi continued deeper into the village, searching for demonic creatures. He walked ahead of Zhao Shi with a calm demeanor. Sect Master Yi, wait for me. We need to move quickly to clear them out faster. He ran ahead of Zhao Shi, panting and holding his waist. Be careful, we are still in the desolate lands. There might be terrifying spirit realm demonic creatures here, he continued to explain breathlessly. Remember, if you encounter a spirit realm demon, you must run. Do not hesitate. Yi Yang calmly replied with an, Oh, then thought to himself, even Ling Ruoshui could not defeat a spirit realm demon. At this moment, crows began to appear on the surrounding branches. Zhao Shi looked around in surprise. Have we taken a wrong turn? Quick, let us go back to the main path. It is just the two of us here. If we run into a powerful demon, it'll be terrible. Suddenly, Yi Yang spotted something nearby. Demonic creature, are you talking about that? In the dark corner, a three-eyed wolf appeared, roaring at them. Zhao Shi was scared out of his wits, exclaiming, Oh no, we have encountered the fiercest demon in this area again. He quickly shielded Yi Yang, holding his sword, trembling as he comforted him. Do not be afraid. Although this wolf is fierce, I can handle it. Yi Yang looked at the trembling figure in confusion. You are the one who's scared, big brother. Zhao Shi looked at the three-eyed wolf, fearfully swallowed his saliva and struggling to overcome his fear immediately charged forward. Come on, the three-eyed wolf was faster. It also charged and scratched his chest. He painfully clicked his tongue and unexpectedly the roar of a red-eyed wolf echoed again. Zhao Shi vigilantly looked around. Bad news, 2 more three-eyed foxes have appeared. Their coordinated combat ability is very strong, but do not be afraid, boss. I'll take care of it. It was then that Yi Yang spoke. Let me do it. Zhao Shi cried out in alarm. A gentle breeze brushed through his hair, making his hair and clothes gently flutter. The shovel in his hand began to flicker with a faint electric light. Suddenly he looked at the person in front of him in confusion. Brother Long, holding a knife, rushed towards them. You newbies, I, Brother Long, am taking over here. The girl with him looked at the two of them mockingly. You are scared and panicking over such small demons, too weak. Watch how the veterans do it. He frowned in annoyance. These 2 clowns again, the three-eyed fox roared at them. Brother Long fiercely attacked them. Blood splattered everywhere. The commotion scared away several nearby crows. One by one, the heads of the three-eyed foxes rolled onto the ground. Brother Long confidently showed off his textbook perfect combat. Then he too spoke scornfully like the girl. Is not this the little brother who wanted to take a high-level demon extermination quest?" The girl, hearing him, waved her hand in displeasure. "Overestimating yourself. The dangers of a level 1 quest are not something rookies like you can handle. You lack strength, and this time you two are lucky to have run into us. This hellish battlefield is not suitable for rookies. Go back and know your place." They mocked the two of them and then left. Yi Yang looked at the two with dissatisfaction and displeasure. Zhao Shi wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Let us go, we cannot stay here any longer." He replied with a determined gaze, "Go where? Now that we are here, we must complete the mission. Let us go." Seeing him about to leave, Zhao Shi immediately chased after him. "No, it is too dangerous here, wait for me." "Ah no, the fog is too thick, there must be many demons. Let us go back quickly." Yi Yang ignored him and continued walking with a murderous gaze. Zhao Shi shouted breathlessly, "Sect Master Yi!" A red-eyed wolf appeared on the roof at this moment, roaring. It looked at the two of them with sharp eyes. Zhao Shi was startled by the commotion. He cried out in panic, seeing the wolf charging at him. "Oh no!" It leapt at Zhao Shi, giving him no time to draw his sword. Suddenly its head fell off. What separated its head from its body was the shovel in Yi Yang's hand. Zhao Shi looked at him dumbfounded, his mouth agape. He stammered, trying to say something, but was interrupted by Yi Yang. "Sect Master Yi Yu, do not speak." Thick smoke slowly parted. From the pervasive smoke, two wolves continuously roared as they walked out, drooling all over the ground. Their eyes gleamed with blood-red light, filled with terrifying killing intent. The two wolves continuously roared, slowly approaching Yi Yang and his group. He immediately warned they are coming. With a flash of blood-red light, Yi Yang swept past, effortlessly decapitating two wild wolves. He coldly turned back and commanded, "We must speed up, stick close to me, do not be more than 3 meters away." Zhao Shi heard this, dumbly nodded and stammered in reply, "Oh." As he hurried to chase after Yi Yang, he wondered in confusion why Yi Yang could use sword techniques with a shovel so quickly. Suddenly, Yi Yang waved his hand and effortlessly cut off another wild wolf's head. With another strike, he effortlessly cut off another wild wolf's head. His movements were extremely fast. Wherever he went, wolf heads flew. Zhao Shi could not help but exclaim, "My goodness, what kind of skill is that?" Yi Yang finally stopped. He thrust the blood-stained shovel firmly into the ground. Zhao Shi, who had struggled to catch up, was running and panting as he called out, Sect Master Yi." Zhao Shi had to use his sword to support himself to stand. He asked him breathlessly, "Have not you ever exterminated demons before? Your sword skill is terrifying, inhuman." Yi Yang just replied coldly, "Because my passive skill, sword mastery, is max level." Zhao Shi wiped the sweat from his forehead, asking dejectedly, completely failing to understand what that meant. Unexpectedly, Yi Yang casually reminded him, "Forget it, it is still too slow. Do not move from here." With that, he leapt up and flew away, shovel in hand. Zhao Shi watched his retreating figure in astonishment, unable to say a word. Meanwhile, piercing whooshing sounds continuously echoed in the pervading fog. Accompanied by loud rumbling sounds, Zhao Shi struggled to keep his eyes open, watching the trajectory of his shovel, and anxiously shouted, "My head hurts so much I cannot see his movements at all." Suddenly, Yi Yang flew out, and then a horde of wild wolves charged out with a rumble. Zhao Shi was terrified when he saw them, his eyes wide, his hair standing on end and large beads of sweat glistening on his face. Yi Yang landed lightly with a soft thud. He looked at the dense pack of wolves before him and calmly said, "Not too many, not too few. Including the ones before, it is exactly 30. Zhao Shi heard this and could not help but scream in horror. But they've surrounded us." He replied coldly with a somber expression, "This saves trouble." Zhao Shi's face was pale, his whole body trembling incessantly, asking, "What should we do?" Suddenly, Yi Yang reached out and patted his shoulder, startling him. Unexpectedly, with a gentle flick of his hand, Zhao Shi was flung away, screaming in terror as he struggled. "Whoa!" The wolves also seized the opportunity, leaping simultaneously and charging straight at Yi Yang. The pack of wolves roared fiercely, their eyes blood red as they rushed towards him. Yi Yang calmly spun the shovel above his head, and sparkling electric light gradually appeared on the ground. Suddenly he gripped the shovel tightly, and many glowing rings appeared at its tip, expanding outwards. The dust on the ground rose gracefully as if pulled by a powerful suction. The halo grew larger and the pack of wolves was flung into the air, but it was too late. In just an instant, many wild wolves crashed into the halo and were sliced in half without even a chance to howl. Under the lingering glow of the setting sun, Yi Yang stood calmly, shovel in hand, while on the other side, the severed halves of wolves continuously fell. The sight at this moment was incredibly terrifying. Just then, Zhao Shi was also about to hit the ground. He struggled and screamed, tears and snot flying, just as he was about to make intimate contact with the ground. Yi Yang unexpectedly spread his arms and easily caught him. Before Zhao Shi could even recover and stand steadily, he fell to his knees with a thud, but when he saw the scene before him, he could not help but cry out in horror. It is all over. You have cut off all the wolf tails, let us finish up quickly." A dark figure swiftly passed, disappearing into the pervading white smoke. A voice rang out, "Sect Master Yi, what move did you just use? So many demonic creatures, and in the blink of an eye." Before he could finish speaking, Yi Yang calmly leaned against a tree, nonchalantly replying, "Just ordinary swordplay." Zhao Shi, diligently hacking off wolf tails, could not help but turn his head in surprise at hearing this. "Ordinary swordplay? Powerful swordplay? At most I have seen people create sword blossoms, but what was that you just performed?" Yi Yang looked at him coldly and replied, "I have really held back a lot, after all. They're so weak." As if remembering something, he added, "Oh right, I have a question. What's the difference between demonic creatures and demon lords?" Zhao Shi raised an eyebrow and patiently explained, "Demonic creatures have not yet gained sentience and cannot speak human language. Most demon lords can speak human language and possess intelligence close to that of humans." Yi Yang murmured in summary. So demon lords are much more formidable, that is the general idea, but some demonic creatures are even stronger than demon lords. The main difference between the two lies in sentience. He nodded in understanding. Understood. Once I complete this mission, will I be able to take level 1 quests on my own? Zhao Shi coldly replied, no, you will not. Yi Yang sighed, saying dejectedly, it is really hard to earn money in this world. Sect Master Yi, do not rush. Take your time. If you are in urgent need of money, I have. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Yang interrupted him. He looked in one direction with a puzzled expression. Yi Yang cried out in surprise, what's wrong? Two people running by hastily shouted, help, run, Demon Lord. Yi Yang watched them pass calmly. Are those Demon Lords? Upon hearing this, Zhao Shi broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide and vacant as he cried, Sect Master Yi, Yi Yang calmly replied with his eyes closed, it is fine, just keep going. Zhao Shi was now trembling with fear. Let us run, my hands are shaking too much. Until the electrified smoke had spread to surround them, seemingly just a step away. Just then 3 more people ran out. Brother Long was the one who stayed to block. Brother Long might be able to hold them off for a bit, they urged. Run! Suddenly, with a loud bang, Brother Long's massive body was sent flying. The tall Brother Long was thus flung to the ground. A wild boar demon lord, with an iron ring through its nose and blood-red eyes, was filled with killing intent and rage. The enormous wild boar demon lord continuously grunted, slowly emerging from the pervasive white smoke, hammer in hand. Brother Long lay wounded on the ground, his whole body trembling incessantly, his breathing becoming rapid. He saw the demon lord slowly approaching, struggled to get up, and seeing Yi Yang still calmly leaning against the tree with no intention of fleeing, he kindly reminded him, you foolish newcomer, what are you standing there for? Run! The man and woman who had run away earlier now returned, struggling to help Brother Long up. The girl cried out worriedly, Brother Long, are you all right? He still struggled to shout, go! She supported Brother Long, and seeing Yi Yang still standing there calmly, she gritted her teeth and sneered, Brother Long, forget about that useless newcomer, he must be scared senseless and cannot move. Just then the massive iron hammer struck again, flinging all 3 of them away. The wild boar demon lord threw its head back and let out a deafening roar. Not only that, it continuously swung its hammer, fiercely smashing it where Brother Long and his group were, forcing them to flee in disarray. Suddenly Brother Long collapsed instantly, no longer having the strength to stand. Yi Yang slowly walked towards him. Brother Long was surprised at this. Newcomer, why are you still? The wild boar demon lord swung its hammer, preparing to deliver a final blow to Yi Yang and Brother Long. The hammer was less than a step away from Yi Yang, yet he still stood motionless, completely unresponsive. The distance grew shorter, then suddenly Yi Yang swiftly waved his hand, and in just an instant the iron hammer in the wild boar demon lord's hand was sent flying into the sky by his blow. Brother Long and the 2 others were astonished at this sight. Yi Yang coldly told them, since you kindly advised this newcomer to run, I'll help you this once. The wild boar demon lord stared blankly at its empty hands, barely believing it, and gently wiggled its fingers. Ultimately it was completely enraged by Yi Yang. The wild boar demon lord let out a massive roar, fiercely charging straight at Yi Yang. At this point, Yi Yang no longer stood still. He bent down and charged directly at the wild boar demon lord. Yi Yang's solid fist emitted an eerie sizzling sound. As expected, Yi Yang's fist, imbued with immense power, directly pierced through the body of the enormous wild boar demon beast. Brother Long and the 2 others turned pale with shock and astonishment. A hint of shock flashed across the wild boar demon beast's face, which then darkened. A deep hole larger than Yi Yang's body had been torn through the wild boar demon beast's body, so large you could see right through it. Yi Yang even deliberately jumped through the large hole in its chest, proving it wasn't an illusion. Soon after Yi Yang calmly departed, the wild boar demon beast body immediately exploded. A gentle breeze softly blew, causing Yi Yang's hair to flutter slightly. He suddenly turned his head to look behind him. Brother Long and the woman were frightened by the sight. He clutched his chest, still shaken, and stammered, Are our newcomers nowadays all this abnormal? The woman, unsure whether she was joking or serious, whispered, Brother Long, I am sorry, but I want to follow this person from now on. Hearing this, he could not help but look at her helplessly. On the other side, Yi Yang walked to the head of the massive demon lord, stopped and asked, Senior Brother Zhao, how much is this demon lord worth? Zhao Shi stammered, unsure how to answer. At least 1,000 gold coins. Yi Yang listened and nodded with satisfaction. Good, that is enough starting capital for the sect's renovations. Zhao Shi raised an eyebrow and curiously asked him, Sect Master Yi, you are too strong, you can instantly kill a monster like this, how powerful are you exactly? Yi Yang looked up at him and replied without hesitation, I am also very curious about the limits of my power. I truly look forward to finding an opponent who can make me fight seriously. Zhao Shi's face turned ashen with fright and he could not help but blurt out, my god. Yi Yang led the way, not forgetting to call back to Zhao Shi. Let us go back tonight, my treat for drinks. Speaking of which, I have not seen that bookworm in a long time. I wonder if I'll run into him today. Zhao Shi, while hastily gathering the wolf tails, responded with a bewildered oh. That evening in a certain tavern, besides Yi Yang and Zhao Shi, there were only a few scattered individuals. Zhao Shi was now completely drunk. He turned his head and tried to persuade Yi Yang, it is getting a bit late, Sect Master Yi, you should go back and rest early. Yi Yang lowered his head, his expression unclear, and replied, This is late, turns out you are drunk yourself. When did you start talking nonsense? Have you never been an overtime slave? Never seen Shanghai at 4 a.m.? The tavern owner looked at him and smiled, reminding him, Sect Master Yi, do not drink anymore, someone's here to pick you up. He asked back in confusion, Someone's picking me up, the boss nodded with a cunning smile and replied. Yes, your senior disciple Ling Ruoshui came by earlier and left a communication crystal's contact info saying, if he gets drunk let me know. Yi Yang murmured softly, this girl is such a worrier. The tavern owner then reminded him, hurry now, the person picking you up should be at the door. Outside the tavern people came and went, a lively scene, and one person was already waiting at the door. Yi Yang, drunk and swaying, leaned on the door as he walked out. Upon seeing the person at the door he let out a surprised hiccup and asked, oh, it is Sushu, she softly called out. Master. Sushu, blushing and unable to meet Yi Yang's gaze, hastily explained, I could not help it. Senior sister is swamped with sect matters, the other junior sisters could not come out, and since Master and I are acquainted and I work in the city, it was easier for me to pick you up. Yi Yang was already too drunk to hear what she said. He curiously asked, what kind of work? Sushu honestly replied, I unload cargo ships at South City Port. Do not let my poor cultivation fool you. My strength is decent. He seemed to not hear clearly, only vaguely asking back, how, why? Sushu's face showed a sad expression as she explained, I have no talent for cultivation and usually cannot help everyone much. So I work in the city during the day hoping to earn some money to contribute to the sect. Upon hearing this, Yi Yang began to comfort her. Who says you have no cultivation? Hev, before he could finish speaking he could not help but bend over and vomit at the tavern entrance. Sushu quickly ran over and shouted, Master, the tavern entrance is chaotic. How are we going to leave? I'll get you some water. No need, let us go. Under the star-studded night sky, Sushu timidly asked him, then Master, shall I carry you? Though drunk he immediately refused, no need. But after a short while Sushu was seen carrying Yi Yang who was still rambling. I am so happy today. She replied with a blank oh. Suddenly, Yi Yang asked, do you have anything you are unhappy about? Tell me to make me happy. Sushu let out a soft surprised ah softly, pondering. He was like a child wanting to hear a story at this moment. Seeing her hesitate he began to urge loudly, spit it out. Under duress she stammered, I want that. Yi Yang leaned his head on the back of her neck and whispered, still thinking of leaving the sect? Sushu, blushing, sadly replied, I am not suited for cultivation. I know I am clumsy and always drag everyone down. Leaving would be good for everyone. Yi Yang squinted his blurry eyes. Suddenly he noticed something. He pointed at the small gourd dangling from her waist and curiously asked, what's that hanging from your waist? Sushu cried out in surprise. Ah, she reached out fumbling and asked, are you talking about this? She held up the gourd keychain. The gourd. I bought it for senior sister with my wages. It is the only thing she likes besides her sword. Yi Yang replied in surprise, she likes cute things too. Sushu gently replied, she is a girl after all and even younger than me. She is really a good senior sister. Did you know actually? Yi Yang swayed the gourd back and forth, softly saying, oh. Sushu lowered her head, a tear falling from the corner of her eye. Her voice grew gentle as she began to narrate. She was the one who picked me up. Ruozu's figure stood on a patch of grass, the wind blowing gently, causing her hair and white clothes to flutter softly. I was actually very young back then and was once expelled from a sect. In the cold rain, Sushu was mercilessly driven out by the people of the sect. Leave. I, a clumsy person who gets sleepy just by looking at books, thought this was my only path to cultivation. But it turned out I could not condense true chi for long. Sushu was suddenly struck by a resounding slap, sending her sprawling backward onto the ground. Two ruffians casually walked away with a money pouch, continuously threatening, HMPH, I am not done hitting you yet. Alright, a lesson is enough. Keep her alive, she might be useful later. Sushu clumsily picked herself up from the ground, weakly crying, give it back to me. The two ruffians sneered disdainfully. Next time this young master will play with you again, let us go. Suddenly a small girl dressed entirely in white appeared, blocking their path. Ruoshui shouted loudly, stop, give her back her things. The long-haired ruffian saw her, pointed and sneered. He then grinned excitedly, not bad looking, but in just a few seconds the two ruffians were seen lying in a pile, one on top of the other, with several knocked-out teeth scattered on the ground. Ruoshui stepped forward and coldly returned the money pouch to her. At that moment, Sushu felt everything come back to life. Ruoshui, clear-eyed and gentle, said to her, hello. Luckily I met senior sister, and she also took me in. Back to the present. Sushu continued her story. Senior sister was determined to protect everyone with her own strength. She is actually just a young girl herself. I cannot add to her burden anymore. Yi Yang suddenly broke the silence. Who says there is no way to cultivate if you cannot condense true chi? He pointed forward with a trembling hand, declaring firmly, do not worry, there are many paths to cultivation. I have already observed you, and you have great potential. Especially I will take your place. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Yang was overcome with sleepiness and soon began to snore. Hearing Yi Yang's even breathing, Sushu finally dared to speak her mind. Sect Master, you do not have to force yourself to comfort me. You are indeed formidable in battle, but you always fall behind us when running. The sisters even wonder if you actually know how to teach disciples. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she cried out in alarm. Oh no, senior sister told me about this, not to tell Master. At this, her tone involuntarily became hesitant. Let us head back now. Just like that, under the quiet moonlight, the figure of a woman carrying a man swiftly departed. After a while, she finally carried Yi Yang to the top of the bridge. She sighed wearily, phew. No, true chi is really troublesome. After a day of work my stamina is a bit lacking. Suddenly, Sushu turned around in surprise, and at the same time a gust of wind swept past both of them. Below the bridge was a bustling street scene brightly lit with people coming and going, while above the bridge was a star-studded night sky. Sushu could not help but exclaim, "It is so beautiful." Yi Yang, hearing this, also woke up groggily. "The stars are truly beautiful." She let out a soft surprised "Ah," he swayed and playfully whined. "Then I do not want to go back, I want to stay here and watch the stars." Sushu quickly tried to stop him. "But if you are drunk you'll catch a cold." Before she could finish speaking he sat down by himself. "It is okay." She was speechless at this. Left with no choice she sat down next to Yi Yang. She reached up and touched her head, gently undoing her hair tie. He looked at the scenery below the bridge, unable to help but exclaim, "It is truly beautiful." Still in a drunken state, he was only clear-headed for a moment before collapsing back into Sushu's arms. She had just undone her hair when he startled her, making her softly say, "Huh?" Sushu, blushing, looked at him, an unconscious smile playing on her lips. In the pitch-dark night, the wind swept withered leaves, gently swirling them in the air. As the night grew deeper, everything gradually became silent. Sushu, afraid of waking Yi Yang, dared only to sit quietly. She thought to herself, "I cannot fall asleep, I need to make sure Master can lean comfortably." Just as she was drowsily preparing to fall asleep, a massive explosion suddenly echoed from not far away, shaking the entire sky. Sushu was startled awake by it. People who survived the explosion continuously screamed desperately, "Help!" The explosion created a massive tremor, causing smoke and dust to billow from that spot. Sushu's face turned ashen with fright, and she immediately jumped up. She fearfully blurted out that the explosion came from thick smoke and dust, with occasional flashes of electric light. In an instant, as the mist gradually cleared, 3 demon lords were revealed behind it, 2 men and 1 woman. Their faces were etched with disdain as they looked down at the crowd below. The demon with the scar on its chin smirked, "Humans are so pathetic and weak." The demon with scars on both cheeks looked at the people frantically fleeing, often saying, trying to run, "Can you escape?" It extended its hand, concentrating a force at its fingertips, pointing directly at the civilians below. In a blink, countless stones encased in blue energy rained down from the sky. Sushu was shocked and immediately tried to rush out, followed by continuous booming sounds. The innocent residents screamed tragically as they ran. "Help!" Some people scrambled to escape, while others awkwardly carried their disabled elderly fathers as demons invaded. The son with his elderly father on his back looked behind him and weakly cried out, Who will save us?" Just then, soldiers also rushed over. The leading soldier, running anxiously, thought, "Damn it, keep up." The soldier looked up at the sky. "Demons, our demon extermination unit will be there immediately. Surrender now. How dare you demons invade Sahai City so freely?" The female demon scoffed in response, "Still talking tough when death is at your doorstep." The demon with the scar on its chin concentrated a ball of power in its palm, aiming it at the unit. It violently launched the power downwards, triumphantly shouting, "It does not matter who cleans up your corpses." The power ball swiftly hurtled downwards. The soldier captain was surprised. In a blink, the immense force directly struck where the soldiers were, causing a huge explosion. The female demon's lips curled into a slight smile, feigning blame. "Is there any need to be so heavy-handed with such weak humans?" Suddenly, she exclaimed in surprise, The female demon looked at the 2 people on the bridge who were still sitting calmly. She said in surprise, "There are 2 people over there." Seeing us, they did not immediately flee. The female demon's eyes gleamed with evil, revealing an interested smile. "The man is drunk and the woman is scared stiff. I want to play with him." A sudden uneasy feeling flashed through Sushu's mind. The demon with scars on both cheeks sternly reminded, "Do not waste too much time." The female demon disdainfully tossed her head and replied, "I know." The demon with the scar on its chin could not help but sneer. These 2 humans were truly pathetic to encounter such a pervert. She cackled maliciously, concentrating a ball of fire on her index finger, and without another word directly shot it towards where Sushu and Yi Yang were. She barely had time to be startled before it was too late. Though the flame was small, its landing caused a considerable tremor. In a blink, a wall of fire appeared before Sushu and Yi Yang. Sushu had no time to think, and quickly carried him on her back. She struggled to carry Yi Yang, running rapidly, her breathing becoming hurried. The female demon cackled triumphantly. "Humans struggling is truly amusing." Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared at her lips, and then she casually waved her hand and threw down 2 more balls of fire. The 2 balls of fire quickly landed simultaneously where the 2 were, causing a huge tremor. Sushu's face instantly turned ashen, terrified. Sure enough, she was hit by the attack. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. From above, the force of the 2 fireballs was immense. They created 2 deep indentations in the ground, and their power even sent both Sushu and Yi Yang flying. A whooshing sound of wind rang out as she was flung backwards, sliding a long distance on the ground. Yi Yang, unconscious, was also flung far away, his body forming a long streak as he slid, but he remained motionless, only his breathing gradually becoming rapid. Sushu staggered to a sitting position, her long hair covering her face. She panted exhaustedly, secretly making up her mind. At this moment she had no desire to give up on cultivation. Sushu's hand on the ground clenched, even trembling slightly. After all, in this world only the strong have the right to live. Her entire body trembled, and tears streamed down her face. It was a pity that she was destined not to be able to cultivate. In the air, 1 demon turned and reminded, "Had enough fun, finish her off." The female demon sighed regretfully. All right, I am sorry, Afu. With that, she concentrated a fireball in her palm. The female demon's tone turned cruel. You are dead. As soon as she finished speaking, countless fireballs continuously rained down towards the ground. Sushu looked at the descending fireballs, feeling only powerlessness. She suddenly stood up, blaming herself. Master, it is only because your disciple is too weak. Sushu rushed towards Yi Yang with all her strength, but at least, suddenly, Sushu stopped, her feet sliding on the ground with a swish. She spread her arms, blocking in front of Yi Yang's body. She had to survive. Soon, fireballs continuously landed on the ground, creating deafening sounds. The explosions formed a huge pillar of fire, illuminating the entire land, and soon only raging flames remained. The female demon let out a satisfied, triumphant laugh. Then suddenly, as if sensing something, a look of confusion appeared on her face. Then her face turned grim, her expression clearly showing astonishment. It turned out that in her flames, Sushu's back was still there, shielding Yi Yang. She was surrounded by a blue shield protecting both of them. Just then, Yi Yang's voice rang out. There is something called a magic shield. Sushu was startled, her eyes wide with surprise. Next to Sushu, his hand had at some unknown point extended, which even those without true chi could learn. At this moment he was sitting cross-legged, his palm extended, forming a shield to protect them. Seeing this, Sushu blurted out, Master. Yi Yang calmly explained, I have confirmed it. Your soul power is very strong, so I have chosen the magical girl profession for you. She repeated curiously, Magical girl? He slowly stood up, calmly replying, A mage is a profession that uses magic for offense. The three demons floated in the air, completely ignored by Yi Yang and Sushu. The female demon still had not recovered from her shock, blurting out, Strange, that drunkard actually blocked my attack. The demon with the scar on its chin laughed. He is just lucky, I'll teach him a lesson. The demon with scars on both cheeks frowned, his expression serious and pointed downwards, sternly scolding, You two stop talking nonsense. If we delay any longer, the demon extermination unit will arrive. Yi Yang's hand touched Sushu's cheek, making her face flush crimson. He said gently, Sushu, you have worked hard. He looked at her with a gentle gaze and a slight smile. Your master will now open a new world for you. With that, Yi Yang extended his finger, concentrating a small flame at its tip. Sushu looked at the flame in surprise, her face filled with astonishment. This is. He gently rotated his index finger, making the flame swirl into a small vortex. Magic escape. Sushu still did not understand and asked again. Is this useful? Yi Yang replied, You'll like it. With that, he waved his hand, throwing the small vortex into the air. The flame swiftly shot towards the three demons in the sky. The demon with the scar on its chin scoffed. What does this human want to do? How dare he release energy of such low attack intensity? The female demon also scoffed in response. This little thing is quite fast too. Only the demon with scars on both cheeks looked at the flame Yi Yang threw in surprise. The flame moved faster and faster, as if tearing through the air. Its eyes turned blood red, blood streaked through its teeth, and it exclaimed in panic, Not good. The demon with scars on both cheeks immediately turned and fled. Run! The other two demons looked at it in confusion. The demon with the scar on its chin's face instantly showed an expression of disbelief. Below, Yi Yang emotionlessly flicked his finger, and the flame immediately transformed from a small vortex into a massive swirling ring of fire, making the two demons turn in panic. Suddenly, the demon with the scar on its chin's eyes widened in surprise. The female demon was also astonished. Soon, both of their bodies were sliced in half. Only the demon with scars on both cheeks remained. It heard the commotion and immediately turned to check, but what greeted it was a sharp ball of fire. The remaining demon's entire body was also sliced in half. Its eyes were blood-streaked, dying with grievances. The lights flashed past, tearing the demons into fragments. The three balls of fire gradually merged and soon combined into raging flames. Sushu's eyes widened in astonishment. The demons' corpses thus fell from the sky to the ground. There were also some broken stones falling from the sky. Sushu was dumbfounded. Is this the power of magic? Yi Yang stood beside her, affirming again. This is just elementary magic. Of course, your master's efficiency bonus is applied. Sushu muttered to herself, Elementary? Then she turned to him, her eyes incomparably firm. Master, I want to be a mage. Sushu set her goal. Magical girl, this must be my future. He heard her so determined and agreed. All right. Below, several residents emerged from the ruins, asking in confusion, What was that sudden explosion in the sky just now? Demons. The soldiers, their faces smudged with dust, looked up at the sky, repeatedly asking, How is this possible? The demons are all gone in a blink, looking at the sky, which had suddenly turned cerulean blue. The residents curiously asked, They vanished, all vanished. Did an immortal take pity on us and save us? The immortal the resident spoke of was Yi Yang. At this moment he was dizzy and weak all over. He could not stand steadily and fell towards Sushu, startling her. She quickly ran over to support him, shouting, Master, Sushu asked worriedly, Did using that attack consume your life? Yi Yang's face darkened. Elementary magic consumes what? I am drunk and so uncomfortable, my whole body is soft. Sushu was helplessly at a loss for words. Then she said, All right, master, I'll carry you home. Yi Yang refused, No need. But in the end he still let Sushu carry him back. Master is asleep again. Sushu glanced back, smiling gently. She murmured to herself, I do not know why, but when Master is drunk he does not smell bad. Just then, deep within the gloomy demon abyss, a person was cultivating on a mountaintop, radiating powerful energy. He was also a demon, known as the Mad Demon. At this moment another small demon flew over. Lord, yesterday the three great demon generals entered Sahai City to look for clues, and all of them died. The mad demon was greatly startled upon hearing this. Impossible. I clearly used a trick to lure all the powerful demon exterminators out of the city, so how could anyone have wiped out all three of them? The subordinate demon reported, sweating. This subordinate is also unclear. According to information from passers-by, it seems to have been done by a young mysterious expert, the mad demon said angrily. I do not believe there is any young powerful person. We still need to quickly find the human thief hiding in Sahai City. The demon subordinate complied. This subordinate understands that thief stole an important secret of our clan from the demon world. No one can protect him, the mad demon painstakingly instructed again. Find this thief and you must bring the secret back. This secret concerns the survival of our clan, the demon subordinate replied firmly. Yes. The scene cuts to inside the sect. In the lounge, snores could be heard. Yi Yang lay in a chair with his mouth open, sleeping, when suddenly something hit his face. Slam! He vaguely opened his eyes, looking ahead, wondering what it was. When he saw the bird clearly, he thought, Deathglare, you are finally awake. Yi Yang was surprised to hear the bird speak. He opened his eyes wide, sat up and rubbed his head. How did I end up sleeping here? Did that girl Su Shu abandon me here? The bird housekeeper replied. It is because you drank so much. You kept insisting you wanted to go to work, then you hugged the chair and could not be pulled away. Hearing this, Yi Yang could not believe his ears. I actually like working that much? The bird housekeeper remembered something. Oh right, Ling Ruoshui is waiting outside to see you. Yi Yang asked, has she been outside this whole time? The bird housekeeper replied. Yes. Yi Yang then called out, Ruoshui, come in quickly. She then walked in. As soon as she entered, she knelt down. Thank you, Master, for agreeing to teach Su Shu cultivation, she said. From today onwards she will follow Master on the path to becoming a magical girl, although I do not know what magic is. What Master teaches must be very powerful. Yi Yang thought to himself, magical girl, what nonsense did I say after getting drunk? She stammered. Aye. Ruoshui lowered her head and said, Su Shu, due to her physical constitution, always wanted to give up cultivation and make a living in the mortal world. As her senior sister, I was powerless. She bowed deeply, saying gratefully, it is truly wonderful to have met Master. Yi Yang walked over, extended his hand and said, get up quickly. Ruoshui stood up. He shook his hand, turned his head and said, being a senior sister is not being a mother. You worry too much. Sometimes you need to relax a bit to make life easier. Ruoshui bowed in thanks. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I have one more matter to report. Turned to look at her, asking curiously. Ruoshui reported seriously, next I need to go into secluded cultivation to break through to the soul realm. I hereby request a period of leave from Master. Yi Yang replied, Soul realm, the cultivation levels in this world seem to be. He put his hand on his chin, muttering, Martial realm, spirit realm, soul realm, secret realm, king realm, and what comes after that, I have forgotten. Anyway, for you to be challenging the soul realm at such a young age, you truly are a genius. Ruoshui lowered her head and said, I have already made arrangements for the sect's affairs. If Master needs anything, you can instruct second junior sister to handle it on my behalf. I hope Master will allow me to go into seclusion. Since things were already arranged, he gave a thumbs up indicating, okay, no problem, it is settled. But you must remember, whether it is sect affairs or cultivation, do not push yourself too hard. Yi Yang asked her, is there anything else you want to say to your master? Ruoshui cupped her hands and replied, thank you for your concern, Master, there is nothing else. She glanced away, her cheeks flushing, and thought, thinking about going into secluded cultivation and not seeing Master for a while makes me feel a bit unaccustomed. She suddenly realized, what am I saying? She timidly said. Your disciple will take her leave. Ruoshui quickly turned and departed. He watched her retreating figure and responded, walking outside, she asked herself, what's wrong with me? My whole life has been dedicated to the way of the sword, I cannot be easily swayed. Just then, Ouyang was already standing behind her, waiting for her to come out. Senior sister, Ruoshui heard the call and glanced back. She asked a question that struck a chord with Ruoshui, making her blush. Senior sister is not going to waver in her sword path because of a crush on Master, is she? Ruoshui immediately turned around and strongly retorted, nonsense. Ouyang, however, replied very firmly, Senior sister is my only idol. To achieve senior sister's sword path, I will remove all obstacles. Ruoshui asked, what do you intend to do? Ouyang stated without hesitation, if Master's affections become an obstacle to senior sister's sword cultivation, then I can offer myself to Master. Accept his affections and let him spare senior sister. Hearing this, she yelled, do not be ridiculous. Ruoshui turned and left, blushing, leaving Ouyang behind, puzzled. I am going into seclusion. Ouyang remained very firm. Do not worry, I'll guard outside and keep Master away. The scene cuts to an adjacent barren and desolate land. Two people were running desperately, dodging and shouting, run, it is the witch Dongfang Cheng. They were covered in blood. That monster, in pursuit of power, betrayed humanity and evolved into a monster. She will surely face divine retribution, the person in green behind replied. She is now the leader of the three great heavenly demons, and she has gone mad, killing both humans and demons. It is terrifying. Just then, Dongfang Cheng wearing rabbit ears appeared. She flew up with an eerie smile, making the two tremble. Dongfang Cheng, you do not come any closer. She watched them wail tragically, her expression unchanged. Die. As soon as she spoke, she waved her hand and slaughtered them. The ground was already soaked in blood. After the act, she leisurely raised her hand and licked the blood. When I, Dongfang Cheng, strike, whether the opponent is human or demon, no one is left alive. She cackled madly, screaming with a frenzied laugh. Foolish beings, you should all disappear from this world forever. She kills both humans and demons, it is terrifying. Just then, Dongfang Cheng wearing rabbit ears appeared. She flew up with an eerie smile making the two tremble. Dongfang Cheng, you do not come any closer. She watched them wail tragically, her expression unchanged. Die. As soon as she spoke, she waved her hand and slaughtered them. The ground was already soaked in blood after the act. She leisurely raised her hand and licked the blood. When I, Dongfang Cheng, strike, whether the opponent is human or demon, no one is left alive, she cackled madly, screaming with a frenzied laugh. Foolish beings, you should all disappear from this world forever. Once calm, she smiled kindly and remarked that it had been a while since she returned to the Wuji sect. She really missed her junior sect master and the old man who took her in. Walking along, she said excitedly, "Let us go see him again." The scene shifts to the Wuji sect, where 2 stones are thrown outside. Bai Fei continuously muttered in her cell, shouting, "Yi Yang stinks, Yi Yang is weak." Bai Fei was holding several stones preparing to throw them when a loud laugh suddenly echoed. Fang Ting appeared behind her and asked, "Little fox, still have not escaped?" Bai Fei replied coldly, "None of your business. I am well fed in the Wuji sect. I do not want to leave at all." Hearing this, Fang Ting began to tease, "So you do not want to leave on your own? I was going to let you out." Bai Fei turned around, changing her attitude. "Really?" But she grew suspicious again. Granny said, "To pursue power, betraying the Wuji sect and abandoning one's human form is completely untrustworthy. I will not fall for it." Fang Ting stood outside the cell, continuously tempting her. "Little fox, do not rush to conclusions first, listen to my conditions. As long as you agree within a year," she bowed her head, pondering a land full of schemes and intrigues. "Help me bewitch the Emperor of the White Kingdom in the far north so I can control this country. I'll let you go right now." Bai Fei turned around. "I refuse such a thing. This baby is not interested," Fang Ting said. "Have not you always wanted to escape and seek revenge? How can you get revenge if you are trapped here your whole life?" Hearing revenge, Bai Fei's heart wavered slightly, thinking of her enemy. Fang Ting seized her weakness and continued, "You have overthrown a dynasty and caused chaos throughout the land, yet you still cannot surpass your enemy. How about this? If you complete the task and help me, I'll fully support you in seeking revenge. What do you say?" Bai Fei was continuously tempted. "You really are," a scream echoed. "Dongfang Ting, you traitor of the Wuji sect, who allowed you to come back and tempt the little fox?" Yi Yang activated silent mode as soon as he walked over. Yi Yang silently emanated a murderous aura, scaring Dongfang Ting into pouncing on Yi Yang. "Junior sect master, we meet again at last. Actually, I missed you so much that I secretly ran back." Yi Yang ignored her flattery and pushed Fang Ting away directly. "Stop with the nonsense. I once said that if you trespass into the Wuji sect by even half a step, I'll lock you in this demon-suppressing hall forever." Dongfang Ting still refused to stop acting. "That is fine too. I need a reason to stay by your side forever, junior brother." Then Dongfang Ting turned her head and pouted at Yi Yang, making him freeze. "Because of a curse, I can only marry the sect master. Only a new experience can lift it. Anyway, we are going to get married." He interrupted her. "Stop talking nonsense here. Come out with me first. I cannot beat you, but I will not listen to you." Her words infuriated Bai Fei. The little fox bristled and cursed. "Enough, you wretched fox. Stay away from him." Yi Yang blushed, speechless. He immediately pulled Dongfang Ting along. "I am taking you out," she screamed in vain. "No, let me go." Yi Yang shouted, "Shut up." Before the two walked far, the little fox did not forget to warn Yi Yang. "Do not let that vixen of a woman stay by your side. She only wants to seduce you." Hearing Bai Fei's warning, Dongfang Ting was spurred on and teased. "Bai Fei, you are the vixen yourself." The little fox was so angry she could not speak. As soon as he brought Dongfang Ting out, she immediately asked, "Junior sect master, did you bring me here with ill intentions?" Fang Ting shyly hugged her face and pouted. "I like it." The long-standing restraint made him immediately erupt. Yi Yang forcefully threw Fang Ting out and shouted loudly, "To make you stay away from the Wuji sect." Sensing the approaching danger, Dongfang Ting immediately activated her spiritual power. With a whoosh, she sat on the rocks behind. Fang Ting sadly asked, "Junior brother, are you really not going to help me? If I do not marry junior brother, my soul state will be unstable and I'll be very pitiful." He retorted that the old sect master had touched her. "None of my business. Do not call me junior brother. You already betrayed the sect." Dongfang Ting replied, "I can also turn over a new leaf and return to junior brother's sect." Yi Yang continued, "Forget it, Dongfang, the great demon star. Both humans and demons avoid you. I cannot afford to provoke you," he added. "Also, I'll warn you one last time, absolutely do not set your sights on the little fox." Saying this, he paused, scanning her with sharp eyes, word by word. "Otherwise, I'll have to deal with you." After threatening her, he turned to leave. "That is it, I am going," Dongfang Ting called out in displeasure. "The little fox is just an imprisoned demon. You actually have feelings for her." Caught off guard, Yi Yang made an excuse to escape. "Less nonsense, I am still busy writing cultivation manuals for my disciples. I do not have time to chat with you. Leave the Wuji sect immediately." With that, he left the angry Fang Ting behind and strode back. After he left, she suddenly laughed as if she had found a treasure. "This junior sect master is so interesting. Do you think you can escape my grasp? I'll come back to pursue you after I return from the North Pole." The scene shifts to the demon suppressing hall. Yellow talismans were plastered in a row sealing the iron gate. A voice came from inside. "Your eldest disciple is cultivating but wants to take on a part-time job. It seems she does not understand the meaning of cultivation." Yi Yang bowed his head and replied, "She cannot bear to part with this month's wages. Once this month is over, she'll quit." "But did you call me just to talk about disciples, nothing else?" "I am leaving," the person inside hurriedly called out. "Wait." Bai Fei glared and interrogated. First tell me, did that vixen do anything excessive to you? He replied in fear. You are the vixen. The little fox was so angry that even a few of her tails appeared. She shrieked, that wicked woman Dongfang Ting trying to snatch my man, she is 100 years too early. Hearing her, Yi Yang arrogantly asked, suddenly so spirited, do not worry, neither of you can bewitch me. The little fox's sharp gaze swept over Yi Yang. Suddenly an explosion erupted in the cell, Bai Fei's fur flying everywhere. Yi Yang's face changed drastically. It turned out Bai Fei had transformed into her human form. She asked seductively, really, am I not charming? Yi Yang blushed and refused. Drama queen, that trick will not work on me, Bai Fei shouted. Then what are you looking at? He coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment, then replied, all right, I admit you are temporarily ahead of the rabbit, but do not be fooled by her. Suddenly Bai Fei bowed her head and pleaded, let me go, I have a wish I have not fulfilled yet. Yi Yang tried to keep her. Staying here is safer for both you and this world. Lu Jing was startled as she entered. Sensing someone, Yi Yang also turned to look at her, instinctively walking forward to greet her. Hello, master. He asked if she was the disciple delivering food on behalf of Ling Ruoshui, but he cautioned her not to talk to her, lest she be bewitched. She obediently agreed. Lu Qing understood. Suddenly, the little fox shrieked in her cell. Yi Yang, you pighead, you did not use to treat me like this. It must be that rabbit's fault. I will not lose, he smiled and comforted. Be good, I am going to the library to find information. I'll be back to keep you company soon. The scene shifts to the West District of Sahai City, where discussions echoed, how should I write the basic magic introduction manual? This is really difficult. It must be written from a perspective that people in this world can understand. Let us first refer to this world's 5 elements arts as gold, wood, water, fire, and earth are, after all, element-related in the library. Yi Yang stood at the counter asking for a book. Excuse me, where are the books on the 5 elements arts? Yu Ru looked at him contemptuously. This unlearned fellow, always reading novels, is back again, she suddenly asked. Can you even understand the 5 elements arts? Stop pretending. Yi Yang was stunned. What the hell? She pointed to the left. The first bookshelf, numbers 1 to 13 are all there, help yourself. Yu Ru's maid began to fantasize again. He is looking at the 5 elements arts. Perhaps he heard that Sister Yu Ru likes them. This means he wants to pursue Sister Yu Ru. Seeing the maid say this, Yu Ru also became self-absorbed. Being too beautiful is such a hassle. What a nuisance. Yi Yang was surprised. Are you crazy? Who gave you that confidence? After cursing, he walked to the bookshelf Yu Ru pointed to. Yi Yang flipped through one book after another. He only needed to see the patterns and writing styles, not the content. His passive skill, 5 elements mastery, was already max level. Looking at these things was like reading elementary school textbooks, boring. The perspective of this book is good, but it is too simple. The gossip gene was deeply ingrained in both of them, making it impossible for them to remain quiet. The two walked over to Yi Yang, whispering behind the bookshelf. He really is not reading seriously. He is definitely pretending to get Sister Yu Ru's attention. What a waste of effort. A childish man cannot attract Sister's attention. Sister likes heroes like the young one who defeated the 3 great demon lords. How can I compare to him? I can only admire him in silence. All those who like me are useless, he secretly cursed. 2 lunatics. After choosing the desired books, Yi Yang took out a pen and began to write and draw. The reference books cannot be taken out, so I'll start here. The maid commented. He pretended to write for a long time, but it is all just scribbles. These men will stop at nothing for Sister Yu Ru. Yu Ru was furious when she heard the maid say this. She slammed her hand on the table and shouted, enough, you good-for-nothing who only reads novels. How dare you pretend to like the 5 elements arts to get close to me? The two walked aggressively towards Yi Yang. Perhaps sensing the unusual aura, he turned his head and said in displeasure, you 2 crazy women, why are you here again? Suddenly, the 2 stood opposite him and shouted, please leave. Yi Yang replied indifferently. What do you mean? Yu Ru and her maid spoke one after another, weaving a story. We have seen through your true colors. You are pretending to like the 5 elements arts to get close to senior Sister Yu Ru. The library is not a place for dating, and you do not understand the 5 elements arts at all. Please leave, because it is a supreme art, and you are unworthy of belittling it. Leave now, and maybe you can still retain a shred of fantasy about me. The 2 continued to scold Yi Yang like that, even though this was a library. Was he still going to pretend to understand the 5 elements arts now? I'll expose the truth. You do not understand the 5 elements arts at all. Just pick a book at random. Passersby secretly sighed. What's wrong? Those 2 women are so loud. Yu Ru's scolding grew more intense. She gritted her teeth and said, if I can answer a question about the 5 elements arts, I'll admit you are truly reading these books. Otherwise, give up your intentions towards me, leave the bookstore and stop disturbing everyone. They exhausted themselves scolding Yi Yang, but he only replied, this esteemed one has never answered questions for free. Also, you 2 are the ones truly disturbing everyone. The murmurs around grew louder. Those 2 women are really annoying. Yi Yang remembered something and added, this esteemed one has never guided outer sect disciples for free. 10 silver coins per question. The guards nearby secretly cursed. How shameless. Yu Ru held up a book and began to demonstrate. Good, if you can answer it. I'll not only give you 10 silver coins, but we can play for higher stakes. I heard you are a useless sect master who cannot recruit disciples. As long as you can answer it, I'll be your disciple. If you cannot answer it, you'll be banned from this bookstore forever. The guard continued, if you answer correctly, you'll get your wish. Do you dare to take on senior sister Yuru's question? Ignoring their nonsense, Yi Yang turned his head, busy writing and drawing, thinking disdainfully as he wrote. He would not even consider the sect's odd-job disciples. Let us begin. 10 silver coins per question. Extra charges for more questions. Still pretending you do not even know basic 5 elements questions. She randomly flipped to a page and read, I will not make it difficult for you. Choose this introductory one. The art of 5 elements combinations and probing, the murmurs around began. Is not this difficult? This is an advanced question from the art of 5 elements. The honest young man is about to be pushed to the brink because it is too complex. The combinations of 5 elements Zheng Xin and Wu Ji, how many results are there in total? Speak. Yi Yang showed a strange smile, preparing to embarrass her. He moved his lips slightly, ready to give the answer. Yu Ru and her maid continuously whispered, quick, quick. He spoke 2 words, 36 types. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Ru had already turned her head, laughing uncontrollably. And her maid, too, could not help but burst into laughter. Startling Yi Yang, he angrily cursed, Are you too crazy? Yu Ru shoved the book into Yi Yang's face, pointing at the answer. As expected, you are not studying seriously, just pretending. It shows immediately. Look closely, 72 types, you fool. He angrily pointed out their mistake. Look closely, you idiots, you mistook the character. The original text is J, but you read it as S, belongs to earth, belongs to fire, so the result is completely different. Seeing himself exposed on the spot, Yuru stammered, I misread the character. The man standing behind also agreed. This young man is truly remarkable. The combination of Zheng Xin and Wu Ji is indeed 36 types. Yuru's maid glanced behind her and said awkwardly, The 5 Elements Hall of Qingyun sect is also here. He suddenly spoke. 10 silver coins, please settle the bill. The whispers continued. Others come here to study the 5 elements, but these 2 women are such drama queens. So self-important. He is quite handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Yuru dodged, picked up the book and stubbornly posed another question. You were just lucky to guess 1 question correctly. I'll give you another. Yi Yang seriously quoted, This question goes up to 20 silver coins, no bargaining. Seeing the high price, the 2 secretly exchanged glances just in case, choosing the most difficult question for him to see how he would act so arrogantly next. Seeing the signal, the maid turned to look for another book. These few are too simple. I'll go get a slightly more advanced one. Yi Rong replied faintly. As you wish. She climbed the ladder, rummaging to find the most difficult book here. Upgraded version. Found it. Yu Ru held a book full of difficult characters, praising, Well done. Yi Yang glanced at it and said, Big sister, this book has already gone beyond pure 5 elements arts and involves arrays. The maid roared. If you cannot do it, just admit defeat. Why make so many excuses? Being stubborn will only make senior sister Yu Ru look down on you even more. Yi Yang explained, What I mean is, the part that goes beyond the 5 elements arts needs to be answered, so this question will cost 30 silver coins. Yu Ru was speechless at this price. He extended his hand. Come, including the previous question, give me 40 first. If I cannot answer it, I will return all the money to you. Yu Ru grumbled as she took out her money pouch and placed it in Yi Yang's hand. Shameless, you cannot take it anyway. Here, he replied truthfully. Thank you, you can begin. Yu Ru had a serious expression, looking even more focused than Yi Yang. Listen carefully. This is a complex array that has been passed down for 1,000 years and almost everyone knows it. This array uses Xin Gui as the array eye and Bingwu Zheng Jia as the array gates. The even array uses Yu as the array eye and Chen Wu Shen Wu as the array gates. After the 2 arrays are merged, what is this ancient mixed primordial array called, and how can it be broken? The old man listening nearby was also surprised by the difficulty. This is a lost ancient array, rarely known. Without years of research, it is impossible to answer. Yi Yang remained silent for a long time after hearing the question, refusing to speak. Yu Ru, confident of her victory, grew more arrogant. If you do not know, just admit defeat. Do not waste everyone's time. Yi Yang suddenly said something strange. Sorry, because I liked this array so much when I first came to this world I absorbed all array knowledge with my level 100 skill knowledge. Yi Yang wrote and explained, This is actually 2 questions, never mind. Buy 1 get 1 free. I'll be generous and answer them for you. This array uses Yin heavenly stems and Yin earthly branches as array eyes, and Yang heavenly stems and Yang earthly branches as array gates. When the 2 array cores, metal water and metal earth, merge, they form a mutually generating and mutually destructive annihilation core. Only 7 such arrays are recorded in history, and only 3 of them can be found in this library. Therefore this is all that is known. This array is called the Ancient Yin-Yang Soul-Slaying Forbidden Array. As soon as Yi Yang finished speaking, the book in Yuru's hand dropped to the ground with a thud. Both mistress and servant stared dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock. After a long while the maid slowly said, Was he wrong? The old man standing nearby was also stunned. He was actually correct. The guards next to him also echoed. How is this possible? He actually answered correctly. As a proud young lady, Yuru refused to lose. She stubbornly denied. Then you solve it. I do not believe you can. Her subsequent words were interpreted by 2 busybodies as, This person is formidable, but this array is unsolvable. I have studied it for years and no one has been able to decipher it. This young lady is deliberately setting a trap for this young man. The young man raised his head and only said 2 words, Unsolvable. Yuru sneered. As expected, you cannot solve it. Yi Yang stood up from his chair and added, "Hear me out. When I said unsolvable, I meant for mortals. For me, this array has 7 flaws and at least 4 ways to break it." He walked up to her and extended a finger. "Listen carefully. I'll teach you the simplest solution. Do not let your mind wander thinking it is too profound. Listen carefully." The two experts stared at the book dumbfounded and frightened. Could he really? Yi Yang began to explain the Yang Heavenly Stem Bing position entry method. 3 steps back, 1 step forward. Yang Earthly Branch Shen position exit with fire overcoming metal. Then 2 steps back, 1 step forward. Yang Heavenly Stem Jaw position exit. 3 steps forward, 2 steps to Yang Earthly Branch Wu position with wood overcoming earth. Yuru asked in shame. And after that? Yi Yang looked directly at her and said, "Are you foolish? At this point the array core is completely destroyed and the array collapses. There is no after that." Did he really answer it? Yuru, confused, could not believe the facts before her. "I do not know either. The book has no answer." The maid breathed a sigh of relief. Then he might just be talking nonsense. The brown-haired man looked expectantly at the old man. "Qingyun sect steward, please say he is talking nonsense." Suddenly, the old man quickly walked over. The two still held on to their last shred of hope. Great, the steward truly could not bear it any longer. He wanted to clean up this nonsensical charlatan. The old man approached Yi Yang, his imposing aura making everyone feel afraid. He looked at Yi Yang with a solemn expression. Yi Yang was startled and asked, "What do you want?" He suddenly knelt down, shocking everyone. He loudly exclaimed, "I humbly beg Master to accept me as a disciple." This statement immediately made everyone present show expressions of shock. He cried and pleaded, "Master is proficient in 5 elements arrays. I have studied the yin-yang array for 10 years and have been unable to solve it. I humbly ask Master for guidance so I may diligently pursue the Tao." Yi Yang awkwardly replied, "You are from the Qingyun sect, you cannot betray it. Besides, you are old, it is not appropriate for me to be your master." He reached out his hand to help him up. "Please get up quickly." Yuru and her maid only now caught up with the reactions of the crowd. He had actually solved it. "I never expected it, my goodness. Wasn't he just a useless person who only read novels? We have offended a great figure." Only then did Yi Yang turn his head, his face dark, and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Hearing this, both Yuru and her maid immediately knelt down. "I misunderstood, Master. I admit defeat and am willing to become your attendant disciple. Please give me a chance to atone for my sins." Yi Yang only replied, "Sorry, your cultivation level and aptitude are too poor. You are not worthy of being my disciple." After saying this, he turned and left the library, leaving Yuru kneeling on the ground, her face full of shame. Tears of regret slowly streamed down and a sentence continuously repeated in her mind. "You are not worthy." After an unknown amount of time and a heated exchange, Yi Yang finally left. The sun hung high in the treetops. The streets on both sides were bustling now, with constant calls of vendors selling fresh fruit and responses from passers-by. Soon, Yi Yang arrived at a crowded place. Exclamations of admiration continuously rose from the crowd. "It is Fairy Shang, a little closer. That is Shang Shaoxi." Her body was lithe, dancing gracefully to the music, making everyone around marvel at her beauty. She appeared again. The crowd enthusiastically cheered. Fairy Shang truly lives up to her name as the #1 dancer of Ziyuan Kingdom. So captivating. Suddenly, one person shouted loudly, "Brothers, quickly give her tips." Yi Yang also joined the fun, peeking in and exclaiming, "So many people." After saying that, he turned and left. "Never mind, if I do not go back now, that girl Su Shu will definitely be hiding and slacking off again." Meanwhile, Shaoxi sighed internally while dancing. "No choice." Senior sister said, "Revitalizing the Wuji sect needs more resources. Su Shu cannot come down the mountain to dance and earn money, so I have to come back and dance myself. Too bad Master only knows how to fight. If he knew how to make money, I could stay at home with peace of mind." Her thoughts drifted, but the musician was still engrossed in playing the zither, clear notes resounding repeatedly. The notes seemed to leap in the air, permeating every strand of her hair. Yi Yang listened for a while, then muttered to himself, "The #1 dancer sounds impressive," but then, thinking of the crowded throng, he regretfully gave up on joining the admirers behind him. "Too crowded, cannot get in." Shaoxi here continued her work, her slender hands extending in the air, her lithe body swaying gracefully with the notes. Just as everyone was immersed in her dance, a group of hooded figures suddenly appeared behind them. A hand with sharp claws rested on the shoulder of the person in front, urging, "Make way." The disturbed person immediately turned around impatiently and cursed. "Who is it? Make way for what?" These strange people pushed forward silently, shoving through the crowd. Everyone quickly reacted, angrily shouting, "Who are you? Why are you pushing your way to the front? Get out!" The commotion here was not small and quickly attracted the attention of Shaoxi, who was dancing. These strange people seemed not to hear the surrounding noise at all, only saying with grim faces, "Fairy Shang, please come with us, we require your unparalleled dancing skills." Hearing this, the crowd grew even angrier, calling them disrespectful. "Fairy Shang, whom even royalty and nobles cannot invite, what do you take yourselves for?" A muscular strong man immediately stepped forward first. "Get away from Fairy Shang." Before he could finish speaking, a hand shot out and attacked, its fingers pressing deeply into the man's flesh. By the time the arm retracted, the man had already fallen weakly to the ground. Bright red blood splattered in the air. Upon closer look, his face was covered in deep bloody holes, his eyes rolled back and wide. The incident happened too quickly, and the scene was incredibly brutal. The crowd was too horrified to react, simply standing frozen in place. Soon those present recognized these people as demons, their faces instantly turning pale. Too terrifying, the servants behind them also turned pale and quickly stood up. Demons are inherently cruel, they thought. Fairy, run quickly, the demon then spoke again. Have you thought it through? If you do not come, what fate awaits the people around you? Xiaoxi knew she had no choice. Trembling, she stammered, Do not hurt the innocents, I'll go with you, but before I leave I have one last thing to say. The next second her voice resounded, spreading throughout the nearby area. Master, save me! Yi Yang was quickly drawn by this sound and immediately turned around. He muttered to himself, Is that the sound of my homebody disciple? Yi Yang immediately changed direction, running towards where the sound came from. This lazybones, she came down the mountain. Yi Yang ran as swiftly as the wind, nimbly dodging the oncoming crowd. When he returned to the spot where the crowd had gathered, the person was already gone. He looked at everyone and anxiously asked, Where is my disciple? A young man injured by the demons now endured the pain and tremblingly replied, Those demons took Fairy Shang to the north gate. Hearing this, Yi Yang immediately fell into thought, Why would those demons capture my disciple? The man then gritted his teeth and said, Those demons concealed their presence. It is bad. Fairy Shang will not be able to come back. At this moment a hand reached out touching the abandoned zither, and a sound emanated as if comforting it. Do not worry, Yi Yang left holding his disciple's zither. He was very decisive. My disciple, no matter where she is, I will bring her back. Meanwhile, in a barren land to the north, the environment was so harsh that hardly any trees grew. In the sky, a group of dark figures swiftly flew past the cliffs on both sides. Below, another large group of people rushed forward, shouting loudly, Demons, release Fairy Shang! The demons, noticing they were being pursued, immediately stopped and landed on a nearby cliff. The person revealed sharp teeth and roared at the crowd below. Fools, are you looking for death? Hearing this, the crowd below quickly shouted, Invading Sahai City and capturing humans, you demons are truly audacious. Immediately return the person you captured. These words held no threat at all in the ears of the demons. You dare to pursue us even though you are not the demon extermination unit. You are the truly audacious ones. Third brother, kill them all. As soon as he finished speaking, a pale hand reached out, tightly gripping the front of his robes. The next second, a giant lizard high priest charged forward, spreading its arms and laughing loudly. Leave it to me. Soon more lizard figures appeared, moving so quickly they left only afterimages. Seeing this scene, the people below immediately raised their guard, gripping their sword hilts ready for battle. Just as they were still defending, a lizard, unseen and unheard, suddenly approached and seized one of them right in front of everyone. Everyone immediately fell into a panic, screams continuously echoing in the space. What is it? Help! More and more people were being captured and everyone's expression was filled with fear. The demons immediately laughed happily. At this moment the leading demon looked at the lizard, extending its long tongue and licking the person's face, and could not help but say, Curb your disgusting habit and kill them. It immediately revealed greedy eyes staring intently at the person in front. No problem, I'll finish it in 1 second. Just then a hand touched the zither strings, emitting a sound that halted their actions. The lizard leader immediately sensed this change and stopped its actions. He almost simultaneously turned his head to look in a certain direction and shouted, Who's there? Looking up, it turned out Yi Yang had already arrived unnoticed. He calmly spoke, Good, you have finally found me. Return my disciple and I might consider giving you a way out. The lizard priest laughed arrogantly. Are you the rumored boastful, useless sect master? You intend to spare our lives? Too bad, I do not plan on letting anyone leave here alive. After speaking, he immediately ordered, Third brother, clear the scene first, then deal with this fool. Surround me. As soon as he finished speaking, the lizards simultaneously charged forward, extending their long tongues, licking greedily. Accompanied by the screams of the people below, they fled in a panic, continuously shouting to each other, Run, interspersed with cries for help. Just then, Yi Yang's fingers touched the zither strings. Almost immediately, a golden-yellow aura surged forth. This power quickly spread, permeating the demon horde. Soon they all felt dizzy, their heads beginning to spin. Even those who were fleeing were affected. Stuttering, dizzy. I am going to throw up. This person's zither playing is truly awful, someone retorted. He is playing the soul-separating melody. What is the origin of this young zither player? Even the 3 lizard high priests felt dizzy. One of them shouted, Second brother, fourth brother, wake up. He gritted his teeth and said, This person is very strange. Third brother, go kill him. Second brother, cover for third brother. The one who was called immediately charged forward to carry out the order. The giant lizard body charged forward, a distance between it and Yi Yang growing shorter and shorter. The next second it stopped and opened its massive mouth. A low growling sound began to emanate from its throat, intending to counter the sound coming from the zither strings. Yi Yang had clearly perceived their intention, trying to use roars to counter my zither music. You lizards, are you foolish? After muttering his complaint, his fingers strummed the zither strings faster and the sound became more urgent. The unleashed energy stream immediately rushed towards and fiercely struck the roaring lizard. Soon its entire body was sent flying, involuntarily letting out a groan. Just then, another group of lizards simultaneously charged forward, heading straight for Yi Yang on the cliff. Boy, do not be arrogant. Your third lord will finish you. Yi Yang remained unmoved, simply waving his hand. Several streaks of light appeared and shot towards them. Those forces rushed forward with extreme speed, quickly colliding with the lizards' bodies. Almost instantly, a violent explosion occurred in the air. The fate of those demons was self-evident. The high priest, observing from the side, was stunned. Third brother is dead. Only then did Yi Yang calmly speak, Do you wish to stop? The answer came quickly. The lizard high priest forcefully commanded, "Second brother, use your ultimate move to deal with him and avenge third brother." The latter immediately opened its massive mouth, and a blue beam of light erupted from it. That light quickly shot towards Yi Yang, who was still seated high above. Yi Yang's fingers gently brushed the zither strings, and the next second a red light surged forth, preparing to counter the power of the second lizard. Soon the two beams of light collided, creating sparks, and the standoff began there. The second lizard was also stunned at being struck by such immense energy. Time gradually passed. Yi Yang's red light grew stronger and stronger, almost overwhelming it. Just then the light in front of it flickered, spreading outwards. It could not help but shout. Immediately a deafening explosion occurred, and shattered stones and dust scattered everywhere. After a long while the commotion gradually subsided. Smoke and dust still lingered, enveloping the entire air. When the white smoke finally cleared, the ground now had a deep bottomless pit. Those who had been present at the start were now all wounded. Witnessing this scene, everyone gaped in disbelief and exclaimed, "Ah, my goodness!" The people below stared dumbfounded, still shaken. Was he holding a twin-barrel zither, with Fairy's master making a move? I am even more convinced that Fairy Shang descended from heaven. Only then did Yi Yang calmly speak. "Hey, are you dead?" As soon as he finished speaking, a soft sound came from not far from where he was sitting. The high priest now bared its sharp teeth and whispered, "Brat, you fell for it." The next second his clothes were ripped, revealing the lizard's body. He laughed triumphantly, then jumped up, intending to attack Yi Yang. "Fourth brother is the real killing move. Die." Everyone was also frightened by this sight, and quickly shouted, "Oh no, zither players are most vulnerable to close combat." The lizard raised its massive arm, concentrating all its strength into it, and fiercely struck. The bloody scene everyone imagined did not occur. Yi Yang, as always, simply raised his slender arm and easily caught the attack. The two fists collided in midair as if two forces were clashing. The lizard was seen retreating, clutching its arm, its face showing an expression of pain. It was sent flying far away, directly into the vast sky. The next second, its body exploded in the air just like its companions before. Yi Yang's demeanor remained unchanged. He did not even shift his position. "Now it is your turn." The lizard high priest still cursed loudly. "Arrogant human, do you believe I'll kill your disciple first?" When he looked back, Shaoxi, who had been tied up nearby, had now quietly moved a distance. Both of them were stunned. Seeing this scene, people could not help but exclaim, as expected of the number one dancer, even her escape has rhythm. Seeing this, the lizard high priest immediately charged forward, shouting, "Get back here!" Before he could grab the person back, another surge of energy erupted from Yi Yang's side and rushed over. The force swiftly struck him, and the surrounding objects immediately exploded. Everyone was pushed back by this powerful display. How could this suddenly appearing young man be so formidable? When the dust settled, a massive horn materialized in the air. Suddenly a black shadow sped off, and in the next second it approached the crowd, using its long writhing tongue to snatch a person, then flung them away, causing that person to scream repeatedly. This enormous body seemed capable of crushing everything. It snarled, "You foolish, weak humans, I must eat you all." Seeing the situation turn dire, everyone quickly fled. "That is a level 1 lizard demon, invulnerable to blades and fire. Run, that demon is berserk." The lizard's tail lightly swept, stomping heavily on the ground, and a blue force rapidly spread. Its tail continuously lashed, sending the fleeing people flying, making them scream in agony. One person was thrown against a stone wall crying out, and another was flung, causing earth and stones to continuously shatter from the impact. Yi Yang watched this scene, stroking his chin, and thought, "This fellow has tough skin and thick flesh. It can even withstand my ordinary zither music. Interesting." Meanwhile, Shaoxi caught sight of the lizard's massive body gradually approaching her, and she shrieked, it is coming, master. Help!" The lizard continuously crawled forward, intending to capture the person fleeing in front. It roared, opening its massive mouth, and its scarlet long tongue shot out, aiming to grab that person. Yi Yang from above lightly waved his hand, and the sharp zither strings, as if alive, began to move. Streaks of thin zither strings shot out, nearing the lizard's massive body. One of them tightly constricted its leg. Another wrapped around its body, and the remaining one quickly tightened around its neck. The other ends of the zither strings were neatly held in Yi Yang's hand. He frowned, looking down. The lizard high priest struggled, and the zither strings tightened further, controlling its movements. Yi Yang calmly said, "You cannot break free, it is just futile." It continuously struggled, trying to escape its bonds, roaring, "Bastard, let me go." It shouted with an open mouth, "You forced my hand." Yi Yang did not even flinch, muttering to himself, "Stubborn." With a gentle movement of his palm, several rays of light containing astonishing power shot from the zither. The zither strings on the lizard's body tightened further, even drawing blood. Gradually the wounds on its body grew deeper, deeper still. It let out a pained, struggling roar. In the next second its entire body exploded in midair, and those thin zither strings slowly retracted. Soon the white smoke dissipated, leaving only fragments falling back to the ground. Everyone watched in dumbfounded silence. Wasn't it invulnerable to blades and fire? Even Shaoxi was astonished. It was cut open just like that. Yi Yang had already walked over from his original spot, and she quickly said, "Master, quickly put me down." In the next second, before she could even react, her body was suddenly lifted. She turned her head, and Yi Yang questioned, "You little lazybones, who told you to secretly come down the mountain to perform?" Shaoxi stammered, It is all because the sect is poor." Yi Yang ignored her, carried her on his shoulder, and left amidst her screams. "Master, you have not untied my ropes yet," he calmly replied. Consider that a warning for secretly coming down the mountain." Watching the two leave, the crowd behind them murmured, "Fairy's master is indeed an immortal. Are they going back?" Probably. Meanwhile, deep within the gloomy demon realm, a voice echoed, Lord, bring back the ritual for that secret item directly. At this, a small demon stammered, It cannot be held, the man immediately retorted. Why? The small demon trembled. The dancer priestess could not get it, and even worse, the people the lizard high priest personally went to Sahai City to select were also beaten badly. The man listened and said in a deep voice, This path is no longer viable. The mad demon slowly stood up. Perhaps I must personally make a trip to Sahai City to find that thief and reclaim the secret that concerns the fate of my clan. That night at Wuji Sect, the lights were bright, illuminating a large area. The Wuji Sect's cooking competition was about to begin. Yi Yang beamed, drooling, and shouted, Is everyone ready? He stood in the crowd and announced, Show off all your skills. Melu then brought out a jar of wine, saying, The tavern owner sent a jar of wine, and master said that with wine there must be good food. She narrowed her eyes and continued, That is why this competition is being held. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's fighting spirit ignited, fiercely determined to win. Yan Yu rested her chin on her hand, muttering, Those who are too good at cooking are disqualified. I also want to go to the hot spring with master. Yi Yang heard this and stroked her head. You are too good. Melu raised her hands high and shouted, The judging standard is master's taste and the sect's funds are limited, so there will only be one winner. The competition begins now. Sushu carried a covered dish and was the first to come forward. I'll go first. As the lid slowly opened, Yi Yang peeked in, excitedly looking at the two appetizing pastries. This dish looked delicious, but no, as soon as he swallowed, his face immediately changed, too salty. In the next second, Yi Yang quickly spat out the pastry in his mouth, much to the horror of the dish's creator. Melu then coughed, Sushu cannot cook, and she should not mess around just to go to the hot spring with master. The next contestants were Mu Zinner and Meng Linger, the Papaya sisters, fellow disciples. Invincible Goldbreak, master, drink quickly, it is still hot. The pot lid opened and a purple mist rose before Yi Yang's eyes. Yan Yu lightly commented, This is bone broth, but it looks more like bone melting broth. Melu, standing by, cleverly said, Master refuses to drink this black soup. Next, dishes continued to be served. This time it was a cherry cake. At first glance it looked delicious and tempting. Yi Yang's dull eyes immediately lit up. Finally, real food, master. This dish was made by the shield maiden Nangang Tong, she whispered. This is a dessert I made. I wonder if it suits master's taste. Yi Yang ate it while giving a thumbs up. Not bad. This level is already that of a popular online shop on Earth. This description was so rich it made Sushu's mouth water. Another dish was served, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, with an earthy fragrance. The excellent chicken was still steaming hot on the table. Upon hearing the comment, a voice responded, You flatter me. The gunner Lu Qing stood to the side, lowering her head and saying, When I was a soldier I only knew this. I hope master does not mind. The next dish was a steaming bowl of noodles. Yi Yang's face immediately changed. Instant noodles, this reminds me of working overtime. The shut-in Shaoxi was the one who made this dish. Instant noodles boiled in plain water, unseasoned, but it touched my heart. Master, choose me. The hot spring can provide distant rainwater. Yi Yang helplessly and firmly refused to eat. Yan Yu, sitting by, sighed impatiently. So, who is the lucky one who will eventually travel and go to the hot spring with master? It was then that he regained his serious demeanor and slowly stood up. I announce. The room immediately fell silent, everyone anticipating the announcement of the final result. Amidst everyone's expectant gazes, Yi Yang said directly, There is no winner. Everyone in the room seemed to have expected the outcome and could only sigh in disappointment. Just then he raised another finger, and Yi Yang gently added, But I'll take everyone to the hot springs together. Yan Yu, sitting by, also opened her eyes wide in astonishment. His voice still rang out steadily. While Ling Ruoshui is in secluded cultivation and no one is managing the money, we can have endless fun, all right. Yan Yu finally reacted, and to Yi Yang's dismay she jumped up. Yes, everyone immediately responded, shouting in unison with beaming faces, Long live master. This excitement startled the nearby birds. It could not help but wipe its sweat, muttering, Ling Ruoshui, you must come out of seclusion quickly, this guy is too reckless. Meanwhile, Ling Ruoshui, truly in seclusion, shivered. She secretly felt strange. No, I must concentrate. Her eyes slowly closed, continuously hypnotizing herself. I must come out of seclusion quickly and see master quickly. At the same time, Ling Ruozu's fan Ouyang Lele sat in a corner. I am not going to any hot springs. I must guard senior sister here. But if I could go to the hot springs with senior sister, thinking of that scene, she also became incredibly excited, exclaiming, Life would be too perfect. After a while, Lele lay on a pile of straw, dozing off, muttering softly, Yi Yang, I also want to go to the hot springs. Meanwhile, in a place of beautiful mountains and clear waters, flower petals gently floated in the air. Beside a waterfall, a small lake had formed, and someone inside quietly said, Soaking in a hot spring alone. Fang Ting's face was flushed and she relaxed comfortably, sighing, How boring. The night sky over Sahai City was now twinkling with stars. At Sanzhong Tavern, warm yellow lights had been hung. Everyone in the tavern was doing their own thing, chatting in low voices. Today was Sanzhong Tavern's first anniversary, and the wine was cheap and free. Another pot of wine, the girl serving wine complained, It is strange that Sect Master Yi, who always eats and drinks for free, is not here. These words happened to fall into Feng Hao's ears, and he turned around unhappily to retort, Brother Yi and I are busy teaching his female disciples to become successful every day. He has been busy lately. The girl shrugged, unconcerned. What can the weakest man in this tavern teach his disciples how to fake death? Hearing this, someone else spoke up. On such an important day with both Sect Master Yi and that bookworm absent, it feels like something is missing. A white-haired old man suddenly said, "Miss Lee, are you perhaps smitten with that young man?" The girl smiled and replied, "Elder, you love to joke." Everyone in the tavern happily agreed. "I agree with the elder." Someone else, uninterested, said, "How boring." Just then, two dark figures appeared outside the tavern door. The waiter politely refused. "Sorry, today is the tavern's anniversary and we only serve regular customers." Before he could finish, a voice suddenly interrupted, "Get lost," startling him. In the next second, he was kicked a long distance, immediately causing a commotion that startled the entire tavern. Tables and chairs shattered from the impact. Feng Hao quickly turned his head in horror to look at the doorway. Two figures had already appeared there. Everyone in the tavern had not had time to react to what was happening before their eyes. The shorter of the two suddenly spoke, "Call out your boss." These words were like a command, and the people in the tavern stood up in dissatisfaction. "Do you know that this tavern is a gathering place for cultivators? Using force here has serious consequences, not to mention." At this moment, a black shadow flashed through the air, nearing the man. In the next second, that person was knocked to the ground by something like an animal tail. Everything happened too quickly, and the young men in the tavern angrily shouted, "Hey you!" But before he could finish, he opened his eyes wide in astonishment. It turned out the two dark figures were the Mad Demon and the Ren Demon. They roared, "Cannot run away, how boss, get out here!" Miss Lee quickly rushed up. "The boss is out. If you indiscriminately kill innocent people in Sahai City, do not expect to leave easily yourselves." As she spoke, she turned back and whispered, "The Mad Demon and the Ren Demon are monsters who leave no one alive. I'll hold them off, everyone run." But the Mad Demon was now standing behind her at some point, staring at her. "Who are you telling to run?" Soon a series of sounds echoed, and Miss Lee was seen being seized by him and lifted high. Feng Hao immediately grew furious at the sight, his palm clenching slightly. "Bastard!" He immediately slammed the wooden chair in his hand fiercely towards the Mad Demon, shouting, "Let her go." The Mad Demon immediately turned his head, his blood-red eyes fixed on the person who had just attacked him. In the next second, he opened his mouth wide and roared at Feng Hao's face. The sound carried immense power, reverberating throughout the entire room. Wine bottles, bowls, and other items shattered rapidly. Everyone in the tavern was also affected by this force, quickly covering their ears and groaning in pain. After a long while, the space finally quieted down. Feng Hao's body froze in place. The wooden stick he held slowly loosened and fell to the ground. His pupils were empty, and two lines of scarlet blood tears flew from the corners of his eyes. In the next second, his stiff body collapsed to the ground. Miss Lee, lying in the Mad Demon's hand, trembled and shouted, "Feng Hao!" The elder finally recovered, walking forward. He slowly approached Feng Hao's body, then helped him up. After that, he shouted loudly, "This is the central area of Sahai City. Mad Demon and Ren Demon, you two great demons are spreading demonic aura here. Human experts will arrive soon." Under their terrifying gaze, he continued, "I advise you to leave immediately." In the next second, the Ren Demon, without a word, waved his hand and flung Miss Lee away. To everyone's surprise, her body flew, hitting a nearby dining table with a loud crash. He lowered his head and looked. "Old fool, do not be silly. Within a 10-mile radius we have already set up a barrier. Even if everyone in this area is killed, outsiders will not know, nor will they be able to enter." The elder trembled with anger. "You actually used the legendary sealing artifact, the Demon Shadow Barrier. How many demons have entered Sahai City?" Outside, they were now completely surrounded by demons. The Mad Demon calmly replied, "Over 100. The intention was obvious." Beads of sweat were now trickling down the elder's face. "It seems your scheme is not small this time. What exactly do you want to do?" he said. "Humans stole an absolute secret from our demon world, a secret our clan cannot lose." Just then, a voice came from outside the door. "Humans have been pushed to the brink by you. This secret is humanity's only hope for a counterattack." It was the tavern owner. He shouted loudly, "What good will it do for you to go to such lengths to find me? Even if you kill me, I will not give it back." The silent Ren Demon now extended his sharp claws and spoke, "Then what if I kill them all?" The tavern owner's attitude was extremely firm. "There can be no compromise. This concerns the survival of humanity, but the lives of these people." At this point, he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth and saying, "I will protect them to the death, no matter the cost." At this moment, a hand reached out and grasped a weapon placed nearby. The Ren Demon propped his saber on the ground and said grimly, "Then come on." The boss's muscles gradually tightened, his clothes tore, and his body visibly grew stronger. Everyone in the tavern was also stunned by this sudden change, all looking on in dumbfounded silence. The tavern owner then opened his mouth and shouted loudly, "Come on." Hearing this, the Ren Demon also quickly released a powerful aura. "Come!" A blue light streaked across the sky, and by the time everyone reacted, the tavern owner and the Ren Demon were already facing off. The two stared at each other, and the situation fell into an extremely tense stalemate. The elder and others were now also greatly frightened by the immense pressure before them, quickly supporting each other and shouting, "Run!" Almost instantly, that blue energy expanded more and more, spreading further and further. In the next second, the tavern, which had been peaceful moments before, rapidly exploded before everyone's astonished eyes. The sturdy walls were destroyed in a second, and fragments flew everywhere. Meanwhile, the Ren Demon and the tavern owner were still fiercely confronting each other. Their figures transformed into two streaks of light, flying out of the ruins. The two continuously attacked each other, streaks of power constantly flashing in the air. The innkeeper concentrated power in his arm and struck downwards fiercely. The Ren demon immediately reacted, raising his blade to block. The two thus hovered in midair, exerting all their might to continuously attack each other. Then the Ren demon swung his blade straight down, attacking the innkeeper. The man instinctively raised his arm to block, and in the next second he let out a painful sound. But soon the two bodies, enveloped in light, shot straight to the ground, one after the other. He landed on both feet, then turned to look at the falling light, shouting loudly, "Counterattack!" The Ren demon noticed his change and paused. The next second the tavern owner gathered power in one hand while propping himself up with the other, and began his counterattack. The Ren demon also swiftly raised her blade, ready to strike down. In a flash, two massive blue and red forces collided with immense pressure. The light from the melee spread wider and wider, and their figures gradually blurred. Finally, another massive explosion occurred, shaking the surrounding area. Both were simultaneously forced back a distance. The Ren demon plunged her blade into the ground and praised, "Not bad." Meanwhile, the tavern owner, exhausted by that last strike, was still panting heavily. The two continued their standoff. She provocatively said, "Show me your strongest techniques, human." She curled her lips. "It has been a long time since I have had this much fun." The tavern owner was now exhausted, still panting. He stood propped up amidst the ruins, while the people who had witnessed everything in the tavern exclaimed, "Who knew the boss was so powerful? Boss, be careful." Everything that had just happened was seen by the mad demon, who had been hovering in the air observing from the start. Suddenly, the tavern owner moved. With all his might, he lifted a large rock nearby. The next second, the massive boulder was lifted by him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Then I'll play until you are dead." No sooner had he spoken than he hurled the massive rock straight out. The boulder shot directly towards where the Ren demon stood. Her eyes were steely, showing no fear in the face of the opponent's attack. The next second, she raised her blade and shattered the stubborn boulder with a single strike. But just then, several strange light figures suddenly appeared behind her. The next second, the tavern owner had already appeared behind her. He now raised his arm, delivering a punch with astonishing power, but it was quickly blocked by the blade. Not only that, he continuously unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, forcing the Ren demon to retreat step by step. Finally, his fists seemed to glow. He opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly, "Essence Fist!" Immediately after, a powerful fist pressure descended, and a dazzling blue light shone brightly. However, the Ren demon remained completely unaffected. She even curled her lips in disdain. At this moment, the tavern owner continuously shouted, preparing to unleash a new move. Almost immediately, a massive Buddha figure appeared behind him. The Six Paths Reincarnation Battle Body. The Ren demon was also stunned for a moment by this. Even the elder and others hiding behind the rocks poked their heads out to watch. The boss is amazing. He can even summon the Six Paths Reincarnation Battle Body. Go boss. The boss's body was enveloped in a layer of golden yellow light. He swung his arm in the air. The Buddha statue behind him also moved instantly, swinging its hand to strike the Ren demon. She was swiftly repelled, crashing into a nearby wall with a deafening sound. Not only that, her body was pushed even further. Finally, she had to plunge her blade directly into the ground, propping herself up to stop. She gazed forward with deep eyes. Meanwhile, the tavern owner continued his action, extending his arm. The next second, the massive Buddha's arm struck the Ren demon again with a thundering roar. The attack continuously spread, engulfing everything around in chaos. Finally, he delivered another blow, shattering the ground again, sending rubble flying. He retracted his hand. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the surroundings. This violent scene happened to be witnessed by the people hiding behind the massive rocks. They watched in a daze, each one stunned by this power. Before the tavern owner, a previous attack had blasted a colossal deep pit, and smoke still billowed from its bottom. At a glance, the pit seemed bottomless. The tavern owner's figure was now enveloped in a ring of golden yellow energy, hovering in the air. He looked down, his tired body covered in sweat, panting continuously. Suddenly, in the thick smoke, a black shadow unexpectedly appeared. When the smoke and dust dispersed, the Ren demon stood unscathed at the bottom of the pit. This was something no one could have imagined. The tavern owner's eyes widened in horror. The elder and others there were even more incredulous. The Ren demon seemed completely unharmed. Seeing this situation, the tavern owner once again mustered his strength and shouted, preparing to attack again. He bit down hard, blood even seeping from between his teeth. Subsequently, countless fists struck down again. The commotion in that area grew more chaotic, but the Ren demon was not intentionally taking the attacks now. She easily dodged her opponent's fists. Just then, the mad demon had already flown to her side. "Stop playing around, finish him off." Hearing this, her hand gripping the weapon tightened slightly, and eerie lightning flickered. The next second, the Ren demon charged forward at high speed. "You do not need to tell me twice." A red light flashed in the air, and immediately after, the massive Buddha statue was sliced in half and slowly dissipated. The tavern owner also suffered painful injuries from this, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was now completely exhausted, his body wounded completely without the power to resist. The last traces of the Buddha statue also completely dissipated. The Ren demon gracefully turned and returned to the ground. The tavern owner's body now hovered in the air, and the next second it fell powerlessly in a freefall. Thick smoke was stirred again, permeating the air. The tavern owner was now completely exhausted. His body plunged, embedding itself deep into the ground. The onlookers also fell silent. No one uttered a word. The Ren demon then walked forward, stepping on him with force, and disdainfully said, "Human bodies are truly too weak." The The mad demon in the air also snorted contemptuously, saying, "Humans dare to resist us." After speaking, he ordered, "Kill these people, then bring him back. I have 10,000 ways to make him tell us the secret." Hearing this, everyone was immediately shocked. What did they say? The elder sensed something and quickly shouted, "Not good. These two fellows intend to go on a killing spree." Just then, eerie red light simultaneously flickered in the eyes of the mad demon and the Ren demon as they sinisterly stared at the crowd. Everything here was now in ruins, showing no trace of its former prosperity. Everything seemed enveloped by that white smoke. Just then, a wooden chair fell from somewhere in the sky. The next second, the chair landed steadily, startling both the mad demon and the Ren demon. The commotion was too sudden. Everyone present, including the elder, did not have time to react and was startled. Soon, a figure appeared, sat directly on that wooden chair and leisurely asked, "Boss, is there any wine today?" Hearing this, the tavern owner gasped with difficulty and laboriously replied, "We are closed today. You should leave quickly." Seeing who had arrived, the elder and others subconsciously shouted, "It is him." After saying that, they did not forget to disparage this weakest foolish man. Why is he here to join the excitement? Yi Yang yawned at these words, not replying, but the Ren demon immediately noticed something unusual. This person had a barrier mark on him. He had just come in from outside. The mad demon retorted, "What kind of joke is this? How could a human break our barrier?" Hearing this, Yi Yang finally spoke, "You mean that dark shadowy dome? It tore open with a single rip." This reply successfully made both the mad demon and the Ren demon exclaim in unison. "What?" Yi Yang calmly continued. "Boss, I am telling you, I am not leaving today without a drink. As long as I come for a drink, your tavern has to be open." He crossed his arms and declared, "I have no money. You are the only one who's let me eat and drink for free for so long, so whoever tries to stop you from doing business, I'll eliminate them." The Ren demon still did not believe this person had broken the barrier. This person must have just gotten lucky to sneak in. The mad demon was also very puzzled. Where are the guards along the way? Why were there no alarm signals? The Ren demon then affirmed, "It must be because he is too weak. The soldiers did not sense his presence and missed him." Hearing this, Yi Yang curled his lips. "They did not sense my presence because right now outside the corpses of those demons are guttered haphazardly on the road, some decapitated, some stabbed to death, blood flowing everywhere, a truly gruesome sight." Dark lightning flashed across the sky, accompanied by his deep voice, "You have no sensation when you are dead." The meaning was clear. The Ren demon was enraged by the human before her and cursed, "Bastard, you lowly human, how dare you?" She raised the blade in her hand, gritting her teeth and saying, "I'll kill you." The mad demon behind her also spoke, "Send him off with your 30 heavy slashes, die." No sooner had he spoken than the blade charged forward, its edge covered in dense red lightning. The attack was already upon him, but Yi Yang remained unconcerned, calmly sitting and waiting. Until the Ren demon was nearly upon him, he suddenly pulled out the chopsticks he was holding in his mouth and blocked the attack. The Ren demon was stunned to see this young man so easily block her powerful attack. Before she could recover, the chopsticks in Yi Yang's hand glowed, and he continuously counterattacked his opponent. By the time he stopped, her formidable blade had been split in two, and her body was covered in various sized wounds. Her body gradually fractured. The Ren demon mumbled in disbelief, How could this be?" Finally, seemingly unable to accept it, she shouted loudly, "Impossible." A moment later, the Ren demon's body was also forced to explode, startling the mad demon who had been watching the show from above. But before he could react, Yi Yang waved his hand again, throwing the chopsticks at him. The mad demon's eyes widened in shock at his action. The chopsticks spun continuously, then shot rapidly towards him. He swiftly dodged, but his arm could not escape and was scratched. In an instant, his palm was severed. The mad demon gritted his teeth in pain and cursed, "Bastard, bastard." The next second, deep red electric sparks shot from the severed location. "I have advanced dark regeneration." Ultimately, another arm perfectly intact grew back where his severed arm had been. Having done all this, the mad demon stopped in the air, panting heavily. Recovering his senses, he furiously glared at the foolish human before him, gritting his teeth and saying, "Brat." At this moment, the chopsticks, having completed their mission, also swiftly returned to Yi Yang's hand. He spoke again, full of sarcasm, "Regeneration, yet still a painful death." This scene, witnessed by the distant onlookers, left them stunned. What just happened? Everyone was astonished by Yi Yang's power. What? It seemed Sect Master Yi had instantly dealt with the Ren demon. The Ren demon was not even worth a single strike before him. The waitress in the tavern covered her face, screaming in terror, "How is this possible? Does not he just eat and drink for free?" Oh no, they used to always mock him as the weakest man in the tavern. Meanwhile, the mad demon was now enraged. "I'll kill you." The Ren demon was careless. She did not transform. "That is why you killed her." Despicable human. After speaking, a terrifying energy immediately erupted around him. He continuously roared, and his energy grew larger and larger. Inextinguishable shadow body. The mad demon's body had now become even more colossal. "Watch me play until you are dead." Yi Yang looked at this scene, curiously gazing up, and even praised, "Not bad." The distant onlookers, seeing the mad demon's colossal figure, hesitated to comment, "Is everyone getting bigger these days?" But he said no more, drawing closer, raising his fist to strike down. He shouted, "Die!" The arm he struck out carried a terrifying power. However, Yi Yang showed no fear. He calmly raised the chopsticks in his hand and drew a circle in the air. In an instant, a golden yellow halo appeared. Elementary priest skill. Holy light purifying orb, level 100, a simple movement, yet it emanated an unexpected pressure. Before the mad demon could even touch it, he was enveloped by this power. His eyes were bloodshot. The next second he immediately fell to his knees, groaning in pain. Everyone in the tavern was dumbfounded by this scene. The mad demon, however, could not believe this outcome. Light flickered around him, and he shouted loudly, "No, impossible!" He gritted his teeth. "Despicable human, you've made a huge mistake. We had a plan. If we cannot take this human thief, it will be the beginning of Sahai City's destruction. The three lords of the seven deadly sins, when they do not see me there." The light grew more dazzling. He struggled to blink and continued, "They will begin to slaughter the city." Eventually his body completely dissipated, but his voice still echoed without end. "You just wait to die." The sky here finally returned to a cerulean blue. People began to cheer loudly, so amazing they were all astonished. Sect Master Yi had actually killed another one of the seven deadly sins, each a monstrous existence at the martial level in the demon world. Miss Li, hearing this, added, "Each of them has the power to destroy a city. This time 3 of them came. What will happen to Sahai City?" At this moment Yi Yang walked over, carrying the tavern owner, and comforted them. "Do not worry. I'll just send Xiao Yi to run an errand." After speaking, he looked at one of the people and called out, "Zhao Shi, the boss is yours." Zhao Shi, who was called, hastily stammered a reply. He carried the person on his shoulder and asked in confusion, "Sect Master Yi, what kind of divine maneuver was that? You defeated 2 great demon generals with just 2 chopsticks?" Then, remembering something, he asked, "By the way, who is this Xiao Yi you just mentioned?" Before he could finish speaking, Yi Yang waved his hand and cast an intermediate summoning spell. One-hit Frenzy Bear, level 100. In a blink, a massive bear appeared before everyone. "Master, what are your commands?" Zhao Shi and the others screamed in terror. "Xiao Yi, you bastard!" Yi Yang laughed at the sight. "What a pity the bookworm is not here, otherwise he would say." At this his lips curled upwards. He would definitely love Xiao Yi. Meanwhile, at the southeastern entrance, panicked screams echoed everywhere. "Run, help!" The next second those screaming demons were killed with a single strike from a white paper. A glowing book hovered in the air. "After searching for a long time, I finally found a loophole in the barrier left by some kind soul." The tavern regular, bookworm Fan Shu, now swiftly pinched a piece of paper between 2 fingers, smiling. "Finally I am in." Fan Shu was surrounded by a group of demons, yet he still smiled calmly. A demon suddenly charged forward. He calmly extended a hand to block and said, "Speaking of which, the alluring madam has already reached its 3rd installment. I need to have a good chat with that fool Sect Master Yi about General Leng Feng's long legs." Then Fan Shu quietly complained, "You demons just love to fight and kill. It would be so much better if you read more books, gained more knowledge, and had less killing intent." Behind him, at some unknown point, a figure appeared. He said, "Fan Shu, renowned on the demon extermination rankings. No wonder you are so arrogant." The newcomer was Envy. He continued, "But you, like all humans in Sahai City, are nearing your end." Fan Shu, realizing the newcomer's identity, was greatly startled. "Envy, one of the 7 deadly sins. Why would they send a demon of this caliber?" Unexpectedly, 2 more flashes of light then streaked across the sky, astonishing him. Soon, 2 more people appeared. One dressed in black and white robes was called Greed. The other, surrounded by raging red flames, was called Pride. The 3 of them, carrying 3 different auras, merged together, creating an extremely eerie atmosphere. Fan Shu looked at them, pondering. 3 of the 7 deadly sins demons have come. It seems Sahai City's doom is inevitable today. As he spoke, Envy's beard began to sway as if it had a life of its own. He announced, "All humans in the city will be exterminated, starting with you." No sooner had he spoken than his beard transformed into a sharp weapon, shooting rapidly towards its target. In a blink, the beard plunged directly into the ground, causing the ground to crack. Subsequently, countless attacks struck simultaneously, and the ground shook with extreme intensity. Not only that, Envy once again controlled his beard, continuously attacking Fan Shu. He swiftly dodged. Finally, as if having made up his mind, he resignedly drew a sword. With no other option, he could only fight. The long beard continuously lashed at Fan Shu's body, making him curse. "Damn it, every strike rattles my entire body apart." Then Envy's eyes flashed and he shouted loudly. Instantly, roots buried deep underground burst forth, surrounding Fan Shu. They coiled tightly around Fan Shu's arms, drawing blood. He gritted his teeth and thought, "This is bad." Meanwhile, Envy was very pleased with all this. "Lad, not even giants can escape this old man's restraints. Before you die, let me open your eyes." As soon as he finished speaking, a violent whirlwind immediately appeared in the air. The gigantic vines spun wildly, their sharp blades already closing in, but Fan Shu was utterly immobilized. He felt certain he was going to die. Just as he closed his eyes, awaiting death, a voice suddenly said, "Use Xiao Yi's army's ultimate attack to wipe me out." Just then, Xiao Yi descended from the sky, landing directly in front of Fan Shu. He shouted, "Bookworm, do not panic. Leave the rest of the fight to me." With that, Xiao Yi raised his head and brought up his fist to meet the fiercely approaching whirlwind. Then, with a deafening crash, the whirlwind of vines disintegrated. This terrifying power made Fan Shu subconsciously mumble. A giant bear actually broke through space. Even the 3 of Envy were astonished by this sudden turn of events. Xiao Yi then turned and roared again, scattering the vines wrapped around Fan Shu. Fan Shu was finally free. This bear had shattered space with a single punch. He wondered which peerless master had raised such a rare beast. Envy's vines were now severed. He widened his eyes and roared, "This old man's century-old vines have been cut off." He then roared, "Unforgivable stinky bear, prepare to die." Subsequently, the vines seemed to resurrect, continuously extending and swiftly transforming into sharp drills rushing toward Xiao Yi. His eyes burning red with fury, he bellowed, Bring it on. With that, his gauntlet suddenly burst into flames containing an incredible power. Rage steadily accumulated, and Xiao Yi panted, ready to face the challenge. In the next second, he effortlessly extended a hand and seized the rapidly approaching bundle of vines. This sudden action caught everyone off guard. Even Envy was shocked by his move. Xiao Yi tugged hard on the long vine, cursing, "Do not play dead, get down here." With that, he exerted more force, violently pulling Envy down. At this moment, both greed and pride were horrified. He is being pulled down by the bear. Beast, stop at once. A glint flashed in Xiao Yi's eyes. He simply ignored their futile shouts. After some effort, he finally pulled the old man close, got him. A flash of crimson light streaked across the air, and in the next moment, Xiao Yi had bitten through Envy's waist. He spat out a weak mouthful of blood, trembling as he said, Let me go." But Xiao Yi remained unfazed, ending him completely with a slight squeeze. Witnessing this bloody scene, both greed and pride could not help but turn pale. He has been eaten." Fan Shu was also terrified. One of the 7 deadly sins just swallowed whole like that. Greed trembled with rage, pointing at Envy. "We are conquerors. We have destroyed hundreds of human cities. How could we be eaten by a human's pet?" The scenes of those cities falling were still vivid in their minds. Pride was also furious. "Beast, I'll make all of Sahai City pay for Envy's death." Instantly, Greed waved his hand, and an enormous eye, the eye of divine retribution, swiftly appeared in the air. Immediately after, Pride also began to unleash his ultimate move, his sword growing larger and larger as the sword demon awakened. Fan Shu's face turned ashen at this sight. It is over. Sahai City is going to become ruins." But Xiao Yi, seeing their immense power, actually laughed excitedly. He wasn't flustered at all. Instead, he casually remarked, "Since you 3 wish to live and die together, then reunite inside my belly." The next second, he opened his massive bear mouth and exhaled many yellow lights. Advanced beast skill, devour. Instantly, the 2 figures in the air felt an anomaly. Their bodies twisted in terror. Do not. They transformed into 2 streaks of light, rapidly pulled toward Xiao Yi by a powerful suction. Ultimately, both greed and pride vanished. Xiao Yi was very satisfied with this feast, continuously patting his chest. Fan Shu, having witnessed all this, was now deathly pale, without a trace of color. A bear, his face turned green, his entire body stiff. He had actually swallowed 3 of the 7 deadly sins demon lords in one go. Meanwhile, the tavern in the city was unusually quiet after the recent skirmish. A hand placed a wine glass on the table with a soft clink. "All right," Xiao Yi handled it. The remaining small fry are up to the bookworm. Yang, feeling satisfied after a good drink, left contentedly. He suddenly remembered, "My disciples are still waiting for me. I'll head back today." Just then a voice rang out. "Sect Master Yi." The tavern owner, his wounds now bandaged, thanked him profusely. "Thank you for intervening at this critical moment of humanity's survival." The waitress also clasped her hands, stammering, You, the weakest man." "No, Sect Master Yi, you are amazing." Miss Li hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "Sect Master Yi, thank you. Next time I'll treat you to a good drink." The elder, supporting Feng Hao, also shouted, "You are the great hero who saved Sahai City." Hearing these words, Yi Yang waved his hand. "Thank me for what? Do not forget, you are the ones to thank. When I had nothing and arrived in this strange world, you all looked after me." His figure gradually vanished in a flash of light, leaving only one last remark, "I am off." The tavern owner looked at his retreating back and murmured, "Sect Master Yi, actually, my secret is hidden in a place called Wang Family Village, but it is not the right time yet. I'll tell you when I have a chance." At this moment, 2 figures silently observed everything that had just transpired from high above. All 3 of the 7 deadly sins had actually died in Sahai City. Suddenly, the little girl sitting on the tall man's shoulder asked curiously, "Not the monk Fan Shu lose the heavenly tome? How could he still kill 3 of the 7 deadly sins?" She crossed her arms, speculating to herself. "Is there something powerful hidden in Sahai City?" "Strange," the tall man spoke. "Do we need to summon the Lord of the Spirit Coffin Mount?" Someone immediately replied. "The Lord is in seclusion, sleeping, and cannot be disturbed. The task of reclaiming the secret will be handed to others first." He then asked, "One more thing, Ren Demon's blade demon is missing. Her relic was taken by someone." "Ah," he replied. "Never mind, let us return to Yan City. According to the Lord's arrangements, I will tear a gap in the human defense line." That person immediately agreed. "The Lord wants to subdue the one on Wuji Sect Mountain. Is it okay to leave it alone indefinitely?" At this, she curled her lips slightly. "We cannot be bothered with it now. That thing is ferocious and its domain is extremely dangerous. Any human who steps in will surely die." Finally, she ordered, "Let us return to Yan City first. Sahai City will meet again." Meanwhile, within Yi Yang's sect it was peaceful. Yan Yu sighed while washing clothes, envying Su Shu for receiving personal guidance from Master. When would it be her turn? Hearing this, Linger asked, "Do not you hate cultivation?" Yan Yu immediately smiled brightly. "Personal guidance means a lot of alone time, which means I can ask Master about girlish thoughts." "Papaya girl, do you want to too?" At this, the person behind them said exasperatedly, "That papaya girl is my sister." Yan Yu immediately apologized. "I forgot you are the younger sister, but do not you 2 sisters try to attract Master's attention. Master is not private property, you have no right to monopolize him." Yan Yu's tone was sharp. "Let me be clear, you'd best stay away from Master later." A moment later, the air was indescribably fresh, with a few birds occasionally flitting across the sky. Yi Yang was half asleep when he was woken by a shout, "Master's awake, we are almost there." He opened his eyes and found himself lying on a cart being pushed. He quickly sat up. "Did not I fall asleep in the study after drinking too much? How did I end up here? Are you trying to sell Master to a remote mountain as a live-in son-in-law?" Yan Yu turned around and giggled. Senior sister could not come out. Birdmaster said we should transport our aged master to the demon-infested back mountain to reclaim the spirit field, solving the sect's food problem, and master should oversee it. Yi Yang received this answer and slumped back in resignation. No problem, I'll lie down a bit longer, call me when we arrive. Just then Melu suddenly spoke. With all due respect, master, as the sect master you should not act too casually. After all, your every word and action affects the entire sect. Please do not be so unrestrained and careless. Yi Yang fully awoke, his eyes wide open. This prim and proper female disciple was Melu, who had been captured by the giant right. At this point Melu continued, Master saved me and senior sister also acknowledged Master, so naturally I will not waver, but I hope to see admirable virtues in Master. At this everyone spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. Master, Melu is a bit rigid, just ignore her. Yi Yang also comforted, do not worry, this esteemed one is skilled at convincing people with virtue. Soon after, the group entered the forest, and the deeper they went, the darker the space became. Yan Yu actually grew a little worried. Ahead is the Netherworld forest. I heard ghosts and monsters roam there. Melu, still expressionless, added, to reach the spirit fields we must pass through there. Linger, next to her, quickly interjected, relax, as disciples you should not lose your feminine grace in front of Master. Just then, movement came from the forest and everyone immediately panicked. Something's coming. A figure moved swiftly, jumping onto the cart behind them before anyone could react. Yan Yu's eyes widened in surprise. She looked back and saw that Linger had taken the opportunity to feign fear, jumping onto the cart and clinging tightly to Yi Yang. The cause of all this was just a small white rabbit strolling by. Everyone immediately shouted, where's your feminine grace, coward? Are you like your sister, running to Master whenever you are scared? Get down. Linger's face flushed slightly. In a time of crisis it is not a problem for a disciple to be intimate with Master, is it? Yan Yu vehemently disagreed. Being a coward is not a weapon to approach Master. Why do you always pounce into my arms when you are scared? Suddenly, Yi Yang, who had been silent and not participating in the argument, unexpectedly jumped up. He leaped from the cart to the ground and said seriously, this cart is not easy to push in the forest either. Let us all walk together. The disciples immediately started discussing. Master should be careful too. This place is rumored to be particularly evil, truly exciting. The deeper they went, the denser the trees in the forest became, and the air grew humid and eerie. As they walked, everyone whispered, this place feels like evil spirits could appear at any moment. Yan Yu heard this and turned to Linger. Remember, you cannot take advantage of an evil spirit invasion to harass Master. Linger immediately flushed, puffed out her cheeks and firmly declared, disciples are not afraid of evil spirits at all. Just then, a group of strange white birds suddenly appeared in the air, circling above their heads. Immediately after, a shriek rang out. Looking again, Linger was once more clinging to Yi Yang, much to Yan Yu's horrified gaze. Yi Yang at this point was numb from being clung to and could not be bothered to respond. 1 second, 2 seconds, Yan Yu erupted, shouting, Meng Linger. The next second she quickly rushed forward, grabbed the person's leg and tugged hard. What are you doing? Let go. But that person held on tightly. I am protecting Master. The scene was chaotic and indescribable. Melu and the other looked on helplessly, not bothering to comment. Finally, Yan Yu's efforts paid off, and she pulled Linger away. She stood behind Master, fuming. Yi Yang finally spoke. It is all right, let us keep going. After a bout of chaos, the group continued their journey deeper into the forest. The deeper they went, the stranger the trees along the road became. Just looking at them felt eerie and terrifying. This time, Linger's face suddenly changed. Yan Yu seemed to sense something and quickly looked over. Sure enough, Linger rushed straight towards Yi Yang, trying to hug him, but Yan Yu blocked her. What are you doing? She stammered. I want to protect Master. Melu behind them wasn't in the mood to bother with the two. Something is very unusual ahead. Lu Qing drew her sword from its sheath. It might be wolves at this moment. Many pairs of red eyes emerged from the bushes, staring intently at them. Master, there is nothing here. It is quite interesting. Yi Yang did not turn his head, softly saying, Lu Qing, do not look back. Keep walking straight ahead. She listened, though vigilant, and complied. Finally, they continued along the small path. After a long while, Linger grew uneasy. We have been walking for so long, Yan Yu immediately added, and still have not gotten out. Lu Jing also noticed the problem. We have reached this spot. She pointed to a tree by the roadside. Look, that tree has scratch marks. Melu already felt something was wrong. We have been walking in a straight line, so why are we back here? Lu Jing whispered. There must be evil spirits at work here. Yi Yang also became serious. Meng Linger, you and your sister both like arrays. Analyze the reason. Hearing this, she guessed, could we be in a large array? The next second, Yi Yang quickly affirmed her guess. This sentence seemed to confirm her ability. Linger put her hands on her hips, proudly saying, Yan Yu, now you know who's more important to Master, right? I think the evil spirits turned the forest into a maze array, disrupting our perception and trapping us. Yi Yang also smiled, tilting his head, and affirmed, your perceptive ability in arrays can be taught. He then asked, so how can we break it? She immediately pondered. Let me think. We cannot leave, and the array disrupts perception. As long as we are not interfered with by external objects, there is a chance to find a way out. Yan Yu next to her was stunned. What does that mean? Linger began to explain, using a simple method. 4 people run in 4 directions. Go straight ahead, and no matter what illusions you see, do not stop, keep charging forward. At least one person will have a chance to find the true exit. Hearing this, Yi Yang did not comment, just smiled and said, "We can try it." With that, he sat down, leaning against a tree. The remaining 4 each turned to face a different direction. Yi Yang snapped his fingers and shouted, "Begin!" As soon as he spoke, several figures swiftly darted out, disappearing into the air. Linger charged forward, head down without the slightest pause. Yan Yu also flew in her designated direction. Lu Qing and Mei Lu also plunged in and flew off. Suddenly a red light flashed in the air and Linger happily said, "Almost there, I'll find the exit soon." She looked ahead, where thick mist was swirling. The space instantly twisted, and the 4 were simultaneously astonished. The people who had been left behind now appeared in front of them once again. Seeing Yi Yang sitting there, they were surprised and full of questions. "What's going on?" At this, he opened his eyes and calmly said, "Listen carefully. This array does not just disrupt perception. It is a spatial overlapping array," Linger immediately shouted. "A spatial overlapping array means the spatial rules within the array have been modified. We'll be trapped in this space forever." Hearing this, Yi Yang praised, "Your comprehension ability is good. This is called the Void Maze Blood Realm." Linger grew more and more terrified as she spoke. "Blood Shadow. This array will eventually turn everyone trapped here into blood shadows." Just then, countless red-eyed bats flew in from somewhere, rapidly gathering. A few seconds later, they completely surrounded the group of people in the center. Linger's face changed drastically. "This is bad. The array has generated the Maze Blood Bat Array." Looking up, the dark sky was now covered by thousands of bats of all sizes. "This is bad. There are too many of them, and these bats can endlessly split, only growing in number." They bared their sharp teeth, flapped their wings, and attacked the crowd before them. But Yi Yang remained unusually calm. "I'll teach you how to clear them." With that, a ball of flame flickered at his fingertips. Meng Linger watched carefully. "This true chi fears fire." He waved his hand, and a strange rune formed from flames appeared. "Learn this and you'll be able to deal with them too." Both Yan Yu and Linger gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape. Soon, Yi Yang completed the rune drawing. A winding rune floated in the air. He waved his hand again and the rune flew out. "This is an elementary fire talisman. Level 100. The talisman glowed and flew away at an astonishing speed. It flew to the center of the blood bat swarm, then slowly radiated light outwards. Yi Yang extended 2 fingers and shouted, "Go!" Immediately, an explosion suddenly occurred in the air, and the surrounding trees were also affected, collapsing one after another. The flames met the wood and quickly burned more fiercely, then spread, incinerating everything. In the vast forest where they stood, thick smoke was now billowing. Everyone was astonished by this scene. One talisman had annihilated all the blood bats in the sky. Mei Lu was also shocked, and even this space was burned to ashes. Now before their eyes, flames blazed fiercely, incinerating even the giant ancient trees and the bats they had feared moments ago. Yet Yi Yang was calmer than calm. Thankfully it was an elementary fire talisman. If it had been a low-grade fire talisman, I am afraid this netherworld forest would have been sacrificed as well. With that, he raised his foot. "All right, since it is already this chaotic, let us completely destroy this array." The next second he stomped down fiercely, and the ground immediately cracked. The ground shook unstably, making it difficult for Yan Yu and the others to stand, and in those cracks red lines of fire suddenly appeared. It quickly spread, covering the entire vast netherworld forest. The entire vast area seemed to be destroyed, with trees, earth and rocks collapsing everywhere. The spot where everyone had been standing had also sunk significantly due to the earlier tremor. Mei Lu softly gasped, "This is the first time I have seen an array broken like this." Even Lu Qing secretly admitted, "It is too powerful." Linger was even more astonished. "Master broke the array without any technique, just stomped it apart with one kick. How can I ever learn that?" Yan Yu, however, jumped up excitedly. "Master is amazing." Just then, Yi Yang stood on a high rock and suddenly spoke. "Life has 100 forms, no need to care about these details." With that, he calmly tilted his head. "Let us go to reclaim our spirit fields." At the edge of the cliff, Yi Yang and the others arrived. Looking down, he exclaimed in surprise, "This spirit field is larger than I imagined." He looked at the vast spirit field of verdant grassland. A gentle breeze swept across it, and it swayed gently like a velvet carpet. Yi Yang assessed, "Perhaps many things can be planted here." Sunlight gently streamed down, coloring everything, creating a tranquil and dreamy scene. Flocks of birds circled in the sky. Yan Yu's eyes were full of anticipation, and she rubbed her hands excitedly, planning, "I want to plant a rose garden, then pick them and give them to my beloved." Suddenly, Mei Lu alertly warned everyone loudly, "Do not lower your guard. A main body of that mischievous demon might be nearby." Unexpectedly, Linger was startled and screamed in terror. Right in front, sure enough, not far away, a demon beast was roaring and charging over with a ferocious expression. Everyone screamed in fright. "Wow, a big demon beast!" This newly appeared demon beast resembled a wolf but had an extra pair of eagle wings on its back, and extremely powerful dark energy permeated its entire body. Yi Yang slowly raised his hand, his sleeves fluttering in the wind, and he coldly ordered, "The leader has appeared, as long as we deal with it. The mission to reclaim the spirit fields will be complete." A light flashed simultaneously in the eyes of Yan Yu, Lu Qing and Mei Lu. They immediately charged forward but did not forget to say to Yi Yang, "Sectmaster, this time, let us disciples handle it ourselves." Yan Yu nodded. "That is right. If we rely on Master for everything, what use are we disciples?" Linger also excitedly raised her hand and shouted, "Master, you just need to set up the array, leave the rest to us. Everyone, go for it." But she did not rush out with everyone, just stood still. Yi Yang could only be speechless at this. He reached out and stroked her head, gently asking, "Papaya girl, what about you?" Linger frantically explained, I want to stay and protect Master, and there are already enough people. Why does Master always stare at me? Yi Yang, left with no choice, ignored her. Meanwhile, below the spirit fields, 3 dark figures shot towards the great demon beast like lightning. A hint of surprise flashed in its eyes, but it quickly reacted, its eyes narrowing slightly, looking very dangerous. Lu Qing charged forward, throwing her sword at the great demon beast. This attack successfully cut a wound on its body, but it was still not enough to completely annihilate it. It roared and charged again. Another flash of light. This time it was Mei Lu who shouted, "Kill!" and swung her sword, cutting off one of the great demon beast's legs. At this point it was completely enraged, letting out a deafening roar to the sky. Finally, only Yan Yu remained, showing no weakness. She threw 3 daggers in one breath, aiming directly at the great demon beast, shouting, "I am coming too!" As expected, the 3 daggers simultaneously pierced into the vital parts of the great demon beast's body. Its eyes were blood red, its scarlet tongue lolling out, unable to escape anymore. Lu Qing charged forward like lightning. Mei Lu also attacked fiercely, and the two shouted in unison, "It is over!" Just like that, the two cooperated tacitly. One slashing horizontally, the other vertically, cutting the great demon beast into 4 pieces. Before the great demon beast was completely divided into 4, it struggled desperately, letting out a massive roar, and in an instant its entire body suddenly exploded, bloody flesh splattering everywhere. Thick smoke billowed up, accompanied by gently falling grass clippings. Linger was shocked by this and asked herself, "So weak?" Yi Yang stood by, puzzled, asking her what was wrong. Linger's expression became solemn, and she replied, "Something's not right." Mei Lu and Yan Yu were leisurely walking back when they were suddenly startled by Linger's scream, it is alive again." Hearing this, Mei Lu, Yan Yu, and Lu Qing all turned around simultaneously. Sure enough, the wolf that had just been killed was alive again and fiercely charging at them. The great demon beast roared, its eyes glowing, its huge mouth open, and every step it took generated immense wind. Linger loudly warned again, "It is much bigger." She stood high above and reminded loudly, "Run, come back quickly, it is much faster." But it was too late. Lu Qing, standing closest, was the first to take a blow. She was sent flying. She did not lose her balance for too long, and in an instant she reacted, deftly turning to gather strength. She quickly turned the tables from her predicament, using the force to counterattack the great demon beast. She charged alone toward the great demon beast, shouting, "I'll risk it all." Just as Lu Qing jumped up, preparing to deliver a decisive sword strike, Linger's face suddenly turned ashen, and she shouted, "Behind you!" Lu Qing was startled, her face showing an incredulous expression, and she slowly turned to look behind her. Sure enough, at some unknown point, a giant black shadow had appeared behind her. The great demon beast let out a piercing shriek, then used its massive claw to swat Lu Qing aside. Yi Yang's face instantly turned terrifying. Mei Lu and Yan Yu below shouted worriedly. Yan Yu could no longer remain calm. She threw 3 daggers simultaneously, shouting, "Get out of the way!" The great demon beast roared, emitting a loud sound wave that directly struck Yan Yu. Her petite body was unable to withstand the impact, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. The 3 daggers were also vibrated back by the sound wave. Mei Lu ran over worriedly, shouting, "Little Yan!" Suddenly, one of the daggers trembled slightly. Surrounded by a golden yellow force, in an instant the dagger immediately flew up. As if attracted by some force, it flew straight backwards. A sturdy hand reached out and firmly grasped the hilt of the dagger, and he shouted, "Sword, come!" On the other side, Mei Lu held Yan Yu tightly, and the great demon beast was pouncing, ready to swallow both of them. Yi Yang frowned and rushed towards them at light speed, and a remarkably powerful golden yellow light flashed across the sky. Where the light passed, even the grass and trees tens of meters away broke from the powerful wind. Linger was anxiously asking herself, "Oh no, it is so far, will Master make it in time?" In Mei Lu's eyes she held the injured Yan Yu, desperately fleeing from the clutches of the ferocious great demon beast. A black shadow suddenly flashed like lightning. Although Lu Qing was injured, she still tried her best to stand in front of Mei Lu and Yan Yu, spreading her arms and shouting, "You two go, I'll stop it." Just as the great demon beast's claw descended, Mei Lu's face instantly turned pale, and she immediately turned around, blood splattering, even splashing onto her clothes. Mei Lu's eyes were tearful, and Linger also screamed in panic, but upon closer inspection it was that familiar arm holding Yan Yu's dagger, striking out with one blow, blood splattering everywhere. Mei Lu's mouth hung open, dumbfounded, for 5 seconds, and Linger was also startled, narrowing her eyes to look carefully. It turned out that the 3 people below were already enveloped in Yi Yang's blue shield, and the great demon beast before them still pouncing, but with one difference. A bloody gash had appeared on its abdomen at some unknown point, piercing through its body. Yi Yang's face was grim, looking extremely terrifying. He coldly asked it, "You dare to lay a hand on my disciples? Do you wish to die?" The great demon beast's entire body was gradually enveloped in a pitch-black mist. Then it disappeared without a trace, as if it had never been there. Only the 4 people remained standing in the center of the spirit fields, and a gentle breeze blew, the grass rustling softly. Mei Lu had not fully recovered from her fright, her eyes tearful, stammering, "Thankfully Master was here, it was too terrifying." Dead leaves gently whirled and fell, and Lu Qing murmured with a serious expression, "The monsters are continuously evolving automatically." Suddenly, Linger shouted from afar again, "Look ahead, it is bigger again." Everyone was immediately startled by this. Lu Qing and Mei Lu turned around simultaneously in horror. That great demon beast is alive again. Its body was indeed much larger than before. Its eyes were blood red, and every step it took exuded dark energy. It slowly walked towards the four of them. Yi Yang smiled faintly, showing an interested expression. "I'll play with it." Lu Qing was surprised to hear this, but before she could say anything, Yi Yang took a running start and charged directly at the great demon beast, flying like a bolt of lightning. As soon as he left, two explosions erupted consecutively on both sides, and two more great demon beasts quickly appeared. They roared fiercely from both sides and charged simultaneously to attack. Linger, observing this from above, immediately shouted a warning. "Master, be careful. Two more are coming from behind." Yi Yang immediately became alert upon hearing this. The great demon beast gnashed its teeth and claws, charging fiercely. Yi Yang also tightly gripped his sword, attacking without hesitation. As expected, in an instant the great demon beast before him was cut into several pieces. He loudly declared, "One down." A great demon beast lunged from the left, its mouth agape. He frowned, secretly evaluating. "The second one is too slow." Yi Yang turned and leaped into the air, drawing a perfect arc. The great demon beast below lunged, but only air. He suddenly dropped, striking the demon beast's back neck with his sword, making it let out a painful piercing shriek, its eyes wide and its mouth and tongue agape. After dealing with the second one, he turned to the remaining demon beast and shouted, "This last one, do not run." Before it could react, Yi Yang had already rushed in front of it, startling it. This time he did not use his sword as he did with the previous two. Instead he used a kick, almost dislocating the remaining great demon beast's face. He shouted, "Fly!" It was thus kicked dozens of meters away by Yi Yang. The power of this kick was so great that it even carved a deep trench in the ground. This poor last great demon beast was kicked onto the rocks, bouncing back and forth, coincidentally creating a golden star pattern. In the end, even those rocks could not bear its weight and exploded one after another. Debris fell from the sky, and the demon beast body now lay motionless. A cool breeze swept across the spot where Lu Qing, Meilu and Yan Yu stood. Meilu was still shaken, her whole body stiff, stammering to herself, "Is it over? Are we safe?" Just then, Yan Yu also coughed, slowly regaining consciousness. Lu Qing frowned, her tone vigilant and serious as she reminded, "No, its main body has not appeared yet. We absolutely cannot let down our guard." Suddenly a bright light flashed, breaking the dim space, and more lights appeared. The ground began to crack, forming a bottomless pitch-black trench. A sinister laugh echoed from underground, and white smoke rapidly billowed up. Linger, Lu Qing, Yan Yu and Meilu's faces instantly turned pale. They stared in shock, their gazes uniformly directed at the source of the sound. A spine-chilling sound continued to come from underground. "Foolish humans, how dare you trespass into this Lord's sacred ground?" Sharp teeth spread wide. From its mouth a white mist rapidly billowed out. What appeared now was the same great demon beast from before, but it was now equipped with some protective accessories. The voice continued to provoke, "This Lord will make sure you all die without a trace." As the words fell, a deafening roar followed. Lu Qing's face instantly showed fear, and her entire body trembled continuously. Linger's face was completely drained of color from a distance, and she anxiously shouted a warning. "This is bad. This is the most terrifying post-mortem haunting of a secret realm tier sky-swallowing dog demon. Master," she hastily advised Yi Yang, "let us forget about the spirit fields. Let us go quickly. Its physical attack power is not on the same level as its spirit body." The demon beast flew into the air and contemptuously asked with a sinister tone, "Trying to run? Too late. All of you be annihilated." With that, it opened its huge mouth, condensed power forming a purple spiritual energy ball. Without warning, it directly shot this immense power, aiming straight at the four of them. The power ball flew directly towards where Yi Yang was. Facing the great power of the demon beast, he hovered in the air, coldly saying petty tricks. His face at this moment became extremely terrifying. His pupils contracted, and he spoke with an indescribable tone. "Fool!" Yi Yang shouted, "Looking for a beating, are we?" With that, he swung his sword and unleashed a palm strike, its power no less than that of the great demon beast. The two opposing forces collided. The great demon beast power ball was thus split in half by Yi Yang's separating. Not only that, this sword strike directly slashed towards the great demon beast opposite. It let out a piercing shriek, and in an instant its colossal body was split in half by Yi Yang under the extremely powerful force. The ground was also scorched, with a straight mark extending all the way to where the great demon beast was. Linger, Meilu, Lu Qing and Yan Yu were all horrified and dumbfounded at this sight. A giant demon beast was easily defeated by him with just one move. Its entire body suddenly exploded, forming a swirling cloud of white smoke. Black chunks of flesh fell like rain, occasionally with fur swirling in the air, forming an arc. Everything happened extremely quickly. When all the dust settled, everything returned to normal. A cool breeze gently blew again, inadvertently stirring up dead leaves swaying back and forth. From the pervasive white smoke, the demon beast, now miniature and wearing a shiny angel-like halo on its head, secretly poked its head out to peek. After confirming everything was safe, it looked around worriedly, secretly cursing. "This guy is too abnormal." A green hill left, no fear of firewood lacking. Better to run for now. Suddenly a talisman flew straight towards it. It turned its head in surprise. But as soon as it saw what it was, it screamed in terror, "No, do not annihilate me." But it was too late. The talisman perfectly stuck to it. With a boom, that small and cute gray demon beast was thus contained within the talisman. Yi Rong gently held the talisman, comforting it. "Do not worry, I am not annihilating you, but giving you a chance for rebirth," he suddenly shouted. "This substitute god is yours." Linger held the talisman, asking curiously, "How do I use this talisman?" He turned his head and coldly replied, "Do not worry about it for now. You'll know once you become a yin-yang master. Take good care of it." Linger obediently said, "Oh." Everything returned to its original calm, with only the disciples' voices still echoing. "These spirit fields are really good." Even if we stay in the sect and do not go down the mountain, we will not starve anymore. Meilu lowered her head slightly, a bit disappointed. Master, as a sect master, how can you be so unambitious? Yi Yam instinctively turned his head, scratching it sheepishly, and grinned foolishly. Seeing this, Meilu first paused and was amused by him. Her gaze softened, her cheeks flushed, and she looked at him helplessly. Just like that, the 5 disciples and their master stood in the spirit fields enjoying the warm sunlight and cool breeze, she thought to herself. My choice was indeed correct. Although he has some minor flaws, you are truly reliable. Back in Wuji Hall, Yi Yang was casually walking down the corridor when a sharp cry suddenly rang out. Junior brother, sect master, junior brother. Fang Ting, confined in an iron cage, saw him pass by and anxiously called for help. Quick, help me, she angrily shouted. That scoundrel Bai Fei, I kindly helped her escape, but she locked me here instead. Junior brother, quickly let me out. Yi Yang frowned, asking in surprise, did the little fox escape? Hearing this, she immediately became smug. Are you panicking? Contrary to Fang Ting's expectation, he narrowed his eyes and calmly replied, panicking about what? It is good, I am getting a little tired of her lately anyway. Senior sister, you can still bring me some freshness and excitement. She gritted her teeth and angrily shouted, what, you are tired of her? Yi Yang calmly replied, that is right, senior sister, you are beautiful and fun. Just stay here and keep me company in place of the little fox. Fang Ting's face flushed crimson, her eyes widening into circles. She angrily shouted, no, I am far from it. The little fox is both beautiful and sensible. She is more interesting. Yang helplessly raised an eyebrow. Enough, change back. Fang Ting was startled and scoffed, and with a bang Bai Fei quickly shrunk. Yi Yang smiled playfully. Can your transformation technique change into anything? Why do not you turn into the alluring madam from Tale of the Alluring Madam? I have wanted to see her for a long time. Bai Fei angrily cursed. You scoundrel, am I really not charming? Always obsessed with girls in stories, you are sick. Yi Yang chuckled softly, his hands behind his back, and casually bid farewell as he left. I need to finish the last part of the magic manual. I am not playing along with you anymore. Goodbye. Bai Fei just scoffed in response, not replying. In the sect study, a tired voice spoke. Finally. Yi Yang, with ink stains on his face, stretched and complained, I know cultivation techniques are difficult. Luckily, I have the passive skill mastery of compilation. He leaned back in his chair, tiredly instructing, clean this up. I want to drink and read Chronicles of the Alluring Madam Volume 4. The little bird perched on a branch outside the window, softly announcing, the girls in the small kitchen have also been secretly reading the Alluring Madam recently. The sect's morale has gone awry. Yi Yang frowned and asked, what did you say? Too sleepy, cannot hear clearly. I'll sleep a bit more. As soon as he finished speaking, even snores could be heard. The little bird pretended not to hear and continued its duties diligently. One more thing, the sect grand competition is about to be held in this world, which concerns our sect regaining its #1 position in the world. In the sky, a flock of birds danced gracefully. A gentle breeze brushed by, creating ripples. Distant ships slowly advanced. Their full sails portended a long journey. At the harbor, a hurried cry suddenly rang out. Where's everyone? Quick, stop! Continuous shouts and yells created a noisy scene. Come on, lend a hand, everyone move faster. Su Shu carefully put down a bag of goods, panting. She sighed tiredly, raising a hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. So tiring. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind her. Su Shu. Hearing it, her face immediately turned pale, and as if on reflex, she instantly stood upright, stammering, I am sorry, boss. I was just resting for a moment. I'll get back to work immediately. Yi Yang softly said, it is me. Su Shu froze, turning around in surprise. Master, she breathed a sigh of relief and quickly walked towards him. Why are you here? Did not I say not to come looking for me here? It is very dirty. Before she could finish, Yi Yang coldly interrupted her. I'll brought you some fruit. Su Shu's cheeks immediately flushed crimson, and she excitedly blurted out, delicious. Yi Yang took out a book and handed it to her. And food for the soul. Su Shu first paused, opening her eyes wide in surprise. As soon as her gaze fell upon the book, her face instantly turned pale, her eyes rolled back, and she stammered, it is finished. I get a headache just looking at books. Birds flew gracefully across the sky. Yi Yang curiously asked, have you made any progress with your fire element perception? Su Shu stammered in reply. I fall asleep as soon as I try to meditate on magic, he coldly comforted her. Take your time. Suddenly, Su Shu changed the subject. If it is just like this sitting with master, I will not talk about studying. She turned to Yi Yang, a warm smile on her face. That would be wonderful, but I'll try not to disappoint master. Yi Yang also turned his head, slyly smiling as he reminded her. Then I'll check your homework today. Hearing this, Su Shu quickly dodged in a panic. Right, I need to get back to work quickly. Master, you should leave, it is really dirty here. With that, she hastily pushed Yi Yang away. Before leaving, he did not forget to turn back and remind her, remember what we agreed upon. Su Shu quickly replied, okay, I'll quit after this month. A colleague nearby complained in a low voice, showing affection in broad daylight. Before Yi Yang walked too far, Su Shu did not forget to wave and shout, remember to come back early, do not drink too much and go home safely. He dismissively waved, got it. Suddenly she stopped. At the same time, a group of people brushed past Yi Yang, shouting in confusion. Their faces showed displeasure and they whispered, is not that the useless Su Shu? This fool is still in Sahai City. Hearing this, Yi Yang's face darkened and he abruptly turned around. Zhang Sheng disdainfully walked forward to greet her. Junior sister Su, long time no see, she replied, covered in mud. Zhang Sheng, you Lingyun sect people are actually blocking Su Shu, continuously humiliating her. This fool was expelled from Lingyun sect, and after that, did not we find another sect to take her in? This fool is truly degenerate. A cultivator working as a laborer at the docks is a disgrace to the entire sect, one of the women also mockingly echoed. I heard this Jinx was expelled from Lingyun sect and then changed sects twice more. This fool is truly a liar. Zhang Sheng curled his lips in agreement. Chase this stray dog away, our Lingyun sect truly had foresight. Su Shu lowered her head, her expression unclear, and asked, Did you come here just to say all this to me? She turned around and resolutely left. Nothing else? I am going back to work. Suddenly, a loud shout made everyone around turn their heads. Stop! Zhang Sheng angrily shouted in a displeased tone. Do not leave, although you have been expelled from Lingyun sect. As long as I was your senior brother for a day, you must respect me forever. Have you become so degenerate in these trash sects that you have forgotten all manners? Su Shu angrily turned around and retorted, Wuji sect is not a trash sect. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he retorted, If it is not a trash sect, how could it take in trash like you? It must be because it has the trashiest sect master to take in a good-for-nothing like you. They continuously humiliated her with mocking tones. What, this fool wants to take on a genius like me? Su Shu trembled with rage. She gritted her teeth and said, You can say whatever you want about me. Su Shu jumped up, shouting loudly, But you are absolutely not allowed to insult my master, he is not trash. Zhang Sheng lightly sidestepped her attack, contemptuously lecturing, A disciple like you is probably worse than trash. Suddenly he reached out and grabbed Su Shu's wrist. A vicious smile appeared on Zhang Sheng's face as he shouted, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your incompetent master right now. He raised his hand, preparing to strike her hard. As expected, a crisp smack sound rang out. Su Shu instinctively turned her head to dodge, but after waiting for a long time she did not feel any pain. Zhang Sheng turned his head in surprise, and the woman also froze, stunned for 5 seconds before a deep voice spoke, Let her go. Although Yi Yang's appearance was not as striking as Zhang Sheng's, the extraordinary aura emanating from him far surpassed his. He had a gloomy expression, repeating the question. Trash? Zhang Sheng trembled uncontrollably. Why you? Who are you? He could not help but feel terrified inside, secretly asking himself, Why cannot I move? Yi Yang looked at Su Shu in front of him, calmly explaining, I am her master. You actually thought of disciplining my disciple in front of me? Zhang Sheng curled up, shaking all over from the pain. His face was terrifyingly cold as he said to him, You have a death wish. Zhang Sheng desperately tried to pull his hand back but failed. He hastily shouted, Let me go quickly. A fallen Wuji sect must not provoke our Lingyun sect, or my master will come knocking and you'll be dead. The remaining people also immediately threatened, You cannot bear the consequences. Release senior brother Zhang quickly. Su Shu turned her face, timidly pleading, Master, forget it, let him go. He released his hand, coldly replying to her, Letting him go is fine. But Zhang Sheng quickly pulled his hand back and he scoffed, Scared now, are we? Before he could finish, Yi Yang slapped his face sideways. He lightly flicked his hand, throwing Zhang Sheng into the air, and declared with a majestic tone, But my disciple cannot suffer his injustice. Zhang Sheng was flung away and his massive body fell to the ground with a thud. Su Shu cried out emotionally, Master! The 3 Lingyun sect disciples widened their eyes in astonishment at the sight, unable to believe it. Another smack rang out, each slap accompanied by Yi Yang's fury. The Lingyun sect disciples standing outside were also implicated. First, the long-haired man was slapped away for being an accomplice. Then the short-haired man, making another charge, finally stopped in front of the only woman in the group. She scoffed, arrogantly threatening him, HMPH, you dare to hit me, do you know who I am? As expected, another loud smack sound rang out. She was thus sent flying by Yi Yang, just like Zhang Sheng. He coldly mumbled, Snobs, do not think I will not strike just because you are a woman. Watching his subordinates lie on the ground wailing in pain, Zhang Sheng stood up trembling with rage. He gritted his teeth and said, Unforgivable. His face was now disfigured by Yi Yang's slaps, leaving 5 black finger marks. He panted intermittently, I'll kill you. He tremblingly picked up a nearby sword and rushed towards Yi Yang when he wasn't looking, thinking to himself, Kill you. Su Shu was startled and hastily shouted, Master, be careful. Of course he did not need her reminder. He just lightly waved his arm and Zhang Sheng's massive body was flung away again. Yi Yang curiously asked, What's wrong? Su Shu was speechless, feeling she had said too much. No, nothing. Zhang Sheng once again fell heavily to the ground, his swollen face covered in bruises, with symmetrical red palm prints on both sides. Suddenly a black shadow walked over, casting a shadow over Zhang Sheng. His eyes were wide, bloodshot. Yi Yang, graceful in the wind, coldly ordered, Get up. Zhang Sheng screamed, backing away in terror. No! Su Shu, worried he would do something more, shouted, Master, no! His face at this moment was terrifyingly gloomy. After a moment of silence, Yi Yang coldly spoke, This time I am giving my disciple face and letting you go for now, but Lingyun sect's previous bullying of her will not end here. Before he finished, he suddenly roared, Scram, go back and tell your sect master that I will settle this score with him. The remaining people supported the injured Zhang Sheng, trembling as they replied, We will report it. Immediately after came the triennial sect grand competition. Before he finished speaking, he looked up and angrily shouted, At that time our Lingyun sect will declare war on you and completely eliminate and disband you. Yi Yang thought to himself, Sect grand competition, so that is what the bird meant. Su Shu shyly called out, Master, it is all because of me. Before she could finish, he turned around, casually interrupting, Do not worry, it is a small matter. Yi Yang turned back to Zhang Sheng and the others, Very well, then we'll meet again at the sect grand competition. Go back and tell your sect master the score for bullying Su Shu. My disciple, he paused, pointing to Su Shu behind him, and continued, will personally settle it with you all. She will challenge all of Lingyun sect alone and defeat everyone. Zhang Sheng scoffed contemptuously, saying, just her, a good-for-nothing. Ridiculous, let us go. Su Shu remained silent, lowering her eyes sadly. After hesitating for a moment, she stammered, Master, can I really do it? Yi Rong gently stroked her head, comforting her. Do not worry, he spoke with a firm tone, reassuring Su Shu's worries. If your master says it is fine, it will absolutely be fine. In the spirit fields, a gentle breeze rustled. In the distance, a pair of master and disciple were diligently cultivating. Master, it really will not work, I cannot conjure this fireball. Su Shu was surrounded by flames. While concentrating on cultivating fireballs, she complained, How about I go back to work? Quitting will cost a lot of salary. Yi Yang stood before her, instructing, The sect grand competition begins in 3 months. You must become strong enough to defeat those who bullied you. She tried hard to dissuade him. Master, let it go. Yi Yang coldly replied, You can let it go, but if my disciple has been bullied, she must get revenge. Then he sternly shouted, Come on, continue the magic lesson, conjure at least one. Su Shu sighed dejectedly, saying with a headache, If it weren't for the special training allowing more contact with Master, I definitely would not come. Su Shu continued to explain, The junior sisters all say that whoever marries Master must be the one who has the most contact with him. Hearing this, Yi Yang could not help but feel helpless. You are not foolish now, Su Shu dejectedly rambled. Actually, among the disciples, one person will marry Master. Senior sister has already arranged it for me. Yi Yang casually said, Ah. Senior sister told me before she went into seclusion to take good care of you and not let you drink too much. This clearly means she entrusted Master to me. As she spoke, her cheeks could not help but blush. I know I am not yet worthy of Master, but I will work hard. Yi Yang was speechless, so he changed the subject. Let us focus on conjuring fireballs first, Su Shu complained again. But no matter how hard I try, I cannot concentrate the fire element. He patiently explained, Your soul power is very strong, just follow the method I taught you before. Just then another person walked over, and as soon as she arrived she said sarcastically, Oh, is not this the debauched sect Master Yi? Yi Yang heard the unfamiliar voice and suddenly turned his head. It was Lin Ya and her chief disciple. You teach disciples too, huh? He turned his head, pretending not to recognize her. Who's this big sister? Su Shu innocently replied. It is Mother Hen. Hearing this, she immediately shouted furiously, I am Lin Ya, sect master of Hunyuan sect, right next to Wuji sect. You have even come to our territory to cultivate, and you still ask who I am? Su Shu, while cultivating, commented, Hunyuan sect sectmaster seems to be like us, also a fallen ancient sect. Sectmaster Lin Ya unhappily scoffed, HMPH, who's like you all. This time, with the sect grand competition starting, our Hunyuan sect is going to rise because I found a genius disciple who cultivates fire element techniques. That disciple looked at them, arrogantly raising her chin. Yi Yang exclaimed in surprise, Fire element, what a coincidence. My disciple is also a fire element magic genius. Lin Ya scornfully raised an eyebrow at him. Genius? I saw her working as a dock laborer. Sect Master Yi, I advise you, if you cannot recruit good disciples, just disband your sect. Do not just grab any stray cat or dog to make up the numbers. Yi Yang immediately retorted, She really is a genius. Lin Ya lifted her chin, humiliating Su Shu. A genius working so hard here, yet not a single spark. Junner, show them your great flame palm. That disciple stretched out his hand, immediately creating a spark, then mischievously extinguished the flame, producing a puff of black smoke which he blew towards Yi Yang. Lin Ya triumphantly shouted, See, this is a true genius. After only half a year of cultivation, the great flame palm can already produce black smoke. By the time of the sect grand competition, she'll surely be able to condense smoke into fire, producing real flames. Yi Yang covered his nose, continuously waving his hand to dispel the smoke. This thing is the great flame palm. How shocking, Lin Ya continued to mock. What do you know? It is because you are a useless master, knowing nothing, that your disciples are so unpromising. Su Shu heard this, her eyes blazing with killing intent. She frowned and angrily roared, Shut up, you are not allowed to insult my master. A fireball slowly condensed in her palm. You can call me useless, but my master is definitely not. Su Shu raised her head, her eyes firm, and growled, He knows how to teach disciples. Lin Ya and the disciple were dumbfounded at this sight. Yi Yang calmly said, Fire appeared, and she has only been practicing for less than 10 days. Impressive, right? Lin Ya and the disciple stood there in a daze. She clenched her fist, comforting herself. This is just for show. In battle, destructive power is what matters. Junner, demonstrate the power of the great flame palm. He immediately nodded in agreement. After speaking, he lifted his leg, struck a pose, then leaped up, charging forward rapidly. A ball of black flame forming in his palm, the disciple aimed at a nearby tree and struck. He shouted, Ha! And directly struck the tree trunk, causing the tree to shake violently. When he retracted his hand, a palm print was deeply embedded in the trunk. Lin Ya burst into laughter, pointing at Yi Yang and humiliating him. See, if an ordinary person took a hit, they'd suffer internal injuries. He turned his face away, ignoring her. Su Shu on the side also conjured a fireball. Master, I can fight too. Su Shu forcefully threw the fireball at Lin Ya's disciple. However, her fireball went off course, flying behind him. The disciple snorted disdainfully at the sight. Lin Ya burst into another fit of laughter. No aim, yet she wants to hurt someone. The small fireball was less than a finger's width from the tree trunk when with a loud bang, the tree struck by Sushu instantly exploded. Lin Ya's eyes bulged as if they would pop out and the disciple was too scared to move. The tree was now just a stump surrounded by raging flames. And even Yi Yang could not help but exclaim in surprise and laughter. My disciple is indeed a super genius. Sushu was still frustrated, angrily blaming herself. Missed. I cannot let master down. Lin Ya still stared blankly in that direction. Sushu simultaneously conjured over a dozen fireballs. Come on. She threw the dozen fireballs into the forest. A series of massive explosions immediately echoed in the forest and everything scattered. Lin Ya stood motionless, not even daring to blink. Half the forest was destroyed in the blink of an eye, right back to the disciple's position. He stood perfectly straight, stunned and unmoving. He trembled incessantly, his face pale and his mouth began to stutter. Master, I have decided to quit Hunyuan sect and go home to farm. Sushu dejectedly slumped to the ground. I am sorry, master, I did not hit them. I really am not suited for combat. Yi Yang gently comforted. It is all right. The fireballs came out and that is a huge improvement. You'll get your aim with more practice. Hearing this, Lin Ya could not help but exclaim in horror. My goodness, this is still not suited for combat. Yi Yang turned to her, softly boasting, I told you, my disciple is truly amazing. Lin Ya still refused to admit defeat. She stammered, You were just lucky. You cannot do anything yourself, so you just picked up a good disciple. Sushu's face instantly became murderous. She conjured a fireball and coldly warned Lin Ya, Do not talk nonsense about my master. Although her face was pale and she was clearly scared, she still bravely challenged him in a loud voice. You always hide behind your disciples all day. If you are so capable, you should also conjure a fireball like your disciple. Yi Yang blushed, smiling gently, and replied softly, Forget it, this forest is so beautiful it would be a pity to destroy it. Lin Ya thought he was scared and immediately retorted, This is my Hunyuan sect's forest. If you are so capable, show me. You always make excuses to hide your true useless nature. Yi Yang turned around, sighing helplessly. All right, you said it yourself. Do not blame me if the forest is destroyed. With that he raised his hand, power rapidly condensing in his palm. In just an instant, a colossal fireball had formed. Elementary magic spell, fireball, level 100, Lin Ya and her disciple screamed in terror. Oh my god! Yi Yang, cradling the massive fireball, slowly flew into the air. Sushu, watch carefully. Your master will teach you how to throw a fireball. Sushu excitedly responded. Yi Yang's lips curled into a slight smile, and he softly said, Go! The colossal fireball hurtled down with immense power. As the fireball touched the ground, the surrounding atmosphere immediately grew tense, and it quickly generated a powerful shockwave that spread outwards. Several trees affected by the explosion were also reduced to ashes. Everything happened very quickly, and the flames thus spread, engulfing the entire forest in a raging inferno. Yi Yang quickly flew up with Sushu in his arms, sighing helplessly. I told you this place is not suitable for me to use the fireball spell. He held Lin Ya with one hand. She was now terrified, tears in her eyes, regretfully saying, My sect, how could this happen? At her feet was her most proud disciple, now crying and screaming, I want to go home and farm. Yi Yang laboriously dragged the three of them, slowly leaving the scene. Do not worry about it. I'll get you all out of here first, in this massive fire. Your Hunyuan sect is probably finished too. Move out early, I'll remember you as neighbors. With that, he swiftly shot out at light speed, leaving only echoing screams. Whoa, slow down. The scene switches to the demon suppressing hall. Yan Yu was looking down at a book, curiously mumbling, Why does master like this kind of book? It makes your heart race and your face flush. I'll read it so I can have something in common with master. I am going for it. Bai Fei, sitting nearby, spoke boredly. Little girl, are not you here to clean? Why are you just standing there? Yan Yu quickly hid the book behind her, awkwardly replying, No, nothing. Bai Fei suspiciously and bluntly said, Do not hide it. That book is called Tale of the Alluring Madam. Do you think you can win a man with just a book? Do you want me to teach you a few tricks? Yan Yu proudly lifted her chin. I do not want you to teach me, but you can tell me first. Bai Fei lazily lay on the ground, calmly replying, Men, they are visual creatures. Yi Yang is the same, voluptuous figure, slender waist, long legs. You do not need to say a word, he'll already be lost in thought. Yan Yu immediately got angry and shouted loudly, You cannot transform to tempt master. Bai Fei looked at her playfully. Do not get excited, here's the key point. No matter how much a man likes excitement, when it comes time to marry, they'll always choose an honest girl. So if you can just capture Yi Yang, you'll have a chance. Yan Yu foolishly asked back. Really? Suddenly, Bai Fei stood up abruptly, shouting with righteous indignation. How to capture him? Cut off his peach blossoms. If you see pretty women trying to get close to him, find a way to sever those romantic ties. Over time, your chances of getting him will increase greatly. Yan Yu was successfully swayed by Bai Fei's words, unconsciously letting go of the items in her hands. After a while, Yan Yu left the place in a daze. She wondered, What the little fox said makes a lot of sense, but why would she help me? Thinking of this, she suddenly looked around for something. Tale of the Alluring Madam. Where did that book go? Meanwhile, Bai Fei, looking down at the book in her hand, angrily muttered, I would like to see what's so special about this person who's so obsessed with Tale of the Alluring Madam. She was so angry she could not help but throw the book far away. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without fear. Tale of the Alluring Madam. Bring it on. I will never lose to a girl in a novel. On the bustling street, Yi Yang walked with a frown, muttering, I would better hurry back to the sect and round up the rotten authors of Tale of the Alluring Madam Volume 4. It is still not out, the sect grand competition selection meeting. 5 disciples were to be selected to participate in the competition, with adjustments made first. Inside a silversmith shop, noisy curses echoed. I told you, Master Yinlong is not seeing guests. You have been standing here for days, it is really affecting our business. Yi Yang curiously turned his head in the distance. A blonde girl was being driven away by a tall man. Master does not have time to fix your broken shield, go away, she lowered her head, sadly pleading. This shield is the only thing my father left me in Sahai City. Master is the only one who can repair Black Sky Stone. Yi Yang suddenly walked behind her and softly called out, Tonger. Nangang Tong subconsciously turned her head in confusion. She became flustered, anxiously asking, Master, why are you here too? He did not answer, but instead coldly retorted, No wonder I have not seen you these past few days, so you have been running around looking for someone to repair your shield? Yi Yang looked at the shield, pouting as he evaluated. No need to bother others. Go back to the sect, Master will fix it for you. Nangang Tong asked in surprise. Master also knows how to repair shields? Li San suddenly jumped, angrily shouting, This shop has appraised this shield. Besides Master Yinlong, no one in the world can fix it. What arrogant words! His words attracted many curious onlookers. What's wrong, Master? Yi Yang did not want to cause more trouble, so he pulled Nangang Tong away. Let us go. Nangang Tong wanted to say something, but before she could finish, he interrupted her. Do not worry, Master's divine craftsmanship skill will definitely fix it for you. Li San was provoked by his words. He angrily gritted his teeth and shouted, Besides Master Yinlong, no one can fix it. If you can really fix it, our blacksmith shop will give you 1,000 gold coins. Hearing this, he stopped. A mountain of gold instantly appeared in his mind. In just an instant, Yi Yang suddenly appeared in front of Li San, scaring him pale and terrified. Are you serious? Li San angrily gritted his teeth, muttering in his heart. Of course it is true, then he replied. Actually, even Master Yinlong failed. If you can fix it, your disciple is still disturbing Master here. Yi Yang's face darkened and he walked straight into the shop. Less nonsense, 1,000 gold coins deal. Tonger, give me the shield. Their matter attracted many onlookers. Blue sky and white clouds, birds flying leisurely, clanging sounds continuously echoed in the blacksmith shop. Li San now reminded, Kid, let me tell you up front. If you fix it, the money is yours. If not, he disdainfully told the crowd, he is just a swindler and will be beaten half to death by us. And then sent to the authorities. The onlookers also began to whisper, This kid is crazy. If he can fix it, I'll quit being a blacksmith. Nangang Tong also worriedly urged, Master, maybe we should leave. Li San stroked his beard confidently, saying, If you cannot fix it in 3 days, you'll have to. Before he could finish, Yi Yang interrupted him. No need, 3 incense sticks time is enough. The blacksmiths could not help but burst into laughter. This kid is truly a fool. He secretly chuckled. You can laugh for now. Outwardly, he still calmly replied, The shield needs to be repaired anyway, and I can use your materials here. Li San crossed his arms and announced, Materials are no problem, just do not waste them. No excuses for failure. Yi Yang said no more, immediately picked up a shovel and began to work. Good, give me 20 jin of black fire mountain ash. Li San twirled his beard, secretly pleased. This amateur actually chose the lowest quality material. You know, Master Yinlong failed even with cold flood dragon essence. Yi Yang looked at the shield, silently assessing it in his mind. This shield was indeed repaired when you handed it over for inspection. The crude workmanship is probably the handiwork of that honeysuckle, right? Li San immediately retorted angrily. You are not allowed to insult Master Yinlong, he frowned, sternly asking him. First, who in your shop is qualified to use a high-grade material like cold flood dragon essence? Second, the mysterious Sun 9 Springs forging technique is only known to him in Sahai City, right? Li San stammered with rage. Nonsense. Suddenly, Master Yinlong appeared behind him, reminding him with a cold voice, I told you, no need to hide the fact that I repaired it. I am not a god. There is no shame in failing to fix this shield. As he walked over, the blacksmiths immediately bowed respectfully and shouted, Master Yinlong has actually come out. Master, Yinlong enthusiastically explained, any blacksmith with a bit of discernment can tell that I have worked on it, but I have been blacksmithing for 50 years and have repaired countless divine weapons. If I cannot fix this shield, do you, a novice, think you can defy destiny? 3 incense sticks were quickly placed on the table, their smoke curling upwards, and a mixture of black volcanic ash paste was next to them. Yinlong disdainfully reminded, Remember, you only have 3 incense sticks for your antics. I'll silently watch you make a fool of yourself. Yi Yang used a shovel to put the black volcanic ash paste into the furnace to burn. Yinlong silently evaluated. His posture and the shovel are completely wrong. A puff of thick smoke suddenly rose, making Yi Yang cough. Nangang Tong immediately ran over, patting his back, worriedly asking, Master, are you all right? He coughed and replied, My throat hurts so much. The blacksmiths watching outside could not help but sigh helplessly. What a character, getting choked by smoke. The shield was directly thrown into the furnace, and in just an instant the entire shield was engulfed in blazing flames. Yinlong could not bear to watch anymore and spoke up. Young man, let me remind you, half an incense stick has passed. To fix it, you'd need at least 1,000 hammers. You have not even struck it once yet. He walked to the tool bench and calmly picked up a hammer. Thank you for the reminder. It does not need thousands of hammers. One is enough. Li San immediately closed his eyes, unhappily shouting, Master, this person, Yinlong directly interrupted him. 1 hammer is enough. Not even the #1 forging master in Sahai Kingdom can do that. This swindler is too deep into his act. We'll send him to the authorities later. Yi Yang held the hammer and slowly walked towards the shield. He coldly said, Old man, watch carefully. He raised the hammer in his hand and used the intermediate blacksmithing skill, 100 refinements, 1000 hammers, level 100. To strike the shield directly. Yinlong closed his eyes, sighing regretfully, but when he opened them he was instantly astonished. He stammered, This is. Before he could finish, Li San was already impatient and immediately turned around. I'll send him to the authorities right away, Nangong Tong exclaimed in surprise. How her shield became as good as new with just one hammer strike, its surface smooth and without a single blemish. Li San and the blacksmiths turned pale, their eyes wide, their mouths agape, screaming in terror. Oh my god, the shield has been restored, the shield was fixed in the blink of an eye. Oh my god, there really are superhumans in this world who can do it with one hammer strike. Yi Yang picked up a bucket of water and poured it over the still hot shield. He shouted, Done. Nangong Tong excitedly clasped her hands. Father, your shield has been repaired. He turned his head and coldly asked Yinlong, That honeysuckle stuff, do not you want to check it? Yinlong's face was grim and he stood rooted to the spot, trembling incessantly. Li San fearfully whispered a reminder, Sir, do not you want to check it? Yinlong slowly replied, No, there is no need. I have been a blacksmith for 50 years. He could see for himself that it was perfectly repaired and could not help but exclaim excitedly in his heart, So the god of forging really exists and he is right here. Yi Yang smiled faintly and said, Please enlighten me. Yinlong understood. He had nothing more to say. Yi Yang walked with his hands behind his back, his figure leisurely swaying in the wind. Nangong Tong picked up the shield. She could not help but exclaim, Not only is it repaired, it is as good as new, just like when my father first gave it to me. Yi Yang avoided her gaze, pouting and muttering, This skill is too abnormal. I do not want it either. Nangong Tong lowered her head against the shield, tears of gratitude streaming down her cheeks. She secretly sighed to herself. Master's hand is so warm. Master must be a kind and selfless person. She choked up, saying, Master, this is wonderful. I will definitely repay you with all my might from now on. He placed his warm hand on her head and asked in a low voice, What's wrong, Tonger? Suddenly he broke the mood, saying somewhat awkwardly, Hey, I say, what are you standing there for? Pay up quickly. Yinlong and Li San were startled awake by these words, hastily responding with, Oh, right, Li San, get the money. Li San jumped, shouting, Oh. After just a moment, Li San produced a money pouch. He knelt on the ground, respectfully offering it with both hands. This humble one had such poor judgment. I hope the immortal will not blame me. Here are your 1,000 gold coins, please accept them. Yi Yang took the money pouch, not forgetting to say thank you. Suddenly, Yinlong blocked his path. His expression was serious, yet his words could not hide his excitement. To have witnessed true divine forging skills in this life, this old man can die without regrets. Yi Yang muttered in confusion, What kind of divine skill is an intermediate skill? Without warning, Yinlong immediately clasped his hands and knelt to the ground, announcing with conviction, I humbly implore the god of forging to allow this old man to join your sect as a handyman. The other blacksmiths who witnessed this could not help but turn pale, exclaiming, Master. Yinlong's expression was both serious and anxious. Seeing Yi Yang refuse, he added, I know I am unworthy to be your disciple, but I only ask to be a handyman serving by your side. If I could occasionally receive a few pointers on the way of forging, I would have no regrets in this life. Upon hearing this, Yi Yang awkwardly refused, No need, my small sect does not require handymen. Yinlong's eyes widened in shock as if he could not believe the outcome, but he quickly regained his composure and stood up. He said disappointedly, As expected, I cannot impress the god of forging. This old man, have a granddaughter. I wonder if the god of forging would be interested in having her as a handyman. Yi Yang gave a helpless wry smile. He secretly muttered to himself, What the hell is a god of forging? I would better leave here quickly lest these fanatical blacksmiths latch on to me. Thinking this, he coldly ordered, Tonger, let us return to the sect. Nangong Tong replied with a radiant smile, Yes, master. Even after Yi Yang and Nangong Tong had left, the blacksmiths did not forget to shout to him, Farewell, god of forging. Drew countless curious glances from passers-by, startling him. He tilted his head slightly to look. The scene cuts to Wuji sect, where Yang Lele stood alone at Ling Ruozu's secluded cultivation spot. She clasped her hands, silently praying, Senior sister must succeed in this secluded cultivation. Your junior sisters need you. Ruozu's gently smiling figure seemed to appear in her mind. A gust of wind swept withered leaves, swirling them in the air. In Wuji sect's main hall, all the disciples were gathered. A loud voice rang out, We have missed the sect grand competition 3 times in a row, now let alone world rankings, even in Sahai City's rankings. We are dead last. Now I invite the sect master to speak. The bird perched nearby then spoke, Even in Sahai City's rankings we are dead last. Now I invite the sect master. Where is he? A look of surprise instantly appeared on the bird's face. The sect master's seat was empty. The bird angrily flew off to find him, discovering Yi Yang happily playing with a small dog. Come on, have some dog biscuits. The bird furiously kicked him without mercy, making Yi Yang's face contort. Get back to your post, you never act like a sect master. The disciples, by now accustomed to this, simply concealed their helplessness. After the bird's reprimand, Yi Yang finally obediently sat in the sect master's seat. He cleared his throat and said with feigned authority, Our sect has missed the sect grand competition 3 times in a row. This time let us just casually play along with them. Yi Yang looked at the disciples below and announced, I hear the prize money is quite substantial. I now announce the 6 selected disciples, or rather 5 excluding Ling Ruoshui. The disciples below were all tense with anticipation. Suddenly the first name was called, Nangong Tong. She jumped in surprise, astonished. Mu Linger frowned, replying in confusion, The strong one has been taken. Although Su Shu had mentally prepared herself, she still could not help but jump when she heard him call her name. She lowered her head, determined. Although I have not mastered magic yet, I will work hard. Yan Yu casually played with her hair, showing no surprise whatsoever. Yi Yang continued to announce with his eyes closed, now for the last one. Only 4 of the most promising disciples remained and everyone was tense with anticipation. Unsurprisingly, the last one called by Yi Yang was Lu Qing. The white-haired female disciple turned to the disciple with bangs, asking in confusion. Junior sister Lu was the last to join us, yet she is also the last to be selected. How lucky she is, Lu Jing respectfully clasped her hands. Disciple Lu Qing will not fail master's expectations. Yi Yang lowered his head slightly, muttering to himself. I always feel like I have seen Lu Qing somewhere before. Before he could finish, Lu Qing interrupted him. Before I joined Wuji sect, I actually had a brief encounter with Master. It is normal that Master does not recognize me. Suddenly, Yan Yu exclaimed in surprise. Ah, Yi Yang slammed the table. Oh, so it was you. I finally remember. You are the one from 3 months ago. Lu Jing nodded expressionlessly, replying, Yes, that is me. 3 months ago on a rugged, rocky terrain. Crows obscured the sky. On a nearby rock, 2 people stood and sat. The white-haired man looked at the scene before him, sighing. Too many corpses. Pei Fan walked with his hands behind his back, his demeanor calm as he swayed in the wind. The human and demon armies fought annually on the Western Front, naturally incurring countless casualties and littering the fields with corpses. This place is extremely dangerous. If I, this old man, had not picked you up, you would have been eaten before you even woke up. Yi Yang frowned and coldly replied, Thank you for helping me, but I really have no interest in being a sect master. Before he could finish, Pei Van pretended not to hear, asking, What did you just say? I did not catch it. Getting old, that is the problem. Yi Yang frowned and angrily shouted, Old fox, if I owe you a life, I'll find a way to repay you. Do not overthink it. Just focus on revitalizing Wuji sect for me. Suddenly, countless lightning bolts descended from the sky. Pei Fan exclaimed in surprise, Look at the sky, it is going to rain again. Thunder roared, crows scattered, creating a gloomy and terrifying scene. Soon a torrential rain poured from the sky. It is raining. Am I not dead yet? Good thing I was left in a place like this. Is it a soldier's abode? A pale face, eyes staring blankly at the sky. As the rain poured down, drenching her face, Lu Jing closed her eyes, thinking, This is fine too. With the sound of rain when I die, it will not be so lonely. She recalled the words of those who abandoned her. Number 7, there is nothing we can do. Your injuries are too severe, we can only leave you here. Even if we could save you, you'd be crippled. A soldier who cannot fight has no value. Anyway, you have no parents, so there is nothing to worry about when your life ends. Lu Qing, covered in wounds large and small, replied feebly, I understand, do not worry about me everyone. You can go. The person who abandoned her placed a hand on their chest and shouted excitedly. Blazing Sun takes pride in you, Lu Qing thought tiredly. Nameless, without a surname, orphaned by a demon attack on her village, ultimately abandoned on the battlefield to die alone. This is the life of a soldier. She closed her eyes and gave up, no longer clinging to life. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out. Yi Yang stood on a rock looking into the distance in confusion. He muttered, The aura is very faint. It must be somewhere nearby. You are definitely still alive. He followed the trail to the place where corpses lay strewn across the ground. After searching for a while, he breathed a sigh of relief and sat beside Lu Qing. Ah, here you are. She was breathing weakly and with difficulty. Hearing the movement, she immediately groggily opened her eyes. Yi Yang smiled gently and asked, Are you all right? Yi Yang insisted on carrying Lu Qing away on his back, despite her continuous protests. Put me down, I am useless already, do not mind me. He replied with a grim and serious expression. You were picked up by me, so you are my person. Whether you are useful or not is for me to say. Suddenly, a violent lightning bolt struck the ground, and 2 demons appeared before them, blocking their path. They cackled excitedly. Good luck, there are still 2 people alive. Should we kill them or take them back as slaves? The leading demon cackled. Let us just eat them. But that pale-faced one seems too thin and weak. Yi Yang did not pause, a hint of dullness on his face. Lu Qing feebly said to him, I am sorry I have implicated you. His lips curved slightly upwards and he said excitedly, Do not speak, leave this to me. The demons, upon hearing Yi Yang's words as if they had heard something utterly ridiculous, laughed scornfully. The pale-faced one still does not understand the situation. You are usually not just facing the 2 of us. Countless other massive demons rapidly emerged from the ground. Their tone became bloodthirsty as they reminded him, You have encountered a secret unit tasked with ambushing humans, haha. Yi Yang scoffed back. Is there any difference between killing 1 demon and killing 1,000? The leading demon cackled in reply. Humans are truly laughable, still talking tough even at death's door. Yi Yang was seen lowering his head, raising one hand and pointing directly at the demons. Golden yellow power immediately shone from his palm. A huge demon in armor saw this and taunted, Surrender. Why do humans always mess up at the critical moment? Unexpectedly, a powerful force erupted from Yi Yang's palm, striking out in 3 directions. Dozens of fireballs simultaneously soared into the sky. The demon was too astonished to speak. A look of shock instantly appeared on its face. Careful, it loudly and vigilantly warned the other demons. This guy is problematic. Do not let him attack. Get rid of him quickly. Kill him. All the demons roared in unison, charging menacingly towards him. He shouted to the demons, "Come on!" A dark cloud appeared above Yi Yang. The demons could only stand rooted to the spot, staring dumbfounded at the dazzling light which was about to strike them directly. A lightning bolt roared as it struck the ground. The power of the lightning was so immense it shook heaven and earth, repeatedly striking the ground with huge explosions. Naturally, the demons could not escape the fate of being struck by lightning. In just an instant, the demons were scattered by the lightning and then exploded. Thick smoke billowed, swept aside by the wind. In just a moment everything turned to chaos, with only Yi Yang left standing there carrying Lu Qing on his back. He let out a long sigh. Yi Yang said dismissively, "How boring, a bunch of trash, they could not even withstand elementary lightning magic." She was gasping for breath, too astonished by his words to speak. Suddenly, a hint of surprise flashed across his face. On a high rock not far away there was another demon that protected itself with wings. It roared angrily, "Despicable human, to actually ambush us with lightning magic." It spread its wings. "I, this king, am naturally immune to lightning. I have devoured countless lightning attribute cultivators from the human army. Soon I'll make you wish for death but unable to find it, starting with your limbs." Yi Yang coldly scoffed. "Should I let Xiao Yi handle this fool or?" Lu Qing's eyes widened, too astonished to speak. The demon roared with deafening fury, its entire demonic body growing enormous in the blink of an eye. It shouted loudly, "Come on!" Lu Qing's face turned ashen with fear and her whole body trembled incessantly. Yi Yang extended his hand, drawing a halo, and said seriously, "Let Xiao-san teach you a lesson." Just then, a flash of light suddenly streaked across the sky. The demon instinctively looked up at the sky, only to be struck directly by a colossal beam of light. Deep red claws fiercely stomped on the demon. A deep red dragon roared, continuously trampling the rock the demon stood on, causing the rock to twist and crack immediately from the strain. Then crisp cracking sounds echoed continuously. As the shattered rocks, unable to withstand the immense impact, fell, in just an instant the dragon crushed the massive rock. Rubble fell like rain, brushing past Xiao-san's enormous wings. Not only that, it continued to breathe fire, directly incinerating everything around. Crushed to dust, although Lu Qing was severely injured, she could not help but exclaim, "Blazing sky beast, it is dead." Yi Yang again showed a displeased expression, complaining, "My pets are too big, what a hassle. Indeed, I should not summon them so casually. Let us go." With that, he swiftly departed, carrying Lu Qing on his back. She exclaimed in surprise, "How the rain seems to have stopped." Yi Yang softly said to her, "Let us find a place to treat your injuries immediately." After searching for a temporary resting place, the two finally stopped under a tree. She had now lost the will to live. She feebly urged, "I am truly useless. Even if I am saved, I'll be a cripple. Do not waste medicine." Yi Yang raised his index finger, drawing a halo. He confidently replied, "This skill costs nothing, do not worry. It is instant." With that, regardless of her agreement, he directly cast the intermediate priest skill, healing spell level 100, towards her head. After just a moment, Lu Qing's entire body was enveloped in a green light. The two sat under the tree for a while to heal. Suddenly he withdrew his hand. "Try moving." Lu Qing looked at her hand in surprise, her eyes filled with disbelief. "How, it does not hurt anymore and the wounds are gone. How is this possible? Many of my meridians and bones were clearly shattered." She immediately knelt to the ground, saying gratefully, "Number 7, I can never repay your life-saving kindness. From now on you are my master." Yi Yang replied awkwardly, "It is just a small skill, nothing much. Actually, repaying me is really simple," Lu Qing shouted without hesitation. "Master, please tell me. I, number 7, will not refuse even mountains of knives or seas of fire." He stood up and said forcefully to Lu Qing, "Are you ready to inherit a sect for me?" Although she did not understand, she still replied with full spirit, "Although I am not clear on what's happening, I will do my utmost to fulfill Master's command." Yi Yang let out an annoyed "Ah, no need to call me Master, wait here, I'll be right back." Half an hour later he finally returned. Yi Yang frowned and angrily asked, "The old fox will not let anyone else take over, so what are your plans?" Lu Qing exclaimed in surprise, "Master, do you not want me anymore?" A sad expression appeared on her face. "I'll return to the Blazing Sun Army for now, ready to be summoned by Master at any time." Upon hearing this, Yi Yang sincerely persuaded her, "You have already died once for the army. Change your way of life, go live in the mortal world." Lu Jing replied despondently, "I have never left the army." He continuously encouraged her, "It is all right, the path is at your feet. Be good, just keep walking forward. There is some dry rations in that pack which I got from the old fox and 20 gold coins, keep them safe." Lu Qing took the pack and respectfully said, "Understood, Master." Before he turned to leave, he did not forget to instruct her, "Live well." With that, he leapt and shot away like an arrow from a bow. Lu Qing silently watched Yi Yang's figure, which disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. "The path is at my feet and I must remember Master's words." Her gaze grew firm, and she secretly thought to herself, "My name is Lu Qing." Back to reality. Yi Yang had his back to Lu Qing, silently listening to her recount everything. "How did I end up wandering? I met senior sister Ling and other wanderers." The Wuji sect instantly fell into a dead silence, not a sound to be heard. Only Lu Qing's voice echoed. "Senior sister said that she too was a wanderer and so she let me join, and so I saw Master again." Yi Yang covered his mouth, coughing repeatedly, reminding her, "Just call me Master, I really did not expect this. It is quite a coincidence," she replied coldly. "Master, this is fate." Not wanting to delve deeper, He immediately changed the subject to business. All right, now that everyone is here, the first thing I, your master, want to announce is that 2 of you 5 will be chosen to leave Sahai City with me tomorrow for cultivation. Everyone's faces were filled with tension and anticipation. Only Su Shu seemed somewhat uninterested. Yan Yu looked up, her eyes firm. To embark on a romantic journey with master, that will surely be me. But Lu Qing was different. She was secretly delighted. An opportunity to cultivate with master and become stronger has arrived. Only Nangang Tong was wondering what cultivation meant in these times of rampant demons, and Meng Linger was the most unique of all. Meng Linger's face immediately showed annoyance after Yi Yang finished speaking, sighing internally about the trouble. The little bird curiously turned to Yi Yang and asked, "You are taking disciples out to cultivate, what's the selection criteria?" He closed his eyes and calmly replied, "Second senior sister is making their uniforms. Whoever finishes first wins." The little bird asked in confusion, "Uniforms?" Yi Yang picked his nose, leisurely explaining, "For example, Su Shu is a mage, so she'll wear a sexy mage robe. Meng Linger is an onmyoji, so she'll get a cute onmyoji outfit." The little bird was so angry that it immediately kicked his face askew, reprimanding loudly, "What kind of standard is that? It is clearly just your disgusting preferences." The entire hall instantly fell silent. The disciples, long accustomed to this scene, could only silently feel helpless. After a while in the demon-suppressing hall, Bai Fei bored asked Su Shu, "Big sister, is this your first time in here? Do not be too much." Su Shu sighed and replied, "Second senior sister is busy, so I am helping out temporarily. Mainly that magic manual gives me a headache. Master is going on a long trip and insisted I study, so hiding here feels safer." Hearing this, Bai Fei began to act, calling out, "My head hurts so much, sister, can you help me?" Su Shu shook her head and sternly replied, "No, first senior sister said you are very dangerous." She pretended not to hear, feigning earnestness and calling out, "I am so uncomfortable, I cannot breathe. Sister, just pull off one talisman to help me for a minute." To her surprise, Su Shu completely ignored her and the room instantly fell silent. Seeing this, Bai Fei could no longer keep up the act. She yelled angrily, "Do you have any sympathy? I am really dying, just pull off one talisman so I can breathe for just a minute." Su Shu walked blankly to a talisman, her tone compromising. "All right, just one talisman, right? I'll only tear it off for a minute so you can breathe." Her hand slowly touched the talisman, still emphasizing cautiously, "Just 1 minute, okay?" Bai Fei's eyes flickered with tension, her gaze fixed on Su Shu's every move. Su Shu held the talisman, trying hard to shake it off but failed. She called out in dissatisfaction, "Oh no, what do? I cannot tear it off." But in the blink of an eye, Su Shu's face changed. Holding the talisman, she said with a cold smile, "Little fox, do you really think I am stupid? Do you think I do not know this is a demon-suppressing talisman trying to trick me into letting you out?" "No way," Bai Fei asked coldly. "Then what do you have in your hand?" Only then did Su Shu suddenly realize, looking at the talisman she had already torn off in her hand. Her face instantly turned ashen, her eyes wide. Unable to believe her own eyes, Bai Fei lowered her head, a strange laugh echoing through the cell. She cackled madly, and a dazzling light enveloped the entire cell, shaking off the rest of the talisman. Su Shu's jaw dropped in shock, but it was too late. Bai Fei's entire body rapidly grew, and she laughed and shrieked, "Within 100 li, blood will flow like a river." Before she could finish, the talisman was pasted back on with a loud bang. Bai Fei's arrogance instantly vanished, and she transformed back into her petite form, her face stiff, her expression incredulous, even feeling as if a flock of crows flew over her head. Only when she saw the person who pasted the talisman did she shriek. It turned out that the one who pasted the talisman was none other than Yi Yang. He said to her expressionlessly, "Come on, please continue your performance." Bai Fei just sat there stammering, How is that possible? Once the 9 heavens demon-locking talisman is torn off, would not the entire formation be rendered useless? It is absolutely impossible for it to work again after being pasted back on. Yi Yang, with his hands behind his back, calmly explained, "It is simple. When the 9 heavens demon-locking talisman is torn off instantly, the formation spirit connected to it does indeed disappear. But if 10 times the spiritual energy is injected into the talisman instantly, connecting all talismans with new spiritual energy, and the spiritual formation is rebuilt 9 times, it is complete." Bai Fei's face was pale and she screamed with tears in her eyes, "That is too much. I have never heard that you are a grand talisman master. You are shameless, despicable, a bad person," he coldly reminded her. "Stop changing the subject. Having been caught breaking out for the first time, you must accept punishment." Su Shu secretly sighed behind him. Master is too strong. She was surprised to find that aside from forcing her to study, Master was truly perfect. Suddenly, Yi Yang ordered her, "Su Shu, you may withdraw. I have something to say to the little fox. Also tomorrow I will check your homework. You must memorize the first 10 chapters of the magic manual." Su Shu's face instantly fell. She replied dejectedly, "Yes." After Su Shu left, Yi Yang and Bai Fei had an extremely tense and intense staring match. He spoke first, seriously, "I hope you." Before he could finish, Bai Fei interrupted him. "All right, I'll offer myself to you. Please be lenient." Yi Yang angrily shouted, "Stop talking nonsense, I am warning you, this is the last time." Bai Fei replied coquettishly, "Why so fierce? I know I was wrong." He reached for a bun, his tone becoming calm. "To atone for your crimes as the 9-tailed demon queen, tell me some secrets of this world." With that, he leisurely put the bun into his mouth, chewing it with relish. Bai Fei huffed, "Oh?" and asked, "What do you want to know?" Yi Yang curiously asked, "Why do people in this world all say that the wall is the most dangerous place?" Bai Fei narrowed her eyes, casually replying, "Because the wall is the last line of defense for the human world. This world originally belonged to humans. 30,000 years ago," she seemed to recall the past and began to recount, "demons suddenly appeared in large numbers in this world. This world gradually fell into ruin. Humanity was on the verge of extinction. Under the call of several peerless madmen, all human warriors united to fight back. The most powerful great demons were forced to the central region where this world first appeared. Human nations jointly built a massive wall, connecting them together. This great wall formed a huge demon ceiling formation, trapping all the most powerful great demons inside forever. After the wall was built, the human world also paid a huge price, with 90 casualties among the demon ceiling army." Hearing this, Yi Yang seemed to understand something. "One day, those great demons within the wall will never be able to step into the human world again, right?" Bai Fei nodded and replied, "That is right, but even though the wall was built, it could only trap the great demons inside. The demons scattered outside the wall bred frantically, and their massive numbers gradually devoured the human world, which was already severely weakened. To this day," Yi Yang curiously asked, "I have a question. The demons outside the city probably also want to break the wall and release the ancient demons inside, right? Why do not they do it?" Bai Fei's expression was grim, and she replied seriously, "First, the demon ceiling army guarding it is very powerful. Second, the wall itself has a punitive formation that restrains demons, so demons dare not act rashly." Suddenly her tone became heavy. "Third, a crack has appeared in a corner of the wall." She frowned, explaining seriously, "The wall and the demon ceiling army are actually a single entity. Together they can unleash incredibly terrifying power." Yi Yang stroked his chin, regretfully replying, "I really want to visit this wall, but unfortunately this time I am going to Yan City, which is too far from the central world." Suddenly he cleared his throat and asked, "Are there any other valuable pieces of information?" Bai Fei blushed, her tone full of affection as she seductively said, "Want more information? Then conquer me. You can unlock more knowledge." Hearing her say that, Yi Yang immediately got up to leave. "I am going. You must be good when I am not in the sect." Suddenly his face turned grim and he reminded her, "Remember what happened today, there will be no next time." Bai Fei puffed out her cheeks in anger, huffing, and then suddenly said something meaningful. "Yi Yang, this is actually our last meeting." That night at Wuji sect, a shadowy figure swayed, not knowing where it was going. That person was none other than the tall Su Shu. At this moment she was swaying forward like a sleepwalker, her eyes tightly closed. From time to time she would dream of something delicious, opening her mouth wide and taking a big bite. She walked to the gate of the ghost prison. Su Shu swayed, causing other ghosts to feel puzzled, but they also ignored her. Suddenly, a dark figure with gleaming eyes appeared before Bai Fei's cell door. She raised her hand and flicked. Su Shu suddenly opened her eyes. Her hand at some unknown point had already torn off the talisman. Bai Fei's white hair spread out like tentacles. She grinned, a sinister smile on her face. With a thunderous roar, she had transformed into her adult form. Bai Fei laughed wildly in excitement. "Finally, I can leave this place," Bai Fei sneered, not forgetting to remind her that she could go back to sleep before leaving. Su Shu, holding the talisman, replied groggily, "Oh." Bai Fei shot spiritual power at a raised stone in the center of the room, and she could not help but laugh excitedly. "First, make a doppelganger." With a bang, in the blink of an eye, another small Bai Fei was created. She disdainfully raised an eyebrow. "No will, no thoughts. With Yi Yang going down the mountain to cultivate tomorrow, he will not be checking the prison. By the time he returns, I'll have already escaped the prison and run 1,000 li away." Fei swayed her large tail and left refreshed. She calmly walked to a cell door. The person inside asked in confusion, "Who is it?" She politely replied, "Granny, it is me." The granny in the prison exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, you are leaving?" Bai Fei nodded and replied, "Yes, my wish is unfulfilled, I must leave." Granny Long asked with a grim expression, "When will your grievances be resolved? Your opponent is too powerful." Bai Fei had made up her mind, and she said decisively, "I must avenge this, even if it costs me my life." Granny Long sighed helplessly. "You are a stubborn one." She did not want to dwell on the matter, so she asked, "Granny, do you want me to help you get out?" Granny gently plucked the zither strings with her slender fingers. She flatly refused. "No need, I have an agreement with the old sect master. I have 1 more year and then I will leave on my own." Hearing this, she turned to leave. "Then I am going. Thank you, Granny. Granny has always taken care of me and taught me." Granny Long smiled gently. "That great battle almost caused your primordial spirit to dissipate. I remember you are still afraid of lightning. Are you truly ready to face your enemy?" Bai Fei's face was grim and she stammered, I have prepared myself for everything." Before she could finish, Granny Long flung her hand out and called, "Catch!" Bai Fei easily caught the item with her hand. When she opened her palm, it was a bead that Granny had given her. Granny Long explained, "This is the primordial chaos bead that the old sect master gave me. With it, entering and leaving the Wuji sect will not be affected by the defensive formation." Bai Fei lowered her eyes, gratefully replying, "Thank you, Granny." "Granny?" She had not been moved for long before Granny's next words left her stunned. "Since you have made up your mind, I'll play you a farewell tune taught by Sect Master Yi. To send you to the pure land of ultimate bliss." Bai Fei was startled and quickly refused. That is not necessary, is it?" Granny Long ignored her words, directly raised her soft hands, and in the blink of an eye the calm Granny became a madwoman, roaring, "Wah ha ha!" The The sleeping demons were also suddenly woken by Granny's piercing zither music. The zither music played again, immediately drawing countless complaints from her companions. Granny Long, do not stop. If you play any longer, I'll kill myself. People play the zither for money, Granny. You play the zither to take lives. So noisy. Bai Fei stood there, sweat pouring down incessantly. Before she could stop, Granny shouted cruelly, Yi Yang, come quickly. Bai Fei was immediately terrified, her face pale. She dared not linger and hastily ran off, shouting, Granny, take care. Granny Long sighed. This foolish child must be unable to bear the farewell. That is why she ran so fast. However, I am in the mood today. I'll play a few more tunes. Several demonic beasts listened to the zither music, which roared like thunder, each of them pale-faced, sweat pouring down like rain. Just like that, the prison was noisy all night, and not a single demonic beast could fall asleep. The Wuji sect's gate was dilapidated, even patched up in many places, a sorry sight. At this moment a black shadow lightly stopped on the gate. Bai Fei looked back at the Wuji sect with lingering affection. No, he is gone, Yi Yang. Thank you for those thunderous and rainy nights. She recalled their first meeting on a stormy night. Bai Fei was curled up, trembling incessantly, terrified. I'm so uncomfortable. Just then he walked over, concerned, asking her, I heard the old sect master say you're afraid of thunderous nights. He looked at her in confusion, but her reaction seemed a bit exaggerated. Suddenly a lightning bolt struck down with a rumble, directly hitting them. Bai Fei screamed, curling up even more in fear, trembling incessantly. Suddenly Yi Yang reached his hand into the cell. Come, take my hand. With me here, I guarantee no one, no demon or ghost can harm you. Although Bai Fei was afraid, she stubbornly refused. I do not want to. Another lightning bolt struck the ground fiercely. She screamed in fear, but unconsciously she had already tightly grasped Yi Yang's hand. He smiled faintly and comforted her. Now you do not have to be afraid. With that he retracted his hand, holding Bai Fei's small hand tightly. She blushed, only emitting a faint sound. She thought of their time together, touched and secretly grateful. Thank you for these years you spent with me. The most peaceful times were also the rainy seasons, making me feel most at ease. Bai Fei stood outside the window, secretly watching him sleep soundly, thinking, perhaps I will never see him again in this life. She lightly jumped into Yi Yang's room. Since you sleep like a pig, then I shall bid you farewell. Bai Fei silently sat beside him. At this moment Yi Yang in his sleep still remembered her, murmuring, Little fox, do not be afraid, I will protect you. She narrowed her eyes, saying, touched, Yi Yang, I am leaving. Thank you, simple fool, willing to protect me. Truly thank you. Thinking this, she lowered her head and gently kissed his cheek. The deep night was silent. The wind swept fallen leaves dancing in the air, and the bright moon cast a silver glow over everything. Bai Fei silently watched the Wuji sect for a long time, then resolutely left. Before leaving, she still reluctantly looked back to say goodbye. The scene shifts to a day later. Nangang Tong, out cultivating in Sahai City, was wearing charming attire, drawing frequent glances from passers-by. Another person was dressed in a maid outfit, looking cute and captivating. The light seemed to focus solely on the three of them, master and two disciples. Nangang Tong looked curiously at the passers-by and asked, Yi Yang, master, it seems many people are looking at us. Yi Yang replied briefly, perhaps it is because you are both so beautiful. Lu Jane was completely unfazed by the passers-by's scrutinizing gazes. I truly love this maid outfit, she said, delighted. It represents my wholehearted desire to serve my master. He coughed lightly and reminded her coldly, call me master. She nodded obediently. Yes, master. As if remembering something, Nangang Tong shyly asked him, Master, all the money you earned from blacksmithing went to the sect. Do we still have travel expenses for Yan City? Yi Yang replied expressionlessly, I completely forgot about that. The atmosphere immediately fell silent. Suddenly Nangang Tong had an idea. I have earned a little money. I can perform on the street. Yi Yang smiled slightly and reassured her confidently. Do not worry, someone will bring money when we get to the post station, Nangang Tong exclaimed in surprise. Such good fortune? He faced forward and reminded them. The mysterious person bringing the money is just ahead. After a long while, the three finally arrived at the post station. Suddenly, a young man in the distance shouted loudly, Sect Master Yi. Yi Yang and his two disciples stopped immediately upon hearing the call. Feng Hao and Yi Yang had a perfect rapport, high-fiving and shouting, Brother. As soon as they met, Feng Hao handed him a money pouch and then said seriously, Brother Yi, this is my farewell gift. He took the money pouch, feigning politeness, and replied, Coming to see me off is enough, no need for money. Feng Hao frowned and explained loudly, You need a lot of money when you go out cultivating with your disciples. Nangang Tong naively wondered to herself, Master, why does he look so surprised? Did not he say someone would bring money earlier? Lu Qing kindly reminded her, The adult world is hypocritical, Tonger. You do not need to understand it. After exchanging pleasantries, Feng Hao finally waved goodbye. Be careful out there when you return. Tale of the Alluring Madam will be out, and we can drink and chat about the book then. Yi Yang smiled slightly and waved back. Take care, brother, Lu Qing said expressionlessly. I heard this person is the Vice City Lord's son, but he has been working hard to earn money recently. Nangang Tong also chimed in curiously. Su Shu said Master tricked him emotionally. This person seems very naive and easily deceived. Yi Yang scratched his head and gave a dry laugh. He had not actually deceived him. Since we are at the spot, let us depart. Nangang Tong, still curious, continued to ask her master, Then why does he support you so desperately? Yi Yang arrogantly raised his chin, thinking, I will not tell you girls the stories between men. The scene shifts back 3 months. birds in the sky suddenly gathered, circling in a perfect round formation. He squatted by the roadside, silently watching people come and go. He sighed wearily. "Sigh, I really want to go back to Earth." Suddenly, a person walked over and asked with concern, "Brother, I have seen you sitting here sighing these past few days. Do you need any help?" Yi Yang was already tipsy at this point. He raised his hazy face and replied, "If you could not leave and saw no relatives around, you'd be sighing like this too." Feng Hao pointed to himself and declared confidently, "No relatives in sight. It seems you have drifted here alone. How about I be your first friend in Sahai City?" Yi Yang replied expressionlessly and coldly, "Get lost." 3 days later, a loud shout suddenly echoed from the street. "I told you, stop following us." A man angrily grabbed Feng Hao's collar and questioned, "Are you stupid? Your face has not even healed yet. You are still not qualified to hang out with us." A big fat man hiding behind also said contemptuously, "Your vice city lord father has lost power and could be exiled at any moment." Feng Hao angrily roared, "But you said friends do not abandon each other, and we all drank and swore brotherhood." The long-haired man immediately punched Feng Hao to the ground. He cursed, "Idiot, this is when their true colors show. We never considered you a friend, we just used you." Then came a series of loud smacks as they all rushed forward and beat Feng Hao until his face was bruised and swollen. After venting, they made a disgusted gesture, clapped their hands and complained, "How old are you to still believe in such things as friends?" After speaking, the group burst into joyous laughter. "Haha, this fool actually does not know how to dodge. Keep hitting him." They did not know that a figure was slowly approaching them from not far away. Yi Yang suddenly appeared behind them. He coldly asked, "What are you playing at? How about I join in?" Hearing this, everyone was immediately startled and turned around in a panic. As soon as Feng Hao saw him, he could not help but gape in astonishment. The bully angrily shouted, "Get lost, cannot you see I am dealing with this piece of trash?" He lowered his head, his face grim, and scrutinized them. "So you are fighting, but you are too unprofessional." The leading bully frowned, not understanding what he intended to do. Yi Yang walked up to him and said coldly, "I'll teach you how to fight." He raised his head, his face calm and devoid of expression. First, the leading bully had lost patience and directly charged at Yi Yang with a raised fist, shouting, "Die!" He remained standing there, but his body had somehow flashed to the side, causing the fist to miss. The leading bully's face instantly showed a look of shock. He could not believe it. Suddenly something like lightning flashed by, accompanied by a voice, "Act quickly," frowned slightly, and added dangerously, "They will not get away." Without warning, Yi Yang directly threw the leader against the wall, causing the wall to crack and shatter. Unable to withstand the impact, the leader screamed, and then Yi Yang gently pushed forward. The leader's face turned ashen, his eyes wide as if they would pop out. He could not help but directly spit out a mouthful of blood. The remaining 2 bullies were instantly terrified at this sight. The leader's entire body was pinned against the wall, with countless stones of all sizes continuously falling. Feng Hao was dumbfounded with fear, unable to believe his eyes. Yi Yang, with his hands behind his back, slowly walked towards Feng Hao. "Last time you said to me." The remaining 2 bullies secretly gritted their teeth with hatred. "Damn it, let us fight." After speaking, both of them simultaneously made their move, jumping and charging straight at Yi Yang. He still asked leisurely, "About being friends?" Feng Hao cried out in alarm, "Look out." Just as the 2 were about to reach him, he calmly continued, "I agree. From now on you'll be my." Feng Hao's mouth hung open in alarm. Utterly terrified, an unbelievable sight appeared before him. "My first friend." Yi Yang's face had become extremely terrifying. He had somehow appeared behind the 2 bullies, his hands tightly gripping their heads with immense power. One hand forcefully pressed down on the fat man's head, the other on the thin man's head, and both simultaneously screamed, "Ah!" In just an instant, Yi Yang cleanly and simultaneously dealt with the remaining 2 bullies. They were left deeply embedded in the ground, motionless, daring not to stir again. The fat man had lost several front teeth and was seeing stars, while the thin man was driven headfirst into the ground. Yi Yang calmly walked up to Feng Hao. "Done. They'll be out for 5 or 6 months, I would say." As if remembering something, he asked curiously, "By the way, brother, do you have any good novel recommendations? You know, the kind." He trembled all over, tears and snot streaming down his face, excitedly repeating Yi Yang's words in his heart. "My friend Feng Hao, I finally have a true friend." Seeing him like this, he asked in surprise, "Why are you crying?" The carriage was galloping along a desolate, empty road, the surrounding scenery stark and bleak. The man driving the carriage was middle-aged. The golden-yellow sky signaled the long day's end, but the carriage continued to move without stopping. A small pile of firewood blazed fiercely. Having traveled from dusk until dark, they were now resting in a small grove. At the crack of dawn, the carriage started moving again, continuing its journey across various roads. Stepping down from the carriage were a pair of slender feet clad in beautiful pink shoes. One of them spoke first. "Master, this does not seem to be Yan City, does it?" Nangang Tong's words rendered everyone speechless. This master was just negotiating a 40 discount for the carriage when pulling out the money, and as a result the carriage abandoned us here. It is outrageous, so it was for this reason that the 3 of them, master and disciples, were abandoned halfway. Yi Yang comforted his disciples. "It is all right, it might be fine." Nangang Tong looked at the surrounding scenery. It was almost dark. She looked at the distant houses and saw smoke rising from chimneys ahead. She felt somewhat confused. With demons rampant in the wilderness, how do these mortals protect themselves? Lu Jing immediately replied, "It is simple," she slowly explained. "They rely on the defensive formations provided by the Spirit Stone Guard Tower to protect themselves." He had an idea. "Watch me get us some free food and drinks." Nangang Tong thought of her master's special skill. They walked together towards the houses. Smoke curled up from the rooftops. That was precisely the tavern owner's secret hideout, Wong Family Village. As soon as Yi Yang and his group arrived, they were greeted by villagers who came out. He stared at them, not yet understanding what was happening. The old man said with a chuckle, "You have finally arrived. Recently, the demons around the village have suddenly increased. Thankfully, you arrived in time." He frowned and retorted, "What master?" he replied. "Master Yi of the renowned demon extermination sword sect, of course. He sent you. You have had a long journey. First have some food and wine, then we can discuss exterminating the demons." He ignored his words, not recognizing any demon extermination master. "I am fine. Once I am full, I'll work for you," one of the men under him muttered quietly. "This person looks so weak, a single mountain ape could probably take on 3 of him, right?" He pondered. "He is not master's man," Nangang Tong suddenly shouted. "My master is incredibly powerful. He can fight many demons one-on-one." Another person interjected, "Stop defending this pretty boy. He probably would not even know how to run if he saw a demon." Yi Yang blushed, thinking, getting free meals is tough. Hearing the two, the turbaned man immediately turned hostile. "If you are worthless, then get out of this village." The most authoritative person had already spoken to drive them away, so the villagers all came forward with hoes and sickles, simultaneously urging him to leave. Suddenly a low voice came from behind. "What are you trying to do?" Then he ordered. "Our Wong family village has never had a custom of driving guests into the wilderness before dark. These 3 must stay," he yelled with a dark face. "Muddle-headed old village chief, we can barely protect ourselves. How can we spare energy to look after these useless outsiders?" The old man frowned and admonished. "Although you are in charge of the village now, I am the eldest person in the clan and I decide on matters of hospitality." Then the old man said loudly, "You may leave, I will handle this." He had no choice but to compromise, turning to leave, still resentful in his heart. "What are you, old man? Do not forget. The village relies on my protection now. Try angering me," the old man said to Yi Yang and his disciples. 3 guests, please follow me." He followed the old village chief, wondering as he walked. "Elder, this village looks dilapidated. Not like a place where so many people live now." A disciple spoke up to stop him. "Master, do not say any more." The old man smiled kindly. "You have discovered it, young man." He paused, then continued. "Originally, this village only had a few elderly, weak women and children left. Recently, due to the discovery of crystal mines nearby, quite a few people have returned to the village, and there is also a large influx of outsiders." He nodded, finally understanding the village's situation. "I see." The sun gradually set and night fell. The old man led the master and disciples home. It was precisely dinner time. As soon as they entered the house, Yi Yang, seeing the food, completely disregarded his image. His 2 female disciples watched their master's embarrassing behavior helplessly. The old man, acting as host, warmly welcomed his guests. "This is a small token of our hospitality. We hope the 3 of you will not mind." The children were busy entertaining the guests in very good spirits. "Hello, big brother and sister." Tonight the moonlight was bright, hanging high in the sky, making the sky less dim than it usually was. At the old village chief's house, Yi Yang and his disciples ate to their heart's content. "So delicious." Then Lu Qing curiously picked up a red stick and observed it carefully, while Nangang Tong and the old man's granddaughter washed dishes together, singing happily as they washed. Yi Yang sat deep in thought on a nearby tall tree, a voice echoing in his ear. "You can make a move on Wong Family Village as there are no spirit realm level experts here. Disguise yourself well and act swiftly to reclaim our clan's secret." Late at night, a disciple stood beneath the tree, reporting in a low voice to Yi Yang, "Master, I have inspected this village." He coldly questioned, "What did you find?" Lu Jing immediately replied with everything she knew. "The Spirit Stone Guard Tower in this village is too old. It could crack at any moment, meaning demons could invade at any time." Wong Family Village was enveloped in an eerie silence, but her voice still calmly resonated. "If demons invade," he interrupted her, "then we'll get some practice." A meteor streaked across the sky, and at the same time Lu Jing agreed to obey him. Time slowly passed, and a full moon had risen high in the sky at some unknown point. Suddenly a deafening explosion echoed from the center of the village. It illuminated the entire Sanchico village. The light was so intense that even the spirit talismans could not extinguish it. Instead, they shattered into fragments. The turbaned man was startled, muttering to himself. The old man trembled, saying, "The defensive spirit talisman is broken. The village is finished," he shouted. "Staying in this village is certain death. Run," the turbaned man retorted. "As for the elderly, weak and sick, let them fend for themselves. They overestimated themselves by taking in these useless outsiders in the first place. They deserve to die. Hurry!" So everyone quickly packed their clothes and food, preparing to leave this place. "Go quickly, do not take anything else." The scene shifts to a corner of the village. The old village chief could not help but speak. "They've all left, only we remain. Let us all hide in the ancestral hall. I hope our ancestors can protect us." A little girl worriedly said, "Village chief, I'll go call those 3 big brother and sisters to hide too," one of the village elders suggested. "They probably ran off with the others, did not they?" The old village chief nodded in agreement. "That is fine too. They are young, no need for them to wait for death here." The old village chief and the other elders then headed towards it, cautiously noting the unlocked door. The old man frowned in confusion. Strange, why is the door open? He stepped forward and pushed the door open, only to see Yi Yang and his two disciples inside. He asked in horrified disbelief, "Was it you?" After a pause, the old man asked, "What are you doing here?" Nangang Tong stammered. "Village chief, he continued his disciples' words. "We originally intended to repair the spirit talisman but found it completely broken. Does the village have any blue crystal stones? I'll make one." A small boy nearby happily exclaimed, "Big brother, can you really make one? We have that kind of blue crystal stone in the warehouse." He patted the little boy's head. Got it. You all wait here first." After speaking, he went out walking towards the west. "I'll be back as soon as I leave." Meanwhile, a group of people fled the village. The turbaned man saw something and hesitated in confusion. "What is that?" It turned out there was a blue light ahead surrounding something unknown. They all saw it, then cheered happily, as it seemed to be a rare treasure. Something's up ahead. To their surprise, a red-eyed monster was staring at them, drooling and emitting an evil laugh. The crowd began to fear, stammering, "Demon!" Suddenly, one person rushed forward, standing in front to reassure everyone. "Do not be afraid," he said, seemingly confident. "These are mountain spirits, extremely ferocious minor demons that prey on humans, but their attack power is limited." As soon as he finished speaking, the demon pounced, and he kicked it away with all his might. Seeing this, the people excitedly cheered him on. At the same time, the turbaned man proudly said, "The guards I hired at a high price can dispatch these minor demons like slicing a melon." The battle continued, and the demon swiftly attacked from behind, revealing a disdainful smile. He looked at the demon, clicking his tongue in contempt. He kicked the demon again with a sharp crack. Suddenly, a blood-stained sharp axe struck him, forcing him to his knees. The turbaned man continued to cheer enthusiastically. Good, however, the fleeing people were puzzled. Not understanding why this was happening, he now had a grim expression, clutching his leg, which trembled from the severe injury. The demon, having fallen to the ground, laughed triumphantly, having successfully injured its opponent. He struggled to stay on his feet. "This minor demon, though weak, is extremely ferocious. I underestimated it. We cannot give it another chance." The leading village elder shook his head, denying, "No, we no longer have a chance." At this moment, the demon army, armed with weapons, appeared in succession. The fleeing people stood opposite them, and a suffocating silence filled the space. The demons looked at them with lifeless eyes mixed with contemptuous smiles. They wasted no more time and began to swarm forward, attacking. The people could only stand there motionless, offering no resistance. The demons attacked with increasing ferocity, and the ruined scene was filled only with desperate screams. Inside the ancestral hall, the villagers whispered amongst themselves, "Even a talisman master cannot directly create a guardian talisman from raw ore. That young man must have been lying and run away." The old village elder spoke. "He is a guest. He has the right to come and go. I hope we can survive tonight. Tomorrow my old friend Master Bei will arrive." Suddenly a terrifying sound came from outside, startling everyone into a panic. Everyone was scared, not knowing what was happening. What is that sound? It is terrifying." The piercing laughter was characteristic of the demons. They had successfully invaded Wong family village. Now they ran swiftly, attacking the remaining people in the village. Just as the demons seemed to be running rampant in the village, a figure appeared, stopping them. Lu Qing descended like a god, rescuing the people from danger. She declared to them in a low voice, "You are too slow." However, the demons showed no fear upon seeing her. Instead, they became more excited than ever. So, two demons pounced on Lu Qing, but with her long years of training, her agility and strength allowed her to easily evade. Suddenly, a golden shield appeared behind one of the demons, accompanied by a loud sound, successfully attracting its attention. Nangang Tong, seizing its distraction, slammed the shield into its head, causing it to let out a piercing shriek. This demon's shriek severely affected the demons in front. Attacked from behind by Nangang Tong and suppressed from the front by Lu Qing, they could no longer resist. A few seconds later, Lu Qing shouted, "Cloud?" Then she swiftly rushed through the bodies of the two demons, simultaneously slashing with her sharp spear, splitting their bodies in two. Having eliminated these troublesome demons, she landed lightly. Lu Qing gave Nangang Tong a cold glance, yet spoke words that seemed to praise their cooperation. Nangang Tong exclaimed, "Wow, Lu Qing, Masters Yuan Do Chi made us so much stronger all at once," she reminded. "Do not celebrate too early," her state. Before she finished speaking, an enlarged version of the two demons from earlier appeared before them. Lu Qing said something seemingly nonsensical. "It is more troublesome than I imagined." The two no longer hesitated and charged forward together. The surroundings were pitch black, with only mournful groans echoing. The ground was covered with the corpses of defeated demons. An unlucky demon was impaled by Lu Qing's spear. After eliminating them, she landed calmly. She let out a long breath as her stamina was almost depleted, then glanced aside, and the more they fought, the more powerful demons appeared. Nangang Tong worried, "This is bad. Their numbers are far greater than we imagined." She quickly offered her opinion. "With this many, the old village chief and the others are in danger. We must hurry back." But Lu Jing disagreed with this decision. "We cannot leave." Looking ahead, a giant foot stomped heavily on the ground, followed by drooling fangs and heavy breathing. She and Nangang Tong were somewhat afraid, as this demon was much larger than the one they had just defeated together. It gnashed its teeth, breathing heavily as if proclaiming its supreme power. Suddenly it clenched its fist and threw a powerful punch. This punch shattered the ground where Lu Jing stood, and she swiftly flew up to avoid injury. Realizing the situation was dire, she loudly called out her friend's name. After its earth-shattering punch, smoke billowed. Nangang Tong, with her quick thinking, used her shield to block and cast a clone technique. successfully escaping. Lu Qing told Nangong Tong to hold on a bit longer, then loudly told her, "I'll use motion injury art against it." Thus Lu Qing's entire body was enveloped in dazzling light. She charged directly at the giant demon. However, the demon easily dodged, forcing her to circle back to her original position. She landed again, spear in hand. The situation was grim. The demon's claws were already behind her, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Indeed, it struck with all its might. Fortunately, Nangong Tong saved her just in time with her shield. She gritted her teeth and shouted at her friend, "We must resist." So she used her feet and spear for support, preventing herself and Nangong Tong from being forced backward by that thing. All their efforts paid off and the two finally stopped. Nangong Tong, panting, retorted, "No, he is a fighting machine. I hope the old village chief is all right." The scene switches to the old village chief, who trembled, muttering to himself, "Strange, why have not these demons arrived yet?" The people behind him clasped their hands, praying for everyone's safety. Ancestors manifest. Suddenly he realized something. The demons had indeed appeared. Not just one, but swarms of demons had begun to surround the villagers. Someone shouted loudly, "They are here!" The old village chief's eyes were bloodshot with fear. The villagers also began to cower. A demon, with its mouth wide open and drooling, intimidated everyone with its disgusting laughter. They spread out to more easily control the battle. The old village chief trembled, gripping his axe, while the demons, holding sharp axes, looked at their opponents with sinister contempt. Suddenly, the old man violently slammed the ancestral hall door shut, locking everyone inside, and went out to face them alone. Then shouted loudly, "You hide well, do not move." Everyone worried about him. Village chief, at this moment he was fearless. He stood firm against the demons. Suddenly a purple light flashed, accompanied by a piercing shriek. He frowned, trying to discern what it was. It was another giant demon, and it had found its way here. "Old man, where is the treasure of this village hidden?" The giant demon continuously questioned the old village chief. "Old man, tell me where that thing is hidden." He stubbornly denied, "What you are looking for is not here." "I am not afraid of you. Bring it on." Receiving an unsatisfactory answer, it ordered, "Disable him." The minor demons charged without hesitation. It gripped its weapon with both hands, ready to strike the old man fiercely. However, the old man had also prepared his weapon for defense. Just then he struck back with all his might, resisting. "Do not underestimate me." Then he punched its right face fiercely, simultaneously urging it, "Get out of here." These two moves sent it reeling. The giant demon scoffed, "Humans always make futile struggles." The old village chief panted, saying, "As long as the axe is in my hand, I will protect this village, protect the human world." It mocked him. "Just with this talisman axe." Suddenly a suspicious crack appeared on the ground. The old man's face turned pale as he saw the crack widening. It turned out a demon jumped out from underground to attack, catching him off guard. He could only block with his small axe, but it wasn't just one. Two more demons also charged forward. A giant demon sneered, "This axe cannot even scratch a little skin. Human weapons are truly too weak." Suddenly it looked confused. Where did the old village chief go? Only three small demons are left standing dumbfounded. The demon was stunned for a few seconds, unable to believe its eyes. Then it turned around, having heard something. A low voice spoke, "Sorry, I am late. The new crystal has been made. It can be replaced immediately." Yi Yang continued. Now the old village chief, rescued in the nick of time, still could not believe it. He stammered, only managing to say "you." So he began to reach out his hand, using the simplest move to control the old man's axe. At this moment the axe was firmly in Yi Yang's hand. He continued his unfinished sentence. "Let them first taste the true destructive power of this axe." The true destructive power of this axe. The great demon was still arrogant. "Destructive power? You, who luckily ambushed the weakest soldier and snatched this broken axe." Before it finished speaking, you were already standing before it, simultaneously raising the axe. Its eyes widened, mouth agape, as the axe glowed golden when it unleashed its full power. The demon was violently struck down by Yi Yang's axe, its entire body splitting in two. Its voice was thus intermittent and ineffective. The demon lost its focus and seemed to fall. This also terrified the other demons. The old village chief's eyes widened and he gritted his teeth in extreme shock. Yi Yang was like a god protecting humanity from evil. All demons come at once. Human weapons are already thirsty. At this moment the space was filled with a deathly silence, as the battle would be exceptionally fierce. The demons, unlike the great demon, were not afraid of defeat and swarmed forward. He also began to move as swiftly as the wind wherever he went. Demons fell, their bodies split in two. The old village chief knelt down, thanking ancestors manifest. This must be a savior sent from heaven. The little boy in the ancestral hall exclaimed through the door. "One axe killed so many," a villager retorted, not quite believing he could do it. "But more and more monsters are appearing, and he is alone." The little pink-clad girl shouted encouragement. "Uncle, go for it." Yi Yang's every axe strike hit its target. His gaze grew firmer and each swing carried a sharp force. The demons now became terrified, trembling non-stop. The scene switches to Lu Qing and Nangong Tong, where black smoke filled the entire vast area. Nangong Tong hid behind her golden shield to avoid the smoke and dust. Lu Qing, spear in hand, stood firm in the front. The giant demon extended its claws, preparing to strangle the two girls. Still struggling, suddenly it heard the calls of the minor demons behind it. So it stopped its prepared action and turned to look back. At first the demon did not understand why, but it quickly turned back around. It concentrated its strength in its fist and punched towards Yi Yang's two disciples. "Now I'll send you on your way." From Nangong Tong's perspective, Lu Qing still stood proudly. She was also terrified, continuously muttering ominous words. "It is over." The the demon delivered a powerful punch, sending stones and earth flying straight into the sky, simultaneously emitting a dazzling light. Smoke and stones merged, forming an extremely chaotic scene. He still maintained that posture with no further movement. He saw what he did not want to see, his smile somewhat stiff. Nangong Tong observed the current situation from the side. Yi Yang arrived in time, saving his two disciples. He blocked the giant fist with his index and middle fingers. The scene was incredibly magical. He was like a savior, protecting his disciples from behind and easily stopping the demon from the front. At this moment he held a spherical elixir in his hand, and with a flick of his finger he launched the elixir at the demon's hand. This caused its hand to begin emitting light as if a great fire were burning. A few minutes later, the flames spread from its hand to its arm, then its entire body was charred by the elixir. The demon let out an extremely painful shriek. Yi Yang waited only for this moment, swiftly flying in to eliminate it. He used the old village chief's small axe to split its massive body in two. The demon's left arm shattered into small pieces and the left side of its body also broke off. The demon fell heavily to the ground, causing the impact site to shake. Nangong Tong shouted loudly, "Master!" Lu Qing also ran over in a panic, praising Master. "So powerful," she said to him with a troubled expression. "Master, we are too weak, we cannot help." He gently comforted his disciples. "You have grown very quickly. After a few more battles you'll be even stronger." Suddenly, a deafening explosion came from the front and another giant demon appeared, but it was wearing armor. "Finally I have met a prey that excites me." Nangong Tong worried if it was the legendary celestial vein bear, fully armored, invulnerable to any human weapon. Lu Qing bowed her head and pleaded, "I want to fight. Please, Master, restore me." Yi Yang asked back in confusion, "Do you want to force recovery?" She firmly replied, "Please, Master, grant my wish. I want to challenge a powerful enemy." As soon as she finished speaking, he cast a spell to grant her wish. In an instant, Lu Qing's injuries completely vanished, and her strength significantly increased. She tightly gripped her spear, showcasing her more powerful return. Thus she was excited, her eyes sparkling as she flew forward to engage in battle. Her speed became incredibly fast. Lu Qing continuously attacked the celestial vein bear, but it was all futile. Every attack was blocked. Nangong Tong felt a wave of melancholy at this sight, and without hesitation it moved its right arm behind it, preparing to counterattack. Lu Qing lost her balance in midair due to the continuous sound wave attacks. She stared wide-eyed, observing the situation, but unfortunately it had already vanished without a trace. Suddenly the celestial vein bear appeared behind her, then shouted loudly to attract her attention. Its eyes were bloodshot and it laughed maniacally with its mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth. Then it struck with a fierce blow, rendering Lu Qing unable to resist. She let out a mournful shriek. Yi Yang swiftly flew up, seeking revenge for his disciple. Nangong Tong could do nothing but call out her name. Lu Qing fell heavily to the ground, covered in wounds. The celestial vein bear activated its magic, forming a shimmering blue halo. It roared three earth-shattering bellows as if gone mad. "Farewell forever." It charged at Lu Qing with extreme speed. Nangong Tong cried tears, loudly shouting to warn her friend, "Run." However, she could not escape and glanced at the situation behind her. The celestial vein bear was just an inch away from her, but fortunately, Yi Yang arrived in time, rushing forward like a moth to a flame, utterly reckless. He lightly slashed with an axe, its force so immense that the blade light scattered, beautiful and dazzling. At this moment, the celestial vein bear was half normal, half enveloped in that golden light. Perhaps its fate would be like the two giant demons before it. Its shattered body exploded in midair, turning into dazzling flames. Lu Qing could only weakly call out "Master" twice. After the intense battle, the sky began to brighten. Nangong Tong was stunned in surprise, unable to believe what she was seeing. Is Master's axe a divine weapon? Just as she thought it was all over, two more large demon beasts suddenly appeared. "This human is a bit dangerous. Never mind, I'll crush him." Yi Yang, who had been behind Lu Qing a moment ago, was now gone. One demon beast was stunned. Where did that kid go?" Just as they mentioned him, he appeared. At this moment he used his weapon to strike fiercely at his opponent, and blood splattered everywhere. One after another, that small axe was able to cut the demon beast to pieces. With one swing of Yi Yang's axe, half of the demon beast's head was severed. The smaller demon beasts, in extreme terror, dropped their weapons one after another. Sweat poured down like rain. Even the old village chief was confused by his extraordinary power. Nangong Tong stared dumbfounded, denying her previous thought. "The axe in Master's hand is not a divine weapon." Lu Qing chimed in simultaneously. Master Yi Yang himself stood tall and majestic, like a warrior who had successfully defeated evil and saved the innocent. "It is more terrifying than a divine weapon." The villagers from the ancestral hall ran out to watch the commotion, praising him with clicks of their tongues. "The young man is indeed a celestial being descended to earth. We are saved." Nangong Tong breathed a sigh of relief. "It is over. Thankfully Master was here." No sooner had she spoken than another spine-chilling sound echoed. The great demon beast 2 feet appeared again. Not just one, but thousands of demon beasts stood there. How ridiculous! These weak humans actually think they can resist us. Unexpectedly, a massive demon army had flooded in at some unknown point, carrying powerful momentum and terrifying strength. Nangong Tong's face turned green, and she asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Lu Qing frowned and shook her head. "Something's not right. A small village usually would not be the target of a demon army. Is there something in this village?" The old village chief could no longer remain calm, muttering ominous words. "It is over, it is over." The villagers were all terrified by this horrifying sight. The little girl in the pink dress burst into tears. "What should we do? What should we do? We are going to be eaten, woo-woo." Even though the situation had escalated to this point, Yi Yang remained unusually calm, saying casually, as if they were just a bunch of weak fish and shrimp, so he reached his hand up to the sky, gathering power, and muttered, "Let little sand breathe a bit." A dazzling light appeared, making a section of the sky turn fiery red. It was the elemental three-headed dragon. A three-headed red dragon was summoned to annihilate those massive demon beasts. At this moment, not only the old village chief and the two disciples were astonished, but also the demon beasts. Yi Yang was already powerful, and now with the appearance of the three-headed dragon, he became even more formidable. The demon beasts could only stare dumbfounded, for they had never seen such a gigantic creature. No longer waiting, he commanded the dragon to clean up. Instantly, its three heads vied to spew roaring flames, making everything seem to be engulfed in fire. Those once imposing demon beasts no longer had their previous arrogance. Instead, they were powerless to resist. They scattered like flocks of birds, desperately fleeing for their lives. The dragon spewed wave after wave of flames without the slightest pause. The demon beasts, like timid rats, swarmed, trampling each other in their escape. At this moment, the flames had formed a dazzling halo, creating a beautiful tremor. The dragon continuously spewed flames, showing no sign of stopping. Yi Yang, with arms crossed, hovered high in the air, praising. As expected of little San, the villagers all widened their eyes, watching everything unfold before them. They were speechless, unable to utter a single word. Even the disciple Nangang Tong was momentarily dumbfounded. Yi Yang muttered to himself, "It seems I really need to use it cautiously. Little San is too terrifying." Suddenly, several bird-like demon beasts appeared in the sky, flying in succession, accompanied by frightening growls. These were the notorious and ferocious giant lion demons which attacked anything that provoked them. 3 giant lion demons charged directly at the three-headed dragon, so fast that the naked eye could not catch them. The little boy hiding behind the rocks shouted, "It is the giant lion demons, just one of them can destroy the entire village." The old village chief trembled in fear, his eyes red, muttering, "It is over, it is over." A giant lion demon opened its massive mouth, condensing a purple power ball. Then it shot the power ball at its opponent with all its might. The three-headed dragon watched it attack itself without the slightest resistance or retaliation. The power ball exploded and smoke billowed around the dragon, with earth and stones flying everywhere. Nangang Tong stood outside the battle circle, shouting, feeling distressed for little San. She panted, no longer able to believe her eyes. White smoke enveloped a space, creating a hazy scene. As the smoke dissipated, the three-headed dragon also rose. Not only was it unharmed, but it seemed to have grown stronger, roaring with all its might at this moment. Then little San spewed flames, retaliating in kind. However, the giant lion demon easily dodged the furious flames. The flames blazed and extinguished, leaving only white smoke. The three-headed dragon, which was on the ground the previous second, now appeared behind the giant lion demon. At this moment it looked back, but it was too late. The dragon grabbed its body with its claws, making it emit a piercing shriek. Then the dragon moved into the sea of fire it had created and threw it down. The flames blazed more fiercely than ever. The three-headed dragon spread its wings as if proud of its victory. At this moment the dragon was like a savior, both ferocious and full of compassion for the innocent villagers. Yi Yang had his back to everyone, the little villagers hiding behind the rocks. Lu Qing holding her arm in pain and Nangang Tong limping were all astonished by the power of Yi Yang and the three-headed dragon. The old village chief knelt on the ground, his voice trembling as he shouted, "Lord Dragon." A few minutes later, the old man, using all his strength, shouted, thank you for the blessings of Lord Dragon." Hearing the old man say this, he was surprised and puzzled. Then he gave a thumbs up, smiling happily as if responding to the old village chief's sincerity. At the same time, he thought to himself, "Now you will not care about this flat land I burned, right?" The battle-scarred land gradually returned to normal. Those massive demon beasts were no longer seen, only the three-headed dragon stood majestically there. A long day passed and the sun rose again. It was a sunny morning with a clear blue sky, and Yi Yang and his two disciples continued their journey, having brought peace back to Wang family village after their heroic battle. Nangang Tong expressed her concerns, wondering if the village chief and the others would still face danger. Lu Qing offered her opinion, such a large-scale demon army appearing on the human defense line. They must have been preparing for a long time. This level of danger will not reappear. She nodded, indicating that she understood. Yi Yang listened to his two disciples chatting, then spoke to comfort them. "Do not worry. The legendary Master Bei has already arrived in the village." He turned his face, revealing a brilliant smile. "I can feel his aura is very powerful. Let us get going." Destination, Yan City. The disciples shouted in unison, "Yes." Amidst the swirling smoke, a man in a black cloak appeared, very mysterious. He was very puzzled that a young man was actually guarding the village. He was Bei Fan, one of the 4 great sword sects. At this moment, many unanswerable questions arose in his heart. What kind of young man is so powerful? The scene cuts to another location where someone flew through the sky. He knelt down and respectfully reported. Reporting to the 2 envoys, the demon army responsible for attacking Wang family village to reclaim that item was completely incinerated last night. He paused and continued. These words making Yuan Ju's 2 subordinates frown unhappily. Even the 3-eyed demon lord who commanded the army was turned to ashes. The man spoke. "What kind of joke is this? Our clan's huge secret hidden in Wong family village was for the demon prime spirit to devour, and it was only obtained with thousands of high-level demon beasts. With this sudden attack, the human world could not possibly have been prepared. She sat on his shoulder, responding strangely. The three-eyed demon lord gathered all the demon beasts to ambush this area, forming a large army to attack a small village, and it still failed. It is simply unbelievable, he loudly stated his opinion. Your subordinate dares to guess. Perhaps it was due to a group of human super experts passing by, he suddenly decided. Human super experts, I'll go consult them. She immediately stopped him. Do not get into trouble. We must go to Yan City to prepare for that important matter and welcome our master's awakening, that subordinate continued to report. Bei Fan of 2GN City has already garrisoned Wong family village, and no demon forces dare approach. If there is nothing else, your subordinate will take his leave. She turned her head and looked at him with extremely dangerous eyes. You brought bad news and ruined my good mood. You must be punished. Upon hearing this, he immediately paled and hastily stood up, preparing to flee. Sure enough, he immediately flew away, continuously begging for mercy. My lord, spare me. That man lightly released a bit of power, creating a small ball that shot straight at him for punishment. How could his flying speed compare to that power? He turned to see that he had been caught, his face covered in sweat, so an explosion sounded. He could not escape at all. That man cursed furiously. The three-eyed demon lord is truly useless. If the master had allowed us two to act, the secret would have been reclaimed long ago. Let us go to Yan City, she smiled gently. Yan City, a place where all roads meet, will surely be interesting. In Yan City, the sky was clear and blue, with many birds circling in the air and massive city gates stretching endlessly. Yi Yang had already entered the city and was complaining with a troubled expression. It is really not easy. It took more than 2 days to get here. Nangang Tong looked around. There were too few people in the city and it was very quiet. Lu Qing began to explain, this place is close to the stormy lands and it is very dangerous. Demon beasts appear in large numbers, so there are relatively fewer humans. He heard this and immediately turned to ask. She truthfully said, I once garrisoned here with the Blazing Sun Army. Then she asked in confusion, Master, are we here to find someone? Yi Yang said, not looking for anyone, we are going to the demon fighting arena. Lu Jing quickly made a judgment. The demon fighting arena is a place where humans fight various fierce demon beasts. He looked at his two disciples with a sinister gaze and a cruel smile. That is right, that is where I am going to train you. Super terrifying. Nangang Tong's face turned pale with fright upon hearing her master say this. Suddenly he burst into laughter. Little Nangang was indeed scared. She was so embarrassed and annoyed that she could only stew in silence, unable to refute a single word. Having had enough fun, he urged his disciples, Come on, let us go take a look. The scene cuts to the demon fighting arena, a spacious area bustling with people. The master and his two disciples had already arrived at the entrance of the arena. He shielded his eyes from the dazzling sunlight with his hand and said, We are here. Nangang Tong's mouth dropped open in surprise. The demon fighting arena is so lively, Lu Qing added. Many cultivators come to participate in competitions to earn money, and some factions bet on the outcome of the matches. Being able to determine the outcome means earning money. A hurried voice from outside, Everyone make way, make way, Nangang Tong asked in confusion. Ha, someone nearby explained. This seems to be the arena's demon vendors caravan. Demon vendors are a very dangerous profession. When they saw who was on the carriage, they exclaimed, Oh my god, they are the famous super experts on the demon extermination rankings. How did the destitute ghost and the vicious ghost of the 5 demon slayers both come to Yan City? Lu Qing spoke of what she knew. The 5 demon slayers are renowned. It is said that the destitute ghost will stop at nothing for money and is of unknown gender. The vicious ghost eats demon beasts when hungry. This person is very dangerous, indeed. The red-haired man was gnawing on a demon's arm with relish. Yi Yang dismissed it. Never mind what kind of ghost he is, look over there, we have arrived. Many cultivators from various regions had already gathered ahead to prove their strength. He curled his lips into a smile and said to his disciples, We must participate in the demon arena. Nangang Tong asked in confusion, Is Master participating too? Lu Qing chimed in. It is 300,000 gold coins per person, including food and lodging. He remained silent, merely closing his eyes and sensing everything here, as if unconcerned with worldly affairs. The sky was blue and the sun dappled. Things soar freely, and a seemingly unanswerable question is posed. It has been some time since I left Wuji sect. I wonder if the little fox is being well behaved in the sect. In the eastern part of the kingdom of 10,000 forests, a world where demons and humans are at odds, this is the only country that allows the existence of fox maidens. The fox maidens once saved the demons of this country, and they were recognized not as demons, but as sacred beasts. The two saw Dong Yu walking on the road and exclaimed, Wow, that one is so cute. According to old custom, grab it, knock it out, and take it away. But before that group could act, Dong Yu had already appeared behind them. She held a brick in her hand and said through gritted teeth, Attempted attack, counterattack initiated. Then she beat the two of them to a pulp. They lay on the ground groaning, Do not kill me. She lightly reached for the money pouch and replied, I want money, not lives. People on the street saw Dong Yu and began to gossip. That female thief is robbing passers-by again. Should not a fox maiden be seducing men? Shish, keep your voice down. Do not let her hear you. Suddenly, a light streaked across the sky and Dong Yu looked up saying in a daze, Master, then she confirmed that Master had returned. She immediately exerted her power and chased after it. Dong Yu immediately went to meet him. By the roadside, Chun Feng said to the pastry shop owner, "Uncle, I do not have money. Can I exchange radishes for steamed buns?" The steamed bun seller replied, "Of course. Does the cute little girl want to exchange for one or two?" Chun Feng giggled. "Uncle is so kind." Then she quickly ran off. "Wait for me, I'll be right back." A moment later, Chun Feng returned carrying a large bundle of firewood. The steamed bun seller asked in surprise, "Did a giant beast enter the city?" The bundle of firewood was huge and long, but Chun Feng carried it effortlessly. She walked up to the uncle and grinned, then she slammed the bundle of firewood down in front, shouting. The firewood piled up in a corner of the courtyard. Chun Feng said 3,000 jin. "Exchange for 3. Chun Feng, holding the steamed buns, spoke, "I'll take them all. I'll come back tomorrow for the rest and I'll bring another 5,000 jin of firewood." Suddenly, a ray of light streaked across the sky. Chun Feng saw it and dropped a large bag of steamed buns on the ground. She looked at the sky and whispered, "Master." She dropped the steamed buns and ran off shouting, "Master is back." In the hall, a voice said, "Young Master Li, I really cannot drink anymore. Please spare me, little fairy. I'll definitely go to the flower viewing next time. I wasn't feeling well last time." Chu Shui draped her arm over his shoulder and Zhang Sheng said, "Be good. If you do not go next time, I'll really be angry." Young Master Zhao spoke. "Miss Chu Shui, this time you cannot escape my wine." "This time I certainly cannot escape," two women said. Chu Shui is indeed the most sociable beauty in the kingdom of 10,000 forests, untouchable. The advantages of this fox spirit are unmatched. Chu Shui handed the wine to young Master Li, but before he could take it, she directly splashed the water from the cup onto his face. Everyone immediately panicked at the sight. The woman sighed. "How is this possible, beauty?" Chu Shui actually acted disrespectfully. She used to be gentle and charming, but now she is suddenly turned hostile. Chu Shui put down the wine glass and said arrogantly, "Young lord, if you do not have powerful people backing you, you fool, I would not even say a word to you." The man turned pale with fright, and Chu Shui then said loudly, "Young Master Li, General Zhang, let us be frank. I am someone you will never be able to meet. Wake up." Then she moved gracefully. Leaping over the wall, she coldly turned around. "Everyone, I, Chu Shui, am a soulless fox demon, so you can play whatever roles you like. I do not need to pretend anymore. Good luck to you all." She shouted a farewell, then flew off. Chu Shui was flying towards her master. Dong Yu was also flying, and Chun Feng was doing the same. The three of them landed in an open space. The three knelt in unison. Chun Feng, Chu Shui, and Dong Yu welcoming their mistress back. Bai Feifei said softly, "Rise, you have suffered during my absence." Chun Feng's eyes reddened as she said, "It is wonderful that mistress is alive." Bai Feifei laughed, "Of course I am alive. I am back and it is time to settle accounts." Dong Yu then replied, "Mistress, your power has not yet recovered. You cannot enter that forbidden area." Bai Feifei firmly stated, "I will recover quickly. I will not rely on anyone's strength. Our own strength is enough for revenge." Chu Shui said, "Mistress said she will not rely on anyone's strength. That is because there is someone in her heart and she is afraid of implicating him." Feifei stammered in surprise, "Where? How could there be someone in my heart?" The three began to whisper amongst themselves. "Mistress, you used to live in the human world. Was it for a man?" Feifei retorted loudly. "Who would like a man to our nine-tailed fox clan? Men are just tools." Chu Shui said, "Mistress is explaining too much." Chun Feng frowned, curious about what kind of man could make mistress's heart flutter. She then added, "We, your guards, agreed earlier that we want to marry the person you like along with you." Upon hearing this, Feifei shouted silence. He then pounced on them and gave them a thorough beating, shouting loudly, "There is no such person. I will recover my strength very soon." "Understood." Chu Shui replied, "We already have some clues and I will find her soon." With that, Feifei jumped down from the tree branch. She turned and replied, "Very good." Then Feifei left a command, "Once my strength recovers and all four of us are assembled, it will be time to act." Yes, the night before the demon fighting arena tournament opened, Yi Yang walked along muttering, "This truly is a foreign land. Even the vegetable sellers are dressed so provocatively." Suddenly a figure appeared behind him. It was Dong Yu. She looked at him and murmured, "Go back to the inn quickly. The roasted meat is still warm. Take it for those two girls to taste." After speaking, she performed a transformation spell. Dong Yu had now appeared in another area. She ran, jumped from the rooftop and lightly landed in the hall. She looked around. Where did he go? Behind her. Yi Yang walked over and patted her shoulder. "Little fox maiden, why are you following me?" Dong Yu sighed. "You found me. I am here to confirm. What's so extraordinary about the man who captivated mistress?" But she refuses to admit it. Yi Yang said softly, "Your mistress, that little fox, indeed ran off while I wasn't around." Dong Yu scolded, "You look very ordinary. I do not know why mistress would be captivated." "Never mind, I'll just capture you and take you back." Yi Yang sneered, "Capture me? I have been too lazy to lift a finger for a long time. How could you possibly even touch my clothes? Just follow me." Dong Yu emphasized, "My speed is very fast." Before she finished speaking, Yi Yang abruptly leaped over a wall. She panicked. Is that human speed? With that, she leaped up in pursuit. "I will definitely catch you." Dong Yu almost caught up with Yi Yang, who was standing in front of a house just as she touched him. Yi Yang leaped to another spot. He flew high into the sky and said, "The bright moon is overhead, whose shadow is bustling behind the buildings." She silently witnessed everything unfolding before her eyes. On the rooftop, the two continued their relentless chase. Dong Yu chased, shouting, "Do not run." But he ignored her and kept running. The two chased each other in the air until Yi Yang flew to an open space and stopped. "Here we are." Dong Yu was breathless behind him. "How can a human fly so fast?" Yi Yang turned and asked, "You are the little fox's subordinate. Are you the strongest in combat?" Dong Yu replied, "I am best at fighting." He then said, "You are too weak. Your current strength is insufficient to protect the little fox who is not recovered yet. The few moves I teach you will not be enough to deal with many enemies." Dong Yu said, "What do you mean no need? I can handle it myself." Yi Yang chuckled, "Oh, when you were following me, did not you notice someone was also following you?" He flew high into the sky and said, "Never mind, I'll lure them out for you, but you have to deal with them yourself." He began to open his mouth wide and took a deep breath and exhaled a stream of air with strange power. Dong Yu quickly used her hand to block it lest she be blown away. The people hiding behind the rocks panicked, and then the rocks were blown away, revealing two stalkers. Dong Yu, "They are the assassins of the puppet cult leader, one of our Qingqiu lineage's enemies." The two figures emerged from the smoke, their faces covered in cracks, looking exceptionally terrifying. Dong Yu drew her sword and Yi Yang said, "Let me see if your strength can protect the little fox." It definitely can. The puppet began to spew out a burst of power. Dong Yu quickly dodged, and the person behind it also swiftly attacked. At this moment, Dong Yu had already appeared behind it, swinging her sword to stab the puppet. The other person furiously counterattacked. Dong Yu coldly glanced and waved her hand to fiercely strike the two. The two were shattered and fell to the ground. Yi Yang folded his arms and exclaimed, "Not bad, but the battle has only just begun." "Be careful," he added, drawing attention to their coordinated attacks. After splitting, the puppets began to attack, simultaneously unleashing their moves on Dong Yu. She was flying, yet surprisingly vanished. A puppet appeared behind Dong Yu, kicking to attack, but Dong Yu dodged in time. The puppet, caught off guard, was very surprised. Dong Yu shouted as she drew her sword and fiercely slashed the puppet, cutting it in half. But the puppet did not disappear. Two more puppets appeared behind it, attempting to attack. She murmured helplessly, "They've split again." The puppets continuously attacked Dong Yu. She dodged in the air, her face very pale. Dong Yu regained her composure and continued to shout. Another puppet began to attack Dong Yu. Power continuously erupted and Dong Yu leapt to dodge. Suddenly a force attacked from behind, startling her. She looked back in confusion. The force was about to hit her. Just then, Yi Yang made his move, saying, "Go back, that force will attack them in reverse, shattering them all." It wasn't over. The person behind attacked again. Yi Yang quickly pulled Dong Yu away to dodge. No sooner had they dodged than a lightning bolt passed through the spot where they had just stood and smoke still roared in the air. Yi Yang and Dong Yu landed in another spot. The place where the two stood was now densely surrounded. Yi Yang said, "You are a swordsman, and for you, evasion speed is crucial." The puppets rushed forward again at extremely high speed. Yi Yang continuously dodged with Dong Yu telling her, "Pay attention to my footwork. 3 parts reality, 7 parts illusion. Everything is an illusion." Yi Yang skillfully evaded all attacks at astonishing speed. The puppets still did not give up but continuously surrounded them, swiftly rushing towards the two. Dong Yu in Yi Yang's grasp said, "You are as fast as a phantom. If I could not feel your hand, I would suspect you were a ghost." He replied, "Next is defense, and its key is speed." He waved his hand, emphasizing predicting the enemy's initiative. The puppet with sharp fangs and claws was about to swarm, but Yi Yang had already counterattacked to stop it. The puppets continuously rushed forward, violently attacking the two, attempting to resist them. During the attack, Yi Yang said, "Anticipation is very important." Dong Yu, seeing this scene, was very surprised. He stared intently at the ugly puppet before him. He summarized, "Finally it is attack. Speed and power combined with angle will make every sword strike hit its mark." No sooner had he finished speaking than a terrifying power erupted. Yi Yang flew away with Dong Yu in his arms. His attack was extremely powerful and smoke filled the sky. The two had now retreated to a distance, quietly witnessing all this. The puppet, struck by the attack, scattered to the ground. He took a light breath and asked her, "Did you remember the battle just now?" "Remembering is useless. I cannot perform it." Yi Yang took out the basic sword technique manual of the Yi clan. He threw the manual to her and said, "That book was written by me. Combine today's practical lessons with it, and you'll gain something." Dong Yu took the manual and asked in confusion, "Such a good thing, you just gave it to me?" Yi Yang left, saying, "If the little fox wants to leave, let her relax. When I am free, I'll go catch her back. Until then, you must protect her well." With that, he swiftly flew away. Dong Yu held the book and said, "This person is truly powerful. No wonder Mistress is smitten with him. If all 4 of us marry him along with Mistress, it would be a bargain." She walked along, pondering. "I'll return to the kingdom of 10,000 forests. The only traditional tracking talisman has been used up, so now I can only walk back. It is a good opportunity to practice this sword technique on the way to protect Mistress." On the opening day of the demon fighting tournament, Yi Yang, wearing combat uniform number 297, leisurely said, "There are more shadows than spectators here." No sooner had he finished speaking than many rays of light appeared in the sky and a group of valiant individuals emerged. The onlookers below exclaimed, "Arena Master Old Man Shui is out. His 6 blood guards are all experts who have massacred countless demons." Nangang Tong looked and said, "The aura of those 6 people is terrifying." Yi Yang said, "The truly powerful one is that old man. He is interesting." Old Man Shui said, "Everyone has been waiting. This old man declares the demon fighting arena tournament officially open. Life and death are in fate's hands. The strong are revered. The final champion of this tournament will have the opportunity to spar with this old man." Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. "Old Man Shui, Old Man Shui." Old Man Shui turned around and said coldly, "I hope you all have good luck." They then slowly disappeared into the air. The crowd below discussed animatedly. Old Man Shui, a peerless expert of his caliber, is actually willing to give a sparring opportunity to the younger generation. What a once-in-a-lifetime chance. If we can get his guidance, our strength will increase by at least 10 levels. Outside the arena, Yi Yang was looking at the roster saying, "Good luck. You two are in the first group." Entering the arena immediately, he added, "I, your master, am in the second group." The arena began to announce to the participants, "The first round of the survival match is about to begin. Contestant number 1, please enter the arena immediately." Guantong asked in confusion, "Master, is this a survival match? Will people die?" Yi Yang patted her head to comfort her. "Do not worry. With the evasion strike technique I have taught you these past few days, it'll be difficult for any demon to get close to you." He also comforted her. "Go. But in this match you must fight for yourselves, you cannot team up." The two disciples loudly responded, "Yes." The arena was exceptionally lively. Lu Jing said, "Master has instructed us not to team up. I'll go over there, you be careful, junior sister." The announcement sounded. Survival match rules. Contestants entering the arena must endure attacks from various monsters for 30 minutes to qualify for the next round. A loud voice, "The first wave of monsters is about to arrive. Please prepare yourselves. Countdown 10, 9, 8. All the fighters were filled with worry. So was Guantong. A voice from behind said, "Brother Yang, I am so scared, I really should not have come." The man replied, "Do not be afraid. They are just some low-level monsters. Just hide behind me and I'll block 1,000 demons for you." The girl said to Guantong, "Little sister, do not be nervous. Come to our side and I'll have Brother Yang take care of you too." "No need." The countdown grew shorter. 3, 2, then a decisive 1. A strange current of air began to spray out inside the arena and the beast horde swarmed in. Those demon beasts were truly ferocious. Hideous, the fighters entered the fray one after another. Everyone was startled. What's going on? Why are the monsters in this round so abnormal? Wolf demons are not only incredibly strong but also very fast and extremely ill-tempered. Everyone be careful, the demon beast roared, then pounced on the contestants. The entire arena became chaotic with demon beasts tearing at everything. A wolf beast appeared before Guantong. The two just now trembled. Brother Yang shamelessly hid behind the little girl. "Do not be afraid, I am here." A fighter standing aside sneered, "Useless fellow." Then he charged forward, his massive body directly confronting the wolf beast. The audience gasped in admiration. "Amazing, a true strong man dares to fight a wolf demon. He is a spirit realm master, which is why he has the confidence to face such a terrifying monster." In the air, two forces clashed, but after a while the strong man was clawed and bleeding, and the demon beast fiercely stomped on the ground. It slowly walked towards Guantong. The demon beast grew closer and closer. Brother Yang, scared, ran away. He ran shouting, "Demon heart, I am here." Guantong said nothing. She silently created a shield. The wolf beast opened its disgusting mouth and approached. Guantong recalled Yi Yang's words. "Believe in yourself," she shouted in her heart. "I'll risk it all." Then she charged forward. She used a shield bash to push the wolf beast away. The wolf beast clawed at the shield, bleeding profusely. Everyone was dumbfounded. It hit the shield and broke its own claw. Guantong then used all her might to attack, sending the wolf beast flying far away. Then it slowly fell. The demon beast, after a powerful strike, fell dead in a pool of blood. Cheers erupted throughout the arena. Someone said, "Oh my goodness, this little girl is too abnormal." Guantong stopped after her attack. She opened her eyes, surprised, and looked around. Guantong secretly thought to herself, "Master's newly taught second shield bash technique really works." Everyone responded, "Even the little sister dares to stand up, let us go too." Before they finished speaking, the next wave of demon beasts appeared. But everyone had lost their earlier courage. Screams rose one after another. They shouted and scattered, unable to fight. Saving their lives was the priority. Suddenly, a long spear flew from somewhere, piercing the wolf beast's throat. It was Lu Qing. Her aura was powerful. Everyone exclaimed, "Is not this the survival match in the camp of the dead? Why does she look like she is hunting monsters? And I have never seen such terrifying spear skills," Lu Qing leisurely said. "This is the motion spear art master taught me." She then thrust at the demon beast again. "All things in heaven and earth have weaknesses," Lu Qing emphasized. "Find it." With a single thrust, the ground was littered with the corpses of demon beasts she had defeated with her spear. "They lay battered on the ground," a strongman said. "The wolf demons have all been killed by the two of them. Aside from following the big guys from the Yu family, we have nothing else to do." Someone in the hall outside said, "Those two girls are truly surprising. Seeing them kill with such excitement, I almost want to go down and play too. Is it the prize money that tempted you?" The vicious ghost said, "Our mission in Yan City this time concerns the lives of countless people. Do not cause any more trouble." The destitute ghost responded, "Let us watch the match. I like the little girl with the shield." He watched, hoping she could hold on longer. The system announced, "Attention all contestants, the second wave of monsters is about to arrive. Please prepare yourselves. The countdown is starting again." Countdown begins. 10, 9. Everyone panicked. So soon it is the second wave? Then time ran out. 3, 2, 1. A long-tongued demon beast flew out. It was a snake demon. They were extremely agile. The snake demons began to spew terrifying venom. The strongmen were all terrified when they saw it. Those who were hit by them were frozen, immobilized. Brother Yang and junior sister were scared. Too terrifying. It is an ice-piercing snake demon. What should we do? Do not worry, do not worry. Then they pointed at Guantong. She'll protect us, we'll stick close to her. No sooner had they spoken than a group of people hid behind Guantong. The snake demons fiercely attacked Guantong. Guantong blocked with her shield. Everyone exclaimed, so strong, this shield technique can even defend against ice-cold energy, but there are too many snakes. They emphasized, this will not do, let us go help her. Guantong replied deftly, no need, my shield bash technique. I have another move. Guantong waved her shield and shouted, shield bash counterattack. The snake demons, upon being hit, froze, then fell to the ground and shattered. Everyone was dumbfounded. This little girl is stronger than the demons. The entire arena erupted in cheers. Go shield maiden, go. Streaks of ice energy continued to shoot out. Lu Qing glided with them, launching her counterattack. Under her spear, the corpses of demon beasts piled up like mountains. Everyone cheered for her. Go spear maiden, go shield maiden. Outside, the system announced, contestants in group 2, please remain in the waiting area. Everyone discussed animatedly. The contestants in Group 1 are so lucky to have encountered 2 warrior goddesses. Who knows which master trained them? This feeling of effortlessly winning is great, we are not so lucky. There is a good-for-nothing holding us back. They looked at Yi Yang, who was dozing off. The system rang out. Time's up, contestants. The survival match is over. All contestants have not fallen and have qualified for advancement, the strong cultivators exclaimed. We survived. The snake and wolf demons now trembled before Lu Qing's spear. The system urgently warned, Group 1 advanced contestants, please exit the arena from the left. Everyone walked out of the gate, continuously saying, little sister, thank you for protecting me. The girl said to Guantong, if you ever need anything in the future, just say the word and I'll be there. Guantong replied with a smile, you are quite pretty. How about you be my master's girlfriend? He is still single, Brother Yang mumbled. Do not listen to her. The girl, without a second thought, waved her hand and kicked him away. Little sister, if you do not mind, no problem. Lu Qing was speechless. Nangang, you idiot. Then Lu Qing pulled Guantong away. Sorry, she was just joking, but master really is single. Is not it our mission to find him a mistress and make him happy? You silly girl. The girl stood rooted to the spot, her face flushed. People left the city gate one after another. Guantong looked around, wondering where master was sleeping. Lu Qing replied, master really cannot do without us. Lu Qing and Guantong were now standing outside watching. The system rang out, contestants in Group 2, please enter the arena as soon as possible. The survival match will begin immediately. Yi Yang yawned, having woken up. Guantong said, master is over there. She added, oh, there was a sister who said when registering that she wanted to protect me, she lamented. That sister is even from the same school as master. She recalled their conversation. Little sister, the demon beast battlefield is very dangerous and your bad master actually forced you to participate. If we are in the same group, I'll protect you. A voice came from behind. Ah, it is the old hero. The old hero is here too. Yi Yang heard the name and wondered. Old hero? Chen Tiancheng's guard Ma Wei appeared, standing proudly before him. Everyone discussed Master Ma. Why is he here too? If it weren't for him single-handedly repelling the 3 great demon generals last time, the entire Yan city would have fallen. The old hero's presence must have a deeper meaning. Yi Yang was puzzled. How did he become the old hero? Flashback to 3 months ago, when Yi Yang was fighting the 3 great demons. Get out! He struck the 3 demon beasts with one move. His fist pierced through all the demon beasts. Smoke billowed into the sky, shaking the entire corner. Ma Wei sat there, exclaiming, oh my god, after fighting. Yi Yang softly said, hey, I'll leave the bodies of the 3 great demons for you to handle. With that he flew away and the scene returned to the arena. Yi Yang shouted, startling Ma Wei. He saw Yi Yang and ran over shouting, big brother? Yi Yang softly asked, what's going on? I told you to come protect my disciples. He ran over and replied, big brother told me to come, so I came, but the grouping is not fixed. Yi Yang leisurely said, then you protect me. I taught the little fox until late last night. I want to sleep for a bit. Is that not appropriate? He replied. That is right, then sit down. The system alarmed. Attention contestants, the first wave of demon beasts is about to arrive. Please prepare yourselves. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. The arena gates began to open. Everyone tensed with the countdown. 3, 2, 1. At this moment a scorpion tail appeared. This time it was indeed scorpion demon beasts. They hideously said, all chicken meat. The sword-wielding girl spoke. Everyone be careful. The scorpion demon beasts are very fast. Watch out for their poisonous stingers. They are venomous and sharp. Do not touch them. The scorpions began to attack. It jumped up and tore off a strong cultivator's arm. The scene before them was chaotic. Ma Wei shouted in fear, do not come near. The scorpion glanced at him without a word. It had already spotted Ma Wei from afar. It laughed eerily. Old man, you are quite bold for not running. Ma Wei gritted his teeth and trembled, thinking, I am just an old man who runs a martial arts school and swindles a bit of money. Suddenly I am a hero of this city, but my strength is still terribly weak. He was panicked, wanting to run, but his legs were jelly. Outsiders scoffed, is that trash on the ground scared stiff? It is an old hero's nature to protect the weak, never abandon. Never give up. The scorpion demon grew closer and closer and he was too terrified to move. Yi Yang, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up. He said with annoyance, the strange sound is back in the room. He angrily unleashed a force that struck fear into all the scorpion demons. It was hit, cowering on the ground, its eyes wide with terror. He radiated gravity defense with a defense level of 1000. Ma Wei was also stunned. Everyone cheered. Old hero is invincible. Old hero is amazing. Truly an old hero, Ma Wei pondered. Big brother is terrifying even when he is asleep. After thinking this, Ma Wei burst out laughing. This old man's righteous spirit directly suppressed these minor demons. Other strong cultivators also echoed, old hero is too cool. I want to learn martial arts at Ma's martial arts school. Everyone cheered and charged forward, punching and kicking. One by one they knocked down the demon beasts. The first wave of demon beasts was completely annihilated, and the system rang out again. The second wave of demon beasts is here. This time many ox demons appeared, letting out terrifying roars. Everyone lamented that the ox demons were incredibly strong, and everyone must be careful. But at this moment Yi Yang was still fast asleep. The ox demon roared and pounced. The space was chaotic from the battle. The sword-wielding girl said, "Everyone avoid direct confrontation. They move extremely slowly, we just need to circle them." The ox demon came before Ma Wei again. He trembled, saying to Yi Yang, "Do you want to run?" Yi Yang replied, "Do not run." His face was pale, his head dizzy, and the ox demons charged aggressively. He seemed to have lost his soul. Ma Wei stumbled backward, but Yi Yang had already supported him. He injected magic power into Ma Wei's back and a powerful force erupted again. The power was immense. The ox beasts paused for a moment and the spiked clubs in their hands strangely shattered. The entire stands erupted with cheers from the audience. The ox beasts seemed to have no chance against Ma Wei. Everyone continuously exclaimed, "The old hero is too strong." He attacked the tough ox demons with his bare hands. "Such a tough demon beast." Yi Yang's voice came from behind. "I have strengthened your body with Yuan Do Chi for 3 minutes. Drive them away. Do not disturb my sleep." Ma Wei laughed proudly, full of strength, and excitedly charged forward. "This old man is here," he struck continuously, making the ox demons dizzy. Strong cultivators commented, "The old hero's movements are so fast, his skills are as sharp as ever." He let out a loud roar, then finished it off. He waved his arm with great momentum, contemptuously raising his middle finger. But 2 ox demons were completely unharmed. The audience in the stands was dumbfounded. Why are these 2 ox demons fine? Is this one of those attacks that deal low damage but are extremely humiliating? He panicked. "Big brother only strengthened my body, not my attack power." An ox demon charged from behind to attack Ma Wei, but its hand shattered before it even touched him. His arm broke, blood splattering. Another ox demon also charged, but similarly its flesh and blood were mangled before it even touched him. Strong cultivators excitedly said, "So the old hero was just teasing them." How cunning, Ma Wei was surprised. "Big brother strengthened my body. Using its force to counterattack and annihilate the enemy. That is too abnormal." Cheers from the stands. Old hero, old hero." He proudly enjoyed the atmosphere. The system warned, "The last demon beast has descended. The ancient demon elephant has appeared," stirring up space. Strong cultivators shouted, "Run, the arena is trying to assassinate us. If this elephant hits, there'll be no remains." The elephant rampaged, knocking everything away. It wrapped its trunk around a strong cultivator, then squeezed hard, and his body was torn to pieces. Yi Yang remained calm amidst the chaos. Strong cultivators urgently sought countermeasures. The sword-wielding girl glimpsed the elephant charging towards a fallen woman. She blocked in front and shouted, "Get up!" The elephant was very close to the 2 of them. At this moment Yi Yang suddenly opened his eyes. The elephant kicked at the sword-wielding girl. Suddenly it stopped because it had hit something. It was incredibly angry. What blocked it were Yi Yang's hands. He gently waved his hand, violently throwing the elephant 100 meters away. "Get lost." The elephant refused to give up and charged again. He slowly clenched his fist, unleashing magic power. The elephant's trunk began to show signs of injury. He created a whirlwind coiling around the center of the arena, then shouted, "Get out!" The elephant was thrown away in astonishment. With immense power, the elephant was embedded deeply into the city wall with just one strike. Everyone was dumbfounded. He quickly helped the fallen person up and asked, "Are you all right?" The people in the stands were confused. What just happened? It was all smoke, could not see clearly. Who the hell threw the elephant onto the wall? The smoke dissipated, revealing Ma Wei standing there. The audience excitedly said, "Look, it is the old hero." Everyone unanimously, "Old hero is invincible, old hero." At this moment Yi Yang spoke, "Thank you for taking care of Tonger in the queue. Are you all right? You must be her master." Yi Yang smiled and whispers came from behind. "The old hero is so benevolent, saving people and bringing this useless trash with him. He is probably an old hero's student, envying him for having such a powerful teacher. This time, relying on his teacher, he is definitely doomed next time." Outside the arena, it was bustling with people. Guantong worried, "I am furious. They will not let us in to see Master's splendor." Lu Jing replied, "There is nothing to see with such low-level demon beasts even if Master makes a move." Guantong added, "I want to see if that little sister who wanted to take care of me and Master has a chance to develop further." Lu Jing said, "Stop looking for mistresses for Master." The system announced, "Time's up, contestants. This survival match is over. All contestants who have not failed are immediately qualified for advancement." Yi Yang scratched his head, leisurely walked out, packed his things and continued to sleep. Inside the arena, Ma Wei was still enjoying the joy of victory. Suddenly a wolf beast appeared behind him and bit him. "No, no," the audience was confused. Why is not the old hero dealing with that wolf? Maybe he is like a dog, truly a great hero with a heart for animals. Yi Yang saw this and sighed, "How boring. I clearly saw a few demon beasts that were quite interesting. Why did not they release them?" The event organizer said. "The unknown young man behind the old hero is very powerful. Could he be the one the demon world is looking for?" The person next to him continued. "The special envoy said when he came to the demon realm that that person would come to the demon fighting arena." Old Shui said, "In the next match, send someone to test him, lest the demon world say that we have taken their benefits all these years and done nothing." Yes, The scene cuts to the Kingdom of 10,000 Forests where Chu Yi and Chu Shui were rowing a boat waiting for Bai Feifei. Chen Feng rushed over at this moment shouting, "Mistress!" She leapt onto the boat. Chu Shui shouted, "You clumsy fool, you'll disturb Mistress's cultivation." Bai Feifei softly asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Feng replied, "Mistress, I found a peerless secret manual just right for you to cultivate happily with." Bai Feifei said, "Chen Feng, I have reached a state where external things no longer bring me joy, nor sadness for myself. Let me see it." As soon as Bai Feifei saw the book Tale of the Alluring Madam, she was furious as if she had touched a bomb. She tore the book to shreds. Die, I do not want to read this book. I must burn all the Tale of the Alluring Madam in the Kingdom of 10,000 Forests, she screamed, startling both people on the boat. Tale of the Alluring Madam is a green tea always pretending to be innocent to trick otaku. Bitch, Chu Shui asked. "Mistress, what is an otaku?" She bristled and said, "A kind of man." Chu Shui replied, "If Mistress hates Tale of the Alluring Madam so much, then I'll find someone to kill her and that Master Yi will give up on the Alluring Madam. I want revenge, I will not set my heart on anyone," Bai Feifei retorted, shouting. "I just genuinely dislike the Alluring Madam," she roared, then flew away. Chu Shui said, "Mistress is so strange, she is actually disoriented for a human man." Chen Feng said, "We'll know when Dong Yu returns, anyway he might be my fiancé." The two still wondered. How strange. The next day at the demon fighting arena, Little Knife spoke, "Contestants, Group 2 prepare, the match begins immediately." Guantong looked at the announcement board and said, "Master, you are on first today." People around them praised them when they saw them. "It is the Spear God and Shield God, they are truly inseparable." That person then added, "Wait, the old hero's useless student, why is he so close to them?" A man raised his middle finger pointing at Yi Yang and asked, "Two goddesses, is this trash bothering you?" Yi Yang heard this and could not help but spit out water. Lu Jing softly pointed at Yi Yang and said, "Our people belong to him." "What are you talking about?" That person's eyes widened upon hearing this, and his finger slowly retracted, astonished. Yi Yang said, "My match is about to start, let us go." Everyone cursed. It must be for the money that he got a good teacher and caught a goddess. Do not worry, in today's individual match he is definitely out. Little Knife hosted the match. Contestants on the field, please proceed to your respective rings for the individual advancement matches according to your numbers. As soon as Yi Yang entered the arena, people discussed, "It is the old hero's useless disciple. He only passed safely in the last match because the old hero protected him." The audience laughed. "He'll definitely wet his pants by himself," someone interjected. "Enough, the show's about to begin." A giant octopus with turtle tentacles appeared in the space. Everyone around was surprised and asked, "What is that?" The arena referee also could not help but shout, "This kid is really unlucky, he actually encountered a battle, to your great demon." Before she finished speaking, she hurriedly flipped through a book and mumbled to herself, "What is it?" The referee's face now showed surprise and horror. She shouted, "It is fully out, it is the evil Spider King." A faint call suddenly came from a corner of the arena. A subordinate asked, "Is not it too wasteful to use the evil Spider King against him?" The girl next to him said, "When the evil Spider King kills its prey, it can devour their souls to confirm if he was involved in the Wong family village incident." Old Shui's face darkened. "If so, then we'll know what happened in Wong family village, and selling the information to the demon world will bring us many benefits." He looked at the match and continued, "If he does not die, then so be it." Yi Yang at this moment covered his nose, waving his hand in fear. "Oh God, it stinks, stay away." The octopus then unleashed its berserk soul demon, attacking the area where he was indiscriminately. Although Yi Yang dodged the tentacles, he did not forget to curse it to get lost. The audience laughed when they saw this. "Where does he think he can retreat to? This is going to be a good show. Go big octopus," Yi Yang continued to think. "Attack its body." Yi Yang simply flew around with that thought. He turned and gave the octopus a middle finger. Elder Shui and others watched from the sidelines, all speechless. Yi Yang continuously waved his finger at the monster. He used the elementary priest charm skill, surprising it. Yi Yang formally activated the level 100 charm soul skill, and the octopus was forcibly subjugated. Elder Shui, standing by, witnessed this scene, astonished and disbelieving. The vicious ghost also stammered, This is the legendary soul-locking art." The destitute ghost asked from the side, "Is he human or the god of death?" The people in the stands could not see spirits and were all puzzled. "What is this trash doing? He still wants to provoke the evil Spider King." Yi Yang calmly waved his hand, releasing a red and yellow energy. He merely turned away indifferently, covering his nose and uttering a single word, "Done." The octopus's soul was instantly split in half high in the air. The octopus was soon struck by rocks and died. Everyone from the audience to Elder Shui and even the destitute ghost and the vicious ghost was astonished by this scene. Referee Little Knife raised his hand and shouted, "Contestant number 287 wins and advances to the third round." The people in the stands asked in unison, "Why did this demon fall on its own? These demons were already injured when they were captured." He encountered a dying one, so lucky. Yi Yang, having just finished his match, bolted away. As he ran, he complained, "Oh my God, it stinks, it stinks, it stinks." Elder Shui's disciple asked, "The evil Spider King died by his hand. Should I go investigate him next?" The girl next to him ran over and whined, "Let me have this one." Elder Shui then spoke, "It has been a long time since such an interesting prey appeared. I'll arrange it myself. Once it is confirmed that he was involved in the Wong family village incident," he frowned, "I will personally bring him to the demon realm and apologize to the demon world." At this moment the audience was enthusiastically welcoming Ma Wei. "It is the old hero. The old hero's individual battle has finally begun. Ma Wei waved his hand spiritedly. All you demons, bring it on. 10 minutes earlier he was crying. Big brother, you must help me preserve my title as old hero or my martial arts school will be ruined. Yi Yang agreed, considering he always helped orphans of soldiers who sacrificed themselves in the demon wars. I'll help you this once. It turned out he had previously asked Yi Yang for help, which explained his confidence. Just then, Yi Yang, sitting behind him, reminded, "Hey, look ahead." Ma Wei subconsciously looked, and what met his eyes was a netherwater crocodile crawling out of the ground. The commentator excitedly slammed the table. It is a netherwater crocodile. The old hero's opponent is formidable. Netherwater crocodiles are ferocious, with tough, invulnerable bodies like an immortal being. How will the old hero deal with it? He opened his eyes wide in terror, admonishing himself to remain calm. Once composed, he pointed at the netherwater crocodile and shouted, "Come out, my stand-in." He secretly thought, "The lines Big Brother gave me are too embarrassing." Yi Yang calmly extended a finger, performing some spell. Then a gigantic bear appeared behind Ma Wei. This was summoned through his intermediate summoning art, the level 100 exploding bear summon. Seeing this, a hint of danger flashed in his eyes. Indeed, this old man's hidden profession is. Ma Wei quickly flailed his hands and shouted, "Stand-in user?" The audience in the stands cheered excitedly. The old hero is so cool, and this summoned beast is also very imposing. The netherwater crocodile stood up with its enormous form. The old man is just bones, but this bear meat must be delicious. Little one roared. "Old man, get out of the way, I am going to fight," he pleaded. "Brother bear, can you let me have some involvement like this? At least save me some face." Little one, hearing Ma Wei's words, tilted its head and looked at him with murderous intent. The next second, he swung his arm and threw Ma Wei into the air. "All right, let you be bait in the battle." The audience in the stands shouted in terror. The old hero's stand-in is too brutal. Is this a summoned beast sacrificing its master to unleash its true power? At this moment, the netherwater crocodile pounced ferociously as if to devour its opponent whole. Then it opened its slender, gigantic maw, revealing sharp teeth. First, eat the old man, then the bear paw. Little one was enraged at this moment and rushed forward to stop it. There are no bear paws, only bear fists. With that, it delivered a heavy punch named Exploding Bear Strike to the netherwater crocodile's face. Subsequently, the netherwater crocodile's head was immediately severed from its body by this punch. The audience in the stands erupted in an uproar, shouting in horror. One punch kill, the netherwater crocodile fell to the ground, creating a large crater. Little one glared menacingly at the netherwater crocodile, which lay motionless, bleeding profusely. Elder Shui's disciple said, "Ma Wei, how can he have such a terrifying summoned beast? Our previous investigation showed he did not have such strong abilities. We need to report the latest situation to Master." After Little One defeated the netherwater crocodile, Ma Wei now descended from the sky. Then he landed in a very graceful manner, surprising everyone. The commentator loudly announced, "Contestant number 314 wins and advances to the third round." She secretly thought, "This ending is quite beautiful." The audience cheered enthusiastically. Truly the old hero, although it was a monster attack and then a summoned beast's move, his coordination with the summoned beast was seamless. His strength and acting skills are both impressive, and that shriek was so lifelike. Little one walked up to Ma Wei. "Old man, for Master's sake, I helped you this time." Ma Wei's face was pale at this moment, his whole body trembling. My back, who will help me up? Who? Then to the next arena the dragon lizard was defeated, moaning, my back, who will help me up? Lu Qing coldly watched the dragon lizard surrender. Contestant number 288 wins and advances to the third round. The next contestant broke the white bone demon's bones. Contestant number 289 wins and advances to the third round. Yi Yang sat in a corner watching the matches with boredom, then lazily said, "Not bad, not bad." Suddenly Yi Yang sneezed loudly. Then he gently rubbed his nose and asked in confusion, "What's going on? Who's thinking of me?" The scene switches to the sect study, the door half open, little bird panicking. "Where did you hear that rumor? The first girl to enter Yi Yang's room will get good luck." "I suspect he made it up himself to trick people into cleaning his room," they said. "The sect master is the only man. It is not impossible for his room to bring good luck, and it is even a Yun Tahua. I must fight for the right to clean master's room." Yan Yu glanced over and roared, "Only I can clean master's room. Anyone who wants to enter his room must step over my dead body first." Shang Shaoxi waved her hand. "Go away, get out of the way. A shut-in's room should be cleaned by a shut-in like me. If those strange tools get damaged, can any of you pay for it?" Yang Lele put her hands on her hips. "To make senior sister give up on master, I can only sacrifice myself and endure the torment of master's peach blossoms." Little bird looked bewildered. "What a mess. I am not going to bother with this cleaning right anymore." "Do whatever you want." Just as she finished speaking, the door suddenly opened. Su Shu walked out, her expression calm. "What are you all arguing about so early in the morning?" She rubbed her eyes and complained, "You woke me up." Yan Yu could not believe her eyes, standing dumbfounded. "You, how did you get in there?" she said. "Because senior sister decided I should marry master. Since master is not here, I came to get familiar with the bed in case after marriage I cannot sleep comfortably." "What happened?" Yan Yu was now furious, her entire being erupting like a volcano. "Damn it, Su Shu, I'll kill you." Su Shu was scared. "I live as master's wife, and I die as master's deceased wife." Little bird sighed helplessly. "Yi Yang, please come back, I cannot stand these women anymore." The scene switches to the next day, the third day of the Demon Fighting Arena tournament, the round of 16. Those who were eliminated said, "The audience for the third round has increased. Will that trash die this time? His luck is running out." If he makes it to the next round, I'll quit cultivation, the referee spoke. The third round of two-person team matches against demons. Next group of contestants, please enter the arena. He sighed, after waiting so long finally. Then Yi Yang stepped onto the stage with confident strides. The audience threw trash. It is that trash again, drop out, drop out. It is the old hero. The old hero is here. Ma Wei walked out. Big brother, it is truly my good fortune to be grouped with you against the demons this time. The audience immediately exploded in anger. Oh my god, did he bribe the organizers? How could he be grouped with the old hero? I despair in this world where money is everything. The two stood before the demon gate waiting. Yi Yang said, I really hope we get some interesting demons this time. The next second, a gigantic and ferocious blazing sky blood rock appeared, making him say, oh. The commentator was surprised. It is the blazing sky blood rock, a ferocious demon beast that devours sky beasts. She reassured everyone, do not worry. This great demon has spatial restrictions on its body, and the audience seats also have protective barriers, so everyone is safe. Ma Wei's face turned pale with fright. What's going on? Is not this a demon only released in the finals? This is bad. Yi Yang smiled. Is not this a good thing? Elder Shui and his disciples overlooked the match from above. One of his disciples stood by asking in confusion. Is Master going to kill them? The woman said. Killing them is not Master's goal, but to make them feel the greatest fear before death. Elder Shui's blood soul control skill, once activated, can read memories. It is up to you, fatty. He whispered. I'll send your soul into the blazing sky blood rock's body and you control it, making them feel the fear of death, then despair, becoming your soul puppets and counter-killing the enemy is my specialty. With that, Elder Shui cast a spell, extracting a part of his soul. Then he forcefully threw it into the blazing sky blood rock's body. Go. The blazing sky blood rock immediately opened its eyes, watching that part of the soul enter its body. This moment, the demon's entire body was occupied and controlled by him at will. In the stands, cheers erupted. It is the corpse summoning art. The blazing sky blood rock snakeheads were fiercely attacking him. It sprayed countless venom at Yi Yang, but he swiftly dodged. Then, Yi Yang also forcefully pulled Ma Wei, protecting him. The audience cheered. As expected, the old hero is not afraid of danger. Mountains of knives and seas of fire are nothing. At the critical moment, he did not abandon his useless student. Truly benevolent, how cool. Ma Wei was dragged along feeling dizzy. Yi Yang whispered, What's next, old hero? He was at a loss. Big brother, you absolutely must not call me that. You are too kind to this old man. Yi Yang calmly said, The one who wants to kill you is not me, it is that bird. The blazing sky blood rock swiftly rushed towards the two of them. Dozens of snakes opened their mouths wide and quickly extended simultaneously. Yi Yang, quick as a flash, pulled Ma Wei to his side, dodging its attack. He grabbed Ma Wei's cape and quickly ran. How about we play with it? Then he pressed Ma Wei's acupoint and Ma Wei flew up. Big brother, I cannot move my whole body except my hands. Yi Yang said, It is good that you cannot move. I'll harden your body with Yuan Do Chi. You are my weapon now. Ma Wei, hearing this, cried indignantly in his heart, Tool man. Those venomous snakes rushed forward again at this moment, almost touching him. Yi Yang, quick as a flash, pulled Ma Wei and counterattacked them. At this moment everyone was surprised. Is this unfilial student using the old hero as a baseball bat? His attack power was immense, and the snakeheads flew hundreds of meters away, landing in the observation area in Elder Shui's disciple's hand, scaring him to his core. Then the body of the one who occupied the blazing sky blood rock's body began to bleed. He is provoking us. The audience in the stands was moved. The old hero used himself as a weapon to protect his useless student, truly virtuous and heroic. Then they began to cheer for Ma Wei. Old hero invincible, old hero mighty, old hero handsome, old hero, old hero. Ma Wei lay on the ground, dizzy, still smiling at them. Inside the blood rock's body he was using some move. Damn it, I must make you feel fear. He opened his eyes wide, dripping scarlet blood, and shouted, Die? Then 3 gigantic pythons grew from the blood rock's body. The frenzied python star cannon. Yi Yang's expression remained unchanged, provocatively saying, Come on. Ma Wei was now crying tears. Big brother, quickly deal with it. I want to go home. High in the air, the blood rock bird launched a colossal energy ball at the enemy. The frenzied python star cannon, and below, Yi Yang also threw Ma Wei without hesitation. Old hero. Ma Wei at this moment was like a sharp weapon, directly piercing through that powerful attack. He still cut through that attack and got closer and closer to the blood rock bird. After completely counteracting that attack, Ma Wei also horizontally slashed that ferocious red bird. Elder Shui and the others observing in the stands could not help but be surprised. Ma Wei circled in the air and also flew towards Yi Yang's outstretched hand. Yi Yang also accurately grabbed Ma Wei's leg, helping him land safely. Ma Wei was now pale, spitting foam, no longer conscious. The stands immediately erupted. The old hero is spitting foam, he is fighting with his life. The strongest weapon in the human world is not easy to be. Another disciple of Elder Shui spoke. The head is not damaged, there is still a chance. The blood rock bird heard this and immediately cast a healing spell. In just the blink of an eye, new cells grew on the red bird's shattered body, taking only a few seconds. The red bird had completely recovered, as if it had never been injured. The audience in the stands could not help but discuss, Is the blood rock bird immortal? The green-haired man next to him then said, Even after cutting it like this, it cannot be killed. This is going to be troublesome. A yellow talisman enveloped in powerful magic shone brightly. The red bird's eyes glowed. This was the phenomenon of the awakening of the mutant rock. The mutant rock's entire body was enveloped in a large amount of magic, and its sound echoed throughout the arena. The mutant rock began to condense spiritual energy, releasing a powerful skill, Blazing Blood Heaven Incineration. The energy within the mutant rock's body gradually expanded, spreading to the stands as if to engulf the entire arena. The attack was so powerful that it pressured the shield, making the audience seated there hide in fear. From outside one could see the colossal energy ball about to consume the arena. In the nick of time, the vicious ghost suddenly looked up at the energy ball in front of him. He unhesitatingly absorbed the energy from the energy ball. He takes whatever comes, be careful not to get indigestion. Although the vicious ghost was eating, he still retorted, "Destitute ghost, less nonsense, do not pity your feelings anymore. If this drags on, people will die." The destitute ghost sat next to him, and seeing the bean soldiers jump up said, "One bean soldier, one silver plum, one ate my meal money." The small bean soldier gradually grew larger. Then it grew limbs indistinguishable from humans. After successful hatching, the bean soldier had evolved into a silver-grade bean soldier. The silver-grade bean soldier jumped out and blocked the crack in the protective barrier. But eventually, the bean soldier gradually fused with the barrier, and its body gradually dissipated. Therefore, the crack in the protective barrier healed. The commentator somewhere spoke, "Thanks to Lord Destitute Ghost and Lord Vicious Ghost for their intervention. That was truly terrifying. Blazing Blood Heaven Incineration will burn everything in the attack area." Can the old hero and his students still hold on? No sooner had he been mentioned than Ma Wei was thrown out again by Yi Yang on the stage. Go. Ma Wei flew upwards, gradually closing the distance to the awakened mutant rock. The blood rock grinned sinisterly, muttering a spell. "Overestimating yourself, you'll be burned to death soon." Facing the mutant rock, which was twice his size, Ma Wei continuously sweated. Below the arena, Yi Yang calmly raised one hand. Ma Wei in midair confusingly mirrored his action, performing a junior puppet technique. The blood rock gathered its power, shouting, "Come on, the moment you touch me, your soul will be annihilated." But suddenly a punch struck the blood rock's head from out of nowhere. Or rather, it was Ma Wei delivering a powerful synchronized straight punch to the mutant rock's head. Then he used the highest level technique, punching the red bird in the face. This punch not only affected that bird but also the blood rock on the other side. He immediately spat out blood, making his fellow sect members turn pale with fear. The audience in the stands watched intently. While the blood rock fell to the ground, its head now a mere puddle of blood, the mutant rock flying in the air also plunged straight to the arena, making a loud sound. It was embedded headfirst into the ground, motionless. At this moment, only the commentator's voice was clearest. Blood rock defeated. Congratulations to old hero and his student on successfully advancing. Yi Yang leisurely raised a finger. Come down. Ma Wei immediately landed with both feet from the air. Yi Yang turned and snapped his fingers to clean up the mess, taking another step towards wealth. The enhancement spell that had been attached to Ma Wei during the match was also lifted. Ma Wei stood there, pale and stiff, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, the cheers in the stands were continuous. Old hero, Elder Shui's purple-haired disciple spoke up. "Master, how should we deal with him? I'll go down and take care of that young man now." Elder Shui's eyes were bloodshot, clearly showing anger. Blood 5 was inferior and brought it upon himself. The arena has its rules. But this arena is my world. No matter how powerful he is just a pawn, unable to escape my control. Just wait and see the ending I have arranged for this pawn. In Shuangji Mountain of the Tianquan Kingdom, a figure sat in a small pavilion under an ancient tree. Bai Fei was cultivating and leveling up in the pavilion, with Chun Feng and Chu Shui guarding her outside. Suddenly, Bai Fei's eyes widened, looking ahead. On a bridge not far from the small pavilion, a figure radiating powerful evil energy suddenly appeared. Chun Feng tightly clenched her fist, blurting out, "The evil energy is so strong." Chu Shui nearby also heightened her vigilance. Behind Chun Feng, a sinister gaze appeared, and it roared, "Woof, do not come near." Oriental Star stood still, then suddenly smiled. "Ha, can two mere fox kits stop me?" Chu Shui nervously said. "Wherever Oriental Star goes, humans, demons, and monsters are not spared. Mistress, leave quickly, we'll handle this." Chun Feng sharply told Oriental Star, "Get lost." Bai Fei closed her eyes, saying, "It is fine, let her come. At worst, I'll sacrifice a tail. It'll be enough to eliminate her." Then in a blink of an eye, Oriental Star, who was some distance away, had already appeared before her. She said, "Little fox, are you once again at the point of needing to sacrifice a tail to kill an enemy? Once the nine-tailed king, now a homeless fox? Truly heartbreaking," Bai Fei retorted. "You are the pathetic one. Once a prodigy maiden, now a monster with a mind that could collapse at any moment." Bai Fei opened one eye, looking at Oriental Star, still hoping Yi Yang would lift the curse. Yi Yang will not fall for them because he already has someone else in his heart, you understand. Oriental Star also narrowed her eyes, sarcastically saying, "Who is Sect Master Junior Brother?" "Hard to say." Bai Fei jumped from the ground and in an instant was sitting on the crossbeam of the small pavilion. "Did you even ask? We have already kissed and you only get beaten every time you see brother, right?" Oriental Star angrily retorted. "Little fox, less nonsense. If you two were really something, would you still flee Wuji sect?" Bai Fei calmly replied. "The silly man I cannot have. I am avoiding him as much as possible. Little boys are just too clingy. Tell me, why are you here?" Oriental Star smiled slightly, frankly admitting, "I originally came to discuss cooperation, but the atmosphere is not right, so I'll come back another time. Before I leave, I'll give you a small secret that concerns Sect Master Junior Brother's life and death." Bai Fei, hearing this, looked up at Oriental Star, who had her back to her. "The demon world has immediately caused a stir in Qicheng and no human can escape. This plan of the demon world is the first step to completely destroying the human defense line. In short, Qicheng will become a dead city." Oriental Star walked in the wind, a smile on her lips. Is Sect Master Junior brother implicated? How worrying. Then she flew high, reminding, take care of yourself. However, as soon as Oriental Star left, Bai Fei suddenly rushed out of the pavilion. I must go to Chicheng. Chu Shui immediately rushed to block Bai Fei. Mistress, do you want to save Yi Yang? Bai Fei, caught off guard, immediately blushed and denied. No, I want to go to Chicheng to find some pills to restore my strength, Chu Shui bluntly said. Mistress's strength has not yet recovered, and Sect Master Yi's strength is still there. You going will not be of much help. Regarding him leaving Chicheng, I suggest letting Dong Yu inform him on your behalf, mistress. Suddenly, Chu Shui informed, Mistress, I have actually just found Shahua's location. She is trapped. We must deal with this first. Bai Fei was startled hearing this news, her eyes showing worry and hesitation. She turned around, compromising. All right, tell Dong Yu to inform Yi Yang to leave Chicheng as soon as possible. I do not care if he lives or dies. But he helped me, and the Qingchu clan has always repaid favors and grievances. After Bai Fei finished speaking, Chu Shui and Chun Feng responded simultaneously. Understood, repaying favors and grievances, we all get it. Chun Feng also secretly smiled, thinking, Mistress is so cute. Bai Fei floated in the air, ordering them to search for Shahua. Chu Shui and Chun Feng replied in unison again. On the other side, Chicheng was enveloped in night, with every household brightly lit. In a certain restaurant, a man commented, the old hero's student actually made it to the top 16, it infuriates me. Another man at the same table also spoke, his words even more infuriating. He is with 2 goddesses every day. Just then, Yi Yang suddenly appeared with a pile of food. Boss, I am back. 40 mutton skewers, 20 chicken wings, 30 beef tendons. Ready yet? The barbecue owner replied. Wait, it'll be ready soon. Yi Yang smiled slightly softly. Please hurry. Yi Yang's mind flashed back to the scene of Dong Yu reporting to him earlier. This little fox, a beggar, turned to him, saying, speak of the devil, what are you doing here? Yi Yang turned, retorting, what are you looking at? Have not you seen a handsome guy before? A woman and her group at the same table raised their glasses. Of course I have seen handsome guys, but not a narcissistic one like you. The bald man next to her added, worthless brother, during the demon fighting arena competition, contestants are forbidden from leaving the training dormitory at night. The man next to the woman laughed. You left without permission, so you are automatically disqualified. No good show next round. Ha ha. Yi Yang, hearing this, felt as if he had been struck by lightning, thinking, I do not believe it, he yelled in horror. No, at the same time, the barbecue owner's voice suddenly rang out, little brother, your barbecue. Later, back at the residence, Yi Yang was indeed blocked by 2 tall guards outside his door. You left without permission, you have been automatically disqualified. Yi Yang, holding the food, tears streamed down his face. Damn it, all my hopes were placed on myself, all lost. The next morning, Demon Fighting Arena Finals Day, 2 people stood atop the arena. One said, what a shame, I have to work, cannot watch the finals anymore. The Demon World's big operation is about to begin. The Blazing Sun Army was also furiously recruiting in Chicheng once the crisis erupted. Below, Duan Jun had already deployed his troops as if ready for battle at any moment. The destitute ghost from above responded to Zhang Jie. Hundreds of thousands of human army provisions are in Chicheng. This place must be held. The destitute ghost listed the worst-case scenarios for Chicheng, then sighed regretfully. Cannot cheer for Spear Maiden and Shield Maiden today. The vicious ghost added, but all your hopes are placed on their master. The destitute ghost cried, I'll never trust men again. On the other side, in a private observation room for VIPs, the turbaned man suddenly said, that Yi Yang guy violated the rules and was automatically disqualified. The armored man next to him guessed. Perhaps he saw through it. The outcome was already decided, so he left early himself. Elder Shui said grimly, it does not matter. Spear Maiden and Shield Maiden are his disciples. As long as they are here, Yi Yang cannot run. The purple-haired disciple added, Master has his own plans. No one can escape this net. Look, Yi Yang is over there. Yi Yang was leisurely sitting in the stands, surrounded by angry curses from the crowd, while someone next to him questioned why the old hero was also sitting there. The female referee excitedly shouted into the microphone, Today is the Demon Fighting Arena Finals Day. I am the host and referee, Little Knife. A total of 4 people have reached the finals, and the final winner will have the opportunity to challenge the strongest demon. The final battle format is very special. The scene switches to the arena where Spear Maiden and Shield Maiden stood together. The female referee's voice remained steady. Now let us welcome our first duo. They are Spear Goddess Lu Qing and Shield Goddess Nangang Tong. Yi Yang, head down in a corner, sullenly cheered them on. Go all my losses, I am counting on you 2 to win back the prize money. At this moment a voice rang out, welcome everyone to the Demon Fighting Arena Finals. The second team is the Shao siblings, Shao Ling and Shao Han. That stoic man holding a bamboo stick was Shao Han, well known as descendant of the Shao family, one of the 4 great families of Ziyuan Kingdom, and that shrewd and capable woman is Shao Ling, a prodigy of the younger generation. Let us look forward to their performance together. The audience was astonished. The Shao family actually came to participate in such a life-threatening competition. This brother and sister are both formidable characters. This must be a family training arrangement. The announcement rang out again. Now for the final rules. 3 teams will engage in a simultaneous melee. If the final surviving team is a human team, 1 person will be selected from it to challenge the ultimate demon. The people around were surprised. Did not only 4 people enter the finals? There is a 3rd team. The 3rd team is not human. 2 demons suddenly appeared in the arena. the primordial ape demon and the Bloodchild. The organizer's voice rang out, "Now we are putting the third team into the test." Bloodchild looked satisfied. "Master finally let me play. No one on this arena is leaving alive." The audience gasped. "Oh my god, the primordial ape demon, a super mobile artillery unit. These two teams are too strong." Others say, "What are you talking about? The point is there is also a humanoid high-level demon. It really is the grand finale." The announcement for the opening of the match rang out, "The battlefield is open. Who will be the final winner? Let us wait and see. Hope everyone has good luck." Discussions. "How do you think this battle will be fought?" "The human teams will definitely team up to deal with the demons first, then decide the victor. I think someone will use the demons to eliminate one team first and profit from it." The countdown sounded intermittently in the silent space. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the command to start the match was given, two people charged out like lightning. The commentator was very surprised. The Shao siblings are daring and skilled, actually fighting both humans and demons simultaneously. How exciting! Shao Ling takes on the human team. Shao Han charges towards the primordial ape demon. Shao Ling continuously attacked with her sword, letting Guantong defend. On the other side, Shao Han also created multiple whirlwinds flying towards the demon team. The commentator continuously exclaimed, "What's going on? These siblings are too strong. Subduing two teams at once, worthy of the Shao family, 2 against 4, I never expected it." Shao Ling now seemed to have a new plan, her expression unchanged, but her movements were noticeably faster. The commentator was excited as she instantly jumped behind the two people's shields. Shao Ling suddenly accelerates. "Nangang, you must be careful." Lu Qing also discovered Shao Ling's abnormal movement. She quickly retreated, letting Guantong block the attack with her shield. Shao Ling's sword stabbed the shield and it actually broke. This surprised and shocked her. Shao Ling immediately leapt to a distant rear position. The commentator continues to praise, "How lucky. Contestant Nangang's shield is too dominant, simply a weapon disassembler." The voice continues nonstop. And on the other side, Shao Han also seems to be exerting his power. This attack method leaves the opponent no chance to resist. Shao Han and the third team are separated by the whirlwinds he just created. Shao Han now stands calmly waving his fan, using the move Wind Array Traps Beast to trap the demons. The whirlwinds, sweeping from all directions, gradually merged and intertwined, heading towards the two demons, forming a huge gale. Then a sudden roar from unknown origins ripped through the silent space of the arena. The primordial ape demon charges out of the whirlwind, swings its arm and punches Shao Han in the face, making him spit blood and even drop his magic weapon. The spectators in the stands are terrified, shouting in unison. The commentator, seeing this scene, yells, "Huge reversal." The ape demon's blow easily turned the tide. The demon's power is too terrifying. Shao Ling on the side also anxiously shouts, "Ah!" Ignoring her broken sword, she turns without thinking and yells at Shao Han, "Sister's here to help big brother." At this moment, Bloodchild remains unharmed after that move. Emerging from the dust, he softly says, "Continue." The primordial ape demon does not miss the opportunity, jumps and punches the fallen Shao Han. A blue force smashes into the ground with astonishing speed, dust and stones flying everywhere. Shao Ling witnesses this, surprised, and yells, "Aye!" but is already blocked by Bloodchild. He swings fiercely, hitting his opponent, making her spit blood and cry out in pain. Shao Ling is sent flying far by Bloodchild's attack, falling heavily to the ground. On the primordial ape demon's side, Guantong blocks the attack with her shield. Breathing a sigh of relief, the commentator is surprised. Contestant Nangang actually saves her opponent, taking on this terrifying attack. "Little cute one, beautiful and kind-hearted, but you must be careful." The voice continues to ring out. Here, Shao Ling is in danger and the demon wants to deliver a fatal blow. Just as Bloodchild fiercely punches the ground, Shao Ling is pulled out of danger by someone. Lu Qing jumps high, helps her up, then says to that person, "She has lost consciousness, why pursue further?" Bloodchild is not moved. Instead, he attacks the two and sneers, "Then you two can die with her." Lu Qing calmly and lightly sidesteps, dodging the attack. At this moment, the audience in the stands shouts, "Spear Maiden, why are not you counterattacking?" Spear Maiden, counterattack quickly, the commentator analyzes. Spear Maiden looks for the enemy's weakness. Her attack method is a one-shot kill, so she does not strike unless she is sure, and when she does, she kills the enemy. According to previous battle data, the probability of her killing a demon in one hit is as high as 95. Is she not striking because she has not found the opponent's weakness yet? Lu Qing, while carrying Shao Ling, dodges, thinking, "The weakness has been found, but his power is too great. Before I can attack his weakness, I'll be killed." Guantong is still using her shield to block the primordial ape demon's fierce attack. The commentator praised her as she stood firm. As expected of little Nangang, she can perfectly defend against a giant beast's attack. The primordial ape demon could no longer remain calm. It trembled with rage, then fiercely slammed its hands to the ground. Guantong quickly pulled Shao Han onto her shield and fled. The commentator, seeing this, exclaimed again, "She actually uses her shield as a skateboard. Little Nangang is so clever." The entire arena was now filled with smoke, and the commentator's voice turned to a question. "But now the demon team has completely taken control of the situation. What should humanity do?" Yi Yang at this moment was flushed. Ma Wei looked at the book in his hand and said softly, "Big brother, what time is it? You are still reading Tale of the Alluring Madam." He hesitated to reply, "Just let me finish this page." The battle was extremely tense, and the commentator's voice echoed nonstop. Ladies and gentlemen, the demon team is in full suppression, the human team is in dire peril. Bloodchild, while executing his moves, revealed a sinister smile, letting out chilling cackles. Lu Qing remained calm, diligently protecting Xiao Ling while dodging fatal attacks. At this moment, a strong gust of wind assailed Bloodchild from behind, startling him. Bloodchild turned around angrily, scoffing, a weakling sneak attack. The wind was Xiao Han's power. Though injured, he struggled to his feet, waving his fan to counterattack, and said, "There is no other choice. Humans can only unite to fight the demons." Something as fast as lightning flew directly at Xiao Han's abdomen. Bloodchild suddenly appeared beside him, his hand piercing through his body, and asked contemptuously, "Is that all you have got?" Xiao Han felt immense pain course through his entire body, his eyes wide and trembling, and in an instant he collapsed, blood flowing everywhere. As soon as Bloodchild finished off Xiao Han, he swiftly rushed towards Lu Qing. The commentator exclaimed in surprise, "The situation is not good. The Xiao siblings were defeated in an instant, and the demon team can be said to have an overwhelming advantage." Seeing him charging at her, Lu Qing quickly put Xiao Ling down, then retreated to dodge. The commentator was somewhat confused. What should the spear shield duo do? Guantong, on her side, was also continuously dodging the primordial ape demon's punches. The commentator's voice rang out again. "The spear shield duo is in a tough fight. Both the air and ground are controlled by demons." Ma Wei, seeing this, grabbed Yi Yang's collar and shook him. Big brother, stop reading. Your disciples are in a tough fight," someone nearby asked in confusion. Big brother, his disciples? Only then did he use spiritual transmission. Lu Qing Tonger, listen carefully. The enemy's strength far exceeds yours. Cooperation is the key to overcoming the strong with the weak. Nangong needs to clear the obstacles before Lu Qing's fatal weakness. The two were still surrounded at this moment. Yi Yang pointed out, "Use the two forms array, I'll teach you." Lu Qing and Guantong understood immediately. Guantong shouted, "Understood." The audience in the stands need not worry. They are at their wits' end. The gap between humans and high-level demons is too great. The two simultaneously performed the primordial two forms array. The commentator began. "The primordial ape demon's ultimate skill is about to be unleashed. Can the human team withstand it? My heart is almost stopping from the tension." Primordial ape demon was also condensing energy to unleash its demon ape annihilation cannon, which it launched fiercely at the human team without hesitation. As that power flew, Guantong had already completed the star reversal of the two forms array, deflecting the attack behind her. The ultimate skill thus went straight towards Bloodchild without hesitation, startling him. Bloodchild's eyes widened, his mouth agape in astonishment, standing dumbfounded. The powerful move hit him directly, making his blood splatter and sending him flying backward. Bloodchild could not keep his footing and was knocked back several meters, covered in wounds and blood. The commentator also exclaimed in surprise, "The humanoid demon was actually heavily injured by the ape demon. This is humanity's chance." Seeing Bloodchild defeated, Lu Qing agilely leapt out to attack. She took advantage of the momentum to jump from afar, gradually approaching the primordial ape demon. Guantong blocked its punch with her shield, while Lu Qing seized the opportunity to leap onto its head. The two jointly performed the shield strike technique. The commentator shouted excitedly, "With the cooperation of Shield Maiden and Spear Maiden has finally struck." Lu Qing was seen holding her spear, stabbing directly down from the primordial ape demon's head, shattering all its meridians and bones. Bloodchild, who had just sat up to recover, was shocked by this sight. Elder Shui, Ma Wei, and the audience were all stunned by that one-shot kill attack. Only Yi Yang remained focused on his book. The primordial ape demon fell, and the commentator also shouted at this moment, "One-shot kill." The commentator excitedly said, "This battle is truly amazing. Reversal after reversal." The primordial ape demon was killed by the spear shield duo. Next, they'll continue to hunt down the heavily injured humanoid demon. "Go for it." Bloodchild now seemed to have recovered his energy. He roared, letting out a long howl. He waved his fists and swiftly rushed towards the two, then said, "You still do not know, with the three of us fighting simultaneously, whose hands will kill whom." He continuously threw punches, but they were all blocked by Guantong's shield. The commentator was now surprised. A high-level demon's sharp claws were actually shattered by a shield. Lu Qing, who had appeared behind Bloodchild at some unknown point, swung her spear, and he had only just noticed. The scarlet spear shot towards Bloodchild as fast as lightning, piercing through his chest and making him cry out in pain. Bloodchild, realizing he was outmatched, could only cover his wound and flee, dodging the two. The commentator praised. A high-level demon was not killed immediately, but this is its last struggle. Cheers now echoed from the stands. Spear Maiden, Shield Maiden. Yi Yang on the other side said anxiously, "I ate too much barbecue, so I went to the restroom to quietly finish the last few pages of Tale of the Alluring Madam. But the arena restroom was too crowded, so I had to go find one outside." The commentator was now full of anticipation. "Humanity is at its peak. Let us all look forward to the final attack." Bloodchild was now being relentlessly attacked by Guantong's shield, and at the same time his face was hit countless times, blood gushing out and flowing everywhere. The audience roared in encouragement. One-shot kill, stab it to death," Bloodchild screamed in terror. No, get away." In a corner of the arena, a group of people stood together, softly calling out. "Master," a woman said in a deep voice, "the demon envoy commands you to immediately create the greatest chaos, attracting all of Yan City's defense forces to the demon fighting arena." Elder Shui said somewhat angrily, "Do these foolish demons want to use me as a pawn? But I am also using them. Now I'll kill everyone in the arena first as an investment," he cunningly planned. "I want to get what I want." This world will become a bloody gladiatorial arena controlled by me, the commentator's voice now rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, the high-level humanoid demon has been driven to a dead end by the spear-shield duo. Bloodchild suddenly roared madly. I refuse to accept this. Lu Qing now leaped towards him with her spear, only to hear shouts of one-shot kill. Her spear collided with someone's finger, sending out powerful energy sparks, and a light flashed from nowhere, knocking Lu Jing and her spear away. Elder Shui appeared and said, such an intense battle makes this old man's heart itch. I'll personally come down and play with you all. From now on, the rules of the game have changed. As long as you can make me bleed, you will be the champions of this competition, his voice echoed. If you cannot wound this old man within the time it takes for one stick of incense to burn, everyone here will die. The audience panicked. Is Elder Shui crazy? Why is he doing this? Elder Shui is not only protecting demons, but also trying to kill all of us. The commentator also exclaimed in surprise. This is unbelievable. Is what I am seeing real? Elder Shui now extended his hand and activated his power, creating a powerful energy ball which quickly grew into the secret technique Blood Prison Barrier. The commentator, seeing this, panicked. Help, the arena has been sealed by Elder Shui and outside reinforcements cannot get in. Elder Shui's gaze turned cold. Of course they can get in, but by the time the army enters the arena, you will all be corpses. You'd better hope these two girls can create a miracle. Two relied on each other, and Lu Qing said breathlessly, stay extremely alert. His strength is more than just a little stronger than those demons. At this moment, Elder Shui suddenly waved his hand and shot out a red energy beam. The red light charged directly at Guan Tong, accompanied by a loud shout, watch out! She was pushed into the air by that energy, and despite blocking with her shield, she let out a piercing shriek. Elder Shui laughed, seeing this. It seems you are more resilient than I expected. He suddenly waved his hand and shot out two more energy beams identical to the previous one, then asked, how about this? The two red lights struck Guan Tong's shield and violently exploded. She and the shield were thus knocked away, falling to the ground from a great height. Guan Tong was now covered in wounds, coughing violently and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lu Qing, while Elder Shui was not paying attention, jumped up from behind him with her spear. Her spear at this moment was like a sharp arrow, thrusting down fiercely. Elder Shui merely gently extended a finger to block it, then said, child's play. He activated his power, knocking the spear and Lu Qing away, making her cry out in pain. Elder Shui calmly licked the blood on his hand. Human fear is the most delicious food. The crowd in the stand, seeing Guan Tong struggling to stand, cheered enthusiastically. Go, Shield Maiden, do not lose to him, go! She and Lu Qing were both trembling, resisting with all their might. The two jumped up together to join the battle, preparing to launch a new round of attacks. Guan Tong used Shield Bash Super Heavy Strike with her shield, while Lu Qing used Evasion Spear Art Extreme Flame with her spear. Elder Shui merely gently gripped the spear with one hand, and with the other he launched a move at the shield with a wave of his hand. Both were sent flying, shouting in surprise. Lu Qing was stabbed in the shoulder by her own spear, enduring immense pain. Guan Tong was directly knocked away from her shield and fell heavily to the ground several times. Ma Wei pondered, listening to the crowd's clamor. No, these two girls are too weak. Let us run. Staying here will surely lead to death. Yes, yes, run quickly. Let us hide first. Maybe we can escape. The chaotic situation left the commentator in a dilemma. Many spectators, fearing Elder Shui, fled in panic. The match had devolved into this. Elder Shui calmly walked towards the weakened Guan Tong. Is it over so quickly? Not satisfying at all. He condensed energy, preparing to act. Forget it in your next life. Come challenge this old man again. Shield Maiden, I'll send you on your way first. HMPH. Ma Wei, like a hero, spread his arms to shield Guan Tong. Elder Shui's face immediately darkened. Ma Wei, are you courting death? Ma Wei replied, I am here to stop you. Then he shouted, everyone listen carefully. We cannot sit and wait for death, nor can we expect two injured girls to protect everyone. His voice echoed. At this point, only by uniting and fighting to the death can all of humanity survive. Do you understand? Hearing this, everyone stopped in surprise and turned to look at Ma Wei. A girl in the crowd who had been about to flee now trembled, gritting her teeth and pondering. The spectators then rushed down into the arena shouting, let us fight. We'll advance and retreat with the old hero protecting Shield Maiden. Elder Shui now frowned, a horn growing on his head. With you lowly humans, this old man has long since acquired demon blood and evolved into a higher human. This old man is a god, how can you resist? He waved his hand, knocking everyone away, then shouted, do you even understand? The shattered stones that had been knocked away now clattered to the ground. Ma Wei and the others who had just tried to resist Elder Shui were now covered in wounds. The crowd in the stands became even more chaotic. Even the old hero could not resist. Is no one going to stop this monster? Help! Elder Shui now noticed Lu Qing's spear flying towards him. The spear was stopped by a powerful resistance before it even touched him. That spear was quickly controlled. Elder Shui's voice rang out. Human spear techniques think they can wound me. Lu Qing maintained her posture from throwing the spear, but her spear was bounced back, embedding itself in the wall behind her. She trembled as she listened to Elder Shui proudly say, I told you, kill her first, then you die. This is the arena, it is my world, and I make the rules. With that, he walked step by step towards Guan Tong. Now I'll send you on your way. The stands were suddenly pierced by a force, creating a large hole. Everyone present was shocked, including those in the corners. Only Guan Tong was secretly delighted. Elder Shui turned to look, hearing such a loud commotion, and a book which had fallen from nowhere landed on the ground, its appearance similar to Yi Yang's book. From the hole, a figure gracefully emerged, gradually revealing himself. The audience in the stand, seeing him, shouted in astonishment, "Oh my god, he is the one who came to save everyone?" Ma Wei abandoned his heroic posture, crying and stammering, Little ancestor, I have missed you so much." Yi Yang's face was grim, his eyes bloodshot, and his robes fluttered as he walked over. The commentator excitedly said, "Can contestant Yi Yang really challenge Elder Shui? Let us all pray for him." A faint golden light now emanated from around Yi Yang as he stood opposite Elder Shui. The audience above was astonished. "Little brother, what's wrong with this useless guy? He actually shattered a corner of the arena with one punch." Elder Shui, seeing this, tensed up. "You have finally come, very good. Tormenting a stronger opponent will make me even more excited." Yi Yang ignored him, picked up his book and said, "This book cost me a lot of money, I cannot waste it." Elder Shui's tone was contemptuous, "But to challenge this old man you need to see if you have the qualifications." The people who were in the corner and Bloodchild appeared simultaneously, lining up before him. Aside from Bloodchild's unhealed injuries, everyone else was at full strength, ready to strike at any moment. Several people whispered, "The 6 blood guards. Each one is abnormal." Bloodchild is said to be the weakest after demonization. Facing 5 blood guards, raw strength alone probably will not be enough. A man in a brown coat immediately stepped forward, throwing away his scarf, and provocatively said, "If you want to save your disciples, you'll have to get past me first." Yi Yang's expression turned cold as he stared at him and asked, "You?" The man leapt into the air, his body tensing, tearing his clothes, and arrogantly declared, "I'll send you to hell first, and your disciples?" He aimed at Yi Yang's position and charged down, unleashing meteor double annihilation. Yi Yang, seeing this, was not flustered, calmly extending 2 fingers. In an instant, Yi Yang's fingers pierced into the brown-coated man's body, making him stop abruptly. His pupils widened, and where Yi Yang touched his chest, it was immediately pierced through, blood gushing out. Elder Shui, witnessing his power firsthand, could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. The audience screamed, "A blood guard could not even withstand a single move from that useless little brother?" Yi Yang kicked the man away, lightly and disdainfully saying, "Do not waste time." He exuded killing intent, and with a contemptuous tone he said to Elder Shui's disciples, "Come on, all of you." The remaining 4, hearing this, swiftly charged forward to attack together. The commentator immediately felt it was unfair, shameless to actually gang up on one person. 4 blood guards against 1, an unfair victory. The woman raised her hand to the sky, unleashing blazing light strike. Remaining 3 also unleashed their powers. Thunder Cannon, Heavenly Flame Wave, and 9 Heaven Slash. 4 forces simultaneously attacked Yi Yang. A thunderous roar shook heaven and earth, leaving only sky-high smoke and dust in the arena. The audience immediately worried, "This attack is too terrifying, he is finished and we are finished too." Ma Wei sat there, silently calling out, "Big brother." A towering figure suddenly appeared in the dissipating smoke. The commentator, seeing Yi Yang dusting off his clothes, happily said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the legendary no harm in smoke rule has appeared on contestant Yi Yang." Amidst the blood guard's astonished gazes, Yi Yang muttered softly, "Is that all?" He raised his hand to the sky, used the elementary skill copy and said, "I'll return one of your moves to you." With a fierce wave, a level 100 flame impact wave skill was unleashed. Bloodchild was swiftly struck, falling to the ground and wailing. The green-haired man and the woman were also brutally hit and sent flying far away. As for the armored man, he was heavily slammed to the ground with a single blow. Several blood guards were successively defeated and exploded by Yi Yang with one move. The audience in the stands watched this scene, all utterly astonished. Elder Shui, on the other hand, was seething with rage, roaring word by word, "You killed my disciple!" He transformed his hand into a black dragon hand, enveloping it, and then shouted, "I'll kill you and avenge my disciple." Elder Shui swiftly charged towards the exhausted Nangang Tong, saying, "I'll make your master suffer for the rest of his life." Yi Yang, on the side, tore off an advertisement page featuring a graceful woman muttering, "In front of me." Just as Elder Shui's hand was about to strike Nangang Tong, something blocked his attack. He punched the advertisement page Yi Yang had just torn off. Trembling with rage, Yi Yang finally raised his hand, his face grim, and cursed, "My disciple is not someone you can touch. Get lost." In the blink of an eye, that piece of paper erupted with immense energy, sending Elder Shui flying. He was sent flying by that force to the back stands with a single blow, then exploded with a bang. The commentator, seeing this scene, was stunned. Elder Shui cannot even beat a piece of paper. The audience also reacted, exclaiming, "Oh my god, he is humiliating Elder Shui. He is not useless at all. He is a god." Elder Shui's voice came from where he was knocked down. "Is that your strongest ultimate move? Very impressive. It actually destroyed 80 of my demonized body. But," he used the forbidden technique, Earth Battlefield, then laughed, "my body was instantly burned, but it can instantly regenerate. I'll show you the true terror of a great demon now." After speaking, Elder Shui fiercely exerted his power, opening his mouth to let out a sinister laugh. The commentator, feeling this change, immediately became anxious. "This is bad. Elder Shui wants to merge with the battlefield. Is this his final combat form?" Yi Yang, far from being worried, scoffed, "Old man, so you like to eat dirt." At this moment the ground turned into a viscous black liquid. Elder Shui smirked sinisterly. "I have merged with the arena." The audience in the stands buzzed with discussion. "Will the arena devour us? This is too terrifying. Young Master Yi Yang must win." Yi Yang looked at Elder Shui with sharp eyes. "Old man, if you want to fight, and fight properly. Stop putting on a show." Elder Shui had now completed his transformation. He sneered, "Then I'll crush you." With that, Elder Shui unleashed the Earth Giant's Roar technique. Countless black arms emerged from underground, reaching out to grab Yi Yang. The commentator shouted in panic, "Contestant Yi Yang, run!" He did not run, but calmly stomped his foot, creating a circle, an elementary skill. The circle gradually grew larger, emitting a golden light enveloping him. This was the gravity defense field technique. This technique was at level 100 max. Explosions continuously echoed around Yi Yang, and after the dust settled, Elder Shui was gone. The audience above could not help but exclaim, "Oh my god, that young man is too domineering." Elder Shui had merged with the ground, and several shadows appeared behind him. He gently reminded, "Kid, that was just an appetizer." Those shadows transformed into puppets born from Elder Shui's Earth Giant Legion technique. He shouted, "This is my true killing move." The commentator on the side shrieked in terror, "Elder Shui's Rock Golem Legion, this is a monster attack. It will kill everyone in the arena." Seeing this, Elder Shui let out a maniacal laugh. "Everyone kneel and beg for mercy. Kneel sincerely, and perhaps I can choose one or two lucky ones to let you continue to live as living puppets." Yi Yang's face was grim at this moment, and he used gravity defense field expansion. Countless red energies transformed into tiny beams of light flying in all directions. Suddenly, Elder Shui and those rock golems were all astonishingly forced to their knees. He scrunched his face, struggling to stand but unable to, saying with difficulty, "So heavy." The commentator, witnessing this, was utterly surprised. "I cannot believe my eyes." Elder Shui and the Rock Legion suddenly knelt before Yi Yang, who gently flicked his finger, saying, "Even on your knees I will not let you off." A golden energy in the shape of a finger also pressed down at this moment, firmly pinning Elder Shui and the others to the ground. Elder Shui's face was directly pressed deep into the ground, and the surrounding rocks shattered. The entire rock golem group instantly collapsed and smoke billowed, scattering everywhere. Ma Wei, standing nearby, was so moved he cried, "Big brother is so cool." Yi Yang, however, showed no joy, standing motionless and staring at the ruins. Elder Shui suddenly jumped out from underground, laughing loudly. "As long as I am connected to this arena, I can continuously regenerate my body and fight you endlessly." He then slammed his hand to the ground and roared, "Come out!" A thing with long silk-like tentacles immediately flew out. This was Earth, Touch of Destruction. The white silk threads rapidly expanded and tentacles stretched throughout the arena, some fiercely lashing at the stands, causing people to scream and flee in panic. Ma Wei's location was also hit, and he quickly dodged and fled. Lu Qing and Nangong Tong on the side also blocked with their shields for protection. Countless tentacles came rushing down at Yi Yang from above. He stomped his foot and said, "Then I'll cut off your connection to the arena." Yi Yang's elementary defense field anti-gravity level 100 skill directly caused the entire section of Earth where the silk threads were located to fly up, separating it from the ground. People watched this scene terrified. Half the arena flew into the sky. Is he a god? The white silk threads instantly broke into countless pieces, then shattered. The arena itself was now cracked with a huge hole, looking devastated. Elder Shui sat on the rock that had separated from the arena, cursing angrily. "Bastard, you animal!" Lu Qing's long spear suddenly flew up at this moment, and at the same time Yi Yang's voice came, "Lu Qing, watch closely, I'll only demonstrate once." Yi Yang was holding the book, and now her long spear also appeared. He used the skill Pillar of Heaven and Earth elementary spear technique, and the long spear then flew towards that detached rock. With level 100 max, the long spear accurately pierced through Elder Shui. He was hit by the long spear. His body flew out, eyes wide, thinking, "Impossible." Elder Shui was sent flying very far away, unwilling to accept. How could I die at the hands of a pawn? After a while he rapidly plummeted, causing a huge tremor. Elder Shui was now lying on the ground, his entire body a bloody mess. Yan City's guard rushed to the smoky area at this moment. A leading soldier looked at Elder Shui lying on the ground and asked in confusion, "It is over?" So many of us rushed here to help, but we did nothing. Then the previously separated rock had reset. The commentator shouted, "The match is over, ladies and gentlemen. Contestant Yi Yang saved us." The arena was now completely back to normal, and the voice continued to ring out, "It is him. Contestant Yi Yang is simply a god." People enthusiastically cheered Yi Yang's name, then discussed, "Oh my god, he is not a useless student, he is a god of war. I now believe the old hero is his student." Faced with the continuous cheers, Yi Yang showed no joy, his face grim. He roared, "So noisy, what are you shouting about? I did not come to save you, I only came to protect my disciples." When they heard him say this, everyone immediately fell silent, feeling puzzled. Yi Yang used minor healing spell, then said softly, "Sorry, I'll make you a new spear, master. Do not look at it anymore," Lu Qing praised. "Master's Pillar of Heaven and Earth is truly miraculous." He then flicked his sleeve. "Let us go, we are going home." The two responded in unison. "Yes." Yi Yang then noticed the sky, looking somewhat thoughtful. The gloomy sky made him hesitate. It seems Yan City's sky is about to change. The scene switches to a place called the Demon Hall, where the doors were wide open. A large sign on the wall read, "Yi Yang Strategy." A girl named Lan Yu spoke. "I know everyone has been looking forward to me talking about this topic. Since I am finally back, I'll satisfy everyone and teach you how to win over Sect Master Yi." Yan Yu said, "Senior sister Lan Yu is usually sent out to negotiate business. This opportunity to teach in the sect is too precious." Linger, standing by, also shouted, "Wuji Sect strongest man flirting master is giving a lecture." Lan Yu then nonchalantly said, "Although I have 10,000 ways to make men submit, the only thing that truly moves me is money." Yan Yu took out money from her pocket, saying generously, "I'll give you all the money I have saved over the years, as long as I can win Sect Master's heart." Lan Yu accepted the money and replied, "We are all family, so I'll give you a 50% discount." She continued, "You can pay the other half with labor. All the cleaning work in the Demon Hall will be yours from now on." Zinner and Linger nodded. "No problem," Lan Yu then requested. Before the lecture, everyone tell me first, why do you want to win him over? Yan Yu hugged her book, shyly saying, Master is too handsome. Whether he is walking around the sect in slippers or snoring in his sleep, he is so uninhibited and grand it makes my heart pound. Lan Yu was speechless after hearing this and said, Crazy fan next? Zinner pondered. I always feel like I cannot lose Sect Master, Yan Yu retorted. Lose your head, you have not even won him yet, she added. Anyway, Sect Master is the most important person in my life. Yan Yu, hearing this, angrily said, Hey, do not jump to conclusions. You cannot just force Sect Master on yourself because you are afraid of men and have no other man. Linger then spoke. My reason is simple. Sect Master is a public resource belonging to all disciples. I do not want anyone to monopolize him. I want to equalize the chances. Zinner on the side tugged at Yan Yu's pigtails to stop her from exploding in anger. Lan Yu at this moment calmed the impending battle and quietly conducted a survey before class ended. Now class begins. You can listen while you work. Bai Fei's doppelganger puppet turned over and Lan Yu's voice rang out. First, everyone knows that Sect Master is very strong. This is his combat ability. The puppet jumped out. And Lan Yu continued, but emotionally he is actually just a simple-minded, novel-loving otaku. It is relatively easy to win over such an otaku. I'll share some tips. The puppet transformed into Bai Fei, thinking, fortunately, I can temporarily return using soul transfer. I'll grudgingly listen to this Lan Yu's boring strategy. Yan Yu was taking notes with a pen while the other two were still diligently working. Lan Yu began, first point. She then summarized, alright, finally I'll summarize. There are 3 important points to winning over Sect Master. First, agree to all his requests. Otaku are simple-minded and have no resistance to enthusiastic girls. Yan Yu nodded. I can even agree to some of his unspeakable requests. Second, do not be jealous. A man like him will have many beauties around him, but what he cherishes most is gentleness. Third, when necessary, forcibly kiss him. It is not just about verbal pursuit. Physical contact is the potent medicine. Bai Fei sat on the side laughing. That is hilarious, utter nonsense. If you follow her advice, you'll only get further away from Yi Yang. The 4 heard this and only then noticed she was sitting in a cell. Lan Yu immediately turned around angrily and asked, Little Fox, do you have any other methods? Bai Fei calmly spoke. You humans are too one-sided about emotions. Do you know why we fox spirits have been able to firmly grasp human men for thousands of years? Zinner, Linger and Yan Yu listened, ears perked in surprise. It is because you women are too weak and do not understand the essence of emotions. If you want to win over Yi Yang, you must follow the 3 don'ts principle. Bai Fei spoke as if commanding from a mountaintop. First, do not be too proactive. If you are too proactive, you'll definitely get nothing in the end. Men do not cherish what's too easy to get, Yan Yu said enviously. That makes so much sense. Lan Yu listened calmly. Second, do not let Yi Yang interact with anyone. Everyone is equal now, that is the fairest. Third, absolutely no physical contact. Being frivolous will leave a bad impression. After listening, the 3 asked, It sounds very reasonable, but it is different from what senior sister Lan Yu said. Maybe the little fox is right after all. Fox spirits understand men best. Lan Yu smiled. Little fox, your words make one ponder, Bai Fei replied. What bad intentions could I have? On the contrary, you, the oldest in Wuji sect, are still single. Is your theory credible? Bai Fei finished speaking and turned to leave. That is all for now. You can figure it out yourselves. Yan Yu was displeased. It all makes sense, damn it. Whose advice should I follow? Linger whispered. One wrong step and every step is wrong. Let us just hold our ground for now. Bai Fei turned back. Vaguely hearing a few calls of mistress, she slowly opened her eyes only to see Chu Shui asking in confusion, Mistress, you were just spacing out and now you are smiling about what? Bai Fei had now returned to the main hall of the Puto Mountain Puppet Sect where bodies were piled on the ground. Bai Fei denied with half-closed eyes, I wasn't smiling, I was just thinking about how to deal with this pile of trouble. Chu Shui suggested, the Puppet Sect has been causing us trouble for years. Now that Mistress has recovered 20 of her strength, she was able to wipe out one of their tribes. Why not deal with them completely? Bai Fei nodded. Alright, but this time we're only here to rescue Sha Hua, who is trapped in the Forbidden Area, and to retrieve the Forbidden Area map from the Puppet Sect. Chu Shui smiled. It is a bit wasteful to kill all these puppets. Why not spare their lives and make them our servants to be at Mistress's beck and call? We do need servants to run errands now. What do you think, Mistress? Not getting a response from Bai Fei for a long time, she called out, Mistress. Bai Fei suddenly awoke upon hearing the sound. She flicked her sleeve and turned to leave, leaving only the word, as you wish, and unintentionally dropping a piece of paper. Chun Feng saw it, picked it up and whispered, What is this? Mistress was just spacing out and writing something. Bai Fei heard the sound and immediately turned around in a panic, shouting, Do not look, give it back to me. Chun Feng looked at the words on the paper and read them aloud. Agree to all his requests. 3. Forcibly kiss him if necessary. Before she could understand, Bai Fei had already snatched the paper back, stammering, You mind your own business. Anyway, we have the map. Let us go to where Sha Hua is imprisoned. Suddenly, Bai Fei stopped, looking thoughtful, as if she had discovered something terrifying. With a worried expression, she said, A powerful aura of destruction is coming from 1,000 miles to the west towards Yan City. Chu Shui comforted her. Mistress, do not worry. With Dong Yu's message, Sect Master Yi should have already left Yan City. Bai Fei softly said, I hope so. Yan City will probably be destroyed soon. I hope he is safe. At this moment in Yan City, ominous clouds were forming in the sky, from which dangerous massive lightning bolts shot down. The scene cuts to another location where the sky was pitch black, but it looked somewhat normal. However, several houses suddenly collided, causing birds to scatter in panic. The impact even reached a dilapidated arena that had just experienced a fierce battle. Huge rocks in the stands fell, and people screamed in panic, "What's going on?" The unpredictable changes did not stop, and screams were heard. "Earthquake, it is an earthquake! Help!" The two figures floated in the air witnessing this scene and merely said softly, "The great calamity has finally begun." The destitute ghost calmly said, "This is just the first wave." The vicious ghost next to him sighed, "The forest is finished." Those lush, sturdy trees also fell in rows due to the earthquake. At this moment, the ground also seemed to be peeled open, cracking into pieces. High-rise buildings could not withstand the impact of the earthquake and instantly collapsed. The destitute ghost and the vicious ghost stood nearby, unable to stop sighing. These buildings were too vulnerable to the earthquake. Houses large and small simultaneously collapsed into a heap of rubble. The vicious ghost, with a somber expression, lamented, "The city walls will not hold either." At this moment, a huge dam was also cracked by the earthquake and subsequently collapsed. The water from the dam immediately surged out, causing widespread flooding. The destitute ghost could only sigh that Yan City was truly coming to an end, having nothing more to say. Not only that, a large section of the city wall also began to separate and gradually collapse. The spectators in the arena, seeing the dire situation, immediately cried out, "Help, the arena is collapsing." It was at this moment that Yi Yang decided to intervene. He activated his elementary ability, Suspension Level 100, causing all the crumbling stones that were about to fall to levitate in the air on the ground. Yi Yang suddenly created a massive protective shield. Lu Qing urgently shouted, "Everyone quickly get into the plaza away from the falling debris." People inside the protective shield also cried out, "Come quickly." Yi Yang, looking down from above, instructed his two disciples, "Lu Qing, Tonger, protect yourselves. I am going up to investigate." With that, he turned and sped away, quickly leaving the area. Yi Yang moved and pondered. This earthquake only lasted 45 seconds, but its destructive power is astonishing. He observed the tremor across the entire Yan City from above. At this moment, beneath a crumbling building, a mother and daughter were pulling at each other. "Run, quickly!" The little girl suddenly fell while running, crying out in pain. The mother, out of concern for her child, unhesitatingly turned and embraced her, shielding her from the collapsing building. She was surprised to find that the massive building had not yet fallen on their location. The woman, with a mix of doubt and worry, looked up. She was shocked to see Yi Yang levitating high in the sky, holding up the entire massive building with one hand. The little girl quickly reacted, looked at him and shouted, "Immortal, Mama, it is an immortal, an immortal." Yi Yang had now lifted the upper half of the entire building into midair. In front of the people below was a broken bridge, and behind them was a widespread fire. They cried out in desperation, "Help, there is no way forward." Yi Yang then lightly waved his hand, and one end of the building swiftly flew out. The crowd saw it in midair, asking in surprise, "What is that falling?" This end of the building successfully landed in the river, and the river water instantly splashed up. Yi Yang blew a breath from above filled with green energy. The water that had been pushed high into the air was instantly frozen into its original shape. Yi Yang then shot two red laser-like beams from his eyes. Those two lasers swiftly struck the pile of protruding ice. The ice, shaped like splashing water, was instantly cut in its upper half, making the lower part straight and beautiful. People quickly ran onto the straight part to reach the other side, not forgetting to express their gratitude. Thank you, immortal." A flying red dragon suddenly swayed and fell sideways, letting out a low, pleading growl. On its back was a carriage carrying several people who screamed, "Help!" Hearing this, Yi Yang quickly grabbed the dragon's tail, preventing it from falling. He immediately mused, "This city is in complete chaos. The flying beasts are also out of control." Yi Yang looked at the ruined Yan City, thinking, "I must quell this disaster as quickly as possible." On the other side, inside the arena, people in the protective shield to escape the earthquake saw Yi Yang and cried out, "Master, Immortal Yi has returned." He simply replied, "First get the people out of the dragon carriage." Yi Yang and the dragon carriage quickly landed safely on the ground. He walked to his disciples and instructed, "Lu Qing, Tonger, I have sent someone to investigate the cause of this unknown earthquake. These people are entrusted to you two." Understood. After speaking, Yi Yang turned to leave, leaving only the words, "I'll continue to save people." Guantong was overwhelmed with emotion, secretly exclaiming, "Master, so handsome." On the other side, at Yan City's massive granary, someone shouted, "Oh no, the earthquake caused a fire and the flames are spreading rapidly, terrifying everyone." Yan City's massive granary is on fire. Quick, someone put it out. Yan City's granary is gone, and humanity's defense line is also gone. The fire grew fiercer and fiercer, directly incinerating the entire large room. A firefighting squad was trapped in the inferno. A soldier spoke, "Number 5, rest. Tens of thousands of granaries are on fire simultaneously. The blaze is too immense. We cannot put it out." The soldiers sat down exhausted, but one by one they said, "We cannot escape either. I am not afraid. My children and wife will be taken care of by the blazing sun army." However, the wounded number 5 comrade on the other side continued to spray water resolutely, extinguishing the fire, and worriedly said, "We cannot give up. If we give up, what will happen to humanity's defense line?" Amidst the flames that number 5 was diligently fighting, a sudden boom echoed, catching her off guard and leaving her astonished. She was pushed away by the powerful impact of the explosion. Even her helmet was blown off. At this moment, the firefighting squad was surrounded by raging infernos. She thought, How frustrating. As number 5 was crying, raindrops suddenly fell on her face, surprising her. Others in the squad were equally surprised. It is raining from the sky, it is raining, one person said. It is useless, even a torrential downpour cannot extinguish a fire of this magnitude. At this moment dark clouds covered the sky, vaguely revealing the silhouette of something. Number 5 seemed to have lost her previous sadness. She watched the sky intently. Between heaven and earth, water and fire were in opposition. She saw a figure above. Yi Yang was now raising his hand to the sky, performing the master-level intermediate skill, Dragon Rainfall level 100, and noble azure dragons appeared around him. A shout of "Extinguish" was heard. Those azure dragons simultaneously opened their mouths, spraying huge streams of water downwards. Rain also became denser, working together to extinguish the massive fire. Before long all the flames were extinguished and thick smoke billowed upwards. The sky returned to its original clear state, with Yi Yang still clearly visible flying in the air. Number 5 saw and recognized him moving slowly downwards. She found it somewhat unbelievable, softly muttering to herself, "Am I dreaming?" The inferno was put out in an instant. Millions of granaries saved, in front of everyone. Yi Yang swiftly jumped to number 5's side. He cast a minor healing spell on her. Several soldiers were astonished at the sight. Number 5 thought, "Immortal. The immortal not only extinguishes fires, but also heals injuries. This immortal is indeed omnipotent." Yi Yang looked at her somewhat surprised, asking, "Are you called number 5? I have a disciple who was called number 7. What a coincidence." Number 5 was even more surprised, blurting out, "Number 7? She immediately remembered the wounded soldier number 7. Lu Qing once said, "This time on the front line I might not come back." Number 5 was now excited. "You are number 7's master. Number 7 is still alive." Yi Yang softly said, She is still alive, and so are you." Before number 5 could fully recover, Yi Yang had already left with "I am leaving," and departed. She could not help but think to herself, "Number 7's master is amazing. Yan City is saved." On the other side, in the central area of Yan City, several mountains were smoking. The Destitute Ghost and Vicious Ghost stood on high ground overlooking, and the Destitute Ghost softly said, "Perhaps it is a blessing for humanity. Heaven sent a superstorm that extinguished all the fires caused by the earthquake." The Vicious Ghost could not help but exclaim, "But humanity's true crisis has just begun." He looked at the smoking volcanoes, lamenting, "The demon world truly went all out this time, even awakening the volcano. It has slept for tens of thousands of years beneath Yan City, and to bring it forth they did not hesitate to cause an earthquake. The formation is activating the ancient volcano. Once it erupts, Yan City will be completely destroyed. Millions of granaries will vanish and humanity's western defense line will be no more." The Destitute Ghost softly said, "This will be the true beginning of the demon world's destruction of the world." The Vicious Ghost immediately added, "No matter the cost, we must destroy the activation formation and prevent the ancient volcano from erupting." A voice suddenly came from behind. "This is precisely what the Blazing Sun Army must do." The two then turned around, looking surprised at the three figures behind them. It was said that the resourceful and ruthless General Number 6 of the Blazing Sun Army was actually a woman. Number 6 simply replied calmly, "Lord Vicious Ghost, Lord Destitute Ghost, you are too kind. Humanity is at a crossroads of survival, and the Blazing Sun Army is extremely grateful for your assistance." She looked at the scattered demons below. She continued, "This time, the demon world has dispatched countless demon soldiers to guard the volcano that is about to erupt." The soldiers below were still fighting nonstop, and Number 4 softly said, "Just one loud boom and the sky will collapse, signaling humanity's demise." She made up her mind. "Before that, we must extinguish the volcano." The Destitute Ghost also spoke. The Vicious Ghost was using his consciousness to scan the battlefield, checking the enemy situation. "By the way, General Number 6, does the Blazing Sun Army also have Generals Number 5 and Number 7? Number 6 then choked up and said, "Actually, we numbered soldiers are all orphans who survived the demon wars. Number 5 is a firefighter, and Number 7 was a frontline soldier. She has already sacrificed herself on the battlefield." The Destitute Ghost then asked, "So General Number 6 wants to defend Yan City for those fallen comrades?" She replied, "That is right, I promised her." Number 6 recalled the day Number 7 went to battle. She went to see her off. Wounded soldier Number 7, which was Lu Qing, asked in confusion when she saw her, "Why are you here?" Number 6 replied, "I am sorry. You are injured, but I cannot use my privilege to keep you from going to the front line to recover." Number 7 softly said, "I am fine." A young soldier said, "Number 6, you are intelligent and composed with a meticulous mind." Lu Qing turned and said, "No matter what happens, you must remember, you are destined for great things. The Blazing Sun Army needs people like you for humanity to have hope of defeating the demons." 10 days later, a soldier came to report, "Commander Number 7 was critically wounded and sacrificed on the battlefield." Number 6 heard this and replied, "This is a soldier's destiny." The Blazing Sun Army was proud of her. Nevertheless, Number 6 still shed tears of sorrow. This natural-born strategist always prioritized the greater good. She looked into the distance, thinking, "Do comrades I grew up with truly mean in the end I cannot save anyone?" Back to reality. A soldier ran over to report, "The front is a volcanic poisonous smoke zone. The wounded soldiers are moving slowly, and relying only on a few elite soldiers at the peak of the martial realm. It is probably difficult to break through deeply." The Vicious Ghost immediately spoke, "The enemy's situation in Yan City has been scouted. In front of us is a wall made of the demon army, but we can only break through by force. Destitute Ghost act, the Destitute Ghost then cursed. Damn it, this is a huge loss, the Blazing Sun Army must compensate me, Number 6 calmly said, as long as Yan City can be defended. The military will definitely compensate Lord Destitute Ghost twofold, he then softly said. To avoid losing money, I must also prevent the ancient volcano from erupting. This is truly a huge loss. The Destitute Ghost waved his hand using the super spell Bean Soldiers. At this moment batches of small nimble silver-grade Bean Soldiers rushed forward, wielding sharp swords. They swiftly charged towards the demons below, joining the battle and attacking. A few ancient demon apes were fighting fiercely nearby. The Destitute Ghost was surprised. Demon apes too, the vicious ghost pointed to that area. The bigger trouble is in the sky. In the distance, red lightning and formidable demons appeared in the sky. Those were the upper 3 sins among the 7 deadly sins demons. Sloth shouted, "Game on!" One of the 7 deadly sins demons' wrath roared, unleashing the move Lion Heavy Cannon. Countless energy rays intertwined, flying towards the ground, forming the move Earth Annihilation. That energy stream created a terrifying earthquake, smashing down fiercely. The ground below was instantly pulverized upon impact, killing the ordinary people beneath it. Sloth, one of the 7 deadly sins demons, pointed. "Lion, calm down. The battle will be long. Do not use up all your strength at once." The energy shot from Sloth's hand hit the low-level Bean Soldiers, freezing them. Greed, one of the 7 deadly sins demons, also smiled. "Lion likes to bluster, I shout. What a fool," and then waved his hand to conjure an energy vortex. Those vortices collided and squeezed each other, causing the soldiers to scatter in pain, fleeing. Wrath roared furiously. "Bitch, are you tired of living? How dare you steal my prey?" Greed laughed heartily. "Cut the nonsense, I'll even tear your mother to shreds." Sloth, seeing them argue, mocked. "What's the fuss about? There are so many people in Yan City, it is definitely enough for you to kill to your heart's content. Just guard the passes and wait for humans to come and die." Number 6 spoke. "They are the upper 3 sins among the 7 deadly sins demons. The upper 3 sins are more troublesome than the lower 3 sins," the vicious ghost said. "The truly biggest trouble is not those 3 but original sin. Compared to him, they are just dust." The Destitute Ghost and Number 6, hearing this, immediately turned back in surprise, thinking what? They suddenly saw a figure vaguely appearing on the volcano's summit. The two were astonished. Original Sin is here too. Standing there accompanied by lightning was Original Sin, one of the 7 deadly sins demons. Original Sin's furious state almost always remained dormant. That is because once he awakened, his appearance, wielding a giant hammer, signaled destruction, annihilating all things in heaven and earth. One swing of that hammer was enough to crush the entire vast land. Besides his terrifying rage hammer, his physical body was also fearsomely powerful. It is rumored that he was once besieged by a legion for 7 days and nights, and not a single hair on his head was broken. His 2 subordinates, as long as they are by his side, can be enhanced tenfold, almost reaching the strength of the upper 3 sins. The Destitute Ghost asked, "With these monsters here, what are our chances of breaking into the ancient volcano to prevent its eruption?" The vicious ghost replied, "The opponent is too strong. I cannot estimate the final chance of entering the volcano." Number 6 spoke. "Before we even break into the ancient volcano, we will likely be completely wiped out. But we must gamble. As long as someone eventually breaks through, able to overcome the upper 3 sins and Original Sin and prevent the volcano from erupting." The vicious ghost also showed his determination, saying, "Save Yan City, save humanity." Everyone present thought with one heart, "We can only break through head-on." The Destitute Ghost, Vicious Ghost and Number 6 simultaneously launched an attack, leaping into the air and shouting, "Charge!" At this moment, someone in the sky reported, "Master, all the information I have obtained has been synchronized. The special summoned life form, Yi Yang Mechanical Girl 2 inches," then asked, "Has Master received it?" Yi Yang, while flying, replied, "Shower, I understand, so these demons are causing trouble. I'll handle it." He concentrated the energy in his hand, thinking, "This time I need a sturdier sword." Number 6 was about to fight when the sword in her scabbard suddenly detached from its hilt, levitating and flying away. The sword sped off, leaving her just enough time to exclaim in astonishment, "My sword?" The sword flew straight through the dust without stopping. It flew all the way to Yi Yang's side, where he held it firmly in his hand. Shower, seeing this, said in surprise, "I can see that Master used a limited skill. It is a professional skill with limited uses defaulting to 1 time." Yi Yang quickly raised the long sword, performing the Immortal Cultivator's intermediate limited skill. One sword slashes 10,000 demons, level 100. At that moment, golden lights appeared in the sky, forming a massive net that enveloped everything. The net was enormous, capable of covering the vast land where the volcano was located. It targeted a small demon, simultaneously announcing "Target locked," marked as 001. The large net gradually locked onto more demons, 65, 66, 67. Even the gigantic demon beasts high in the sky were locked onto by the net. More and more demons were discovered, 151, 1334, 1335, 1336, 1337, 1338, 1339, 1340. They were also vaguely shouting, "Devour them all." Even the ancient ape demons among humans were caught in that net and converted into serial numbers. There were also 4,557, 4,558, 4,559. Sloth and Greed, standing confused on the side, were also numbered 7,442, 7,443. Violence was surprised but quickly entered range 744. Original Sin was sleeping, and his subordinates were also numbered sequentially. 9999. Yi Yang raised his hands, his eyes now flashing with blood-red lightning. He gently swung his sword downwards, creating a bright white and red slash. All demons, demon beasts, ancient ape demons, the upper three sins and original sin were cut in two by that slash. The sturdy iron box original sin used for sleeping was also split in half, and the iron box, his warhammer weapon, and his subordinates all fell into the depths of the volcano. The magma there reacted violently and boiled. After a while, the magma returned to normal, and the fallen objects completely submerged. Number 6. The vicious ghost and the destitute ghost witnessed this scene, all utterly astonished. All annihilated, the battlefield instantly fell silent, and all the demons below were split in half, leading to death. The destitute ghost stammered, Is this divine retribution? Number 6 also widened her eyes. Am I dreaming? The soldiers below, seeing this sight, asked in unison. Why did all the demons' bodies split open on their own? Number 6 now placed her hand on her chest, sincerely thanking, Thank you, mysterious hero, for this divine retribution against the demons and saving the world. The blazing sun army will never forget you. The soldiers below also cheered wildly. It must be an immortal intervening, blessing the blazing sun. Number 6 could not help but exclaim, Good fortune truly stands with us humans. The vicious ghost found it hard to believe, astonished that God eliminated all these demons with just one move. He said in shock, You know these demons included original sin, that perverse monster. Shower then asked her master, Next, are we to prevent the volcano from erupting? Yi Yang softly said, No need, use an M74 intercontinental ballistic missile to bomb the volcano. Shower was somewhat surprised. Master, that would cause the volcano to erupt prematurely, and the combined power of the missile and the eruption would be even more terrifying. Yi Yang said indifferently, It is all right, let it erupt, I have my own plan. She then replied, Yes. Yi Yang stood straight in the air and called out, Shower, move over. A yes was heard. Shower swiftly appeared and said, Greetings, master. He immediately requested, Give me a spatial coordinate. She immediately replied, Understood. Then she began to execute the task. After a while, Shower reported, The spatial coordinate you need is 98621349. Yi Yang turned around and instructed, You go first. She immediately responded, Yes. Shower then took out the massive M74 intercontinental ballistic missile. Her eyes unconsciously deepened and sharpened like a robot. Shower's gaze was now locked onto the ancient volcano in the distance. She controlled the missile with her mind. M74 intercontinental ballistic missile, target locked. The missile now flew straight into the crater. The soldiers, seeing a strange object fly into the crater, shouted, What is that? The ancient volcano now erupted with a shockingly powerful surge of magma. Number 6, sensing the situation, anxiously worried, It is over. The ancient volcano's energy is out of control. It is about to erupt. A level 100 elementary spatial teleportation array suddenly appeared, completely enveloping the volcano. The destitute ghost looked on, puzzled. How could such a large array suddenly appear? Number 6 stammered, This is. Yi Yang then spoke up. Do not worry, I have already read the spatial coordinates of these demons' arrival. The terrifying energy from the ancient volcano's eruption will all be teleported by the array I have set up. Just then, the volcano also erupted with extremely terrifying magma. At this moment, in the demon abyss, a mysterious place deep within demon territory, a voice came from a gigantic fox figure. Lord, the barrier of this demon abyss is too strong, we cannot get in at all. Sha Hua is trapped inside, and the situation is bad. If we do not get in soon, she'll be in danger. Bai Feifei seemed to see something incredible, and exclaimed, An array has appeared above the demon abyss. From there, rolling magma poured down. The magma surged like water flowing downstream. It continued to pour, marking the ancient volcano's 9 consecutive eruptions. The magma bored directly onto the ground, destroying countless things. The bottom of the demon abyss was directly engulfed by the magma, exploding from the immense heat. The explosion's range grew larger and larger, causing a terrifying wave of destruction. Bai Feifei's subordinates, seeing this, were all astonished. How terrifying! The power of the ancient volcano's 9 consecutive eruptions has destroyed half of the demon abyss. What exactly is going on? Bai Feifei thought with certainty that it was him. Then she said, Perhaps in the dark heaven is also helping us, giving us a chance to enter the demon abyss. The lord of the demon abyss, the 9-headed demon lord, cursed furiously. Damn it, why is Yan City's ancient volcano attacking our demon abyss? The 7 deadly sins led these useless creatures and actually allowed humans to do as they please. Bai Feifei immediately grasped the situation and softly shouted, The lord of the demon abyss has gone mad. She quickly made the fox beast run and said, Let us sneak in and save Sha Hua. The magma then stopped, leaving the demon abyss desolate. The next morning in Yan City, the scene had now returned to calm. Lu Qing looked at the 2 people in front of her and softly called out, Number 5, Number 6. She excitedly embraced her 2 friends. I am going home with master. Number 6 now softly said, Number 7, Lu Qing, thank you for bringing your master to save Yan City and humanity's western defense line. You must remember, the blazing sun will forever be proud of you. I am also glad you are doing well. Lu Qing was now in tears, choking out, I know, take care. After that, Yi Yang, Lu Qing, Guantong and the others set off and left. Ma Wei looked in the direction Yi Yang departed and said, Big brother, I Ma Wei, thank you. The destitute ghost and the vicious ghost also bid farewell. God Yi, take care. 3 figures gradually faded into the distance. He waved goodbye to everyone until we meet again. See you in the martial world. The scene shifts to 2 months after the Battle of Yan City. The sun shone on a desolate plain. A huge explosion destroyed the land in front of the two. Lan Yu asked, "Master, we already collected the money, and we only killed one ancestral mountain devourer demon," she said unhappily. "Why did you kill all the demons on the entire mountain? This business was a loss." Yi Yang only said it was too much trouble to find one, so I just attacked the whole map with one elementary fire rain spell anyway. Lan Yu feigned sudden understanding. "Master, that spell of yours is not called fire rain. It is called meteor shower. Did not that scene just now look a bit like when the Eternal Sword sect was attacked by mysterious meteors?" Yi Yang immediately said, "How could it be? A high-level skill was used back then." Lan Yu was suddenly surprised, realized she had let something slip and quickly denied. "Nothing, let us go. Have not you taken on several demon extermination missions?" Yi Yang quickly changed the subject. "Let us hurry and finish the missions, then quickly return to the sect. The sect grand competition is in half a month." The two walked together and Lan Yu spoke. "Master has worked hard this time. The sect's development needs funds and Master is willing to come down the mountain with me to exterminate demons. Your disciple is deeply grateful. Master is truly much more mature than before." At this moment, a familiar-looking book appeared in Yi Yang's hand. Lan Yu, seeing Yi Yang reading the book, was speechless. "Consider it unsaid, let us go." After walking for a while, Lan Yu quietly said again, "Master, I have a question I would like to ask you." He only hummed in response. She softly said, "This demon extermination trip of ours is essentially a man and a woman traveling together. I wonder what your disciple can do to make you happy. Just say the word, Master, and your disciple will do it." Yi Yang remained focused on his own matters, then replied, "Do not disturb me while I am reading Tale of the Alluring Madam Volume 6, and I'll be very happy." Lan Yu's face clearly showed displeasure, annoyed by his lack of romantic understanding. Lan Yu unhappily thought, "Damn it, am I going to lose this bet with that girl? I must make Master fall for me. The title of strongest flirting expert must not be lost on Master." She immediately lifted her leg, revealing her smooth skin, and sighed, "I wonder if the outdoor environment is too harsh. Master, you see my fair leg feels a bit uncomfortable." Yi Yang was still lying in the back seat of the carriage and said from a distance, "You are probably type O blood, mosquitoes love you. If you are uncomfortable, drink more hot water." These words stung Lan Yu without him even hitting her. In the distance, 4 people rode horses. One of them shouted, "Maiden, our scouts have been observing you on the road for a long time, and we just want to advise you you'll gain nothing by flattering him in the end." The leader of the bandits shouted, "Anyway, that pretty boy does not fancy you, so bring your money and become my bandit queen." His subordinates burst into laughter upon hearing this. Lan Yu immediately retorted angrily, "What nonsense are you horse bandits spewing?" She was suddenly surprised to see Yi Yang kiss his book and say, "Smooch alluring madam, wait for me, I have something to deal with." Lan Yu swiftly drew her whip. "No need for Master to act against these small fry. I have traveled north and south alone. Dealing with them is child's play for me. These bastards actually dared to say I am flattering him. Go to hell." After speaking, she stood up and fiercely wielded her whip, charging towards the group. The person on horseback was whipped away, and the horse was surprised by this. Another person holding a large saber also said arrogantly, "This lady is a bit fiery. That is even more exciting." Lan Yu said nothing, directly wielding her whip and casting 8 directions storm. The 2 people on horseback instantly dropped their large sabers and were whipped away with the previous person. She said disdainfully, "With your meager strength you dare to be horse bandits in the Sunset Wasteland." The leader of the bandits was still arrogant at this moment. "Woman, underestimating your enemy will cost you dearly." Lan Yu's face was now grim, and she softly said, "A dying man, I do not bother with idle talk." He then cast Bloodkill transformation, making his body huge and tearing his clothes. Then he asked sharply, "Kill me." Lan Yu now spoke. "You truly are a major criminal on the Bloodhand Butcher list, having killed people from 13 villages." He asked in confusion, "Are you here for me?" Lan Yu immediately answered with a whip, "Nonsense. If not to lure you out, who would ride this broken carriage swaying back and forth here? Surrender obediently." He gently raised his hand and grabbed Lan Yu's whip, then smiled eerily. "This woman's cunning is truly terrifying, but unfortunately you are too weak." With that, the man fiercely waved his hand, making her surprised as she was lifted and spun. He said, "First I'll deal with you, then kill that pretty boy." Lan Yu was spun by the whip's momentum, letting out a sharp scream. At this moment, a hand suddenly appeared and steadied her waist. Yi Yang held Lan Yu in his arms, grabbed the whip's tip, then cursed, "How dare you touch my disciple?" The man was surprised to see this. This bookworm actually knows some martial arts. Lan Yu stuck out her tongue while his face turned grim as he asked, "I only have one question. Does your power come from the demon abyss?" The man's eyes were bloodshot, and he said arrogantly, "That is right. I once obtained the blood of the demon abyss. I can kill 100 people with one finger." He was about to say something, but only managed one word before Yi Yang used the whip to sever his head. His 3 subordinates whom Lan Yu had sent flying also had their heads severed by Yi Yang's casual whip. Yi Yang only commanded cleanup, leaving Lan Yu somewhat surprised, not knowing what to say. After completing the mission, the two continued their journey back in the carriage. Lan Yu, sitting in front, could not help but wonder, "Master, this time I have noticed you always make me take on tasks related to the demon abyss, and when you encounter people related to the demon abyss, you strike very harshly." She glanced at Yi Yang and asked, "Does Master have a purpose?" He only replied, "You are overthinking it, just a coincidence." Lan Yu continued, "The demon abyss has been quieter than usual these past 2 months, but Master, you keep provoking them. I just feel. Before Yi Yang could answer, she spoke out, Master. Knowing he was asleep, she gave an unhappy hum. Yi Yang was actually just feigning sleep to escape. He silently looked up at the sky as if deep in thought. At this moment, hidden deep in the forest was the Shen family of Sunset City. As soon as Lan Yu stepped through the door, she immediately quoted a price. At another 10,000 gold coins, otherwise I am leaving immediately. Before the rich merchant Shen San could say anything, he heard her so decisive, and immediately said with a tearful face, Sister Lan Yu, no, we clearly agreed on 100,000 gold coins before, and now you are raising the price as soon as you arrive. My family is almost bankrupt, we do not have that much money. Hearing him whine and complain, Lan Yu ignored him, only coldly saying, Boss Shen is joking, you did not tell me before that the demon I had to deal with was the Old Man of the Earth, and this Old Man of the Earth is a city-destroying demon who has lived for thousands of years. Although not the strongest in the demon abyss, he is the oldest. He feeds on towns, absorbing the life force of cities, turning them into decaying dust. Lan Yu pondered for a moment after hearing this, then spoke, For this great Yan demon abyss I only asked for 200,000 gold coins, yet you are whining and complaining. I have never exaggerated my prices in business. I am raising the price now for 2 reasons. She then paused, looked around at everyone, and continued. First, you concealed the important information about the Old Man of the Earth. Second, this house has already signed a contract with the Black Blade Merchant Association, and tomorrow is the day for handing over the land. What do you think your own fate will be? Shen San's face immediately showed fear upon realizing she knew everything, and he stammered, I only sold the land for 150,000 gold coins. Seeing that he still had no intention of agreeing, she did not want to bother anymore. Stood up and prepared to leave, saying, Boss Shen has made a lot of ill-gotten gains over the years. If you are unwilling to part with your money, then part with your life. My time is precious. Farewell, gentlemen, perhaps we'll do business in the next life. Seeing her about to leave, he immediately hugged her leg and cried out, Miss Lan Yu, do not go, I'll pay the 200,000 gold coins. Although he agreed on the surface, he thought to himself, as the rumors say, anyone who does business with her gets fleeced. Outside, Yi Yang leaned against the wall, recording, and also heard the conversation inside. Would not it have been easier to just agree earlier? Playing pathetic does not work on me. At this moment, Lan Yu spoke, Master, I am afraid I'll have to trouble you to make a move. Hearing her call for someone, Yi Yang had already walked in. The man then asked, Miss Lan Yu, did not you say you were here to save humanity's western defense line? The old guard of the Shen family, Shen Biao, saw Yi Yang enter and said, I cannot sense his cultivation realm. He is clearly an ordinary person. Hearing the man's incessant chatter, Lan Yu, standing behind, impatiently snapped, Stop talking nonsense, disturbing my master at work costs extra. Yi Yang was now sitting on the ground, reaching out and tapping the ground. Then he spoke, It takes a bit long to summon Shao. Then he put his ear to the ground to listen, and then said, It'll be easier to pinpoint the demon's location. Shen San, seeing him at work, spoke, Anyway, if you cannot eliminate the Old Man of the Earth, I will not pay a single coin. Old man Shen Biao, standing nearby, heard him and replied, Looking at that crack, do you think the Old Man of the Earth will just crawl out on his own? Here, Yi Yang placed his hands on the crack in the ground. Immediately, the ground cracked and split in two. Seeing the crack split in two and extend, the people above immediately gasped and dodged. Subsequently, the outside of the Shen family residence was now split in two. Old steward Shen Biao watched as the Shen family property split in two and said, Master, my weapon is still on the other side. The rich merchant witnessed this scene, feeling an instant chill throughout his body. Miss Lan Yu saw the two men's expressions constantly changing and said, Anyway, you have sold the land and the house will be torn down sooner or later. We just helped you tear it down early. No need for thanks. Meanwhile, Yi Yang was hovering in the air looking down at the crack and then saw the Old Man of the Earth below. The old man spoke again, but only Yi Yang could hear him. Foolish humans, how dare you disturb my sleep? Do you know the consequences? Hearing the old man's words, Yi Yang became somewhat interested, raising an eyebrow and asking, Oh, what consequences? Seeing his inquiry, the old man continued, I had intended to enjoy this city, but because you enraged me, within 3 watches I will turn this city into ruins. As soon as the old man finished speaking, everything on the ground slowly began to rise. He continued, Now let this area sink into oblivion first. Shen San and Shen Biao watched everything vibrate violently, thinking in horror, Oh no, this land is going too. Yi Yang hovered in the air looking down at Lan Yu below and asking, Lan Yu, according to the procedure, can we act now? Miss Lan Yu heard his question and quickly replied, Master, please. Yi Yang then reached into his sleeve and pulled out a bag of salt. The rich merchant Shen San below saw it and asked curiously, You want to use salt to deal with the Old Man of the Earth? The old steward next to him also paused, turning to look. Yi Yang, hearing Shen San's question from above, scratched his head with a smile and replied, My disciples said that I occasionally follow tradition when exorcising demons, such as using salt to ward off evil. At this moment, the Old Man of the Earth below heard these words and immediately shouted angrily, Brat, you are humiliating me. He then channeled his inner energy and violently lifted a section of the ground. This scene surprised Yi Yang somewhat, and his eyes widened, turning blood red, staring intently at the object flying towards him. With a loud bang, Shen San and old Shen Biao were startled immediately. The old steward said, One glance obliterated that mountain. Lan Yu saw the two men's faces turn pale with fright, and although she was captivated by the sight, she still spoke to them. This is psychic power. Master wanted to teach me psychic abilities, but I prefer to hit people with a whip." At this moment, Yi Yang picked up a handful of salt. He then quickly threw it, shouting loudly, "Demons, disperse!" The salt grains slowly descended towards the old man of the earth below. Seeing this, the old man immediately put his hands on the ground, rapidly condensing power to form two massive energy vortices. Soon he unleashed his sky-shrouding shield art, creating a huge rock as his salt shield. Immediately, Yi Yang also unleashed the Tang sect's elementary hidden weapon, Pear Blossom Storm, and those small salt grains quickly upgraded to level 100. The salt grains transformed into raindrops, continuously rushing towards the old man's rock. Soon the salt grains even penetrated the massive rock the old man had created, and they also pierced through the old man of the earth's body, leaving tiny holes. Subsequently, the area where the old man was located collapsed with a roar and exploded, emitting a loud sound. Shen Sen above saw the old man of the earth explode, his face filled with panic, and he exclaimed, "Salt can be used this way, what an eye-opener." Even old Shen Biao replied, "Does Wuji sect still recruit? I want to become a disciple." Yi Yang had now descended. Seeing them, he said to Lan Yu, the demon extermination missions are complete. I am really looking forward to the demon abyss's reaction. Let us head back to Wuji sect first." Hearing his words, Lan Yu replied, "Okay, master." She then immediately turned and reminded, "Boss Shen, remember to transfer the gold coins to our Wuji sect bank account within 3 days or face the consequences." Hearing this, the rich merchant Shen San immediately put on a mournful face, respectfully seeing off Miss Lan Yu and God Yi. The old steward next to him thought to himself, "I wonder if Wuji sect still accepts odd jobs." At this moment, Lan Yu and Yi Yang had arrived in Sahai City, the seat of the city lord's mansion. Soon the two and several others entered the demon extermination VIP hall together. Z Taoist, the 28th strongest on the demon extermination rankings, while drinking from a bottle, said, "How strong is this demon that so many people need to be assembled?" Hearing Z Taoist's words, Old Hook Demon, the 25th strongest on the demon extermination rankings, was floating cross-legged as if fishing and replied, "Calm down, stop talking nonsense. I am taking the prize money this time." Miss Lan Yu saw the two arguing and said, "Master, you will not blame me for taking on another job after returning to Sahai City, will you?" Before the other party could respond, a smile appeared on her face and she continued, "This 500,000 bounty is too tempting." Hearing her words, Yi Yang, while reading leisurely, replied, "It is all right, it is just a matter of one move anyway." Suddenly, Fan Shu, a regular at the tavern and a monk, walked in from outside with a smile on his face, calling out, "Sect Master Yi." Fan Shu Ying immediately saw the book in his hand and quickly rushed over, shouting, "Alluring madam, alluring madam." Seeing the guy charge over, Yi Yang vigilantly stuck out his foot to block him, shouting loudly, "Get lost, do not touch my things." After a fierce argument, Fan Shu walked over to Miss Lan Yu and said, "How stingy, Miss Lan Yu, long time no see." Seeing this person greet her, Lan Yu loudly snapped back, "Get lost, you bookworm who's always engrossed in novels." Hearing her reject him, Fan Shu retorted, "Master, she is the same too." Hearing this, Lan Yu loudly refuted, "Master is researching the myriad forms of life, unlike you, who exterminates demons all day, but had your life-bound magic weapon stolen by a female demon." After she finished speaking, Fan Shu felt a little displeased, but still said, "You are truly fierce, miss. Sect Master Yi, do you want to share the top-secret demon extermination intelligence this time? I'll trade you alluring Madam 6 for it." Yi Yang just said, "Oh." After listening, Fan Shu Ying began to narrate, "The target for demon extermination this time is the city lord's beloved daughter who has been possessed by a monster. For her sake, the city lord has invited all the high-level demon exterminators in the country." Speaking of this, Fan Shu recalled and continued, "As a result, a large number of demon exterminators were killed, and the most terrifying were the top demon extermination masters on the big rankings. After purifying her, the demon revived 3 days later. Many people were discussing it at the time, saying there was no hope, but the city lord refused to give up, constantly raising the bounty to find other masters." Yi Yang listened to the guy finish, concentrating on his book without much expression, just to know. Lan Yu also finished listening and asked, "Bookworm, are you confident in resolving the demon?" Hearing this, Fan Shu replied without hesitation, "Why else am I here? For 100 silver coins, alluring Madam 6 and the blueprint are all there. I need money. Why are you here, Miss Lan Yu?" Seeing the guy question her back, Miss Lan Yu smiled and replied, "Also for money, no other reason." Speaking of this, she recalled approximately 3 watches ago when she and Yi Yang were walking and saw someone continuously shouting, "I am not a monster." A girl suddenly rushed out of the mansion, running and crying, "I am not a monster. Do not lock me up. Someone save me." Soon the girl slipped and fell to the ground, hitting her face directly. She was then grabbed by 2 soldiers and taken inside. As soon as she was taken in, the soldier said, "Miss, bear with it, you'll be a monster tonight." The girl cried even harder, shouting, "Let me go." The soldier replied, "You'll be locked up for the rest of your life." Miss Lan Yu listened from the side while the people behind discussed, "Monsters are terrifying. My son used to play with her, but now he absolutely cannot go near her anymore." Hearing that person's words, she recalled her own childhood. At that time, she was scornfully mocked, with people saying not to play with this monster or it would harm them. While being pelted with stones and pointed at by a group of children wielding swords, Miss Lan Yu could only cower in a corner in fear. The boy holding the sword pointed in front of her and said, I am going to use my dad's sword to kill you, you monster, when she finished listening to what that guy said. Immediately, a murderous aura permeated her entire body, and she reached out and gripped the sword. Subsequently, the sword in her hand shattered and was pulverized by her murderous aura. Several boys saw her change and immediately ran away in panic. As they ran, they looked back at her, shouting loudly, "Monster, everyone do not play with the monster." Before long after those people left, it suddenly started to rain. It was also then that someone in the Eternal Sword sect said to her, "I heard you have been doing chores since you were little, but you are always bullied and ostracized. From now on, wear these gloves and you'll be able to control yourself and no longer be bullied." At that time, Miss Lan Yu was very happy and replied, "Thank you, master." Recalling the past, Lan Yu could not help but think heavily, "I must never let anyone discover that I am a monster again." She unfolded the notice in her hand and said, "Master, we must earn this money." Yi Yang was startled to hear this. At this moment, she felt even more determined. "I must save this little girl." At this moment, the two arrived in front of the mansion and met a soldier. The guard soldier saw them and said, "Demon exterminators number 11 to 20, please go to the demon exterminating young ladies' hall." Soon, the two were led into the mansion, then entered the demon exterminating great hall appearing before them. It was the father whose daughter was rumored to be a monster. The city lord of Sahai City immediately bowed and earnestly said, "Please save my little girl's life. As long as you can save her besides the bounty, I will agree to everything else just to save my little girl." Behind the iron cage, his little daughter had a pale and dispirited face, sighing continuously. At this moment, beside the two was Zanji, the 73rd strongest on the demon extermination rankings. She suddenly charged forward with great vigor, her eyes wide, observing nonstop. And Yi Yang, he was still on the demon extermination rankings, while God Yi was 9th on the heaven rankings. The two watched her rush like the wind. They also followed in surprise. Immediately, only Zanji's booming voice was heard in the demon exterminating hall. She quickly rushed to the city lord and said, "Let me do it." She continued, "I only ask that you release my eldest brother who is still in the death row prison." The city lord replied, "No problem. As long as you save my little girl, even a death row inmate can be pardoned." Then the soldiers opened the iron cage door and let her in. After Zanji entered, she immediately saw the city lord's daughter sitting in a corner. As soon as the little girl saw her come in, she ran over crying, shouting, "Sister, I am so scared." Zanji heard this and replied, "Be good, do not be afraid. Let me examine you, you'll be fine soon." The little girl's originally normal eyes upon seeing Zanji immediately turned murderous, and she instantly changed expression, rushing towards her with a roar. Seeing the little girl like this, Zanji was immediately startled, quickly retreating a few steps, saying, "Demon trying to ambush me?" As soon as Zanji retreated, she was about to say, "Impossible," but before she could finish, the little girl quickly rushed over and bit her neck. Immediately, Zanji's mournful shriek echoed from the iron cage, splattering quite a bit of blood. Several people outside saw Zanji fall and could not help but think in surprise, "This demon's speed is too fast." The little girl, controlled by the monster, sat in the iron cage, looking at the people below, and snapped, "Is that all? What kind of trash came today?" Hearing this, Zi Daoist replied, "Yao Yue, do not try to cause trouble, let me subdue you." Immediately, Old Hook Demon also jumped out and said, "Brother, do not fight with me this time." Fanshu saw the two squabbling and reminded, "Lord Wine and Old Hook Demon are both the 3rd strongest on the demon extermination rankings. Both refer to the other as dog meat, and if one encounters trouble, the other will immediately sacrifice themselves to help." At this moment, the little girl strangely rushed past the two, shouting loudly. Immediately, Zi Daoist unleashed the move Great Fiery Rage, spewing a burst of scorching flames to block the little girl's path, also aiming to attract her attention to this side. Old Hook Demon, seeing this, also unleashed his demon binding rope, then cast out a fishing line, tightly coiling around the little girl's entire body. With a bang, the little girl was controlled by Old Hook Demon, falling heavily to the ground. The city lord's daughter's face was filled with anger, her teeth clenched, continuously emitting faint growls. Seeing the girl controlled, Zi Daoist also quickly cooperated, spewing a circle of scorching fire around her. The city lord immediately cried out in worry, "Do not hurt her." Old Hook Demon heard this and replied, "That stinky Taoist demon refining fire only harms demons, not mortals. I will now extract the demon." With that, Old Hook Demon retracted his rope, only pulling out a mass of wildly swirling black energy while his little daughter still lay on the ground. Seeing this, the city lord could not help but exclaim with joy, "Excellent." Fan Shiying also said, "Lord Wine and Old Hook Demon are indeed skilled." Zi Daoist saw that the old fellow could not control it, so he unleashed the move Blazing Flame Purge Evil, quickly extending his gourd bottle forward and rapidly sucking everything into it. Even the monster was tightly enveloped by flames and forcibly pulled towards the gourd. Receiving such a fate, it roared and shrieked nonstop. Soon the flames wrapping around it drilled into the bottle. Zi Daoist saw this and said, "Purification complete." It was at that moment that the city lord's little daughter also woke up, her complexion restored, and she turned her head to look around in confusion. Lan Yu saw her wake up and was very happy, saying, "Great, she is saved." But soon a mournful shriek came. Lan Yu, hearing the sound, was immediately startled. Zi Daoist's hand was brutally severed, blood spraying nonstop. In front, the little girl appeared again, while Old Hook Demon watched in surprise from the side. The little girl was holding Zi Daoist's hand, her face wearing an evil expression, staring intently at him, and quickly rushed over. Old Hook Demon, seeing this, immediately shouted in panic, then rushed over, calling, "Old ghost." Meanwhile, Daoist stood frozen in terror, only muttering, "Impossible." Before old Hook Demon could run over to help him, a slash came from unknown origin, severely injuring him. The demon had completely controlled the girl's body, now hovering in the air surrounded by flames, and said, "Humans are so weak, keep coming to exterminate me." At this moment, Fan Shuying, seeing this, immediately rushed out and unleashed Heavenly Book Summon, and a book radiating dazzling light immediately appeared. Fan Shu immediately spoke, then shouted loudly, "Seal!" From the demon within the little girl, her entire body began to fluctuate violently as if controlled, and then she was fiercely pulled downwards. With a loud bang, the little girl was pulled back, once again confined within the iron cage. Fan Shu, seeing this, said worriedly, "This demon is too terrifying. It can even revive. The only way now is for the host to die with it." Yi Yang heard this and said, "Lan Yu, let me do it." But Miss Lan Yu's face was grim and she suddenly objected. "Master, can I try? I want to say a few words to it." Hearing her words, Yi Yang agreed. Okay, Lan Yu sat in front of the little girl. The girl saw her and said, "Sister is so beautiful." Hearing the girl's compliment, Lan Yu did not reply but asked, "Girl, I want to say something to you." Lan Yu continued, "The only one who can save you is always yourself." The girl's face showed confusion after hearing this. Lan Yu continued, "Take control of your body. You must control it yourself. If you do not want to be a monster forever and want to return to normal, then reclaim your body." The girl listened and said weakly to Lan Yu, "Sister, can I do it?" Hearing her words, Miss Lan Yu comforted her. "You must believe in yourself." After listening, the girl said sadly, "I cannot do it." "Sister, I understand." But just then the demon seemed to control the girl again, and it continued, "But sister, I see that you also have a monster inside you, and you cannot control it either." Lan Yu's reflection appeared in the girl's pupils. The girl immediately continued, "We are the same kind, are not we?" Lan Yu suddenly froze, stopping. The girl continued, "Why do not we destroy this world together, destroy this world that hates us, destroy this world that fears us?" Lan Yu's body immediately began to change as if the monster within her had awakened, and it said, "That is right, I am a monster too, and no one can accept a monster." Suddenly Yi Yang spoke from behind, "I will accept you." Hearing this, she seemed to awaken abruptly. He continued, "Even if you are a monster, even if the world does not accept you, I will protect you and not let the world harm you. That is my responsibility as your master." Hearing these words, Lan Yu was moved to tears and cried out, "Master," she continued, "you really do not mind that I am?" Before she could finish, Yi Yang interrupted, "No matter how many identities you have, to me you are just that silly disciple who likes to show off." After hearing this, she was overjoyed and replied, "Master, your disciple understands." Yi Yang immediately said to the demon, "Actually, getting rid of this demon is quite simple. A punch will do." The city lord heard this and said worriedly, "Please do not kill my daughter." Yi Yang, emanating a cold aura, spoke, "Killing it is useless because the real spirit of sorrow—" He broke off mid-sentence, instantly punching the city lord fiercely in the face, knocking out several of his teeth before continuing, "Is you." The city lord was sent flying by the punch. He flew a great distance, breaking the house's pillars and shattering the front wall, creating a massive collapsing sound. Everyone nearby who witnessed this scene was utterly shocked. Lan Yu also stared dumbfounded at Yi Yang's sudden move. The city lord was struck down by Yi Yang, but immediately an abnormal entity burrowed out from within him. The spirit of sorrow looked at Yi Yang and said, "I never expected a human like you to discover the truth." The few people nearby were stunned by this sight, but Fan Shu gravely stated, "So that is it. No wonder she was always purified only to relapse. The true culprit is the city lord. He has been demonizing his own daughter." At this, the demon used a summoning spell, and the son of the demon abyss spoke, "I have long obtained the blood of the demon abyss and evolved into a supreme being. That was merely bait to lure the demon exterminators." As soon as the demon finished speaking, the city lord's daughter awoke again, her eyes showing a fierce and excited expression as she looked at them. Lan Yu realized she had been deceived and instantly became enraged. The demon continued, "I must say there are indeed clever individuals among you humans who could deduce what I did." Hearing this, Yi Yang scoffed, "Deduce what nonsense?" He continued playfully. "Elementary demon appraisal can see all living beings in a room. I originally intended to appraise your daughter, but the power was too strong, so I ended up appraising you." The demon, hit where it hurt, could only fall silent, but then angrily said, "Behold my eye of annihilation. I'll send you to the afterlife first." As soon as it finished speaking, the demon unleashed its move. Immediately, the eye it created fired an eye of annihilation soul cannon attack. Seeing this, Yi Yang showed no fear, his eyes shooting beams of light directly at the demon, saying, "Eye techniques, I can do that too." Initially, the beam was just a thin line, but he immediately activated his elementary laser eye skill, magnifying it 100-fold. The beam instantly thickened, penetrating both the eye and the demon. Immediately, both the eye and the demon were split in two with a thunderous roar, shattering into countless fragments. After the demon was eliminated, the city lord's daughter also collapsed. Hearing a sound behind her, Lan Yu turned to see this scene and could only sigh, offering no reply. But when she saw that the girl was not like herself, a sense of relief washed over her, and she smiled in the blink of an eye. Half an hour later, outside the city lord's mansion, Yi Yang stroked a cat and said, "Meow, you are saying Alluring Madam is the person the rebel empress is looking for. How annoying. Alluring Madam 7 needs to update faster." Lan Yu walked out from inside happily saying, "The little girl is fine, thank you, master. She is no longer a monster. Hearing her say this, Yi Yang stated gravely, actually you are not a monster either. Lan Yu was immediately surprised to hear this. Yi Yang continued, you were born with too much power and did not know how to control it, leading to the outbreak of mutated energy. I'll teach you psychic abilities and you'll be able to control your powers. Hearing this, she replied calmly, I do not care if I am a monster or not, all I care about is that I will always be your disciple. As the two were chatting animatedly, the slovenly Fan Shu appeared out of nowhere and said, I do not care if the young lady is a monster either. Can you spare some money for alluring Madame Seven? Startled by his sudden appearance, Lan Yu immediately flew into a rage, striking him and sending him flying, then angrily yelling, get lost. At this moment Yi Yang was about to leave and said to her, you go back first, I have one more thing to do and I'll be quick. Hearing him she agreed, alright then I'll go back first, just do not run off with the little fox, okay? Soon Yi Yang arrived at a desolate place. Figures flickered below, secretly watching him from above. Yi Yang immediately said, come out. Soon 3 demons leapt up and stood behind Yi Yang. Yi Yang stood still, asking without turning his head, what do you want? The demon Abyss demon, whose head was covered in snakes, heard his question and replied, the Lord of the demon Abyss wishes to see you. Yi Yang's expression grew increasingly grim, and he stated gravely, the demon Abyss, this demonic realm that moves through the void, is indeed difficult to find. But I am not interested in meeting the demon Abyss. If he wants to see me, tell him to come to Wuji sect. Hearing his dismissive and arrogant words, Yao Yue spat out poisonous gas, angrily saying, that is not up to you. Immediately the other 2 demons also blew poisonous gas, shooting directly at Yi Yang. Yi Yang remained completely calm without a trace of disturbance, and said with some disappointment, is that all? This was because he had just been sealed and frozen within the demonic wind crystal. Seeing this, the demon asked in confusion, did we get him? Is he the legendary god Yi? The demon replied, Lady Yao Yu's crystal seal is indeed formidable. Regardless, we have succeeded. Let us take this person back to the demon abyss to see the Lord of the demon abyss. Subsequently, the 3 demons exerted their power and rolled up Yi Yang. Immediately, the formerly lively scene returned to silence. At this moment, the sky of the crystal hell of the demon abyss was shrouded in an eerie chill. Dang Yu stood alone in a corner looking at the crowd seated in front, thinking, haha. These people slammed their cards forcefully onto the ground, shouting, ow! The card game was nearing its end, and the little fox, still holding cards, looked pale and said, darn it, I am going to lose again. Someone nearby suddenly spoke. Sect Master Yi's master playing cards is truly amusing. Chu Shui replied, I am sorry, mistress. At this moment, Sha Hua, one of the 4 great guardians, held up a card with Yi Yang's portrait on it and said, last card, I won again. Chu Shui, hearing her win, said, Advisor Sha Hua is the strongest among our Qingchu clan, so it is perfectly reasonable for us 2 to lose. But mistress, you actually care about winning or losing this game? Is it because you do not want to lose to anyone, even in a game taught by Sect Master Yi? Hearing this, Bai Feifei immediately shouted angrily, does not everyone want to win at cards? Why are you bringing up that unimportant person again? Seeing them argue, Sha Hua coldly said, Sect Master Yi created the opportunity for you to rescue me. At this point she suddenly recalled the past. She and these people had fought against the 9-headed demon lord, only to be tracked down and captured by him again. Hearing this, Bai Feifei the fox demon immediately recalled the past, her face pale as she said, it is a pity I have only recovered 20% of my strength. I must find a way to escape, otherwise. At this point her tone suddenly became serious, making the other 3 stop and look back at her. In 3 days he'll bring us to the enemy we have been hiding from. The others continued to discuss incessantly. While Dong Yu remained unconcerned on the side, Bai Feifei then said, Sha Hua, tell us the plan to escape the demon abyss. Hearing her, Sha Hua replied, we'll secretly set up a spatial array now, and when we are escorted out of the crystal prison, we'll activate the array and escape. There were always demons guarding outside the crystal prison. So Sha Hua said, that thing has been watching us. Bai Feifei replied, it is fine, I'll block their senses. As long as the 9-headed demon lord does not come on patrol, we'll be alright. Hearing this, Sha Hua pondered for a moment and replied, the 9-headed demon lord and a few other great demons are probably playing the human survival judgment game in Qifeng Kingdom right now, so they will not return to the demon abyss for the time being. Chun Feng heard this and asked, human survival judgment. At this point she thought of the 2 demons in Qifeng Kingdom. The 9-headed demon lord was a nation-subduing demon. He instigated his subordinates to invade, and after taking control of small, weak human countries, he begins to play the human survival judgment game. Afterwards he invites several powerful individuals to play with him, categorized by rank. Ghost Slice, Demon Remnant, and Blood Buddha from the 6 great leaders of the Demon Abyss, and finally, the Demon Abyss Monster, or they choose a few of the strongest human warriors to fight against the great demons of the Demon Abyss, and the survival of humanity is determined by the game's outcome. But to this day, humans from 5 small countries have perished because of it. After hearing this, someone said, that is truly wicked. Bai Feifei then said, no more delays. We must set up the array and find a way to escape. Seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, the scenery here was even darker than the prison from before. This was the Demon Abyss main hall. At this moment, the spirits of sorrow from earlier had brought down Yi Yang, who was sealed in the demonic wind crystal. The demon reached out and heavily patted Yi Yang, saying, Lady Yaoyue has ordered that the crystal can only be opened after the demon lord returns. Hearing the demon say this, the Blood Buddha elder replied, "This monk wishes to see what is so extraordinary about this human, God Yi as he is touted to be." He thought he could enter, but two guarding demons shouted, "No entry." However, he completely ignored them, immediately striking decisively. Instantly, screams and cries of master rang out. After his strike, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This Blood Buddha elder approached the demonic wind crystal, looking at Yi Yang inside, and said, "Is he the legendary God Yi? I cannot sense his realm." As soon as he finished speaking, he pondered and then said, "Original Essen actually died by his hand. Although he was the weakest of the 6 great leaders of the demon abyss, it is too strange for him to die by God Yi's hand." At this point he mused aloud, even if it is a death sentence, many of the believers this monk offered to the demonic blood were killed by him." At this he simultaneously grew enraged, immediately striking and shouting, "He cannot be left alive." The demons behind him watched in fear, attempting to dissuade him. "Master, you absolutely must not. Wait for the Lord of the Demon Abyss to return." Before the demon could finish speaking, he had already launched an attack on Yi Yang. Subsequently, the Blood Buddha elder feigned surprise and said, "This monk has made a mistake." Soon a huge explosion resounded and the demonic wind crystal shattered into countless fragments. Smoke filled the air ahead, and the Blood Buddha elder's heart was now full of anticipation, eager to see Yi Yang's miserable state. After a while the smoke dissipated, and Yi Yang was still sitting there steadily looking at the elder and whistling. The Blood Buddha elder was astonished to see Yi Yang completely unharmed, thinking to himself, "My Buddha lotus seal had no effect on him." Seeing the elder motionless and silent, Yi Yang took out a wanted poster for him and said, "You are that fellow who spreads the blood of the demon abyss everywhere, creating monsters." At this point Yi Yang coldly and distinctly uttered, "Blood Buddha." Yi Yang's face was grim at this moment, emanating a cold aura, and he continued, "You filthy thing, you have corrupted many humans." Seeing his aggressive mockery, the Blood Buddha elder replied, "Patron, you exaggerate. This monk is merely guiding them and saving them. Buddhist Dharma is compassionate." Hearing this, Yi Yang reached out, threw the wanted poster at the elder and shouted, "Now it is my turn to guide you. These guys who create demon blood monsters are truly troublesome. If I just guide all of you, this world will be cleansed." At this, the wanted poster he threw flew towards the elder with even greater force. Seeing this, the Blood Buddha elder reached out to parry the attack, then angrily said, "All things are like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow, like dew and like lightning. Patron, you are agitated." His expression grew even darker, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and he loudly declared, "Allow this monk to teach you the ways of heaven." Before he could finish, and before the Blood Buddha could even make a move, Yi Yang proudly controlled the paper in the air, shouting, "I am the ways of heaven." He immediately reached out and unleashed a move, elementary immortal cultivator finger technique, plucking leaves and flying flowers. Leveled up to 100 instantly, the original paper fragments transformed into swirling fragments of a wanted poster rotating like a whirlwind before the Blood Buddha's eyes. The elder, witnessing Yi Yang's power, was astonished. He stared at the swirling poster fragments in panic, shouting, "No good, retreat quickly." Before the people around him could even move, hundreds of fragments forming whirlwinds had already targeted and descended upon them. The demons were successively cut to pieces, and even the Blood Buddha elder was struck down at this moment. Seeing that those people had been cleared, Yi Yang decisively and indifferently flicked his sleeve, turning to leave. Soon he leisurely seated himself on the blood demon's throne. From outside, a winged demon was flying in from a distance. As it approached, it immediately reported, "Your Majesty, you're back." The one called Your Majesty replied, "This time the judgment game in Qifeng Kingdom was truly boring. Those humans are too weak." Hearing this, another demon replied, "Slaughter is satisfying enough as long as I can wield my blade and kill humans." As they drew near, a demon immediately leaped off the back of the winged demon instantly. Monster saw the devastation above and could not help but ask in surprise, "What happened?" At this moment the 9-headed demon lord appeared. He looked ahead and also hummed in surprise. Monster then walked in and saw Yaoyue hiding behind a pillar. As soon as Yaoyue saw him, she said in panic, "Something terrible has happened. The Blood Buddha was killed by the human we captured." After that, she came before the demon lord to report, "Your subordinate is incompetent. I await the demon lord's punishment." At this moment the 9-headed demon lord and several other demons leaped off the back of the winged demon. The 9-headed demon lord then walked inside. After a few steps he suddenly froze in shock. Before him, Yi Yang was leisurely seated on the throne. As soon as he saw the 9-headed demon lord, he cordially said, "You have finally returned." Then he stated gravely, "Let us play a game called Demon Abyss Survival Judgment. If you win, you can continue to live. If you lose, all demons in the demon abyss will be annihilated." The two demons heard these provocative words and immediately exclaimed in surprised panic, "Judgment game." Monster, hearing this, warned, "Human, the demon abyss is no place for you to run wild." Yi Yang heard him, remained unconcerned, and replied expressionlessly, "That monk could not even touch me with a single finger. Are you sure you want to resist me?" The 9-headed demon lord heard this and angrily said, "I could kill the Blood Buddha with a single move. You are too arrogant. Do you think you can do as you please in the demon abyss just because you killed original Essen and the Blood Buddha?" Demon Remnant also said from the side, "That is right, how can the Demon Lord's territory tolerate a human running wild?" Seeing these two fools being so disrespectful, Yi Yang grew enraged. His eyes flashed with intense murderous intent as if he wanted to devour these guys alive, and he said, "Do not run wild." Outside the Demon Abyss main hall, two extremely powerful forces could be seen shooting out from within the hall, extending all the way to the sky with a thunderous roar. The nine-headed Demon Lord, seeing the power emanating from Yi Yang, could not help but exclaim in surprise, "You?" Even his three demon subordinates were startled. Yi Yang continued gravely, "Look carefully, Lord of the Demon Abyss. You think you can withstand my attack, but your demon subordinates you will not be able to protect a single one." At this, his expression became indescribably grim. His gaze held a deathly resolve, and he said coldly and mercilessly, "So the only way out is to play this game by my rules." The nine-headed Demon Lord was furious, but still said with some apprehension, "If I kill him now, I am afraid all creatures of the Demon Abyss will die." Demon Remnant replied after hearing this, "Your Highness, for the sake of the Demon Abyss, I can only agree to this game for now. I can win. Once he leaves the Demon Abyss, I will find an opportunity to deal with him, and then let him face the most tragic end." Finding his words reasonable, the nine-headed Demon Lord agreed. "All right, then," he loudly replied. "Yi Yang, I will play this judgment game with you." Ghost Slice and Monster both showed angry expressions upon seeing the Demon Lord's decision. They glared angrily at Yi Yang. Seeing their agreement, Yi Yang tacitly encouraged them, "Cheer up, now you have a glimmer of hope. Little 8 will host this game next." With that, he mischievously extended his hand and cast the intermediate summoning spell, level 100 Cthulhu Octopus Princess. Immediately, a little girl appeared and greeted them. "Hello everyone, my little sheep. I will now host this Demon Abyss judgment game on behalf of my master." Little 8 floated in the air and said, "My little sheep, you are going to love this game. The rules are simple. The Demon Abyss and Master will each participate in 5 one-on-one matches." Little 8 looked at the nine-headed Demon Lord, who was listening intently, and continued, "To all in the Demon Abyss, do you feel an opportunity has arrived? Master is extremely generous. As long as the Demon Abyss wins 2 out of 5 matches, the challenge will be successful." Little 8 looked at the demons and continued, "And you will receive Master's pardon." After speaking, she walked to Yi Yang's side and flattered him. "Master is truly benevolent. Little 8 loves it so much, do not you all agree?" The demons, listening to Little 8's tone, were furious but helpless. Yi Yang suddenly snapped his fingers and Little 8 immediately understood. "Then let the first match begin," she gently reminded them. "The Demon Abyss can win 2 matches. If you do, the game ends and you all live. Go for it." Little 8's face showed an excited expression as she said, "The Demon Abyss has lost 4 consecutive matches." Game paused. Demon Abyss perish. The Demon Abyss can now appoint its first contender. Hearing this, the monster demon wanted to rush forward and say, "I'll go first." But before he could get permission, the nine-headed Demon Lord aggressively interrupted. "No need." He then simply observed for a moment and said coldly, "Ghost Slice, you fight." The Ghost Slice demon immediately stepped forward with an expectant aura upon hearing his command. As soon as he stepped forward, he immediately brandished his weapon, a demonic blade, full of menacing, killing intent. Little 8 was surprised to see this and said, "This is the legendary #1 demonic blade of the demon world, renowned for its freakishly fast blade speed." She immediately recalled his previous image. "You once single-handedly annihilated an entire human sword Saint Legion. Your performance is truly anticipated." Hearing her words, Ghost Slice asked proudly and confidently, "My opponent is..." Hearing his arrogant tone, Yi Yang expressionlessly flicked his finger, not answering. Immediately, a sword radiating powerful pressure appeared in the air. This was the elementary heroic spirit summoning art level 100 holy relic. As soon as Ghost Slice's eyes saw the sword, he could not help but be startled. Demon Dream also asked in surprise after seeing it. "This is..." Demon Remnant, seeing its appearance, already knew its identity and said, "This is Blade Demon's weapon from her lifetime. Did not it go missing? Why is it in this human's hands?" The summoned Blade Demon then appeared and said to Yi Yang, "Master, thank you for summoning me again, allowing me to return to the human world as a heroic spirit and experience the thrill of battle." Demon Dream, upon seeing her, immediately asked, "Blade Demon, you are of our Demon Abyss bloodline. How can you recognize a human as your master?" Blade Demon, hearing her question, replied, "I have always only respected the strong. You foolish beings are too weak compared to my master." The nine-headed Demon Lord, after hearing this, said even more angrily, "Ghost Slice, do not hold back. This little minion under the 3 sins who dared to betray the Demon Abyss must be made to regret betraying the Demon Abyss." Ghost Slice obeyed, then unleashed the move Ghost Blade, primordial blade of heaven and earth, and said to Blade Demon, "Do not worry, your subordinate will make her die with deep regret." With a thunderous roar, his move 4-way split continuously struck out, leaving a long crack on the ground that slowly split in 2. Ghost Slice immediately unleashed another move, shouting, "Ghost Blade, heavenly net of lightning." Blade Demon, seeing his continuous moves, was caught off guard and could only watch as his previous move rapidly approached. Blade Demon moved lightly, swiftly dodging his attack. Then she appeared behind Ghost Slice, decisively raising her blade, intending to violently slash at him, and said, "Here," but he was no pushover. He immediately turned and blocked her attack with a thunderous roar. The two immediately bounced apart, and Ghost Slice looked at her angrily and said, "Stronger than I expected." She replied after hearing this, "Nonsense, I have been strengthened by Master. On the contrary, the once high and mighty Ghost Slice is slower than I expected." He now regained his balance with his blade and said angrily, "Minion, die!" The blades behind him also whistled out immediately with his words, moving along. Ghost Slice then unleashed his third move, Infinite Ghost Slash. And the blades also swirled like a whirlwind with the move, rapidly rushing towards Blade Demon. Demon Dream, seeing him attack without giving Blade Demon a chance to breathe, said happily, "Infinite Ghost Slash, Infinite Tracking. This minion is definitely dead." Blade Demon then nimbly dodged all his attacks and charged directly forward. Ghost Slice was astonished at this moment, never expecting her to dodge his attacks and charge over with such killing intent. Before he could react, she unleashed the move, Yi Clan Shadow Leap, brandishing her blade to snatch several of his blades, then threw them back at him. Immediately, he was wounded by his own attack. At this moment, he froze stiff, unable to believe that Ghost Slice was wounded by Ghost Slice's own attack. Monster, witnessing this scene, also said in a daze, "This is the first time I have seen Ghost Slice wounded by his own blade." Demon Remnant also chimed in from the side, "I never imagined her speed would be enhanced to such a monstrous degree." Blade Demon floated in the air, looking at the wounded Ghost Slice below and said, "I'll give you 3 seconds. I am ending this fight." Hearing her smug words, his voice became sharp and acrimonious, and he said, "You lowly minion, how dare you speak to me with such an attitude?" He then continued to unleash another move, Super Infinite Ghost Slash, continuing to control his blades, reversing them, then attacking her, shouting, "Perish!" At this moment he unleashed another move, Heaven and Earth Slash, then decisively slashed downwards, shouting, "Elder Demon Remnant over here." Seeing him use a move he was familiar with, he excitedly shouted, "Forbidden Technique, Heaven and Earth Slash. Blade Demon is dead." Monster, seeing this, also smiled and waited. Blade Demon's attitude was cold, not flustered in the slightest by his other moves, but rather said with some disdain, "Too slow." Soon she also unleashed the enhanced version of her move, 1000 Scale Heavy Slash, countering his attack. Now both sides had moves about to collide. Ghost Slice, seeing Blade Demon's move suddenly become so powerful, could not help but be surprised and shocked. Before he could even get close, Blade Demon's blade and move decisively cut through his body. When the attack came, Ghost Slice could not block it. After being struck, his body split in two. The nine-headed Demon Lord, seeing his subordinate defeated, could not help but shout in surprise, "Ghost Slice, Demon Remnant." Seeing the nine-headed Demon Lord grow increasingly angry, advised him using a spiritual transmission, "Your Highness, please calm down. You might win if you act, but the entire Demon Abyss would be destroyed by him. Remember to be patient." After his transmission, he lightly tapped the ground a few times with his staff, seemingly signaling to retract a spell. Yi Yang sat on the throne, enjoying himself and praising, "Excellent." Blade Demon, hearing his words, replied with satisfaction, "Master has become so powerful, it is truly wonderful." Little 8 appeared with a beaming smile and announced, "First match, Blade Demon wins Wuji Sect vs Demon Abyss 1-0. Ghost Slice has become a cute doppelganger. My little sheep of the Demon Abyss, continue. I look forward to you contributing more forms that I like. Game on." Demon Remnant, seeing Blade Demon obediently follow Yi Yang's will, could not help but curse even more angrily. This Demon Abyss traitor. Demon Dream also gritted her teeth and cursed, "Bitch." As for Monster, he stood frozen in astonishment. Blade Demon, listening to the insults, coldly replied without a care, "I'll say it again, I only serve the strong. Weaklings, less talk." The nine-headed Demon Lord grew more and more enraged as he listened to her, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Ghost Slice, that demonic blade who slaughtered humans at the fastest speed, was actually defeated by a demon minion." Just as he said this, Demon Remnant replied via spiritual transmission, "Your Highness, she has no wings, but Blade Demon's speed is terrifying. It has increased by almost 30 times after enhancement." Elder Demon Remnant continued his spiritual transmission, "Therefore she is strong enough to contend with these 6 unfathomable demon leaders. Your Highness cannot kill her with a single move. Please be patient." Hearing his words, the nine-headed Demon Lord replied even more furiously, grinding his teeth, "Beast." Yi Yang, seeing the match conclude, said with satisfaction, "Well done, Arin. You may withdraw." Hearing Yi Yang's words, she replied, "This battle was exhilarating. I will proceed with the training methods and look forward to Master arranging the next match. But I also understand service very well, and I hope Master will give me a chance." Your subordinate takes her leave. Yi Yang, seeing that the demon said nothing more, said with anticipation and excitement, "Hurry up, who's next from the Demon Abyss? Send someone stronger to make the battle more exciting." Hearing this, Demon Remnant said, "Your Highness, Monster is the ace of the Demon Abyss, do not forget." The nine-headed Demon Lord, hearing his words, replied, "At his right. This round we are sure to win." Monster on this side could no longer hold back and said with an aggressive aura, "Your Highness, I will not fail my mission." Yi Yang, seeing the demon step out, gently flicked his finger and said, "Little One, it is your turn to fight." Soon Little One manifested in space, appearing aggressively and saying, "Master, it is finally my turn to fight again. I am so happy." Monster, seeing it was just a bear, said disdainfully, "Big dumb bear, you have really hit rock bottom by encountering me." Immediately, he unleashed the spell Earth Demon Egg, then exhaled a long stream of dark purple gloomy energy. Within the energy he created, 2 figures immediately appeared vaguely, then gradually revealed themselves. One was a furious burly figure wielding a gigantic thunder warhammer, and the other who jumped out was Ghost Slice. At this moment, Little 8 observed with great interest and said, "Interesting, Monster's special ability is to use Earth Demon Egg, which can instantly regenerate the bodies of deceased companions." Monster, hearing her words, said proudly, "You are knowledgeable. My body contains the demonic blood of the 5 great demon leaders, allowing me to create 2 deceased companions, putting them in their strongest state. Although the duration is short, it is enough. let us begin hunting this bear." His two demon companions, hearing his words, both showed proud and confident expressions. Elder Demon Remnant also could not help but let out a cold snort. The immediately summoned enraged demon rushed forward excitedly saying, "Come on, I want bear gall." Then he roared, intimidating the nearby Ghost Slice. Ghost Slice, seeing this, also charged forward simultaneously. The enraged demon was agile. His gaze observed the situation of his opponent ahead. As soon as he saw an opportunity, he immediately wielded the Thunder Warhammer in his hand, violently smashing it towards Little One. He then gathered strength and shouted loudly. Little One, seeing him charge over, did not dodge, but directly extended a hand to block the attack. The two were evenly matched at this moment. The enraged demon attacked with full force, while Little One resisted fiercely. The power of the two immediately erupted, shaking everything. Soon, Little One concentrated strength in his hand, punched him fiercely, and shouted, "Have not you had enough?" The enraged demon was caught off guard by his counterattack and immediately lost his balance. But Ghost Slice immediately appeared as a substitute, seeing Little One unprepared. He wielded his demonic blade, intending to violently slash at him, shouting, "Ghost Extinguisher slash!" But Little One also swiftly dodged it. Seeing himself ambushed, Little One immediately erupted in anger, then swiftly bit down hard, shattering his blade. Ghost Slice, seeing him angrily destroy his weapon, could not help but be shocked, thinking Ghost Extinguisher slash was actually devoured, but he wasn't worried as he had many other blade techniques. However, when he looked at Little One, he felt a sense of dread in his heart, thinking this bear is too terrifying. Monster on this side was mutating and transforming, one arm becoming extraordinarily massive. He shouted while unleashing his power. Immediately, Monster launched an attack, unleashing the move Grasping Shatter Bow, violently smashing that gigantic hand towards Little One. Enraged and Ghost Slice stood by, somewhat dazed to see Monster already attacking, but were soon startled awake by his words, "Kill it together." Hearing his command, the two demons immediately understood. The enraged demon used the Thunder Warhammer to unleash the move Hammer of Sky's Fury, while Ghost Slice unleashed Blade of Annihilation. The two tacitly attacked Little One simultaneously. Little 8 appeared at this moment, commenting excitedly, "Finally it is getting interesting. The three great demon leaders of the Demon Abyss are teaming up against Little One." At this moment, Little One's eyes, seeing Monster's hand approaching, could not help but be slightly surprised. Just then, before Monster could even hit Little One suddenly let out a thunderous roar. This massive explosion immediately sent the three demons flying. Monster, after being blown away, reacted quickly, grabbing the ground tightly with his hands to maintain balance. But at this moment, the enraged demon was suddenly greatly surprised and panicked, because the Little One before him was very unusual. It had just unleashed its level 30 advanced beast skill, Giant Beast Form. Seeing him unleash a new form, the enraged demon cursed angrily. "Damn it, I can only use that move." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the Thunder Warhammer in his hand high and gathered strength to unleash his power, casting the move God-Slaying Strike, violently smashing the Thunder Warhammer in front of Little One, immediately generating immense fury. Little One, seeing him unleash his move, did not dodge at all but stood his ground, then furiously bared his teeth and approached him. The enraged demon was astonished to see him unharmed and still approaching, but before he could react, Little One had already opened his mouth and crushed his upper body and the Thunder Warhammer. At this moment, Ghost Slice was also rushing over, coincidentally witnessing the scene just now, and was immediately scared, thinking, "I'll risk it all." But before he could even make a move, Little One once again opened his huge mouth, decisively biting and tearing off half of his body. Monster on this side, seeing those two eliminated, could not help but feel scared. At this moment, Little One's gigantic foot reached over, intending to stomp on him. Monster, seeing this, immediately fled in fear, shouting, "Help, help!" Before he could run far, Little One decisively stomped the ground with a thunderous roar accompanied by violent tremors. The nine-headed Demon Lord, seeing Monster also eliminated, looked at him in surprise, shouting Monster's name. Elder Demon Remnant, seeing another person defeated, cursed angrily. Bastard, the nearby Demon Dream stood frozen in horror. Yi Yang on this side clapped his hands and said happily and with satisfaction, "Little One, excellent work." Little One, hearing his praise, turned and replied, "Master, you flatter me. Little One is honored to serve you in this life and the next." At this moment, Little 8 appeared with a smile again and reported, "Second match, Little One wins valiantly. Master wins, Wuji Sect vs Demon Abyss 2-0. My little sheep of the Demon Abyss, I am truly disappointed in you all. I really want to kill you all now." The demons, hearing Little 8's words, were astonished and dumbfounded. Demon Dream, seeing the situation was bad, blurted out, "Oh no," Yi Yang said with a helpless expression, "I'll give you a chance. The difficulty of the third match will be lowered. I will send out a disciple who is still in training to fight." Elder Demon Remnant, hearing his words, replied disdainfully, "A disciple of Wuji Sect. Those maidens from the Eternal Sword Sect before, the strongest were only in the spirit realm, having just started half a year ago. If they come, they will surely die." The nine-headed Demon Lord, seeing Yi Yang despise the Demon Abyss, replied angrily, "Despising the Demon Abyss will certainly come with a price." Yi Yang, hearing his words, remained unconcerned and simply flicked his finger, immediately summoning magical girl Su Shu. As soon as she appeared, she asked in a daze, "I was just sweeping in the sect, Master. Why did you summon me here?" Yi Yang, hearing her words, replied, "First tell Master, how is the new magical girl outfit I chose for you?" Hearing this, she replied, "It is great, very cool. Most importantly, it makes Master happy when I wear it." Hearing her say that, Yi Yang playfully escalated the teasing, asking, "Really? Then if I win, can Master marry me sooner?" Su Shu said Yi Yang wasn't smart, having read too many books on how to maintain mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships. But she hoped he'd remember how to maintain a marriage in its early stages after getting married. Yi Yang coughed upon hearing this and replied, "Go, show the results of your magic training." Hearing him say that, Su Shu replied, "Couples usually hug each other for encouragement before going into battle, Master. Would you like to try?" Demon Dream watched the two of them fuming and said, "This round is mine." Demon Remnant also cheered, saying Demon Dream would surely win as her opponent was the weakest in the martial realm. Poison is especially effective against humans, and a mere handyman with a broom is doomed. She immediately stepped forward, launched an attack, and shouted, "Sea of poisonous bones, locked down." Seeing this, Su Shu immediately retaliated, shouting, "Flame repulsion." She spun the broom in her hand multiple times, creating raging flames that deflected Demon Dream's poisonous gas. After repelling Demon Dream's attack, Su Shu angrily declared, "Now it is my turn, Snake Demon, take this." Demon Dream was displeased and disbelieving upon seeing her move repelled. How could this female handyman's fire control be so overwhelming? Soon countless sparks of varying sizes appeared before her, continuously striking. Su Shu had already unleashed great fireball volley art. Demon Dream had only just pondered for a moment when she was already hit, then screamed in terror. "Mamma mia!" Su Shu immediately ordered without hesitation, "Explode!" Instantly, the small fireballs continuously detonated, creating series of loud explosions. Demon Dream screamed incessantly in fright. Trapped by flames with no escape, she frantically ran around, cursing angrily. "Bastard!" Seeing this, Demon Remnant remarked, "This girl is truly malicious, trying to use flames to block Demon Dream's movements." Seeing the demon in such a predicament, Yi Yang impatiently said, "Are you stupid? This is Su Shu's inherent master-level talent." Su Shu's Little 8 immediately appeared and commented, "Su Shu is a super magical girl. She will definitely perfectly avoid the legendary target." Su Shu was completely calm at this moment, manipulating the array while saying, "I do not need precision when using magic, do I?" After speaking, she immediately unleashed another move. Blazing Storm. Instantly, a colossal firestorm appeared, wildly spinning and descending upon Demon Dream below. Seeing this, Demon Dream screamed in even greater terror and scurried about. But before she could run far, she was caught in Su Shu's blazing storm, swept into the vortex and carried into the air where only her continuous shrieks could be heard. Meanwhile, Demon Dream's two subordinates, seeing their superior swept away, furiously charged forward, shouting, "Lady Demon Dream!" The nearby Demon Remnant was startled by these two. Little 8 immediately extended her tentacles to stop the two from approaching Demon Dream, but her tentacles were instantly severed by someone, preventing her from touching the two demons. Seeing herself obstructed by others, Little 8 radiated a gloomy rage and declared, "Whoever violates Master's game rules shall be punished." Ghost Slice was astonished by the little girl's attitude. He stopped, somewhat vigilant, and remained silent. Yi Yang, seeing that the demon dared to interfere, said coldly with displeasure, "The Demon Abyss has already lost 3 consecutive matches." Since that is the case, his face immediately darkened, and he continued grimly, "The Demon Abyss has only one last chance." Suddenly, Su Shu interrupted him, saying, "Master, I won, should not we discuss getting married?" Yi Yang was instantly speechless upon hearing this. Su Shu continued, "No need for a dowry, I'll discuss." Before Su Shu could finish, Yi Yang, his face pale, decisively extended his hand and flicked it. A few seconds later he shouted, "Return." Su Shu was immediately recalled by him. Little 8 was no longer amicable at this moment, her face dark and grim, as she coldly declared, "Final round, Demon Abyss Destruction Countdown." Hearing this, Ghost Slice, as if provoked, could no longer hold back and replied, "With me here, the Demon Abyss will never be destroyed." The elderly Demon Remnant heard him say that and replied, "Please, your majesty, let these ignorant fools witness true nation-destroying power." At this moment the 9-headed Demon Lord's eyes glowed with fierce intent, and he replied, "After so many years I have lost count of how many nations and humans I have destroyed, how many faces contorted in fear. Humans, dare you challenge me to battle?" Yi Yang, seeing this person fearless of death and daring to provoke him, his eyes burning with ruthless fury, said, "Since coming to this world, no opponent has made me take them seriously. A nation-destroying great demon sounds interesting." And Ghost Slice thought to himself, "If I weren't worried you'd destroy the Demon Abyss, I would have attacked you long ago. This battle will send you to the deepest hell." Yi Yang at this moment exuded an oppressive aura darker than hell itself, and said in a low voice, "I hope you do not disappoint me." Seeing the tense atmosphere, Little 8 suddenly reappeared, excitedly saying, "Master is about to make his move." Little 8 is so excited. At this moment the 9-headed Demon Lord attacked first, unleashing Overlord Fist Army Annihilation, then punched Yi Yang. Yi Yang, seeing his attack coming, did not flinch, but immediately reached out to block it with a loud bang. Yi Yang's small fist was seen blocking his enormous attack, but Yi Yang's power was no less, instantly shattering the obstruction that blocked his attack, and the 9-headed Demon Lord was greatly affected, losing balance and being sent flying. Seeing Yi Yang's formidable power, he said, "Very good, you managed to push me back with a single move. You are worth taking seriously." He then unleashed nine-headed bombardment, charging directly at Yi Yang. Soon, the giant pythons on his head all extended their bodies. Nearly 10 of them gathered, then attacked Yi Yang simultaneously. Even seeing them approach him, Yi Yang showed no hesitation or fear. Instead, he calmly extended his hand, unleashing his inner power, repeatedly saying his force was insufficient, that it needed to be stronger. Then, with eyes like shooting sparks, he roared, "Stronger?" The nine-headed demon lord, hearing Yi Yang's continuous provocations, could no longer hold back and immediately shouted loudly, "Annihilate!" Then he unleashed his power frantically. Instantly, both sides attacked simultaneously, and a colossal explosion resounded. The demon abyss main hall of the nine-headed demon lord began to be destroyed at this moment. Yi Yang and all the demons stood in their respective positions. Yi Yang saw the destruction and said with satisfaction, then provocatively asked, "Is that all you have got?" Then he loudly said, "Can you make me feel something?" After speaking, he concentrated all his power and inner energy into his arm and decisively punched at them. With a loud bang, the nine-headed demon lord, after being hit, fell back in surprise. Instantly, the lord of the demon abyss was sent flying by Yi Yang's skill and power, soaring through countless fragmented stone spaces, and finally, with another loud bang, he landed after violently crashing into the ground. Yi Yang, seeing that he still had enough energy to sit up, said without surprise, "Lord of the demon abyss, prove you still have value to continue fighting." Late, hearing him say that, also echoed, "Master only gets angry when he is enjoying himself." The nine-headed demon lord, knocked to the ground and listening to the two of them putting on a show, said bitterly, "Despicable human, since you are seeking death." At this moment the sky grew gloomy, covered in dark clouds, with thunder and lightning striking towards the nine-headed demon lord. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth and said, "This lord will indulge you." He then unleashed Thunder Snake World Destroyer, and the countless giant pythons on his head once again pressed towards Yi Yang opposite him. Seeing this, Yi Yang's entire body erupted with powerful lightning bolts generated by his inner energy, which immediately struck towards the giant pythons rushing at him. With a thunderous boom, this was no ordinary explosion but a devastating roar. Little 8 witnessed this scene and said worriedly, "This attack made many of the demon abyss's floating continents disappear." At this moment, Yi Yang radiated anger and said grimly, "Do you think such a dull attack can harm me?" He then became furious, unleashing the elementary skill, Ancient Gaze, Lion's Roar skill, level 100, and loudly roared, "How ridiculous!" Before his words finished, a lion manifested from the technique, carrying a destructive power, and roared with an open maw. Soon, all the nine-headed demon lord's giant pythons were annihilated, then turned into nothingness along with everything else gradually being shattered. Even Demon Remnant on this side could barely withstand this terrifying power. He immediately shouted, "Your Highness, Demon Lord." But before he could shout for long, he spat out blood. The nine-headed demon lord, seeing Yi Yang increasingly destroying everything he had, viciously unleashed his final move, Nine-Headed Rage Annihilation. Immediately, another gigantic monster appeared charging directly at Yi Yang. He said, "Humans, be annihilated." Little 8 seemed to sense danger and said, "Master, be careful not to get bitten. Its venom is 10,000 times stronger than before." Yi Yang on this side also quickly unleashed another move, Elementary Martial Tai Chi, Defensive Shift level 100. He gently waved his hand and another spatial rift immediately appeared in the air. He said, "I'll transfer." Instantly, the nine-headed demon lord's demon was sucked into another space. At this moment it shrieked and cursed, "It hurts, despicable human." The elderly demon remnant, seeing his own lord defeated by Yi Yang, could not help but say in fear, "Your Highness, demon lord." At this moment, Yi Yang stood opposite the spatial rift, watching coldly, and said, "If you are not going to play with me in your final combat form, then I'll send you on your way now." At this point, Yi Yang's aura was aggressive, his gaze sharp. The nine-headed demon lord was sucked into space, but still sent a telepathic message to demon remnant, "Be ready to activate the barrier protecting the demon abyss at any moment. My final combat form is too dangerous." The elderly demon remnant heard him and replied, "Yes." He then suggested, "Your Highness, release it. If we can defeat this despicable human, even if it means destroying the entire demon abyss, we will have no regrets." Afterward, he cooperated with the elder to unleash demon god transformation, converting to his most powerful state. Then Yi Yang saw a strange circle appear in the sky above. Seeing this, Yi Yang crossed his arms, watched with interest, and casually said, "Do not make me wait too long, okay?" Immediately, the area below. Immediately, a colossal explosion erupted, shaking the earth. At this moment, the nine-headed demon lord's figure reappeared in the distance, enveloped in powerful energy. He slowly materialized from afar, his entire body gleaming with bright armor, and declared, "Human, it is over." In this new form, he radiated immense demonic energy, raised a long blade high, and then unleashed Nine-Headed Demon Lord, Demon God Judgment form. No sooner had he spoken than a dazzling light shot directly at him from the sky. Simultaneously, several demonic heads emerged from underground. Seeing this, he shouted, "Judgment Space, open!" Instantly, a vortex appeared above his head, named Ultimate Blade of Judgment, then fiercely struck down several lightning bolts as if injecting power into his body. At this moment, the nine-headed demon lord aggressively roared, "Human, turn to dust!" Then he directly swung his blade, suppressing that immense power and attacking Yi Yang. Yi Yang, seeing his attack coming, calmly extended his hand to block and clenched his fist, effortlessly shattering the technique. Yi Yang saw that he had dodged the attack and shattered it. The nine-headed demon lord, unwilling to be outdone, advanced with his blade and declared, "You crushed my blade of judgment with your bare hands, but I have another ultimate move." But before he could finish, Yi Yang's outstretched arm firmly gripped his neck. Suddenly suppressed by Yi Yang, he had no time to react, only managing to utter a single word, "You?" Yi Yang looked at him, his eyes filled with fierce killing intent, and coldly said, "Rest in peace, the entire demon abyss will be buried with you." He suddenly saw Yi Yang's serious and stern demeanor and tone and could not help but be terrified, thinking, "I actually still." Before he could say anything, Yi Yang unleashed the elementary martial skill Dragon Claw Hand level 100 and instantly and decisively crushed the nine-headed demon lord's head. Meanwhile, the elderly demon remnant, witnessing this shocking scene, could not help but panic. All the demons watched, stunned and motionless. The elderly demon remnant immediately shouted loudly, "Your Highness, Demon Lord." As all the demons were surprised, Little 8 appeared. Further astonishing this group of demons, she said, "It is a pity, Master One. The judgment of the demon abyss has arrived and you will all be completely annihilated." The elderly demon remnant, hearing this, trembled all over as if in a rage. He said, "We will not sit idly by and wait for death. I still have the Corpse Demon Legion, formed from the Demon Lord's life force, a true nation-subduing divine artifact." No sooner had he said this than he commanded the demons to appear, shouting, "Come out!" Instantly, the demons appeared in dense throngs. At this moment, something gradually appeared high in the sky. Instantly, all the demons looked up intently. In a flash, a three-headed dragon appeared, unleashing a deafening roar with a thunderous bang. Little 3 burned them all. Upon receiving the command, Little 3 immediately opened its mouth and spewed furious flames. The elderly demon remnant was immediately engulfed in flames, continuously falling from the sky to the ground, repeatedly shouting, "I am burning to death." Instantly, nearly half of the freshly summoned demons were burned to death by Little 3's flames. At this moment, another demonic legion appeared. The Demon Abyss Demonic Archery Legion 1. As soon as they appeared, they held bows and arrows before them. Countless arrows shot towards Yi Yang, but before he could make a move, Shower suddenly leapt out from nowhere and said, "Master, leave this to me." Shower stood among the horde of demons, slowly spreading her hands. Then she unleashed Quantum Drone Swarm Art. Instantly, she summoned tens of thousands of missiles. They hovered in the air, wildly firing to suppress the demons' attacks. Little 8, seeing this, crossed her arms and said with interest, "Interesting, I want to play too." Shower controlled the missiles and soon pulverized the demons. Little 8 also immediately charged into the battlefield, manipulating her hair, which was like the strands of the Bai clan, to attack them. The scene was utterly chaotic now. Soon a stray missile flew into the Demon Abyss crystal prison. With a thunderous boom, Bai Fei's room exploded open. She who was playing cards was startled. Seeing this, Bai Fei spoke, "The soul chains left within me by the nine-headed demon lord have vanished. It seems Yi Yang has killed him." Sha Hua heard this and replied, "Sect Master Yi has finally arrived." The room immediately stirred, everyone saying, "Milady, quickly go see him." Another person said, "HMPH, why should I see that unimportant person?" Chun Feng then said, "You have mentioned that person 1,000 times since leaving Wuji sect." Sha Hua then said, "Milady, go. This might be the last time you see him in this life." Bai Fei ignored the two of them at this moment, instead walking away quickly. Afterward she shook her head thoughtfully and said, "I will not go, I cannot go. I know that seeing him will make me weak, make me want to stay by his side." She immediately fell into contemplation, saying, "I cannot. I still have revenge to exact and the blood feud of my entire clan's annihilation to bear." Seeing this, Chu Shui said, "So Milady is afraid of implicating Sect Master Yi? Our enemy is the sole lonely god in this world. When Milady once launched a dynastic army to kill gods, the state of Chu was annihilated instead." Chun Feng heard this and asked, "Sect Master Yi annihilated the demon abyss, but he cannot resist a god." At this moment, Bai Fei said, "Let us go. I will use every means to recover my strength." Bai Fei then transformed into a fox demon and departed. As she walked, she thought to herself, "I cannot be a burden to anyone anymore." But as they left from another direction, Yi Yang seemed to have guessed something and looked back. At this moment, Shower noticed what he was looking at and asked, "Master, what are you looking at?" Yi Yang heard this and replied, "Nothing." Shower coldly said, "Master's heartbeat fluctuated just now." Yi Yang, hearing his thoughts revealed, angrily said, "No, you are not allowed to casually monitor my heart rate." At this moment, he decisively stepped forward and said, "Let us continue playing Dismantle the Demon Abyss. Once it is completely dismantled, you can leave on your own. I am returning to Wuji sect first." Hearing the command, Shower and Little 8 responded in unison. "As you command." Yi Yang glanced at Little 3, then said, "Little 3, do not be lazy." Soon, Yi Yang arrived at a cell in the Wuji sect. Sitting in front of the empty cell, he thought, "I still remember the first time you saw me, you mocked my gloomy face." He then looked at the puppet she left in the cell. "You teased and provoked me, saying I was always gloomy when I came to this world. When I came to Wuji sect, you were always by my side." As Yi Yang thought and looked at the cell, his expression somewhat complex, he then sat alone, lost in thought, and said, "Consider this a temporary break for you. One day I will catch you and bring you back." Then he closed his eyes, recalling her, and said, "Take it away." In Sahai City, people lined up in long queues. It turned out today was the release date of Tale of the Alluring Madam, which was why so many people had come. Fan Shu, smiling contentedly, exclaimed, "I never expected the poses in Tale of the Alluring Madam to be so unique." Feng Hao also praised it profusely, saying that Xiao Yu's purity had made great breakthroughs. Sect Master Yi wasn't fortunate enough to participate in the sect grand competition, so he could not see it. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, "It is Fairy Shang, the continent's #1 dancer. I cannot believe she also reads books like Tale of the Alluring Madam." Shang Xiaoxi said with an embarrassed smile. "The bookstore invited me to be a promotional ambassador, so everyone must show your support." Fans of Alluring Madam cheered one after another. "Support Alluring Madam, Link Fantasy, Happy Harvest." She suddenly saw Fan Shu and Feng Hao and waved, calling them Bookworm and Drama Queen. "Long time no see." Fan Shu asked curiously, "Strange, how could a fairy so noble take part in an event for such an X-rated book?" She immediately replied, "If I take it, I can get a sample copy of Alluring Madam 7 a month early. Master likes it, so I am racking my brains to make Master happy." After speaking, she turned back to greet customers. "Everyone buy quickly, the more you buy, the more chances you'll get my autograph." She blushed shyly. "How delightful. Sect Master Yi has such a disciple, yet he is still obsessed with Alluring Madam." Feng Hao asked confusedly, "Is it true that sect masters are not allowed to participate in the sect grand competition?" The scene switches to a lush green forest. This is Lunan Ancient Forest, the trial grounds for the Eastern 15 Yuan Kingdoms Alliance Sect Grand Competition. In the first round of the Sect Grand Competition, each team departs from different areas, traversing the Lunan Ancient Forest. Those who successfully reach the ancient city advance to the second round. Due to the competition's rules, Yi Yang joined a team. Now, while barbecuing meat, he complained, "After joining the Decayed Sect team, I have not had a full meal for days. It is really tough." Elder Bai Xian was startled. "Brother Yi Yang, no, you cannot. Starting a fire will attract the Divine Abyss Black Demon. If it stays in this swamp, our team will not be able to proceed." Comforted him. "Old man, this team of ours was hastily put together. We could be eliminated at any moment, so calm down a bit," he continued. "You are talking about the drunkard. He could be autopsied at any moment." Bai Zan was also pointed out by him. A waste who does not know how to fight, plus a 5-month-old baby. At this moment she was happily playing with the baby. "Little Bao, when you grow up you should also be a novelist like Big Sister," he mercilessly scolded. "And you, old man, at Martial Realm Stage 7, it is a miracle if this team even survives," Bai Xian angrily said. "Regardless, the Divine Abyss Black Demon is a great demon-level creature absolutely not to be provoked." Yi Yang was fearless and immediately activated a spell. "Then I'll see what's so unprovocable about it." No sooner had he spoken than he threw an energy ball onto the lake's surface. In an instant, the Divine Abyss Black Demon shot up into the sky, startling the Decayed Sect Elder so much his eyes almost popped out. Yi Yang with a stern face admonished, "You scared little Bao." Then with a flick of his finger the enormous Divine Abyss Black Demon instantly exploded, leaving not a trace of its armor. Little Bao's face was pale, trembling, as the creature's remains splattered onto the ground. Bai Xian's eyes were wide, speechless, and even the drunkard looked on in astonishment. He nonchalantly put away the elementary ability telekinesis, leaving the old man helpless. Ulysses' spoils of war. A leg was immediately roasted. At this moment the old man hesitated again. "The Decayed Sect is an assassin sect, brother Yi Yang. In future battles you should use more assassin techniques," he replied. "Go away, I am just here to make up the numbers, do not ask for too much." Suddenly Yi Yang shouted, "Ah, the meat's burnt again. 3 days ago Bai Xian was frantically recruiting people. Where are they? Just one person short. The ancient assassin sect is recruiting living people to participate in the sect grand competition, food and lodging included." Yi Yang stood there and asked the old man, "Just anyone alive this morning? I heard you calling for experts." The old man was too anxious to wait. "Registration is almost over. Just sign and seal and we'll run towards the future together," he thought to himself. "The sect master cannot participate, but for the sake of the disciples I'll just casually blend in." So with everything prepared in black and white for him, he still wondered, "Hey, is this really enough?" Bai Xian nodded. "It is enough. Let me introduce you. I am the great elder of the Decayed Sect and my wish is to revitalize the sect. This is Bai Zan, the young sect master of the Decayed Sect. She does not practice martial arts. She aspires to abandon martial arts for literature. But all her written works have become garbage," she retorted. "What? I have also written profitable books like Tale of the Alluring Madam?" Yi Yang asked in surprise. "What? You are a fanfiction author for Tale of the Alluring Madam? I cannot believe she is the one who writes fanfiction to this extent." Bai Zan motioned to him. "Shesh, quiet. I am just doing it to make ends meet. My real dream is to become a literary figure whose name lives on forever." Afterwards she introduced the baby on her back. "This is little Bao, the youngest member of the team. I picked him up when demons attacked the village." He sighed helplessly. "The sect grand competition does not restrict age, yet you are using an infant to make up the numbers. How ruthless." Little Bao looked at him with cunning eyes. "I am not little Bao at all. I am the holy infant of the demon world, infiltrating the human world, waiting for the right moment to conquer you and make you my slaves." Suddenly the little guy saw something and panicked again. Oh, an even sharper gaze reminded the little guy. "Children should be good. I hate naughty kids the most." So the little boy immediately showed a brilliant smile, fawning over him. Meow. At the same time he reminded himself, "This person is dangerous and very powerful." Bai Xian looked at the girl on the other side. "The last member is a brave woman I met on the street. We shared common goals, so we formed an alliance." The drunkard mumbled, "I am not drunk. I do not want to see goldfish." Yi Yang retorted, "You definitely took advantage of her being passed out drunk to get her to sign up and make up the numbers." The old man immediately retorted, "She was completely willing." Now, recalling everything that happened, he could not help but sigh. "What kind of strange team have I joined?" Little Bao looked at his back, muttering to himself, crushing the divine abyss black demon with one hand so terrifying. "I absolutely cannot expose my demon identity." After everything settled, Yi Yang stood at the peak of a tall mountain, silently praying for his disciples' smooth progress. "Go for it. The path for our sect to return to being the world's #1 has begun." In the distance of the forest, faint heart-wrenching cries for help could be heard. Help! A group of people were desperately running, trying to escape their enemies. "How could we be so unlucky? It is over, we are all going to die here this time." A group of terrifying beasts were fiercely chasing them. They had encountered a beast tide again. Suddenly a person flew down from the sky. The girl riding a broom shouted, "Firewall block!" It was Su Shu, and behind her was another girl. "Everyone do not panic," Ling Ruxue said resolutely. "We will handle it." A man shouted, "It is the divine sword maiden Ling Ruxue. Is she also participating in this sect grand competition?" Suddenly, Ruxue activated her ultimate move. Sword annihilates heaven and earth, creating a spectacular scene of countless sharp blades. She powerfully shouted the word, "Kill," with an imposing aura, so the swords obeyed her command, attacking the fierce beast tide. Her ultimate move, Slashing Whirlwind, rendered their bodies incomplete. It was Yan Yu who fiercely chopped at the beast tide. "If you do not obey, you'll be punished," another person exclaimed. "Goddess Ling is both beautiful and strong, truly worthy of being the continent's young and beautiful goddess," those nearby also praised. "That junior sister is also very cute." Nangang Tong believed that everyone had become stronger after their class changes. Lu Qing also began to speak. "She is also formidable. She has not yet encountered a monster that can break through her defense. With her around, everyone can relax a bit." Late at night, though the moon was crescent, it illuminated a corner of the forest. Everyone sat around a bonfire to keep warm. Ling Ruxue spoke, "Everyone do not be afraid, a crisis has been resolved. We are all cultivators," she continued. "Since we are participating in the competition together, we should look out for each other. Let us set up camp and defend together." The young man smiled. "Thank you. I wonder which man is so fortunate," someone nearby retorted. "The goddess is only devoted to her sword." At this moment Yan Yu mumbled while roasting meat. "Sigh, I wonder if master is hungry, and with me not by his side, I wonder if some strange woman has tricked him away." Lu Qing returned with firewood and asked curiously, "Ha, you asked Yan Yu, where are the others?" She honestly replied, "Senior sister went to practice her sword, and Nangang is everywhere looking for ways to contact beautiful women, saying she is scouting candidates for master's wife." After a pause she added, "As for Su Shu, it seems she has already gone to consult those married senior sisters." The scene switches to Su Shu. "Excuse me, senior sister Zhang, if your mother-in-law is in a bad mood, what should a new daughter-in-law do? Be sweet-tongued, speak softly, and most importantly, be generous. But why should someone not yet married be concerned with this question?" she said with a forced smile. "Soon enough, senior sister is already eager to marry me off to master. These are questions I'll face sooner or later. My mind is slow, so I need to start early." Senior sister Zhang nodded in understanding. "Oh?" Su Shu then asked, "Another question, when doing that thing with one's husband, how many times a week is most appropriate? Should I be more proactive or more alluring?" This question left the other party speechless. Oriental Star, having heard this conversation from a distance, was now furious. "What kind of strange disciples has junior brother taken in?" she mused. "Except for that cultivation machine Ling Ruxue, who is obsessed with swordsmanship. Other disciples seem to be more interested in junior brother than in cultivation. If I weren't afraid of junior brother getting angry, I would definitely kill them." She could not stay any longer, so she flew away. "Junior brother probably just chose them casually, right? I'll go look for him." As she was flying, Oriental Star suddenly stopped. She landed casually on a branch. "No, it is acting up again." Her soul state was becoming increasingly unstable. She struggled desperately, and the frequency of the explosions grew higher. "I must reach junior brother's side as quickly as possible to avoid losing control at the last moment. Unable to control it, I can only replenish energy." She suddenly saw a group of people in the distance, so she began to reveal a ferocious smile, unleashing her secret technique, slaying all of them. At the same time, due to excessive excitement, her laughter grew louder and louder, and various parts of her body scattered and separated. Oriental Star was extremely pleased. These people turned out to be demons disguised and infiltrated. It was their bad luck. Now that she needed energy, she had it, and she felt much better. Next, she reached out to pick up her jade pendant. She was somewhat surprised. "Are the various demon lords of the sect grand competition also coming? Is their objective the same as mine, the Lulin treasury? It seems there are good things there that I do not know about. The unicorn snake killed by junior brother is not even fit to carry his shoes." A boar-like demon appeared in the picture. Calculating by nation-destroying power, the nine-headed destroyer's strength surpasses that of small city-states by several spiritual levels. Among the 12 demons, only one is weakest, not even reaching a star level. Fang Xing analyzed. Zhou Tian is an Ember Kingdom Red Moon level figure, capable of devouring tens of millions in one breath. The most terrifying is still the existence of the Mo Ri level Dragon Lord. If Zhou Tian appears, everyone in the sect grand competition will be eaten by him. She carefully calculated and decided not to look for junior brother for now. I'll first see what this Zhou Tian intends to do here. She remained lost in her thoughts. Perhaps I can get a treasure to make myself stronger. This sect grand competition seems more interesting than I imagined. Junior brother survive. The sky was clear and blue, but little Bao cried incessantly. Yi Yang was annoyed. What's going on, crying nonstop so early in the morning? How irritating. On the outside he was annoyed, but on the inside he was constantly calculating. Quickly hand me over to someone else. Only by getting rid of you, this terrifying human, can I rendezvous with my companions in a safe place. He helplessly held the noisy child in his arms while Bai Xian was nowhere to be seen. I am old. My nerves cannot take it, especially the sound of a child crying. Little Bao kept crying and he complained. I wonder where that literary girl Bai Zan went. I have no experience with children. Unable to bear it any longer, he decided to just go with it. Then I'll just hold him up high. Kids on Earth seem to like this. Little Bao was incredibly perceptive, anticipating that something bad was about to happen to him. As soon as Yi Yang finished speaking, he flew high into the sky, scaring little Bao into non-stop crying. He circled a few times in the air, making the little guy even more terrified. Wah, how can this person fly so high? I am so dizzy. I feel like throwing up. It is too scary. A few minutes later, he flew straight down to the ground. There was a loud bang and dust flew everywhere. He looked at the little guy and said with a forced smile, indeed, holding him high up works. He finally stopped crying. Little Bao's face was pale, his body trembling nonstop, thinking, he is revived. Did he discover something? Is he using this as a way to warn me? I absolutely cannot act rashly. The drunkard came before him and said, give little Bao to me. He was somewhat surprised. You, a drunkard, also know how to take care of children, she slowly replied. After all, I am a woman. I know how to coax her. Give her a few sips of good wine and I guarantee she'll stop crying. If you do not give her to me, I'll take her. A few seconds later she acted, pouncing to grab the child, but Yi Yang quickly dodged. I am taking him. Unexpectedly, the drunkard actually clamped him with her legs, catching him off guard. Then she gently landed, with only her hair fluttering in the wind in the end. Yi Yang, a person of unmatched strength, was actually pinned down by this perpetually tipsy woman. Blushing, she said apologetically, sorry, I was a bit rough. I forgot I am a girl. It is so hot you are sweating. Suddenly, someone in the tree was secretly observing Yi Yang's movements. Did not they say Lord Drunkard would kill any male creature after drinking? He concluded, so it was a lie after all. The drunkard glanced in that direction. I smell the stench of demons. After all, I, the drunkard, am also ranked 99th on the heavenly rankings. Do you still dare to come and die? The little demon continued to tremble. She is the strongest drunkard among the 5 demon-slaying ghosts. Fortunately, my bloodline is special and can conceal my demonic nature. The little guy's mind flashed with Yi Yang's livid face. If I tell this person, the world will be destroyed. At this moment, the drunkard charged forward. Under the blades of the 5 demon-slaying ghosts, no demon must be allowed to survive. Since you have come, do not think about leaving. The demons in the tree were in a panic. We have received the Holy Yuan's distress signal. Even if it is a heavenly ranking expert, we can definitely rescue Holy Yuan. Just as she was about to charge forward and attack, she suddenly paused. Then, due to excessive drinking, she started to vomit uncontrollably. Her action left Yi Yang and little Bao speechless. So the demons, who had been lying in ambush, flew out one after another. Taking advantage of the drunkard losing her combat ability, they planned to snatch the child from this weakling. Yi Yang could not stand it any longer. He drew his sword from behind. So your goal is to snatch the child. I hate child traffickers the most. He brandished a few simple sword moves, preventing the demons from approaching little Bao. The situation was not optimistic. He was surrounded by demons. A demon spoke. Strange, why is His Highness Holy Yuan showing no reaction, seeing us come to rescue him? His companion continued, he must be preparing for the most crucial moment. His Highness has grown so much, Holy Yuan. In the guise of little Bao wanted to cry but could not. Growth my ass, I am being held by this monster who could choke me to death at any moment. Your whole family can be excited. I do not know any of you. Suddenly dark clouds gathered, and in an instant a torrential downpour began. Yi Yang held little Bao high up. I just washed my hair, I do not want to get it wet. Meanwhile, Holy Yuan was screaming internally. This expert must be testing me. I must remain calm, not get angry. I must smile. His Highness's subordinates do not understand. Why is he holding Holy Yuan up, and Holy Yuan is still smiling? He must be signaling us. We have to be the ones smiling in the end. This young man cannot be strong. That last sword strike probably exhausted his power. Yi Yang could not help but wonder, why are these idiots just standing there? So he decided to strike first. Little Bao, let us continue dealing with those child traffickers. The demons howled. He is just bluffing. Kill him. Relying on his agility, he easily moved from one spot to another, using the softest sword strikes to slay the demons in the trees. In just a few minutes he easily eliminated them, leaving only agonizing screams in the forest. Then Yi Yang, like a bird, quickly flew out of the forest's edge. The drunkard mumbled tipsily, this Yi Yang is kind of handsome. I want to drink with you until we are completely drunk, until we can be truly open with each other. His Highness Holy Yuan's subordinates suffered heavy casualties. When Yi Yang landed from a distance, it terrified them as well. He slowly swept his sharp gaze behind him, and in an instant the demons vanished without a trace. A bunch of Holy Yuan's lackeys. We were powerless and could not rescue anyone. We'll go call for reinforcements now. After the battle, he chatted with the little one. Is little Bao all right? Holy Yuan thought with certainty. He must be testing me to see if I would be heartbroken over my subordinates being dealt with. In response to the question, the little one happily babbled, singing "Two tigers like to dance. Good bunny pulls turnips." Yi Yang's face turned green as he thought helplessly. The first thing this child learned to say was this: I should not have just sung random earth songs, but little Bao continued to hum "Likes to dance, pulls turnips." By Xian praised Yi Yang, a young hero. I certainly wasn't wrong about you. He hid behind a tall ancient tree. Our competition has hope now. Yi Yang immediately dashed his small hope. I am just accompanying the team into Lulan Ancient City. Once there I will not intervene anymore, so do not overthink it. The drunkard was feeding little Bao wine from behind. I would hate for anyone else to drink such fine wine. You dare to struggle, Holy Yuan reminded himself. Patience. I cannot act rashly anymore. He announced, actually little Bao can talk now. Why do not you try to coax him some more? His Highness Holy Yuan secretly cried. Fortunately, 3 people escaped this time. I am sure to be rescued. Outside, the disorganized singing of "Two tigers like to dance. Good bunny pulls turnips" continued. How can I, the dignified holy infant, endure such humiliation? Bai Xian clapped and praised. Little Bao has finally grown up. Yi Yang covered his face with his book, thinking, should I go after those 3 who escaped? Never mind, I'll just read Tale of the Alluring Madam that the shut-in girl bought me. It turned out someone had already given him the book. I specifically got this for Sahai City. It is even the version with Alluring Madam on the cover. A long time passed. Holy Yuan's subordinates were still running desperately. Keep running, do not stop, one person complained. That young man without even a cultivation realm is truly terrifying. Oriental Star suddenly appeared before them. Oh, how terrifying, she demanded sharply. More terrifying than me, the 3 exclaimed in surprise. Oriental Star, why is a great demon like you here? She is injured. She did not deny it. That is right, I am injured, and I need you to sacrifice yourselves as a medicinal primer. She flapped her wings and flew closer. Do not worry, it will not hurt a bit. Without further hesitation, she immediately cast a spell, sucking the demons into her mouth. She explained to them, I was injured by your master, Zhou Tian. Consuming you all counts as compensation. After dealing with them, she flew away. However, a group of people were chasing her from behind. Here they come again. So she had no choice but to land on a nearby rock. Zhou Tian shouted furiously, Oriental Star, come out. Do not you think you owe me an explanation? You killed so many of my subordinates. Those accompanying him spoke up one after another. Oriental Star, are not you going to obey His Highness the Demon Lord's command? Get out here, Master, let me destroy this entire area, she replied. Destroying this entire area would alert the organization. You are disguised as humans to participate in the competition. You do not want to expose yourselves, do you? She mocked them. So many of you bullying one weak woman. How utterly lacking in grace, Zhou Tian repeated her words. Oh, so humans and demons are different. So Oriental Star is just a weak woman? She feigned, begging His Highness Zhou Tian for mercy. A Demon Lord level Red Moon has personally graced this competition. Your killing was an accident, but their lives are low and humble to His Highness, so do not bother arguing with me. Zhou Bing questioned. Oriental Star, what exactly do you crazy woman want to do? She immediately replied. I am more curious about what His Highness Zhou Tian wants to do. How about I take a guess? A portion of the Holy Infant, the Dragon Lord's child with human bloodline, has gone missing. The entire demon world is searching for it. She paused, then continued to guess. Although the reward is generous, His Highness Zhou Tian would only handle this as a side matter. He would not come specifically for it, would he? Oriental Star slowly analyzed. The Eastern 15 Yuan Kingdoms Alliance Sect Grand Competition. The Lulan Treasury will certainly open. Within it, there is a treasure of immense importance to both the demon world and humanity. That is why His Highness Zhou Tian has personally come here. Zhou Tian frowned. Miss Oriental, although a bit eccentric, you are indeed very intelligent. Why are you here? She blinked, looking at him shyly. Girls like us, when we reach a certain age, have to marry. But to marry well, one needs a generous betrothal gift. So let us take the treasure His Highness Zhou Tian wants as my betrothal gift. Zhou Yan was fuming with rage. Your Highness, there is no need to entangle yourself with this crazy woman, Oriental Star. Do not let her ruin things. I'll kill her right now, Zhou Tian said sharply. Capture her alive. Then Zhou Yan fiercely struck at her with his weapon. Good, I'll take this crazy woman's head to send the departed souls to peace. The shape of a shark manifested and following his command brought her head back. It opened its sharp teeth and flew straight towards her. How could Oriental Star stand still? Who's the crazy woman? I am not happy. Punishment, I'll drag all of you to hell with me. With that, a massive explosion occurred in the sky, illuminating the entire area. Shielding himself from the dust and smoke, Zhou Yan shouted, She self-destructed. Zhou Tian sighed. Only her self-destructing puppet decoy escaped. If I truly wanted to kill her, I could end her life in 3 seconds. She is skilled at finding treasures. Let us just use her as a tool to find the Lulan treasure. Zhou Tian's people discussed. If we obtain that item, the plan to annihilate humanity can be implemented in 3 years. Dragon Lord subordinates, Your Highness. Speaking of which, we received a distress signal from the Holy Infant, the Dragon Lord's son. But all the subordinates are dead, he retorted with a dark face. Never mind, just go deal with it. The Dragon Lord has 108 children. Only 9 pure-blooded sons are revered. The others are sometimes treated as food by him, and I would like to taste one too, Zhou Mu reported. According to our intelligence, Wuji sect who killed the nine-headed demon lord is also participating in this competition. That god Yi might also appear, Zhou Tian sneered, my useless nine-headed brother. I feel pained for him. It is decided, once we reach Lulan ancient city I'll devour that god Yi and taste what he is like in place of my deceased brother. In the enormous Lulan ancient city supported by two massive stone statues only a few people walked around, Yi Yang muttered to himself. Flying up with this strange team, let us treat it as the last effort before elimination, and then find a good place to eat. Elder Bai Xian prostrated himself on the ground and whispered, indeed it is the legendary ancient city. I can smell the scent of history, endless dark years and immortal aura. He saw a puddle of water in front of the old man and reminded him, hey, little Bao just peed there. On the other side, the drunkard was desperately chased by villagers. Damn it, my wine was stolen too. The decayed sect elder held little Bao high. Our decayed sect's ancestor has arrived in Lulan. I have not failed your trust. I will revitalize the sect. I am willing to sacrifice this little one to the heavens. As he finished speaking, little Bao cried out again. Damn old man, suddenly a white bird appeared in the sky carrying a group of people on its back. The people there shouted, look, it is goddess Ling Ruoshui of Wuji sect. She is carrying all of sect master Yi Yang's disciples on her back, Yan Yu whispered. I miss master so much, so many people are praising her. Her junior sister is so cute. Miss Su Shu's fan count has also skyrocketed recently. Yi Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. They have transportation? I thought everyone would just fly up directly. Suddenly the bird landed in front of him. Ling Ruoshui walked to where he was standing. Everyone was bewildered. What's going on? Does goddess Ling have something to say to a frail old man? People nearby guessed, probably asking for directions. Decayed sect. Yi Yang frantically covered his face. Damn it, this girl found me. I said I absolutely would not come this time. Ruoshui opened her mouth with a gentle smile. Sister, since the entrance trials I never expected to meet you here. This truly is fate. His face turned ashen as he recalled the past. She recognized me, even though I was disguised for the entrance trials. What's with this swordswoman's gaze? Because he just stood there, stunned and unresponsive, she directly hugged him. Sister, let us talk. He was startled, crying out. Ah, her fans witnessing this scene were all shocked. Goddess Ling actually embraced a man of her own accord. Decayed sect. Oh my god, she does not like me. Is it because I am not weak enough? At this, Ling Ruoshui flew away. Last time sister saved me. I am always so grateful. Our meeting is like finding a soulmate. We must chat for 3 days and 3 nights. Yi Yang struggled desperately. Quick, put me down. I have not seen you in half a year and you have gotten stronger. That is right. The scene shifts back to 2 months ago. That day, thunder beamed and lightning flashed and rain poured down. A girl stood there blankly, deep in thought. Footsteps echoed, tapping through the rain curtain approaching her. Her tears mingled with the rainwater, salty and bitter on her tongue. I told you, leave me alone. This is already the 3rd time I have failed to break through to the soul realm. Let me sober up alone in the rain. Ling Ruoshui continued sadly. When the rain stops, I'll naturally go back. Yi Yang was worried about her, but she had already been drenched in the rain for a day and a night. The rain was getting heavier, and she stubbornly refused to listen to her master. Please forgive me, your stubborn disciple. As long as the rain does not stop, your disciple does not want to leave. His persuasion was futile, so he took out her sword. This is easily resolved. Then he slashed his sword towards the dark sky, carving out a brilliant beam of light. A few seconds later, blue skies and white clouds reappeared above the continuously rainy sky. Ruoshui could not help but feel pained. When will I ever possess even 1/10,000th of Master's swordsmanship? She remembered those happy times. Then Master said, I need to relax a bit, and took me on a trip. We went to many places to read books and ponder life. She was taken by Yi Yang to see the vast starry sky, a breathtakingly beautiful sight. She continued, not long after returning from the trip I consecutively broke through several realms from the spirit realm. From spirit realm to soul realm, then to void realm and finally to secret realm. She was excited. Sister, seeing you this time I have a great doubt. This question is not suitable for discussion with my sisters in the sect, so I can only ask you, sister. Yi Yang, hearing this, said, put me down so we can talk. So she stopped at the edge of the cliff. I told myself long ago that my entire life would be dedicated to the way of the sword, untouched by worldly affairs, with only the sword in my heart. But Master's image has always lingered in my mind, Ling Ruoshui expressed shyly. Thinking of Master, I sometimes even feel Master is hotter than the blazing sword. For a moment I do not know which is more important. Master or the way of the sword. He froze, hearing the words from his disciple's heart. Oh my god, turn around. Your body temperature is about 37.2 C. At most 42 C. A sword's melting point is 1500 C. Master cannot possibly be hotter than a sword. But he asked her, if Master and a sword fell into the water, who would you save? She hesitated, unable to answer. Well, so she turned and picked up a flower, plucking its petals one by one. Master, the way of the sword. Master, the way of the sword. Yi Yang asked in surprise. Where did she conjure that flower from? Petals were plucked from flower after flower. It is the way of the sword no more, Master, the way of the sword. Damn it, I do not want to give up either. She was extremely resolute about this. Sister, please guide me. After chatting for a long time while standing, Yi Yang suddenly disappeared. Ha, sister's gone. Ruoshui looked around and found a piece of paper on the ground. The content on the paper was exactly what he had written for her. Her questions would help her write a submission letter to the Tale of the Alluring Madam author's mailbox, seeking answers. I still have things to do. Good luck with the competition. The scene switches to the grand competition. Day 1. The martial trial venue for the sect grand competition was packed with people, and spectators continuously arrived to cheer. The commentator shouted loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, you are the lucky ones chosen from the Eastern 15 Yuan Kingdoms." "Hello everyone," the girl excitedly announced. "I am Little Knife, and welcome to the Eastern 15 Yuan Kingdoms Alliance Sect Grand Competition. Teams are being sent into the martial trial space, which has an extremely high mortality rate. Demons await them. We are focusing on Decayed Sect Team Number 1. Bai Xian was happy for a moment. We were lucky to draw number 1. A smooth start, Little Knife continued to introduce. The Decayed Sect was suspected to be the first team eliminated among the sects, yet they made it to Lulan Ancient City. How long can they last? The audience scoffed. This team is too exaggerated. They even have a baby if they can pass the martial trial. I'll watch the entire competition standing on my head. What's ridiculous is that fool in the assassin's attire reading a book. He'll surely be scared to death by the demons. Bai Xian was overjoyed. The martial trial is about to begin. Does everyone have confidence? Yi Yang, who